Chapter 1. Rebirth. Wanyun sat in a daze before the bronze mirror, meticulously examining her reflection, her delicate features adorned with a rosy complexion, charmingly alluring, with a hint of baby fat. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her slender fingers resting casually on the table, immaculate and tender, untouched by the toils of the world. Each nail was not only well-groomed, but also painted a soft shade of pink, a clear testament to careful maintenance. This was a stark contrast to the withered appearance she recalled from her memories. In this moment, she was finally convinced that she had truly been reborn. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, a lively voice from outside broke her reverie. "Miss, we must hurry. The bridal sedan has arrived. If we delay any longer, we risk missing the auspicious hour." Her heart sank at those words, and she turned to look at the young maid, Lu Qiao, who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old. Instinctively, she asked, "What did you say?" Lu Qiao was momentarily taken aback, but her excitement quickly bubbled forth as she stepped closer, adjusting Wanyun's attire. "Miss, you must be overwhelmed with joy. Today is the day of your grand wedding to General Shen Kuo, the union blessed by the emperor himself. Such an honor is unparalleled, and as the esteemed daughter of the Grand Tutor, you are indeed favored. The general has just returned victorious from defeating the Chong, and everyone is saying that you and the general are a match made in heaven." Yet, Wanyun felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. She had unexpectedly returned to the day she was to marry Shen Kuo, her body betraying her with a sudden tremor as memories from her past life surged forth. In her previous life, she had also wed Shen Kuo on this very day, filled with joy, only to be informed at the last moment that he was unable to come and fetch her due to pressing matters. She assumed he was simply preoccupied, and despite feeling wronged, she uttered no complaints. However, she later learned that he had not returned even for the wedding ceremony, leaving her with no choice but to wed a rooster in his stead, and was then ushered into the bridal chamber alone. Veiled in red, she waited through the night, watching the candles burn down, the sky transition from light to dark, and back to light again. Until the day of her return to her family, she had not caught a glimpse of Shen Kuo. Inquiries were met with the same explanation. The general was busy, and as his wife, she should bear the burden. At that time, she adhered to her parents' teachings, believing that a woman should be gentle and composed, understanding the hardships her husband faced, especially since she had married the renowned general of the North. Even when she became the subject of ridicule throughout the capital, she remained stoic, diligently managing household affairs and vowing to be a supportive wife. It was only when Shen Kuo returned with a pregnant peasant woman, claiming her to be his beloved and intending to take her as a secondary wife, that the veil was lifted from her. It dawned on her that her affections had been one-sided all along. The emperor's decree of marriage could not be contested, yet he did not love her. His heart belonged to another. He believed she had usurped the place of his true love, and thus he intentionally neglected her, turning her into a laughingstock in the capital. She contemplated rebellion, and even her family had endeavored on her behalf, but she felt powerless. In her desperation, she resorted to using poison to conceive a child with him, only to be met with disdain. Later, when their child fell ill, the peasant woman, Lu Rushuang, pretended to be sick to summon the royal physician, ultimately leading to the tragic demise of her child in the rain. Powerless, she watched her child take their last breath in her arms. Overnight, her hair turned white as she stormed into Lu Rushuang's courtyard with a dagger in hand, only to witness Shen Kuo tenderly feeding their child, a scene that shattered her heart. Lu Rushuang feigned concern as she inquired, "I heard that the imperial physician was originally meant to attend to my sister's child. Was it my impatience for our sooner that led to the interruption? I wonder if Yu is all right?" The warmth and mirth on Wanyun and Shen Kuo's faces vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound disdain. Why mention them? They are nothing but a blight upon this world, and their demise is deserved. With a clatter, the dagger in Wanyun's hand slipped to the ground. Those beside Lu Rushuang, upon hearing the sound, rushed out and gasped at her expression. "Madam, you!" Their gaze fell upon the dagger, and they exclaimed, "Madam, what are you doing? Your child is gone, and you intend to harm our latest child?" Before Wanyun could respond, Shen Kuo emerged with a face ashen with fury. Seeing her still adorned with disgust, his gaze fell upon the dagger on the floor, now laced with a hint of resentment. Witnessing the murderous intent in his eyes, she instinctively recoiled in fear, her throat constricted by a multitude of unspoken words. Finally, she managed to utter, "Here? Huier is dead. Sister, if you blame me, then take my life, but Sun'er is innocent." Lu Ruo Shuang stood behind Shen Kuo, her eyes glinting with mockery and triumph, yet her words dripped with sorrow as she pressed a hand to her heart, as if she might collapse at any moment. That fleeting moment, the flicker of guilt that had ignited in Shen Kuo's eyes extinguished, and he turned, seizing Lu Ruo Shuang with a grip of desperation, his gaze brimming with pain, yet laced with bloodlust. His words were laden with icy cruelty. "If it is dead, then it is so merely a wretched spawn. How dare you seek to take my Sun'er's life for the sake of a cursed being?" He drew Lu Ruo Shuang closer, clutching her neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly, and with a swift kick sent the dagger flying, his cold eyes locked onto her. Wanyun, had it not been for your relentless pursuit, we would never have crossed paths. You usurped Ruo Shuang's place, causing her years of heartache and my own enduring guilt. You deserve 100 deaths, yet you dare to plot against me? That which should never have existed is now gone. What does it matter? A wave of suffocation washed over her, yet she felt no discomfort, only liberation. Why then was he so heartless? Even though Huier had been a result of her insistence, he too was his child. Even in his final moments, Huier had longed for his father's return, yearning for the affection he bestowed upon Sun'er, to ride upon his shoulders. Her Huier, as blood spilled from her lips, splattering onto him and Lu Ruo Shuang. The latter screamed in terror as he kicked her away, landing perilously close to the dagger. With nothing left to cling to, it was Huier who had kept her alive thus far. With his death, her will to live had evaporated. She had already consumed the deadly herb before coming. Yet, she ultimately felt powerless, unable to avenge him. The dagger sliced through fabric and pierced her heart, and as she exhaled another spurt of blood, she gazed at them, slowly closing her eyes. Reflecting on a life filled with tragedy and sorrow, Wanyun grasped the hand of her maid, Lu Qiao, and with great difficulty uttered, "Prepare my belongings, I shall flee from this marriage." Her words sent a pallor across Lu Qiao and the other household members. Chapter 2. Sister-in-law yet. She ultimately failed to achieve her desires, not even having stepped out of the bridal chamber. She found herself obstructed at the door by her elder brother, Mu Chun, whose face bore an expression of deep displeasure. Behind him stood the maid, Cui Yao, whose demeanor suggested that she was merely acting in the interest of others. Cui Yao, in her past life, had been her sister-in-law. Being a concubine's daughter in the Cui family, she had never enjoyed much favor, yet she had always treated her with kindness, knowing of her affection for her brother. Mu Chun, she had never viewed her as someone seeking to elevate herself, and had even facilitated opportunities for them to be together. Under her encouragement, Cui Yao had eventually wed Mu Chun in her previous life, believing that her closest confidant had become her sister-in-law, which would grant her ease and comfort when returning to her maternal home, free from the burdens faced by those who were not favored by their elder sisters-in-law. However, to her dismay, the reality was that she witnessed Cui Yao standing time and again by Lu Rushuang's side, and even her brother Mu Chun, who had always been kind to her, seemed increasingly displeased with her behavior. In an instant, memories of her past life flooded back, and she noticed that the warmth in Cui Yao's eyes had vanished. Cui Yao, clearly sensing this shift, displayed a fleeting look of shock, then cautiously grasped Mu Chun's sleeve, urgently explaining to her, "Yuner, even if you are upset with me, you must not throw a tantrum at this moment. You have always acted on impulse, but today is your wedding day, a union granted by the emperor. For the sake of your family's reputation and your parents, you cannot simply walk away." Upon hearing this, Wanyun felt a jolt of confusion, and before she could respond, her brother Mu Chun, with a face like thunder, snatched the bundle from her arm. Taken aback, she felt the weight of the package slip from her grasp, and as they both pulled, it fell to the ground, scattering its contents. To her dismay, it contained the precious gold and silver she had hastily packed. Seeing these items, Mu Chun, who had initially harbored doubts, staggered slightly, his gaze towards her growing colder. "Yaoer told me, but I didn't believe it. Is it true, Wanyun? Have you lost your senses? Do you realize the consequences if you flee from your marriage today?" In that moment, Wanyun's complexion drained of color. She stumbled backward, as if struck by lightning. In her haste to escape the fate of her past life, she had overlooked the fact that the imperial marriage she had desperately sought had now become a shackle. Or perhaps a death warrant. Noticing her bewildered expression, Mu Chen's heart softened. He seemed to realize he had spoken too harshly and quickly moderated his tone. Stepping closer and placing a hand on her shoulder. Wanyun, I know you have cherished General Shen since childhood. Tell me, has someone been whispering nonsense in your ear? As he spoke, Mu Chen cast a sharp glance at the maid beside her. Green Xiao and Red Jade trembled, nearly collapsing to their knees. Chueyo hastily interjected. They have been with Yuner since childhood and know their place. It cannot be them. Upon hearing this, Green Xiao and Red Jade nodded vigorously. Mu Chen regarded them silently for a moment, then lowered his gaze to them. Since it is not you, then do your best to advise her. If she acts foolishly, you must not indulge her. Hong Yu and Lkiao trembled as if shaken by a sieve. Brother Chun, they are merely servants. How could they assume the role of a master? Time is of the essence. I shall remain here to assist Yuner, while you hasten ahead to manage matters. Cui Yao wore a benevolent expression, effortlessly pulling up Lkiao and Hong Yu, who gazed at her with heartfelt gratitude. Only Mu Wanyun became the scapegoat for the chaos, the villain in this farce. The scene was all too familiar. In her previous life, she had similarly manipulated those around her, isolating herself step by step. Once Mu Chen departed, Cui Yao directed Lkiao and Hong Yu to attend to other tasks, while she approached Mu Wanyun with a beaming smile, simultaneously speaking and bending down to collect the scattered gold and silver trinkets from the floor, arranging them anew and presenting them to her. Yuner, have you perhaps already learned of General Shen's elopement with that little vixen? Cui Yao inquired, her gaze keenly observing Mu Wanyun's reaction. Yet, Mu Wanyun was lost in the memories of her past existence. In her previous life, she had no intention of fleeing from marriage. Rather, she had eagerly awaited her wedding day. Cui Yao had intrusively mentioned Shen Kuo's hasty departure on horseback, and at that moment, she could not fathom any other thoughts. She had even urged Cui Yao not to overthink it, recalling how, in her previous life, Cui Yao had looked at her as if she were a fool. Yuner, not receiving a response, Cui Yao's brows furrowed slightly, her tone laced with urgency. I must say, it is no wonder you are heartbroken. Who does not know that wretched vixen has repeatedly enticed General Shen, who has rejected her advances? You were originally betrothed, yet because of her, you have become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Now that His Majesty has bestowed a marriage upon him, he is compelled to wed. While she seeks to end her life in despair, General Shen indulges her whims, galloping away on horseback at dawn, and has yet to return. Cui Yao continued to scrutinize Mu Wanyun, only to find her expression unchanged, devoid of any trace of anger, which left her rather astonished. Undeterred, she persisted, in my view. General Shen is ultimately unworthy of you. He pales in comparison to Lord Chong, who is truly devoted. Lord Chong hails from a scholarly family, and should he achieve recognition in the future, perhaps. Enough. Mu Wanyun could not bear to listen any longer, abruptly shaking off Cui Yao's grasp. Her expression one of disbelief. Cui Yao was taken aback, momentarily flustered. Yuner, what is the matter with you? Cui Yao, if you find Lord Chong to be so admirable, why not withdraw your engagement to my brother and marry him instead? After all, my parents deem your lineage to be inferior, a mere concubine's daughter unworthy of standing on the stage. Were it not for our friendship, your background would render you unqualified even to enter the household as a lowly concubine. In an instant, Cui Yao's face drained of color, her disbelief evident as she lifted her gaze, seemingly unable to process the weight of Mu Wanyun's words. Once she regained her composure, her eyes brimmed with tears, as though she had suffered a profound injustice. Yuner, what have I done wrong? You may strike or scold me as you wish. But how can you say such things about me? Disgusting. Mu Wanyun rolled her eyes dramatically, pushing her away. How blind and foolish she had been in her previous life to consider such a scheming woman a friend and even push her towards her own brother. Upon reflecting on her elder brother's union with her, the once illustrious young gentleman now wore a countenance clouded with despair, which filled her heart with regret. Cui Yao, her face marked by a profound sense of defeat and a flicker of resentment in her eyes, staggered slightly, barely managing to steady herself against the edge of the table. Soon, however, she regained her composure and, with tearful cries, hurried after him. Yuner, I was wrong. Please do not deny me the chance to marry Brother Chen. Her lamentations drew the anxious gaze of Mu Chen, who, upon entering, beheld Cui Yao kneeling on the floor, her eyes brimming with tears, while not far off. Mu Wanyun remained clad in her everyday attire. What on earth is happening? Mu Chen, already frazzled, now felt his temper flare even more. "Brother Chen, please do not blame Yuner. It is all my fault. It is I." While Chueya wiped her tears, her words seemed to defend Wanyun. Yet they were laced with barbs. Raising her sleeve, she attempted to stem the flow of tears, but they cascaded like pearls from a broken string, unstoppable. Mu Chen felt a surge of compassion and rushed forward to assist Chueya. Yet, he was obstructed by Mu Wanyun, who forcefully pushed Chueya away. As Chueya's shriek pierced the air, Mu Wanyun seized her hair and delivered 2 sharp slaps to her face. Chapter 3. The Brother's Oddity. After finishing her task, Mu Wanyun took a step back, feeling a sense of relief, only to discover a persistent ache in her wrist. She instinctively began to massage the sore spot with her other hand. Upon raising her gaze, she was met with the murderous glare of Mu Chen, leaving her utterly astonished. In her memories, her brother had always been exceedingly fond of her. It was only through her matchmaking that he developed feelings for Chueya. She recalled that on the day her brother agreed to betroth himself to Chueya, he had stated, "It matters not what kind of woman I marry. The most crucial aspect is that my future sister-in-law must treat Wanyun well." Thus, she had always believed that her brother's marriage to Chueya was for her sake. Yet, if that were true, how could he possibly wish to harm her for striking Chueya? Moreover, she was not the arrogant type. How could her brother, who prided himself on understanding her and having grown up alongside her, not know this? At that moment, it felt as though something within Mu Wanyun was being violently seized. A truth yearned to be expressed. Before she could clarify her thoughts, her wrist was fiercely grasped, the intensity of the grip sending a shiver down her spine. Instinctively, she looked up to see Mu Chen's eyes ablaze with fury, his lips moving in a manner that plunged her into a chilling despair. "Mu Wanyun, I have been overly indulgent with you, allowing you to be disrespectful, arrogant, and contemptuous of your elders, and now you dare to lay hands on your future sister-in-law." As he spoke, he raised his other hand high. Before she could react, 2 resounding slaps struck her cheeks, igniting a fiery pain that made her nose tingle and her eyes burn with unshed tears. Yet, through the haze, she caught a fleeting glimpse of triumph in Chueya's eyes. However, her words were in stark contrast, imbued with an air of delicate sorrow and concern. "Brother Chen, I already said it was my fault for saying something inappropriate that angered Wanyun. I don't mind if she hits me." As she spoke, Chueya extricated herself from Mu Chen's grasp and approached Wanyun with a concerned expression. "What should I do? My face is all red. Today I am the bride. How can I possibly marry like this?" "Just apply more powder to cover it," Mu Chen replied dismissively, casting a derisive glance at her swollen face before continuing in a tone devoid of emotion. "I care not for your thoughts. This marriage is one you sought. Do not let your petulance jeopardize the entire Mu family. Father and mother have always indulged you, yet that is no excuse for disregarding the family's interests. As for Chueya, she has done nothing wrong. She is already betrothed to me, and thus she shall be the future matriarch of the Mu family. She is performing admirably." By the end of his statement, his gaze had shifted entirely from Mu Wanyun to Chueya, the coldness and displeasure in his eyes morphing into tenderness and satisfaction. Chueya's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as she lowered her head shyly. Witnessing this scene, Mu Wanyun felt as though something within her was fracturing inch by inch. Everything was wrong, utterly wrong. She had believed her brother, like their parents, cherished her from childhood. Yet she had forgotten that all of this was at their behest. If he truly loved her, how could he strike her without hesitation? Furthermore, she had always thought her brother harbored little affection for Chueya, yet she overlooked the fact that if he truly felt no attraction, how could he so readily accept marrying a woman of lower status? The past looms vividly in her mind. What once seemed mere coincidence now reveals itself as a premeditated scheme in which she had unwittingly ensnared herself. Was it her folly, her naivety? Contemplating this, she lifted her head, allowing the pain inflicted upon her palm to stifle the anguish within her heart. With a defiant resolve, she gazed at Mu Chen's back and spoke. "Elder brother, if you wish for me to marry into the general's household with peace of mind, there is but one thing I ask of you." At her words, Chueya was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Mu Wanyun, lifting her chin with pride, approached him step by step, pointing toward Chueya, and declared to Mu Chen, "You once said that marrying her was intended to provide me with a good sister-in-law, yet I find her lacking. I wish to select a different sister-in-law for you." Raising her voice, she pronounced each word with clarity. "I demand that you agree to break off the engagement with Chueya." Before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed, leaving her ears ringing and her body swaying uncontrollably to the side. It was only thanks to Lu Qiao's timely intervention that she avoided a fall. Mu Wanyun, you have gone too far. Cui Yao is already your sister-in-law. What do you take her, marriage, and me for? Do you realize that if I were truly ignorant and agreed to your whim today, Cui Yao's life would be ruined, my reputation tarnished, and our Mu family would be condemned as heartless and unjust, scorned and derided? It seems you are utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With a heavy sigh, Mu Chun suppressed the raging storm within him. Casting a glance at the pale-faced Cui Yao beside him, he grasped her hand tightly and addressed Mu Wanyun and the onlookers with deliberate firmness. I, Mu Chen, will never betray Cui Yao in this lifetime. He then shot a cold glare at Mu Wanyun, his tone rife with dissatisfaction and disdain. Prepare the young lady for her makeup. When the time comes, she shall be sent to the bridal sedan. Hong Yu and Lu Qiao immediately stepped forward, one restraining her while the other softly urged, do you not feel it is enough? Shortly after, two robust matrons entered the room, watching her with hawkish eyes. Mu Wanyun understood that if she refused, they would resort to other means to ensure she complied. Expressionless, she stared at her reflection in the bronze mirror. As they adorned her face, twisted her hair into a bun, placed the phoenix crown upon her head, and draped her in bridal attire. Although loathing churned within her, her heart gradually settled into a cold calm. She began to discern subtle details. Her brother Mu Chun, though no longer as doting as before, seemed genuinely intent on marrying her off to General Shen Kuo, while Cui Yao appeared to be subtly encouraging her to elope with that impoverished scholar. What concealed truths lay beneath this intricate web? Perhaps sensing her sudden compliance, Cui Yao, though puzzled, cautiously endeavored to placate her. Wanyun, I truly have your best interests at heart, which is why I— Never mind, let us consider it a misguided effort. In any case, since you have resolved to marry General Shen, I wish you success in your aspirations. Cui Yao's face bore the mark of a slap, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling a frail willow swaying in the wind, pitifully vulnerable, as she bowed deeply, her sincerity betraying not a hint of deceit. However, Mu Wanyun discerned the reactions of those around her to the stark contrast between their two personas. Cui Yao's magnanimity only served to accentuate her own arrogance. It was astonishing that she had failed to recognize such an evident truth in her past life. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept upon her lips. Yet she suppressed her genuine emotions and forced a facade of insincerity. My dear sister-in-law, please refrain from such behavior, lest our elder brother witness it and feel compelled to chastise me. As she spoke, her hand, hanging at her side, secretly pressed into her palm, the sharp pain bringing tears to her eyes, rendering her even more pitiful than Cui Yao. Cui Yao, momentarily taken aback and about to respond, was interrupted by Mu Wanyun. Furthermore, whether I desire it or not, I am destined to marry Shen Kuo. The imperial edict has ordained this union. There is no room for refusal. How could I possibly betray the Mu family? Do not utter any more impractical words designed to sway or confuse me. You are my future sister-in-law, and the Mu family is tied to your future husband. Should the Mu family defy the edict and face repercussions, what benefit would that bring you? Having spoken, Mu Wanyun took the veil and draped it over her head, grasping the arms of Hong Yu and Lu Qiao, compelling them to assist her into the bridal sedan. Cui Yao stood dumbfounded, ready to argue further, but was already left behind. Though the room was not crowded, it was not empty either. Initially, they perceived her as understanding, but today she seemed somewhat unreasonable, revealing a deeper intention. Suddenly awakened to this realization, the disdain and hatred in Cui Yao's gaze became evident. Anger flushed her eyes. Her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh, as she silently ground her molars, infuriated by Mu Wanyun's unexpected clarity. Chapter 4. The wedding procession. Stepping out of the bridal chamber, she made her way along the long corridor to the main hall. The hall was filled with esteemed guests who had gathered to celebrate her departure from maidenhood. Yet, even through the veil, she could sense an unsettling atmosphere. With the assistance of her maid, she bowed deeply to her parents, preparing to be led to the bridal sedan. Ordinarily, it would be her groom who would escort her to the carriage. However, an unspoken understanding lingered among the attendees. The auspicious hour had arrived. Yet there was still no sign of Shen Kuo, who was unlikely to appear. To stand in for the groom was the steward of the Shen household, whose face bore a veneer of amiability as he offered an elaborate explanation. Madam, the general has been appointed by His Majesty as the General of the North, tasked with ensuring the safety of the capital. He serves the Emperor loyally, and although today marks both the General's and your wedding day, he has received word of bandits marauding on the outskirts, committing heinous acts of arson and plunder. The general, understanding the weight of his responsibilities, regrets his absence but must act in defense of the realm. He wishes for you, as the general's wife, to share in his trials and tribulations. Rest assured, all due ceremonies will be observed, and he would never allow you to suffer any indignity. He hopes you can empathize with his plight and await his return, when he will bring glory to your union. The stewardess' words, while seemingly humble, subtly admonished Wanyun and her family not to cause a scene that might compromise their dignity. The expressions of Taifu and his wife shifted slightly, a realization dawning upon them. They were all too aware that Shen Kuo had recently triumphed over his enemies and was basking in the emperor's favor. Yet, the steward's arrogance was hard to overlook. Was their esteemed daughter not worthy of a proper marriage? Wanyun felt a moment of shock as memories of her previous life flooded back. Her mother had once erupted in anger in front of everyone, threatening to call off the marriage, which had led to the emperor publicly reprimanding her father the very next day. Her father, being the emperor's mentor, had been entrusted with the task of educating the sovereign, and though he was often stern, the emperor had no choice but to endure his displeasure out of respect for their teacher-student bond. However, should the Mu family openly reject the marriage, it would be seen as a direct affront to the emperor, putting their very existence at risk. Moreover, this union had been her earnest desire. In her past life, she had later learned that the emperor had been waiting for the Mu family to make a misstep, seeking an opportunity to bring them to ruin. Yet, her father's strict adherence to propriety had left the emperor unable to find fault. In her seclusion, she had been unaware of Shen Kuo's affections for another until after their engagement was arranged. Yet how could the emperor, who had orchestrated this match, remain oblivious? He was well aware of Shen Kuo's past, having risen from humble beginnings to military acclaim, and feared that power might lead him to neglect his obligations. Thus, marrying a Mu family daughter, who had been nurtured under the esteemed Taifu's teachings and harbored feelings for Shen Kuo, would not only forge a harmonious union, but also serve to keep a watchful eye on him. At that time, she had believed the emperor to be genuinely grateful and placing great trust in the Mu family. How could a mere moment of her mother's heated words lead to such public humiliation for her father, forcing him to kneel in court for 2 hours? Since then, he had remained in a state of melancholy. In the court, many seek to curry favor, bowing and scraping to those in power. Witnessing the emperor's disdain, the sycophants hastily petitioned for the indictment of the Mu family. The Mu family, substantial and influential, has numerous branches, and many have committed nefarious deeds under the guise of the Grand Tutor's household. Some, without proper verification, have laid blame upon the Mu family, leading the emperor to personally cast aside the documents presented by his father, declaring that he is unworthy of the title of imperial teacher and thus removing him from his esteemed position. Reflecting on these events, she did not wait for her mother to speak before lifting her veil, casting a cold, penetrating gaze upon the steward of the Shen family amidst the astonished onlookers. Is it true that General Shen abandoned his newlywed wife due to bandits in the outskirts? The steward, taken aback by the audacity of the Mu family's daughter, found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he hurriedly regained his composure, asserting that the general, praised by the emperor, would never take such matters lightly. He claimed that the general's actions were, in fact, a grand gesture meant for his new bride. Is that so? Wanyun retorted with a mocking smile, surveying the room and noting how easily they were deceived by the steward's words, believing Shen Kuo was truly on a mission against bandits. She boldly stated, "Yet I have heard that the outskirts have long been free of bandits, vanquished by the emperor himself years ago. Could it be that the emperor is not as capable as General Shen?" Instantly, the hall fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Even the Grand Tutor and Madame Mu could hardly maintain their composure. The Grand Tutor reprimanded her sternly. "Wanyun, do not speak recklessly." She replied, "Father, these are not my words but those of Steward Shen, are they not?" The steward, flustered and evasive, could only stammer, unsure of how to respond. Those present were no fools. They would not wade into murky waters. Surely, the emperor is wise and mighty, and our general cannot compare. Perhaps he is dealing with the aftermath of last year's flooding in Jiangnan, where many displaced citizens have sought refuge. So, there are no bandits at all? Wanyun interrupted, demanding answers. Is General Shen dissatisfied with the emperor's bestowed marriage and is seeking excuses? Her words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The steward staggered back, nearly losing his balance, and hastily protested, "Of course not. Our general has been grateful to the emperor since learning of this union. Then why does he not come himself, but sends a mere steward?" Mu Wanyun pressed relentlessly, showing no signs of yielding. The steward, overwhelmed, found himself lost, with countless eyes scrutinizing him, including those of esteemed officials and close confidants of the emperor. Wanyun, the auspicious moment has arrived. Let us not miss this opportunity. Cui Yao interjected, observing the steward's predicament. Miss Cui, you have yet to be wed into the Mu family. It may not be your place to issue commands. Mu Wanyun glared at her, forcing her unspoken words back into silence. Cui Yao's eyes reddened, instinctively glancing at Mu Chun, who felt a pang in his heart. Wishing to speak, but was ignored by Mu Wanyun. Regardless of General Shen's reasons for his absence, since it is His Majesty who has bestowed this marriage. Even though I resent the humiliation brought upon me by General Shen today, both I and the entire household of the Grand Tutor remain profoundly grateful for His Majesty's gracious favor. Having spoken thus, I cast a fierce glance at Cui Yao and Mu Chun, and finally, with tears welling in my eyes, I took a lingering look at Grand Tutor Mu and Madame Mu before personally draping the red veil over my head. The steward, his face flushed with anger, felt a deep resentment yet was compelled to force a smile as he led the way. Chapter 5. The Wedding Ceremony as Expected. When the moment for the wedding ceremony arrived, Shen Kuo had yet to return. Ultimately, the steward personally carried a rooster adorned with vivid red silk, striding before Mu Wanyun amidst the mocking, incredulous, and disdainful gazes of the onlookers. The rooster, quite cooperative, crowed a few times and flapped its wings, ready to leap into Mu Wanyun's embrace. Overjoyed, the steward was about to speak, but Mu Wanyun, prepared for this moment, swiftly waved her hand, causing the rooster meant for her to tumble to the ground. In an instant, chaos erupted in the wedding hall. The steward's face flushed with anger as he shot a fierce glare at Mu Wanyun, still veiled beneath her crimson covering. He then coldly instructed the servants, demanding to know why they hesitated, urging them to swiftly retrieve the bird lest they miss the auspicious moment, warning them to beware of the consequences. The servants, intimidated, scattered in pursuit of the rooster, which had managed to escape, evading capture with remarkable agility as it hopped among the guests, scattering feathers and scratching several attendees, inciting dissatisfaction and turning the once joyous and orderly hall into a tumultuous scene. The steward's expression darkened further, and despite the presence of numerous guests, he restrained his anger, quietly attributing the debacle to Mu Wanyun. Although veiled, Mu Wanyun sensed she had significantly offended the steward, yet she remained unfazed. In her previous life, she had not antagonized him, and he had still offered her no kindness. In this life, what did it matter if she had offended him? Contemplating this, Mu Wanyun could not resist speaking up, questioning why the ceremony had not yet commenced. Was General Shen still preoccupied with the bandits? No sooner had her words settled than a quick-witted servant lunged forward, successfully capturing the rooster, rising with tears of joy and beckoning to the steward, exclaiming that he had caught it. "Quickly, bring it here," commanded the steward, although his demeanor remained grim. He finally exhaled in relief as he instructed the servant to hand over the rooster, returning to Mu Wanyun's side. Just as he prepared to present the rooster to her once more, he paused, furrowing his brow, and said, "Madam." The general had instructed before his departure that if he could not return in time, you should graciously perform the ceremony with this rooster. It is of equal significance. At this revelation, those who had already surmised the purpose of the rooster's presence were taken aback. Many cast scornful glances at Mu Wanyun. The steward, not waiting for her response, forcefully thrust the rooster into her arms, but she deftly swatted it away once more. Then, lifting her veil, she revealed a stunningly beautiful face, like a peach blossom in full bloom. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. It seemed unimaginable that the esteemed daughter of the Grand Tutor, left alone by Shen Kuo to become the object of ridicule, could possess such extraordinary beauty. Some began to question whether Shen Kuo had ever truly seen his future wife. How could he be so oblivious? Others speculated that while she was indeed beautiful, perhaps her eccentric nature had displeased General Shen. Amidst the murmurs, the steward, anxious to explain further, found his words interrupted by Mu Wanyun. "Steward Shen, speak to me candidly. Has something befallen General Shen?" Mu Wanyun inquired, her nails digging into her palm, the pain-provoking tears to well in her eyes, lending a touch of sorrow to her already enchanting visage, making her appear even more pitiful and lovable. The steward was momentarily rendered speechless, stammering, unable to respond. It seemed the truth was indeed grim. Mu Wanyun's voice trembled with a hint of weeping, melodious yet mournful. "I have always maintained that General Shen is the god of war for our kingdom, renowned for his valiant deeds. Surely, He is not a man lacking in propriety. You must be concealing the truth from me, fearing my sorrow. Am I not right? The more she spoke, the more agitated and heartbroken she became. Even the usually composed steward found himself bewildered by the unfolding situation. Our court is filled with loyal subjects. How could there be no one to alleviate the emperor's burdens even amidst rampant banditry? How could General Shen disregard his new bride and the assembled guests, choosing today to combat the bandits? Alas, it appears that General Shen has encountered misfortune and may not have long to live. At this revelation, silence enveloped the hall. The steward, aghast, took a moment to comprehend, his face a mixture of shock and fury, ultimately erupting, "Madam, what nonsense is this? Why would you curse our general?" "Curse, steward?" Wanyun replied, her tone rising, still piercing yet now laced with indignation and sternness. The steward realized his previous tone was inappropriate and, suppressing himself, bowed slightly, softening his voice. "Madam, pardon my transgression. In my haste, I did not mean to offend. It was just shocking to hear you curse your future husband upon your very first day here." "Steward Shen, if my husband were not in peril, why must I embrace a rooster during the wedding ceremony? It is well known that only when a man faces misfortune or illness does a woman resort to such a practice. If General Shen were not bedridden, why must I endure such humiliation?" Wanyun's words were deliberate and hauntingly resonant, her reddened eyes evoking sympathy, tears brimming yet stubbornly refusing to fall. The guests around her were moved, casting scornful glances at Steward Shen. Some even dared to voice their discontent. Indeed, if General Shen were not confined to his bed, would this be necessary? Is it an intentional slight against the esteemed daughter of the Grand Tutor, or dissatisfaction with the Emperor's decree? At these words, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense and ominous. Wanyun discreetly glanced at the valiant man who had spoken in her defense, startled to recognize him as the seventh prince, despite his ordinary attire. Having lived a full life, she immediately identified him. Jingrui caught Wanyun's gaze, arching an eyebrow, subtly nodding his head while fanning himself. Taken aback, Wanyun swiftly averted her eyes, redirecting her focus to the powerful steward of the Shen household. Steward Shen's face flushed, stammering, unable to admit that the general would not return, perhaps intentionally aiming to intimidate Wanyun. Ultimately, he could only plead quietly, "Madam, regarding matters of the general's household, please do not provoke his displeasure." "Impudent." Wanyun wore a cold expression, haughtily gazing at Steward Shen. "What do you mean? Are you threatening me? You, a mere steward, dare to humiliate me? Is this the way of your general's residence? I suspect this is entirely your own initiative. For General Shen is known for his loyalty to the throne. How could he possibly neglect an imperial decree regarding marriage? Is he seeking to defy the emperor?" With the weight of her words, even Steward Shen, who maintained a calm demeanor, was struck with fear and trembled, kneeling before her. With a heavy heart, he thought, "General, you have placed this old servant in a difficult position, yet I must kneel." He wept bitterly, pleading, "Madam, I assure you, this is truly the general's arrangement. I would not dare to deceive or humiliate you. So, you imply that my future husband, Shen Kuo, deliberately orchestrated this to humiliate me? Why? What could possibly be the reason? Does my family, the Mu clan, hold such little regard in his eyes? I, a former esteemed tutor, recognized by the late emperor for my contributions in educating the current sovereign, am deemed so unworthy? I understand that General Shen, with his illustrious military achievements, holds a promising future, while my father, now aged, cannot compete with the power of the general's household. Alas, I find myself in such a position even before entering the door. Very well, I shall make it my mission to ensure the general's satisfaction." With tears streaming down her face, Wanyun appeared to be deeply wronged. She quietly lifted the large rooster cradled in the arms of a servant, calling out, "I bow to heaven and earth. I bow to my parents, and we shall bow as husband and wife." After completing the ceremonial gestures, her expression turned mournful, tears cascading down like a broken dam, and upon finishing her lament, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the wedding hall was thrown into chaos. Chapter 6. Green Xiao and Red Yu. As Wanyun regained consciousness, she faintly heard two voices weeping, interspersed with complaints and a sense of helplessness. "Red Yu, do you think our young lady will be all right?" It was Green Xiao. In her previous life, Red Yu and Green Xiao had accompanied her into the residence of the Northern General. They had been by her side since childhood, their loyalty unquestionable. Yet, it was also they who had defended her honor in that life, repeatedly clashing with Lu Rushuang, and even taking it upon themselves to craft schemes that led to Lu Rushuang's downfall. resulting in her being cast aside by Shen Kuo and facing great adversity within the general's household. In that life, when Shen Kuo sought to kill them for Lu Rushuang's sake, she had intervened, only to receive a brutal kick from him, unaware at the time that she was pregnant, which led to complications with her pregnancy and Huio being born frail. It was also they who, when Huio suffered from a high fever and no physician could be found, ventured out to seek help, only for one to be killed by the guards and the other by the patrolling Jinwu guards. Don't be ridiculous. Our young lady will surely be fine, Green Xiao reassured, though her words were laced with deep concern. In my opinion, our young lady should heed Miss Chui's advice. Marrying young Master Chong would certainly be preferable to marrying the general. Red Yu's words were cut short by Green Xiao, who continued, though that may be true. A royal decree has been issued for marriage. If our young lady attempts to flee, it would be a capital offense punishable by death for her entire family. At these words, Red Yu shivered, her face paling as a dreadful thought crossed her mind. She discreetly tugged at Green Xiao's sleeve and murmured, "Do you think we are ignorant? Does Miss Chui lack understanding? Why would she encourage our young lady? Moreover, it seems our young lady has some feelings for her." Green Xiao fell silent, prompting Red Yu to recall something and ask, "Previously, Miss Chui told us that our young lady should confide any grievances to her. What do you think we should do about that?" Upon hearing this, a mystery that had perplexed Mu Wanyun for so long suddenly became clear. She had always believed that Red Yu and Green Xiao were not the sort to harbor malicious intentions. How could they possibly have thought to tarnish Lu Rushuang's reputation or resort to underhanded methods such as administering contraceptive drugs? Furthermore, they had been devotedly attending to her, leaving them little time or means to procure such things. Thus, the events that seemed to aid her in her previous life, which ultimately led to her downfall, were all instigated by Cui Yao behind the scenes. Cui Yao. But what could possibly motivate her to act in such a manner? Mu Wanyun pondered for a long time, unable to discern the reasoning behind it. "Miss, you're awake," Green Xiao exclaimed in surprise, noticing her open eyes. Mu Wanyun then sat up, leaning on her arm, and took a sip of the hot tea that Red Yu had brought her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was in the bridal chamber. The red silk and festive bedding evoked a sense of joy, yet now it only struck her as ironic, perhaps sensing her strange expression. Green Xiao cautiously asked as she took back the teacup, "Miss, no, madam, are you unwell?" Mu Wanyun hesitated for a moment before correcting her. "Please continue to address me as Mississippi. But you have already wed into the general's household, according to etiquette." Red Yu's words were left unfinished as she noticed the change in Mu Wanyun's expression and quickly fell silent. Mu Wanyun examined the two of them intently, reflecting on the bond they had shared as master and servants over the past decade, as well as in a previous life. They had devoted themselves to her service, sometimes with good intentions that led to unfortunate outcomes, even sacrificing their lives for her beloved Huier. Before her marriage, they had insisted she heed Cui Yao's words. In that moment, she found herself at a loss regarding how to address them. "Miss, why are you looking at us like that? Have we not done well enough?" Green Xiao, perceptive and sensitive, felt uneasy under her gaze and, overwhelmed, knelt down suddenly. Observing this, Hongyu followed suit, kneeling before Mu Wanyun as well. Mu Wanyun remained silent in contemplation for a long while before finally speaking. "I will ask, and you shall answer. Should you conceal anything, I can sever our bond and provide you with a deed of servitude along with silver, thus ending our relationship as master and servants." Before she could finish, Green Xiao and Hongyu began to bow repeatedly, crying out for forgiveness. "Miss, we were wrong. Please forgive us." Their clamorous pleading irritated Mu Wanyun, who, though aware that it was their ingrained instinct after years of service, raised her voice in reprimand. "Be silent. I have spoken. You shall respond. Should you withhold the truth? Do not blame me for disregarding our years of companionship." Warmly, Green Xiao and Hongyu halted their weeping, slowly lifting their heads. Mu Wanyun's expression was as cold as ice, and her words pierced like frost. "When were you bribed by Cui Yao?" Both women turned pale, shaking their heads in denial. "Miss, we did not. We were saved by you. Since entering the household and serving you, we have regarded you as our sole mistress." They spoke almost in unison. Yet, Green Xiao suddenly recalled something, bowing her head deeply. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke again. "Cui Yao had mentioned that if you faced any distress, you should confide in her. She also remarked that while General Shen may seem admirable, he may not be suited for you, whereas young Master Chong, though currently obscure, possesses true talent and is infatuated with you. Do you truly believe she has my best interests at heart?" Mu Wanyun interrupted coldly, her inquiry leaving Green Xiao, and Hongyu exchanging puzzled glances. The two girls looked at each other, seemingly perplexed as to why their mistress would question them thus. After all, Wanyun had always been close to Cui Yao, often defending her in public, bestowing her with countless jewels, and permitting her unrestricted access to her quarters and private treasury. She had even persuaded her parents, who disapproved of Cui Yao's background, to accept her as the rightful wife of Mu Chen, ensuring all formalities were meticulously observed. Evidently, Wanyun was also contemplating this. Gazing at the two naive girls, she took a deep breath, recognizing that their predicament stemmed from her own past overindulgence and misplaced trust in Cui Yao. In her previous life, she had behaved as if she had lost her senses. However, in this lifetime, it seemed she had gained wisdom. Suddenly, she felt a reluctance to be harsh with them and patiently decided to explain her thoughts. In the past, I once believed that she genuinely cared for my well-being. However, if her intentions were sincere, why would she utter such words even after the imperial decree of marriage? Have you considered that if my resolve were to falter and I truly fled from the wedding, the Mu family would face dire consequences? Even you would not be spared. Her calm demeanor is by no means an exaggeration. Observing the changing expressions of the two, she continued, "You may not understand, but she is the daughter of an official family. Should she not comprehend this as well?" Upon hearing this, Hongyu and Lu Qiao panicked, still struggling to accept the situation. After all, did she not once save the young lady? Was she not consistently affectionate towards you? Or perhaps, she is your future? Could it be that the life-saving grace she once provided harbors other complexities? Wanyun sighed softly, recalling further details. Before her marriage, she had shown her dowry list to Cui Yao, and she remembered Cui Yao's eyes widening in disbelief, her words laden with significance. "You are fortunate, Wanyun. Your parents and elder brother treat you like a treasure, and your wedding is adorned with a 10-mile bridal procession, unlike me, who has known no love since childhood. Even in marriage, my family prepared no dowry for me." At that time, she had comforted her, saying it was of no consequence, as she would allocate some of her dowry to her, considering it a gesture since she was to marry into their family, thus not losing anything. She believed she was wholeheartedly caring for her, yet it seemed she overlooked something. How could this be? Lu Qiu exclaimed, evidently stunned by the newfound truth, unwilling to contemplate further. "All right, remember this. No matter what she says to you in the future, recount everything to me without omission. Do not conceal anything." Wanyun was aware that time was of the essence, and she needed to make arrangements swiftly, unwilling to squander time on such matters. "She dares to deceive the young lady when I next see her." Before Hongyu could finish her sentence, Wanyun interjected coldly, "Do not let it be known. If she seeks you out again, respond truthfully or with careful consideration. Accept whatever she offers. In any case, do not let her perceive anything amiss." Understood. While Hongyu was still processing the situation, Lu Qiao had already grasped her hand to perform a courtesy. Wanyun took another sip of tea, recalling something, and beckoned them closer. After a quick glance, she ultimately decided to send the more astute Lu Qiao. "You must return home secretly and inform my parents that I am currently unharmed," assuring them to remain calm and cautious. "We must avoid providing any incriminating evidence. Furthermore, be wary of Cui Yao and ask them to investigate Cheng Zhuqing. Additionally, endeavor to propagate the events of today. The more widespread, the better. Do you understand?" Wanyun said, looking towards Lu Qiao, who she knew had a good memory. Lu Qiao counted on her fingers and nodded in affirmation. Once Lu Qiao departed, Wanyun touched her slightly flat stomach, realizing she had not eaten since early morning, and promptly instructed Hongyu to procure some food. Shortly thereafter, Hongyu returned with a sorrowful expression, her voice laden with grievance. "Miss, the people from the general's residence say there is no other food available. They ask you to endure for now." Hearing this, Wanyun raised an eyebrow. Listening to the sounds of merriment outside, she rose gracefully, glanced at the pitiful Hongyu, and smiled. "Your mistress shall take you to enjoy a feast." Having spoken, he pushed open the door to the joyous chamber and strode purposefully through the corridor, making his way toward the grand banquet hall. Chapter 7. The commotion. Although Shen Kuo was absent, the banquet hall remained a hub of exuberant activity. As the emperor's personally appointed general of the north, Shen Kuo had recently returned victorious, attracting numerous sycophants, including many of his subordinates and confidants from the military, as well as a host of soldiers. Steward Shun, acting in place of Shen Kuo, mingled among the guests, exchanging pleasantries about the food and drink. As the wine flowed, many began to speak freely and without restraint, engaging in discussions about the day's festivities. "I must say, the daughter of the Mu family is stunningly beautiful. How could General Shen be so heartless as to have that delicate young lady marry a rooster?" Truly, he shows no regard for the fragility of beauty. You know nothing. Our general has long had someone dear to his heart. That Lu girl once saved his life and has bestowed upon him a great favor. He has already promised to marry her as soon as he returns to the capital, if it weren't for the Mu family's unwarranted interference. The speaker was one of Shen Kuo's subordinates who had witnessed the bond between Shen Kuo and Lu Rushuang in the military camp. Naturally, his loyalty lay with Lu Rushuang. And emboldened by drink, he voiced his sentiments. Had it not been for Steward Shun's admonitions, even more might have been revealed. Yet, some could not contain themselves and continued to speak, revealing that Miss Mu had been the one to usurp another's fiancé, ruthlessly tearing apart a couple. The daughter of the Grand Tutor, behaving so arrogantly. It was no wonder that General Shen risked incurring the Emperor's wrath by defying the imperial decree and leaving her to her own devices. She deserved it. Indeed. How absurd it was for the esteemed daughter of the Grand Tutor to be so desperate for marriage that she would wield her power to force a union. The mockery was palpable. As the conversation grew increasingly scandalous, Hong Yu, anxious, began to stomp her feet in frustration. However, Mu Wanyun remained unperturbed, pausing for a moment before gracefully approaching the group. Upon reaching the most vociferous individual, without waiting for a reaction, she seized the wine jug from his hands and tilted her head back, taking several hearty gulps, wiping her mouth with her sleeve in a show of camaraderie, exclaiming, "What fine wine!" The man, his vision clouded by intoxication, stood dumbfounded. Before he could grasp the situation, he saw Mu Wanyun extending the wine jug toward him. He hesitated, reaching out to accept it, but before he could grasp it, she suddenly released her hold. Instinctively, he bent to catch it, only to hear a sharp crack, followed by the resounding smash of the wine jug shattering. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the commotion. The man, stunned into silence, took a moment to realize he had been slapped, by a woman, no less. His eyes widened in fury. "You, my apologies. I spotted a large spider crawling on your face and acted in haste." Mu Wanyun replied without a trace of fear. What was there to fear for someone who had already faced death? "If this drunken fool dares to lay a hand on me, there will be consequences tomorrow. Madam, why are you not waiting for the general in the bridal chamber? Why have you come out?" Steward Shun, finally regaining his composure, rushed over, his expression filled with reproach, almost resembling the master of the household. Mu Wanyun cast a sidelong glance at him, feigning surprise. "Is the general truly returning today? When?" The steward stammered, unable to articulate a response. As Mu Wanyun's countenance shifted, her voice rose in pitch. "So, if the general does not return for a day, I am to starve and wait for a day? If he does not return for 2 days, I am to endure 2 days of hunger? Such words from you, madam, are incomprehensible. Once the veil is lifted, naturally. So, while your esteemed general revels in leisure, I am left here to languish in the bridal chamber, all the while subjected to your mockery." As she spoke, her piercing gaze swept across those who had derided her, ultimately settling on the inebriated man before her. "If it is for your Lu girl's sake that you wish to defend her, feel free to have your general dismiss me. Today, provide me with a divorce decree, and I shall leave at once, thereby clearing the way for General Shun and Lu, sparing the unfortunate couple from having to hide behind the pretense of bandit suppression to frolic outside." "You, what nonsense are you spouting? Our general is." The drunken man retorted, his face flushed with indignation. "Is he? Bandit suppression? Did he not venture forth alone, without you loyal subordinates?" Mu Wanyun continued to sneer, her eyes brimming with disdain, as if capable of piercing through hearts, rendering the once resolute soldiers speechless. Steward Shen inwardly lamented the situation and stepped forward to mediate. "Madam, you possess great magnanimity. Why stoop to their level? They are merely rough men, uneducated and thoughtless in their speech, unlike your eloquence. Yet, they too have fought alongside General Shun to protect the homeland, shedding blood for it. Even if you disregard their insults, for the sake of the general, you should not be so disrespectful. Their mockery of the mistress is not disrespectful, yet my earnest inquiries are deemed rude. Steward Shun, your general's household is indeed steeped in grandiosity. Today has truly opened my eyes." Mu Wanyun retorted without mercy. Among those present were numerous dignitaries, attending the wedding banquet out of respect for the newly affluent Shen Kuo. However, with Shen Kuo absent, they found themselves seated with these uncouth soldiers, a situation they had long found intolerable due to their crude behavior and raucous noise. At that moment, upon hearing Mu Wanyun's remarks, some quietly applauded in celebration, while others boldly voiced their approval, exclaiming, "Well said. Good. What a farce." The soldier who had previously been humiliated, emboldened by drink, staggered to his feet and shouted back, "You disgraceful wretch." Another, previously insulted, slammed his hand on the table and stood up defiantly. "Who fears whom?" The drunken man retorted, equally unyielding. Both factions had their supporters, and soon the atmosphere erupted into chaos, culminating in the shattering of dishes and the overturning of tables. The scene spiraled out of control. Steward Shen found himself caught in the turmoil, attempting to mediate to no avail, ultimately becoming a target for their ire. Wanyun observed coldly, having achieved her intent, and discreetly signaled to Hongyu to reclaim some fine food and drink for their quarters. Finding her ceremonial attire overly burdensome, she hastily discarded it upon her return. Then had Hongyu assist her in removing the cumbersome phoenix crown, and together they settled at the round table to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Having risen before dawn to toil on empty stomachs, they could hardly contain their appetites upon encountering food. Initially, Hongyu hesitated, but as she witnessed her mistress devour a chicken leg with fervor, she too let go of her restraint. Wanyun indulged in a sumptuous feast, savoring each mouthful of meat paired with fine wine, basking in the sheer delight of the moment. After a satisfying repast, she unsteadily made her way to the bed, her gaze falling upon the bothersome red silk that adorned it. With a casual flick, she tore it away, scattering the bothersome red dates, peanuts, and longan onto the floor. Then, with abandon, she reclined against the bed. Observing her inebriated state, swaying as she walked, Hongyu insisted on tidying the room first. Come, join your lady in slumber." She beckoned. "My lady, is that truly appropriate?" Hongyu, having imbibed more than her fair share of wine, had a rosy complexion illuminated by the flickering candlelight, rendering her quite endearing. Wanyun, her mind clouded by drink, lamented how Shen Kuo was likely entangled with Lu Rushuang, while she was left to guard the empty chamber. Feeling unjustly aggrieved, she wished for a handsome suitor to adorn Shen Kuo with an extravagant crown of infidelity. What is inappropriate about it? That rogue won't be returning for days. Hurry, for a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, Wanyun declared, playfully mimicking the debauched youth as she pulled Hongyu into her embrace, lifting her chin with a finger, leaning in to capture her lips. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. Chapter 8. The burning of the general's residence. Just as Wanyun was about to pounce on Hongyu, her body stiffened, and instinctively she turned her head to see the door to the joy chamber being kicked open from the outside. An imposing old matron, dressed in finery, trembled as she pointed a quivering finger towards the joy couch, her voice faltering in fear. Wanyun recalled that this matron was the wet nurse of Shen Kuo, the very individual who had caused her much suffering in her past life. During Xinhui's birth, she had obstructed the call for a midwife and imperial doctor, nearly resulting in a tragic double demise. With this memory, the light in Wanyun's eyes was swiftly replaced by darkness. She slid off Hongyu, lay on her side, propped her head on her hand, and studied the wet nurse with a sidelong glance, her voice laced with anger. "Who is this ill-mannered servant? This lady is resting. Who allowed you to enter? You, shameless wretch, the general has yet to return, and instead of waiting with your veil, you dare to create a ruckus. As the general's wet nurse, I must teach you a lesson. You truly know nothing of the general's residence's customs." As she spoke, the wet nurse began to stomp towards her in fury. Wanyun watched coldly, then sat up, seizing a nearby candlestick and hurled it at the wet nurse. Caught off guard, the candlestick struck her forehead, and more critically, the lit candle ignited her hair and garments, prompting her to scream in terror. The fallen candlestick set ablaze the scattered red silks and tablecloths within the room, and soon the flames began to spread. The wet nurse's cries attracted a considerable number of onlookers. When they arrived, they beheld the joy chamber engulfed in flames. Observing the growing inferno, Wanyun delivered a swift kick to the now flaming wet nurse and, pulling Hongyu along, exited the room. Noticing the gathering crowd, she pinched her thigh hard and feigned distress. Quickly, the general's wet nurse is still inside. The poor matron. The general has allowed her to perish for the sake of an outside woman. Fortunately, the matron's conscience remains. She knows this is wrong, yet fearing to disappoint the general, she has resorted to self-immolation. With that, Wanyun exchanged a knowing glance with Hongyu, who, quick to play her part, fell to her knees, wailing, "Matron, may you find peace on your journey. My lady and I will forever be grateful for your immense kindness." Amidst the flames, the wet nurse, hearing the lamentations outside, shouted with all her might, filled with regret for not bringing help to teach the insolent girl a lesson, and loathing herself for falling victim to her. Her entire body ached from the burns, and knowing her time was short, she struggled to call out, "Tell the general, old servants. Do not worry, matron. The general shall not blame you." Mu Wanyun interrupted, raising her voice. The wet nurse, unable to speak due to the smoke choking her throat, found herself in despair. Suddenly, a beam fell, crushing her beneath it, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, succumbing to darkness. Mu Wanyun watched coldly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. That night, she ultimately could not find rest. The fire at the general's residence raged throughout the night, fueled by a fierce wind that rendered the flames uncontrollable, swiftly consuming the main house and spreading to the east and west wings, ultimately reaching several adjacent courtyards. The servants, having indulged in drink, were largely incapacitated, with only a few remaining sober, while those capable of managing the situation were inebriated, akin to lifeless swine. Consequently, the Grand General's estate suffered the devastating consequence of being largely reduced to ruins. Hong Yu, gazing at the charred remnants of the once magnificent residence, could not suppress her anxiety and tugged at Mu Wanyun's sleeve, asking, "Miss, what shall we do now?" "What do you mean, what shall we do? Isn't this view rather unsightly?" Mu Wanyun replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of liberation that rendered her oblivious to the dire situation. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hastily pulled Hong Yu along. "Miss, what is it?" Hong Yu exclaimed, her tongue stumbling in a flurry of concern as they hurried along. "My dowry?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hong Yu's eyes widened, and she quickened her pace to follow her mistress. Fortunately, Providence smiled upon them, and her dowry remained untouched. Upon seeing the 100 chests of her dowry, Mu Wanyun was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. In her previous life, although Shen Kuo had been distant, he entrusted her with significant responsibilities, declaring, "I believe you will manage the household well." Those words had instilled in her a sense of purpose, driving her to strive to fulfill the role of the general's wife. However, upon meticulously examining the accounts, she discovered that the general's estate was riddled with financial woes. The servants' wages were often delayed, yet Shen Kuo's household was constantly supplied with exquisite delicacies and costly medicinal herbs for nourishment. The Shen family's coffers were nearly empty. Despite Shen Kuo's substantial salary and generous rewards, his open-handed nature led him to distribute his pay and bonuses before they could warm in his hands, earning him a reputation as a benevolent general who cared for his subordinates. Yet, the mess within the household, along with his unreasonable demands, fell entirely upon her shoulders. In her previous life, she had genuinely believed his flattering words, convinced that his delegation of household management was a sign of trust. She endeavored to excel, using her dowry to supplement the household and leveraging her connections to establish businesses and acquire land. Shen Kuo, while criticizing her for being overly preoccupied with trivial matters, was unyielding when it came to accepting funds from her. Eventually, through her relentless efforts, the general's estate transformed from loss to profit, amassing numerous properties and businesses, becoming a source of envy among the wealthy in the capital. Yet, she had scarcely begun to relish her achievements before meeting her untimely demise. It dawned on her that Shen Kuo and his favored concubine, Lu Rushuang, had likely reveled in the fruits of her labor. With this thought, Mu Wanyun's eyes reddened, and her expression grew ominously cold. Hong Yu, sensing her mistress's distress, gently tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Miss, are you all right?" "Hong Yu, summon our people and have them move the dowry back." Mu Wanyun paused, recalling that the Mu family had an impending bride, Cui Yao, who had always coveted her dowry. The words that nearly escaped her lips were redirected, ultimately transforming into a request to relocate her bridal estate, assigning a few individuals to guard it well. Additionally, she instructed someone to prepare the largest courtyard in the residence, as their own courtyard had been reduced to ashes, leaving them without even a place to rest. With that, Mu Wanyun boldly proceeded to Furong Courtyard, a space specifically reserved by Shen Kuo for his beloved Lu Rushuang. This courtyard was several times larger than the Mulan courtyard she had inhabited in her previous life, adorned with the finest furnishings and featuring an artificial lake. Each summer, the lake blossomed with lotus flowers, the leaves of vibrant green, and golden-red koi fish danced about, symbolizing prosperity and good fortune. As she commanded the arrangements, she also ordered the relocation of the bedding, pillows, and other personal belongings she had salvaged, ensuring those she had brought from the Mu family were comfortably settled in the courtyard. Once she had nearly finished her preparations and felt a pang of hunger, she reclined on the recently moved-in concubine's couch and requested a meal. After a day and night of labor, she finally found a moment of respite. Just as she began to enjoy her meal and stretch in relaxation, Lu Qiao, who had left the estate the previous night, returned with several pieces of good news. The first tidbit was that, in response to her wishes, they had successfully bribed the storytellers at various tea houses to spread rumors of the General's house openly disdainful of the Emperor's favor, fabricating lies about not attending the wedding, which was a veiled expression of discontent towards His Majesty's bestowed marriage. They also propagated the notion that Shen Kuo was a divine general, sent by the heavens to rescue the beleaguered, whose heroic accomplishments surpassed even the emperor's in the eyes of the common folk, thus explaining his disregard for the imperial edict. The second piece of news was that her parents were deeply concerned for her well-being. They sent Hong Yu to convey that if she found her situation unbearable, she could seek a divorce, as they would always have her back. They had reprimanded Mu Chen, advising him to curb his avarice. As for Cui Yao, her parents asserted that if she were discontent, they would not object to an annulment and would counsel Mu Chen accordingly. Lastly, concerning Chong Zhuqing, her parents were hearing of him for the first time and were unaware of his specific circumstances, but had already dispatched someone to investigate. Upon hearing this, Wanyun, though already aware of her parents' affection for her, felt tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Their love for her was unreserved, eclipsing even that of her elder brother. She pondered what merit she possessed to deserve such caring parents. Deep inside, she vowed that in this life, she would not allow the tragedies of her past to repeat. In this life, she would ensure her parents' safety and peace. Chapter 9 Farewell to Shen Kuo. I had anticipated that I would not see Shen Kuo for at least another 10 days. After all, in my previous life, he had returned after a fortnight. However, an unexpected conflagration hastened his return by a full half-month. As I gazed upon the remnants of the General's mansion, now reduced to ashes, and listened to Steward Shun's heart-wrenching account of the events that transpired yesterday, particularly the inexplicable demise of the wet nurse who had nurtured him, I felt a surge of rage rise within Shen Kuo. His hands, previously at his sides, clenched into fists, unable to contain the tumult of his emotions, and he strode purposefully towards the Mulan courtyard. Seeing this, Steward Shun hurriedly followed, realizing the general was headed in the wrong direction. He called out, "General, it is not that way." Shen Kuo halted, and by the time he turned, Steward Shun had already reached him, breathless and pointing towards the direction of the Furong courtyard. "The fire has completely consumed the Mulan courtyard, and Madam, the Lady Mu." Confronted by Shen Kuo's piercing gaze, which seemed capable of murder, Steward Shun regrettably bit his tongue and quickly corrected himself. "I meant to say Lady Jiang." She ordered her belongings to be moved to the Furong courtyard. "Currently, what?" In an instant, a murderous expression flickered across Shen Kuo's face, and he nearly seized Steward Shun by the collar, his voice a thunderous roar. "What did I instruct you?" The Furong courtyard was arranged for Schwanger, every detail meticulously chosen to suit her taste. "General, it is not that I am unaware of your affections for Miss Lu. I am fully cognizant of your intentions. However, last night was your wedding, and you graciously allowed all within the mansion, regardless of status, to partake in the festivities in the front hall. Many indulged excessively, and when the fire erupted, few were in a state of clarity. It was only after I had doused some with water that a handful regained their senses and rushed to extinguish the flames. By the time we realized what had transpired, Lady Mu had already discreetly moved her belongings. After all, she is still the general's wife, and her temperament last night was unmistakable. She is truly nothing like the virtuous woman spoken of in rumors. I sincerely." As Steward Shen spoke, he knelt, bowing his head repeatedly, his voice trembling with grief, tears streaming down his face, and his forehead bleeding from the force of his gestures. Shen Kuo averted his gaze, closing his eyes, and struck his fist against a nearby tree, exhaling heavily as he muttered, "I never imagined I would marry a shrew, bringing such turmoil to my household." Hearing this, Steward Shun inwardly sighed with relief. Observing Shen Kuo turning once more towards the Furong courtyard, he quickly rose and followed, recounting further details about Lady Mu that he had not had time to elaborate upon earlier. He emphasized her disparaging remarks regarding Shen Kuo's respect for the emperor during the wedding procession and her provocative comments that incited discord among the guests at the banquet. As Shen Kuo listened, his fury intensified, his eyes reddening ominously. "Damn it, I had thought, even if she was not fond of me, she would at least possess some semblance of virtue, coming from a scholarly family. I had hoped that, after our union, I could bring Rishwang here. Yet, I find her to be such a shrew. I must have been blind. Had I known." He did not articulate the remainder of his thought. The mansion was in disarray today, being a residence bestowed by the emperor, and many within were long-serving retainers. making it impossible to ascertain if there were spies of the emperor among them. Upon reflection, he clenched his teeth, suppressing the flames of anger within him. When he spoke again, his tone had transformed. Your Majesty's good intentions are acknowledged, yet I did not anticipate the Mu family's treachery. The envious woman has managed to project an image of virtue. As he uttered these words, he cast a careful glance around, relieved to find no one nearby. He quickened his pace towards the Furong garden. Upon his arrival, Mu Wanyun had just awakened from her slumber. She was quite particular about her sustenance, and while she found the courtyard somewhat satisfactory, there were numerous details that sparked her discontent. Thus, she directed her servants to make adjustments according to her preferences. Just as Shen Kuo entered, he witnessed her ordering the removal of the begonia tree he had personally planted for Lu Rushuang. What are you doing? Shen Kuo stormed in, kicking one of the young servants aside, his eyes blazing with fury as he confronted Mu Wanyun. Who permitted you to do this? Oh, isn't this my husband, who has no time to fulfill the imperial decree of marriage but is eager to eradicate bandits. Mu Wanyun sat regally in a high-backed chair, casually eating grapes fed to her by Lu Qiao, her eyelids barely lifting as she mocked him. Mu, spare me your sarcasm. I demand to know who authorized your presence here and who granted you the audacity to disturb my personally cultivated tree. Shen Kuo advanced toward her, his body trembling with rage as he noticed her unperturbed demeanor. Lu Qiao instinctively shrank back, tugging at Mu Wanyun's sleeve. However, Mu Wanyun, unflustered, spat out the grape skin in his direction, adjusting her posture slightly to sit more upright. She lifted her chin and glanced at him with a smirk. Your words are amusing, General. I am bestowed upon you by His Majesty, and this residence is also a gift for our wedding. Am I not entitled to a modicum of authority in my own home? You. Shen Kuo struggled to retort, but as a military man with limited formal education, he found himself at a loss for words, his face reddening with frustration. In truth, he was not unhandsome. Otherwise, Mu Wanyun would not have fallen for him so deeply in their past life. Yet now, as he gazed upon his own visage, he felt nothing but disdain. No matter how handsome one might be, unfaithfulness and insincerity breed contempt. The disdain in Mu Wanyun's eyes was unmistakable, leaving Shen Kuo momentarily speechless. After all, she had always chased after him, professing her affections openly, her gaze ever filled with the shy innocence of a young girl in love. For a fleeting moment, he thought perhaps he was imagining things. Yet, upon rubbing his eyes vigorously, the scene remained unchanged. She is merely putting on an act, he concluded. Indeed, this must be the case. Rushuang has informed me that women like Mu Wanyun, meticulously nurtured by noble families, are adept at subtle manipulation, employing every tactic to ensnare a man's heart. Whether through feigned tenderness or the illusion of virtue, they are skilled in the art of seduction, often employing the strategy of feigned withdrawal to entice. However, he had not anticipated that she would commence such antics so soon after their marriage. Mu Wanyun, resorting to all means to vie for affection. Do you truly believe that by causing such a ruckus, I would care for you? Let me assure you, you are merely lost in a dream. I, Shen Kuo, would never harbor affection for a woman as calculating as you. To speak frankly, I already have someone in my heart, so you should abandon this notion. If you remain prudent and respectful, there may still be a place for you in the general's residence. We shall keep to our own paths. Otherwise what? The derision at the corner of Mu Wanyun's lips was unabashed. As she questioned him, she shook her head, unchanged, stubbornly self-righteous. In the previous life, he always believed her actions were mere attempts to entice him, to ensnare his heart. Yet in this life, despite her current state, how could he still think that way? She wanted to ask if his mind had been muddled. If not, then why not return whence you came? Shen Kuo found himself somewhat bewildered by her attitude, momentarily forgetting his purpose, and blurted out, All right then, I await the general's word. Mu Wanyun was overjoyed, standing gracefully as she called for Hongyu to pack their belongings, while reminding Shen Kuo not to forget to hand over the divorce decree. Of course, the most crucial part was to inform His Majesty that it was the general who despised me, and that I, Mu Wanyun, had not disobeyed the imperial edict. This had nothing to do with the Mu family. Shen Kuo was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom Mu Wanyun's reaction, his mouth agape, lost in thought. It was only when Mu Wanyun was about to leave with her bundle that he seemed to awaken from a dream, rushing to stand in front of her and the maid. What does the general mean by this? Mu Wanyun, stop pretending. Do not think that your act will make me care for you. It will only increase my disdain. Shen Kuo was convinced that Mu Wanyun could never truly wish to part ways with him. Mu Wanyun felt helpless, blaming herself for being deceived by his facade of a heroic savior in their previous life. leading her to act in ways that diminished her worth and, thus, bolstered his arrogance. She tilted her head, contemplating how to convey to him that she was not merely pretending. Very well, for the sake of the esteemed Mu Taifu, I shall overlook your previous indiscretions. However, you have wounded my brother's pride, and you must kneel and personally seek their forgiveness. Furthermore, Nurse Ru, who raised me, holds a maternal place in my heart, and you have cruelly caused her demise. You must don mourning attire for her and properly arrange her funeral. As for the general's residence, you shall finance its renovation and then vacate. You are unworthy of residing in the Lotus Courtyard. Smack. Before Shen Kuo could finish, Mu Wanyun had already raised her hand in exasperation. Though her strength was modest, the sound was crisp and resonant. This way, surely Shen Kuo would not continue to indulge in his self-adoration? Observing his expression shift from shock to disbelief and then to fury as he raised his hand against her, she felt certain that her actions had borne fruit. Mu Wanyun, have you lost your mind? Shen Kuo nearly roared. Are you awake now? If that is insufficient, shall I continue? The corners of Mu Wanyun's lips curled slightly, a smile that was neither entirely mirthful nor entirely mocking, as she regarded Shen Kuo, who seemed to be in a state of seismic shock, entirely dismissive of his wrath. Shen Kuo's gaze grew even more perplexed, as if he no longer recognized the person before him, firmly believing that she was employing some means to attract him. Yet why did she appear to possess a hint of sincerity? Shen Kuo, if you remain oblivious, allow me to reiterate, in my past folly, I deemed you a noble soul. However, upon your abandonment of me at the wedding hall, my heart grew cold towards you. I am aware of your affections for another. Whether you believe it or not, I was previously unaware and never intended to intrude upon your affair. If you possess any sense of responsibility, go before His Majesty and exchange your military power for a divorce between us. What do you say? Shen Kuo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the words he had just heard. Indeed, she was not only cunning but also coveted his military authority. How despicable. You need not gaze at me so fiercely. You ought to comprehend that the Emperor's decree of marriage was not an act of goodwill, nor was it out of respect for my father. You have achieved great military success, yet now that the battles have calmed, your position as a general makes His Majesty uneasy. His decree is also a means of keeping you under supervision, or perhaps waiting for mutual disdain to blossom. It remains to be seen whether you value your heart's desire or your command more. Let it be clear that I have not taken anything from you. I am equally innocent in this matter. Mu Wanyun recalled how, in her previous life, Shen Kuo and Lu Rushuang often regarded her as an unwelcome obstacle between their love, hurling cruel words her way. In this life, she would unveil the truth to him. What, General, are you reluctant? It seems that in your heart, Lady Rushuang holds little significance. Mu Wanyun mocked disdainfully. You must not speak such nonsense. My feelings for Rushuang are as clear as day. My military authority, however, has been earned through blood and battle. As their commander, I cannot abandon my comrades. With the war not yet settled, how could I remain indifferent? In essence, it seems you cannot part with your military command. If that is the case, we can only continue to regard each other with disdain. I shall make do in the Lotus Pavilion, but as for your demands, I find them difficult to comply with. Moreover, do not forget to explain to His Majesty why you have disobeyed his decree and incited those in the manor to treat me with disrespect, even to the point of attempting to burn me alive. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Kuo's eyes blazed with fury. The people in the manor have all witnessed how your comrades scorned me. Indeed, those noble families present could no longer tolerate it. They turned hostile, overturning tables. And that matron openly confessed to receiving orders from you to burn me. Is that not your command? I see now. It must be that Lu girl behind this. Mu Wanyun feigned realization. Shen Kuo could no longer bear to listen. Do not utter such absurdities. As he looked down upon her, his hand poised to strike, she stood unflinching, raising her chin defiantly. What, General, do you believe that since you did not succeed in killing me, you must resort to your own hand? Then come forth. But be prepared to face my family, the entire court, and the Emperor's wrath. You. Shen Kuo fell silent, never before having felt so constrained. His hand hovered multiple times, yet he could not bring himself to strike. The General Steward Shen, witnessing the predicament, had initially thought the General's return would enable him to deal with her, but unexpectedly, since the General cannot bear to act, perhaps he should contemplate how to enter the palace to meet the Emperor. The imperial decree of marriage requires us to express our gratitude in the royal court. Mu Wanyun cast a disdainful glance at Shen Kuo, increasingly convinced that her previous self had been blind to his true nature, mistaking him for a figure of remarkable prowess. How foolish. A coward who could not even face His Majesty to retract a betrothal, Yet he had the audacity to keep her trapped in this predicament. Chapter 10. Entering the palace in the confrontation, Shen Kuo was left fuming after their exchange, storming off in anger. Green Xiao observed this scene with unease. Her gaze meeting Mu Wanyun's scrutinizing eyes, prompting her to quickly lower her head. With a heavy sigh, Mu Wanyun called her over, offering comfort. What troubles you, miss? You are marrying into this family. Life must go on. If you offend the general, how will you manage in the future? Green Xiao's voice wavered, tinged with a hint of tears as her fear escalated. Mu Wanyun, unable to suppress her irritation, poked her forehead twice with a finger and continued. Do you truly believe that my subservience would earn his regard? Do you think if I remain passive, I wouldn't be sent to Fenglin courtyard instead? At this, Green Xiao appeared incredulous. Although she had only recently entered the general's residence, she was aware that Fenglin courtyard was the most desolate and neglected part of the estate. How could her mistress, the general's wife, possibly end up there? Mu Wanyun, noticing the girl's lingering illusions about Shen Kuo, felt compelled to remind her. What do you think his intentions are? Green Xiao opened her mouth slightly, seemingly perplexed by her mistress's meaning. Mu Wanyun delicately pinched a grape and, after savoring it, softly revealed, he has come to expel us. Therefore, you must strengthen our defenses. I cannot afford to be ousted in my absence. Reflecting on the events, Green Xiao recalled that upon his arrival, the general had not inquired about her mistress's well-being nor offered any explanation concerning the previous day's wedding. He had immediately resorted to questioning, his tone far from amiable. How pitiable her mistress was. She silently reassessed Shen Kuo's character, lowering her opinion of him. Enough. Assist me in changing, Mu Wanyun stretched languidly. She had anticipated that Shen Kuo would, like in her previous life, remain absent, but now that he had appeared, a visit to the palace to express gratitude was unavoidable. How ironic it was to feign gratitude while fully aware of the traps laid before her. As she emerged from her chamber, elegantly attired, she found Shen Kuo waiting outside, having changed his attire as well. His impatience was evident, his eyes scanning her with barely concealed annoyance. However, perhaps finding her appearance presentable enough not to disgrace him, he surprisingly nodded, a fleeting glimmer of admiration crossing his gaze. Mu Wanyun took note of this but offered no acknowledgement, sweeping past him and leading the way out of the residence. Shen Kuo, tall and swift, quickly caught up with her. As they approached the carriage, he nearly leaped aboard in one stride, momentarily pausing as if recalling something. Just as he reached out, he observed her cold demeanor as she lifted her skirts and stepped into the stirrup. The carriage was spacious enough to accommodate 5 or 6 individuals without feeling cramped. She deliberately chose a seat as far from Shen Kuo as possible. The fury on his face was palpable, yet she feigned ignorance. Throughout the journey, the only sound was the rhythmic clatter of hooves against the cobblestones, creating a rare tranquility, allowing her to calm her thoughts and contemplate many things. In her previous life, she was ensnared solely in the web of love, never contemplating the myriad of details that lay beyond. It is only in this life that she uncovers the subtleties she had once overlooked. Although His Majesty has ascended the throne for several years, he remains shackled by the influence of powerful ministers. Particularly, the current emperor harbors a desire for power that eclipses that of his predecessors, showing a clear inclination to consolidate authority into his own grasp. Fully aware that her union with Shen Kuo has devolved into enmity, he nonetheless insists on their marriage, revealing the depth and peril of his intentions, sending chills down her spine. She had always believed that His Majesty wished for her and Shen Kuo to monitor each other, to undermine one another, for only through such discord could greater truths be unveiled. He could then emerge as a savior, sweeping away certain elements while benevolently bestowing his grace. Upon grasping this reality, she realizes that seeking a divorce from Shen Kuo would not be an easy endeavor, especially not one she could initiate. Thus, she must observe Shen Kuo's feelings for the enchanting Lu Rushuang to ascertain their depth. Her father, a revered mentor to the emperor, holds significant sway in the court, and as long as he remains, His Majesty's authority will be challenged. Even with her father's restrained demeanor, he cannot alleviate the emperor's unease. It appears she must persuade her father. Although the emperor has shown some inclination to reclaim military power from Shen Kuo, the current state of affairs, though less tumultuous, still harbors formidable foes lurking in the shadows. Hence, the emperor's intentions seem more directed towards her father and the Mu family. The commotion she caused yesterday, despite her efforts to shift the blame onto Shen Kuo, could lead to dire consequences for the Mu family if the emperor chooses to show favoritism. Contemplating this, Mu Wanyun felt a surge of anxiety. No matter the circumstances, such an eventuality must be averted. As she approached the palace gates, an impulsive determination surged within her. Suddenly rising to her feet, she strode directly before Shen Kuo, her hand raised as she delivered a sharp slap across his face. The sound echoed, leaving Shen Kuo momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he began to shout in anger. Have you lost your mind? Yes, I have indeed gone mad. Shen Kuo, you have driven me to this madness. Do you realize that I have become the laughingstock of the entire city? Defying a royal decree to marry, abandoning me. Fabricating excuses of bandit suppression. What a ruse. I know you are harboring a little vixen outside, Lu Rushuang, is it? If you dare bring her into your estate. Mark my words, it will be your arrogant wet nurse who faces the flames this time, and next, it will be your precious heart. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that, you lunatic? Shen Kuo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the seemingly deranged Wanyun. He seized her by the neck with a fierce grip, his hand clenched tightly into a fist, drawing near to her cheek, and roared, Wanyun, do you think I would hesitate to act against you? I warn you, if you. I intend to end her life. No, that would be too merciful. You wish to marry her, so very well, I shall assist you in that very endeavor tomorrow. But once she is in my possession, I wonder how many days that wretched life of hers can endure. As he spoke, Wanyun erupted into a frenzied laughter, interspersed with various curses and insults, albeit her voice remained low. Yet, to Shen Kuo's ears, it tightened every muscle in his body, his complexion shifting from pale to crimson, and then to a deep shade of black. Wanyun, I will finally. Wanyun, observing the fist approaching her, felt an urgency surpassing anyone else's. Yet, Shen Kuo simply would not strike. As they neared the palace gates, she steeled her resolve and directly punched her own nose, blood gushing forth immediately. Shen Kuo's pupils dilated. Stupefied by the sight, Wanyun had lost all hope in him. After all, they were in a carriage, and no one could witness the act. She was determined to blame him for her injury. Gritting her teeth, she punched her own eye. Subsequently, she slapped her own cheeks several times, causing them to sting painfully, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. In a frenzy, she began to tug at her hair, screaming, General, I was wrong. Spare me, please. Help, help. General, I am the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor, betrothed by His Majesty. If you remain dissatisfied, Throughout this tumult, Shen Kuo remained in a daze, witnessing the woman before him act as if possessed, striking and pulling at herself. Then, with a sly smile thrown his way, she shouted for help and leapt from the carriage. When he finally regained his senses, Wanyun had tumbled onto the palace path. Several patrolling guards rushed over, but dared not approach her. Ultimately, some palace servants came forward to assist her. With her face marred by injuries, Wanyun cried bitterly, calling out, Your Majesty, I must see the Emperor. The general seeks to kill me. Shen Kuo jumped from the carriage, his face darkened with indignation. As he stepped closer, Wanyun, terrified, fell to the ground, appearing genuinely frightened. A few quick-witted palace attendants had already dispatched someone to relay an urgent message. Before long, attendants from Qianqing Palace arrived, accompanied by imperial guards. General Shen, Miss Mu, His Majesty requests your presence. They cast a glance at the wounds on Wanyun's face. Their gaze towards Shen Kuo laced with disdain. In the palace, every individual possessed a keen awareness, even early on. Someone had informed the emperor about the events surrounding the marriage between the general's residence and that of the Grand Tutor, leaving no detail unreported. Though they were mere servants, their proximity to the emperor afforded them timely information. A decree of marriage, a tremendous favor. How audacious of General Shen to create such a scene, openly assaulting the Grand Tutor's legitimate daughter in the palace's pathway. No matter the merits he possessed, such an act was inexcusable. Shen Kuo, under the scrutinizing gaze of the eunuch, found himself at a loss for words, just as Wanyun broke into a heart-wrenching cry and dramatically flung her sleeve. Chapter 11. The facade of tranquility as Wanyun, supported by palace attendants, trembled into Qianqing Palace, her eyes glistening like dew-laden pear blossoms. She beheld Shen Kuo kneeling in the hall, surrounded by a multitude of scattered memorials that had been hurled to the ground, along with paperweights and inkstones. Clearly, the emperor had received alarming news and had already chastised Shen Kuo in a fit of rage. Although Shen Kuo knelt, his back remained unyieldingly straight, and his profile bore a stubborn defiance, hinting at an underlying discontent. Wanyun could not help but stifle a laugh at his foolishness. Yet, she discreetly pinched her thigh, the pain-provoking tears to spill anew, causing her shoulders to shake with emotion. The palace maid who had accompanied her, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy. her gaze drifting towards Shen Kuo with a hint of disdain, as she announced, "Your Majesty, Madame Shen has arrived." Upon hearing this, the Emperor's previously furious expression transformed. His gaze sharpened, falling upon the sorrowful figure of Wanyun, whose composure was marred by tears. A flicker of compassion softened his countenance. But when he looked back at Shen Kuo, his eyes darkened with contempt. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Kuo, ever the fool, turned and glared at the trembling Wanyun, barking at her, "You have come at a fortuitous time. I shall clarify my position to His Majesty. I did not lay a hand on her, yet the Emperor does not believe me. As a man of honor, I would never harm a defenseless woman. You must swiftly clarify this to His Majesty." The Emperor's expression soured further, his brows knitting tightly, yet he still turned to Wanyun, his eyes narrowing as if a shadow flickered within. "Wanyun, what is the truth of this matter? I have already reprimanded General Shen severely. Yet he insists he has never harmed you and swears upon it. I trust you, but could there be a misunderstanding?" Though the Emperor's tone was mild, Wanyun sensed the underlying threat. Discovering the truth could lead to far more than mere admonishments. Trembling uncontrollably, she raised her tear-filled gaze to meet Shen Kuo's, panic enveloping her as she shook violently. The palace maid, intending to withdraw, noticed Wanyun falter and rushed to support her, keenly observing her distress. Wanyun's lips quivered, and one could almost hear her teeth chattering in fear. If not for the profound dread of solitude, would she tremble so? Yet, Shen Kuo, convinced she was merely playing the victim, grew even more menacing, disregarding the Emperor's presence as he approached her threateningly. Husband, I was wrong. Please do not strike me." As Shen Kuo advanced, Wanyun broke, collapsing to the ground in terror, her arms shielding her head as she wept uncontrollably. Shen Kuo froze, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he ground his teeth, preparing to seize her. "You deceitful wretch, what grievance do I bear against you? Why must you?" "General, I truly realize my mistake." Wanyun cried out as Shen Kuo reached for her, her vision fading as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Shen Kuo found himself utterly bewildered by the scene before him, feeling a surge of contempt for the woman, convinced that she was feigning her condition deliberately. He gripped her shoulders tightly, intending to shake her back to reality, yet the frail figure beneath his hands remained unresponsive, as limp as a rag doll. "General Shen, how could you treat Madame Shen in such a manner?" "Your Majesty." The palace maid, seething with indignation, though merely a humble servant, had served the Emperor for many years. Even the current Prime Minister would show her a modicum of courtesy. Yet she had never allowed herself to be spoiled by favoritism. Her dedication to duty was unwavering. It was only in her fury that she spoke out, and upon realizing her transgression, she immediately knelt to plead for forgiveness. "I have overstepped, but Your Majesty, please consider the reputation of Master Mu." Upon hearing the name of Master Mu, the Emperor's anger peaked. He gazed at Shen Kuo, who persisted in his defiance, and struck the imperial table with his hand. "Shen Kuo, do you even regard me?" Shen Kuo trembled, his crimson eyes regaining focus as he staggered to kneel on the ground, clasping his fists. "Your Majesty, in my moment of desperation, I swear to the heavens." As Shen Kuo withdrew, Wanyun collapsed once more to the floor. Internally gritting her teeth, Wanyun seethed, "Shen Kuo, just you wait." The Emperor glanced at Shen Kuo and then at the unconscious Wanyun, exhaling in resignation as he pressed his fingers to his brow and summoned the royal physician. While awaiting the physician's arrival, the Emperor's expression darkened, his eyes narrowed, brimming with a tempestuous intensity. Shen Kuo dared not breathe loudly, opting instead to cast furious glances at the still feigning Wanyun. Though she appeared to be unconscious, Wanyun could sense the heavy and lethal atmosphere surrounding her. She understood that the Dog Emperor would not be easily convinced of her innocence. Should she slip up, the consequences would be dire. However, she remained untroubled. For when she had fainted, she had discreetly swallowed a medicinal pill that a mere palace doctor would not be able to uncover. Soon, the physician was ushered in by the same matron from earlier. After bowing to the Emperor, he was directed to examine the fainted woman in the hall. With the arrival of the physician, Shen Kuo felt emboldened, speaking up frequently. "Your Majesty, every word I say is the truth. I have never laid a hand on her. She has done this to herself and is intentionally slandering me." He cast a menacing glare at Wanyun, resembling a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey, and could not resist taunting her. "Wanyun, before the physician, your petty tricks will inevitably be unveiled. If you awaken now and confess everything, I will intercede on your behalf with the Emperor. Otherwise, both you and your father, the Mu family, will pay dearly for today's slander against this general and for deceiving the sovereign." The Emperor remained silent. Yet his gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the physician and Mu Wanyun. The physician meticulously examined Mu Wanyun's eyelids and took her pulse before retrieving silver needles to puncture several acupoints on her head and hands. It was not long before Mu Wanyun began to stir. Seeing this, Shen Kuo could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "Indeed, she was merely pretending. Your Majesty, now you must believe." "What is the matter with the physician?" The emperor interjected before Shen Kuo could finish. "Your Majesty, I must report that Madame Shen was indeed overwhelmed by fright and fainted. Just now, I employed silver needles to stimulate her acupoints, which roused her from her unconscious state. I also carefully examined her pulse and discovered that Madame Shen is beset by excessive worry and fear, compounded by violent blows. She requires ample time to recuperate." "What? Violent blows?" The anger in Your Majesty's voice was palpable, and the glare directed at Shen Kuo was akin to that of a murderer. "Yes. I examined Madame Shen and observed that her injuries appear to be the result of a single assault, which is unbecoming of a frail woman." Before the imperial physician could finish, Shen Kuo erupted in fury, pointing at the physician and bellowing, "Are you incompetent in your craft, or have you been bribed?" "Enough." "Shen Kuo." The emperor's countenance darkened. Upon hearing the commotion, the imperial guards rushed in. Shen Kuo, regaining some composure, hastily knelt in contrition. "Your Majesty, you know my temperament. I harbor no disrespect towards you. That is sufficient." The emperor pressed his forehead, appearing somewhat agitated. He raised his hand to dismiss the imperial guards and subsequently sent the physician away. He then descended step by step until he stood towering over Shen Kuo, delivering a sharp kick to his midsection. Despite being a general, Shen Kuo staggered slightly from the pain. Mu Wanyun silently thought, "Fool," and upon raising her gaze, she noticed the emperor's expression had darkened even further. "Your Majesty, I truly..." Mu Wanyun inwardly rolled her eyes. Even at this juncture, he persisted in his defense. In her previous life, she often questioned her attraction to this simpleton Shen Kuo. "Silence. I am aware of your contributions to the nation, nearing your 30s without a wife. I bestowed upon you the daughter of my esteemed mentor in hopes that you would treat her with kindness, not subject her to such humiliation." "Shen Kuo, assaulting a woman, how despicable. Are you dissatisfied with my marriage decree? Or perhaps with me? Here, within the palace, beneath my very gaze, you dare to raise your hand. What would you attempt when I am not watching?" The emperor's wrath was thunderous, and even Shen Kuo trembled under its weight. As a martial general, he was straightforward and forthright, yet not lacking in intellect. In his moment of fury, he had not thought clearly, but now the truth was as clear as day. Mu Wanyun had orchestrated this situation deliberately, drawing the ire of the emperor towards herself. Her intentions were reprehensible. Upon realizing this, Shen Kuo knelt on the ground, pleading earnestly, "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my error. I was merely playfully teasing my wife, not realizing her delicate constitution. I did not intend to harm her. She mistook my roughness for aggression. I am indeed a boorish man, nearing my 30s without having wed. Your Majesty, in your benevolence, granted me the gift of a virtuous match, and I am eternally grateful. I bear no ill will or contempt." The once arrogant Shen Kuo now groveled in supplication, and the emperor, evidently pleased, allowed the facade of anger to dissipate. When he turned his gaze towards Mu Wanyun, however, it was laden with impatience. Adopting a feigned tone of affection, "Wanyun, what do you think?" What did she think? Naturally, she harbored a desire to eliminate Shen Kuo. Yet, she understood that any hint of dissatisfaction could topple the precariously maintained balance of their situation. Perhaps she raised her sleeve to wipe away her tears, kneeling on the ground, bowing her head in reverence. When she lifted her gaze, biting her lower lip, she appeared both fearful and yet resolute in her restraint. "As long as my husband no longer, I, as a devoted wife, am willing to manage our household affairs. If my husband wishes to take a beloved, I shall not object." Upon hearing this, Shen Kuo stiffened momentarily, his fists clenched before he recalled something and restrained himself. A flicker of astonishment and displeasure crossed the emperor's eyes as he appraised Mu Wanyun, ultimately nodding with a smile while he moved behind the imperial desk. "This is quite satisfactory. Since it was merely a misunderstanding, I shall be at ease. General Shen, at your service." Wanyun is the eldest daughter of the Grand Tutor, known for her virtue and grace. You should cherish, respect, and love her dearly. Do not let my sincere intentions go to waste, nor cause the Grand Tutor any distress. Otherwise, I shall not be lenient with you. Understood, Shen Kuo responded, his gaze momentarily flashing fiercely at Mu Wanyun. Wanyun, General Shen is a celebrated hero who has made remarkable contributions to our nation's defense. He may be somewhat reckless, so I trust you will be patient. I believe you are a match made in heaven, blessed by my decree of marriage, and you shall surely live in harmony. I shall abide by your wishes." Seeing this, the emperor's smile broadened, and he continued to speak at length, gesturing grandly to bestow countless treasures of gold, silver, and fine silks. He instructed that today's events be kept under wraps to avoid worrying the grand tutor and court officials. Wanyun understood that the emperor remained undeterred, desiring to instigate further conflict between them, likely for the purpose of reclaiming power in the future. A decree of marriage was not easily undone. It would require considerable effort to extricate oneself. Yet, she would prefer that Shen Kuo take the lead. Chapter 12. Hatred at last. The emperor personally placed their hands together, watching them depart hand in hand, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Despite their mutual disdain, the two were compelled to feign the affectionate demeanor of a loving couple. Accompanied by palace attendants, they could only suppress their revulsion throughout the journey, particularly for Wanyun. The mere touch of Shen Kuo's hand felt akin to encountering the most repulsive, slimy creature, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. As she struggled to contain her nausea, her thoughts wandered. Her father, though stern and serious, was genuinely sincere with others. She had often heard him speak of the current emperor in a manner akin to that of a close relative, even surpassing familial ties. She recalled a time when the crown prince suffered from a severe cold. Her father had personally stayed at the East Palace to care for him, remaining there for several days without returning home. She could not fathom why the emperor harbored such animosity towards her father, going so far as to orchestrate a scheme that would irreparably damage her family. Yet, he masked his intentions under the guise of benevolence, presenting himself as a wise ruler. Lost in thought, she suddenly realized they had arrived at the palace gates. As the attendants vanished into the insatiable imperial city, she eagerly withdrew her hand from Shen Kuo's grasp. Shen Kuo's expression darkened. Previously, he had managed a forced smile in the presence of the attendants, but now, unrestrained, he resembled a beast ready to devour her whole. Preoccupied with her own thoughts, she paid him no heed, choosing to sit as far from him as possible in the carriage, closing her eyes in an attempt to meditate, not even sparing him a glance. In contrast, Shen Kuo, observing her demeanor, felt an uncontainable rage welling up within him. Several times he was tempted to unleash his anger, to shout at her, even to strike her. Yet recollections of the emperor's admonitions forced him to suppress his ire. Thus, they arrived at the entrance of the general's residence. When Wanyun noticed him blocking the exit, his demeanor suggesting he had something to say yet hesitated, she grew impatient and forcefully pushed him aside, causing him to stagger. Without delay, she stepped onto the stirrup and dismounted. Shen Kuo's forehead throbbed with tension, his entire being radiating fury. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Wanyun, do you truly believe this general fears you? What does a general have to fear? My injuries are the best evidence, are they not?" Wanyun paused mid-stride, turning back to reveal a face mottled with embarrassment and anger. The general's residence, situated on the bustling Shike Street, attracted curious glances from passers-by as she spoke without any attempt to lower her voice. Shen Kuo's face darkened to an ashen hue. Before she could utter another word, he seized her wrist, dragging her back into the residence. Unbeknownst to him, his rough actions only served to confirm his own ill deeds. Wanyun, unable to mask her amusement, exclaimed, "General, you're hurting me." His grip was strong, and in his earlier fury, he had indeed left her wrist reddened. Noticing her expression of pain, he quickly released her, his voice rising with indignation. "Wanyun, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you wish for a divorce?" With no one else present, Wanyun no longer concealed her intentions. Her gaze turned icy as she regarded Shen Kuo, her eyes brimming with mockery, as if to say, "Is it not obvious? Do you truly wish for a divorce?" Shen Kuo recalled that this was not the first time she had brought it up in his presence. Initially, he had dismissed it as a mere display of temperament. However, her attitude was now distant, even cold. No, how could she, once so fervent toward him, suddenly change her heart and seek divorce? Surely, it must be a deliberate ploy to capture his attention. With this thought, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he observed her flushed face, and he scoffed, "Wanyun, I know you are deliberately trying to attract my notice. Let me be clear, no matter what you do, I will never harbor any affection for you. You should give up on that notion. Bah, you fool. Not only are you blind and deaf, but also self-absorbed. Do you not understand human speech? Oh, I forgot. You are not human, but a beast, so you cannot comprehend. Allow me to clarify. I, Wanyun, would rather fancy a beggar on the street than ever entertain feelings for you, Shen Kuo." With utmost derision, Mu Wanyun watched Shen Kuo's arrogant face darken, his fury evident, which brought her immense satisfaction. Now do you understand? If so, then keep your distance and do not appear before me again. Mu Wanyun knew that Shen Kuo would not dare to harm her. Although the emperor had decreed that today's events should not be mentioned, the court was not filled with fools. She had intentionally revealed herself before the general's residence. And soon, everyone would know that she had been struck by Shen Kuo shortly after their marriage. Shen Kuo represented the new nobility. While she was a figure of the old court officials, the emperor had just ascended to the throne and required the support of the old guard. Excessive favoritism could alienate the seasoned officials. Even if Shen Kuo was foolish, he was a general who led troops into battle, and he surely understood this principle. Shen Kuo felt the sharp jab of Mu Wanyun's delicate finger against his chest. While it could not inflict tangible harm, the insult was profoundly humiliating. His breath quickened, and his face paled with rage as he gritted his teeth and glared at her. Mu Wanyun, no one has ever dared to insult me like this. Is that so? Mu Wanyun paused, turning back to him with a smile. Her enchanting visage, reminiscent of a celestial being, belied the fury her words invoked. Then you must learn to adapt. With that, she disregarded the livid Shen Kuo, who looked as if he might explode with rage, and gracefully returned to the Furong courtyard. Hong Yu had already returned and, along with Lu Qiao, stood at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon seeing her, they rushed to her side, gasping in astonishment when they noticed the injuries on her face. What happened? Miss, weren't you in the palace to express gratitude? It's nothing, Mu Wanyun replied nonchalantly, instructing Lu Qiao to fetch the ointment. Although she had to put herself in danger, she still held great concern for her appearance. Who could have done this to you? Does it hurt? Hong Yu gently touched the wound, causing Mu Wanyun to draw in a sharp breath. The tender-hearted Hong Yu's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Enough, do not cry. Rest assured. I handled it myself and was cautious. It may look alarming, but it is not serious and will not mar my looks, she reassured them. Lu Qiao paused in applying the ointment, unable to suppress her curiosity. You mean you did this to yourself? Before Mu Wanyun had the chance to respond, she sensed some movement at the door. Raising her head, she beheld Shen Kuo standing there, his face dark with fury, his eyes gleaming ominously as though he were ready to storm in and commit murder. What brings the general here? Mu Wanyun was indifferent to whether he had overheard her. Have you admitted it? You wretched woman, you have deliberately tarnished my reputation. What exactly do you intend to achieve? The more Shen Kuo pondered, the angrier he became. Previously, every time Mu Wanyun encountered him, she did not behave in such a manner. Why had she transformed entirely after their marriage? Were it not for her familiar visage, he might have suspected he was dealing with two entirely different individuals. Upon hearing his words, Mu Wanyun shrugged, gesturing for Lu Qiao and Hong Yu to continue, then feigning innocence. I do not comprehend what the general is implying. Are you still pretending? Shen Kuo retorted. Listen closely, Mu Wanyun. This is not the palace, but my general's residence. Do you believe? Indeed, I believe. She interjected. The general is capable not only of vanquishing foes, but also of slaying his own wife. Truly formidable. Perhaps in the future, he might even kill his own children. As she spoke, she recalled the tragic demise of her son in her past life. Though Shen Kuo had not directly caused it, the outcome was hardly different. Poor child, who awaited his father's visit until his last breath. He was undeserving of such fate. With these thoughts, Mu Wanyun pushed aside Lu Qiao and Hong Yu, rising to confront Shen Kuo without a trace of fear. Shen Kuo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide as he observed the hatred and murderous intent within hers. He could not be mistaken. The animosity and wrath in her gaze seemed palpable. This was the second time he had witnessed such intensity in a woman's eyes. The first time was when a mother helplessly watched her son being cruelly slaughtered by enemy forces, that mother charging towards the assailants with her frail body. Yet, what had he done? Why did Mu Wanyun harbor such profound hatred towards him? Was it merely because he had not come to fetch her the day before? Or had she truly taken offense to being forced to hold a rooster during their wedding ceremony? Moreover, had she not committed acts that warranted reckoning on his part? Besides, it was not intentional. Frost had fallen ill suddenly, and he had merely been caught off guard. Chapter 13. To marry or not. Although he harbored no affection for Mu Wanyun and was displeased by her antics designed to provoke his attention, he recognized that to secure a tranquil future, he must placate her. Otherwise, should Ruxiang enter the residence, she would undoubtedly cause further turmoil. Ultimately, it would be his beloved Ruxiang who would suffer the consequences. With this thought in mind, Shen Kuo inhaled deeply, reluctantly adopting a tone of conciliation. If you still bear a grudge regarding yesterday's events, I sincerely apologize. It was indeed my oversight that caused you distress. However, we are now bound by imperial decree to marry, and we shall share the same household. Continuously clashing and becoming the subject of ridicule is not beneficial for either of us. Shen Kuo's demeanor was exceedingly earnest. At least Mu Wan had discerned no hint of insincerity. Unable to contain herself, she laughed, the sound echoing sharply in the room. This laughter, which Shen Kuo had anticipated would lead to her submission, instead deepened his frown, causing him to adopt a more rigid posture. What are you laughing at? At you, General. Can you not see? The sarcasm in Mu Wanyun's voice was palpable. Shen Kuo's brow furrowed further, and he found himself regretting his earlier concession. He had never experienced such a situation on the battlefield, where he sought to maintain peace. But he had not anticipated that Mu Wanyun would be so ungrateful. Resolving to abandon his attempt at humility, he straightened his face, dramatically flicked his sleeves, and gazed down at Mu Wanyun with disdain. Mu Wanyun, you are nothing but a madwoman. I, Shen Kuo, truly regret marrying you. Is that so? It seems we share a mutual sentiment then. Why not, General, simply divorce me? Mu Wanyun raised an eyebrow, laughing triumphantly at Shen Kuo's evident irritation. Observing his expression, which conveyed a desire to annihilate her yet held back by circumstance, she felt a sense of vindication. In truth, she would have preferred that Shen Kuo, in a fit of rage, draw his sword against her. In that case, the Dog Emperor would owe the Mu family, leaving them relatively unscathed for a time. Moreover, should Shen Kuo execute the daughter of the Mu family, he would face dire repercussions. However, Shen Kuo was no fool. Her trivial provocations could only succeed in rendering him silent and brooding, his gaze fixed upon her with intensity. Bored, Mu Wanyun yawned and reclined on the favored couch, perusing the latest tales circulating in the capital. Shen Kuo, left to fester in his own irritation, found no one to serve him even a cup of tea. He waited in silence, the servants near Mu Wanyun remaining entirely unresponsive, which incited his frustration to the point where he nearly stormed away. Yet, thoughts of Ruxiang compelled him to endure the discomfort. Mu Wanyun, you are now the mistress of my general's household. You promised before His Majesty that you would assist in bringing Ruxiang into our home. Since you have made this commitment, I entrust you with the arrangements for my marriage to Ruxiang. Do not tarnish the reputation of my general's residence. As Shen Kuo spoke, his gaze was fixed on Mu Wanyun, who was intently focused on the script before her. Noticing her prolonged silence, he assumed she had not heard him clearly and was about to raise his voice when he caught sight of Mu Wanyun finally diverting her eyes from the text, lazily glancing at him while stifling a yawn. With a playful smile, she inquired, "What did the general just say? I was too engrossed to catch it." "The general said that you were to oversee the matter of my marriage to Lu Ruoshuang." Shen Kuo was aware of her deliberate feigned ignorance. Yet he maintained his composure and reiterated his words. His eyes were imbued with indifference, except when he mentioned Lu Ruoshuang, where a hint of warmth crept in. He intended to convey that despite her underhanded tactics to compel him into marriage, his heart would forever belong to Lu Ruoshuang. After a brief pause, he added, "Since you are so eager to assume the role of the general's wife, it is your duty to fulfill that responsibility, Mu. Do not disappoint me." With that, he raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of satisfaction, as if he could already envision Mu Wanyun secretly shedding tears. However, a sudden sharp sound jolted him from his fanciful reverie, and he realized that a shattered porcelain bowl lay at his feet, its fragments having cut into his hand. While scalding tea splashed across his garments, lifting his gaze, he met the sight of Mu Wanyun, who had not yet retracted her hand. His attention shifted from her hand to her face, and he was instantly stung by the triumphant smile adorning her features. Just as he opened his mouth to reprimand her, he heard her light laughter. "Perhaps the general did not awaken fully last night. Allow me to help you regain your senses." As she struggled to sit upright, she noticed Shen Kuo's increasingly dark expression but remained utterly unconcerned, merely shaking her head with a faint smile. "Mu Wanyun, do not." "What?" "The general married me just yesterday, and the entire capital is aware. Today, without having divorced me, he intends to take another wife. Is it wrong for me to point out that the general's mind seems clouded?" As Mu Wanyun spoke, the amusement in her expression gradually faded, revealing a somewhat intimidating look on her delicate, pale face. "You." Shen Kuo was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that he could not use the term married, although he longed to cast Mu Wanyun aside and honorably wed Lu Ruoshuar as his legitimate wife. The current circumstances rendered that impossible. "It was my mistake to use the wrong term. I meant to say," he could only bitterly correct himself. His eyes directed at Mu Wanyun with venomous contempt, wishing he could dismantle her piece by piece. "Merely taking a concubine? Is it such a burden? I can arrange for a palanquin to bring Lu here. Rest assured, this minor detail is well within my capabilities," Mu Wanyun replied with a teasing smile. Watching as Shen Kuo's face transformed, his rage visibly escalating, which only delighted her further. Mu Wanyun, how foolish of me to think you were virtuous. Do you not understand that Lu Ruoshuang was originally meant to be the mistress of the general's residence? Now, because of you, she is forced to endure the humiliation of being a concubine. This is your debt to her, and I am offering you a chance to make amends. Do not be ungrateful. Shen Kuo nearly ground his teeth as he spoke, his words ringing with righteous indignation. Yet, Mu Wanyun could not suppress her laughter, recognizing her errors. One must earnestly prepare to ensure that the upcoming nuptials are conducted with great pomp, thereby alleviating one's transgressions. Moreover, the general's residence has suffered considerable destruction at your hands, and you have appropriated the very quarters I had meticulously arranged for Ruoshuang. Consequently, it falls upon you to restore the general's estate to its former glory, ensuring that Ruoshuang's living conditions are nothing short of acceptable. In light of this, I, the general, and, as Shen Kuo observed her silence, he assumed that she had absorbed his words and pressed forth with additional unreasonable demands. Unable to contain her frustration, Mu Wanyun seized a teacup and hurled it at Shen Kuo, making a grand display of her indignation. With her hands firmly on her hips, she rebuked him, declaring that she was neither virtuous nor benevolent, and thus, the general ought not to impose upon her further. If he felt aggrieved on behalf of Lady Lu, then he should divorce me and elevate her to the primary wife, which would surely alleviate his grievances. As for the restoration of the general's residence, what concern is it of mine? How can it not be related? The general's estate is your general, she interjected. I, madam, was nearly burned to death by your wet nurse, and now languish in poor health myself. How could I possibly manage such a significant undertaking? I beseech you, general, seek someone more capable. Escort her out. She had come to understand that Shen Kuo intended to employ the same old tactics, casting the burdens of the estate upon her once more. In her previous life, she had been blinded by folly, easily swayed by his manipulations, believing herself to be the one who had disrupted the lovers' union. She had even contemplated fostering a cordial relationship with Lady Lu and had pledged to assist him in marrying a secondary wife, intending to utilize her dowry to orchestrate their union with grandeur and flair. Yet, this had only rendered her a subject of ridicule throughout the capital. To wed and mere days later provide a dowry for her husband to take a secondary wife was indeed a farcical situation. She had even fallen for Shen Kuo's fallacious reasoning that he entrusted her with the household affairs because he had faith in her capabilities, only to later discover that the general's estate was already in disarray, yet she remained silent, repeatedly using her dowry to cover the deficits. Reflecting on this now, it seemed quite foolish. After Shen Kuo's departure, she instructed her servants to strictly guard the estate's gates, permitting no unwelcome visitors. For a rare day, she enjoyed a tranquil existence. However, it soon came to her attention that preparations for the restoration of the estate had commenced. Indeed, with a significant portion of the esteemed general's residence reduced to ruins, the sight was rather disheartening. Yet, these matters were no longer of her concern. Regardless of the external circumstances, she would retreat behind closed doors to savor her own modest life. Her dowry was ample, although it had been transferred. She lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance and attire. The items within her quarters were of the finest quality. She dined well and slept soundly, attended to by attentive maids and nurses, engaging with literary texts, savoring delectable meals, and when wearied, reclining upon a splendid pearwood daybed, wrapped in a thick blanket. She would drift into a peaceful slumber, fanned by her maid and having her legs kneaded by the nurse. When ennui struck, she would indulge in petting her accompanying orange cat, and if that failed to amuse, she would take leisurely strolls around the courtyard. Of course, it would be even more delightful if the outside world remained free of clamor and commotion. Chapter 14. Return Visit in the Blink of an Eye. The day of the 3-day return visit arrived, and as expected, Shen Kuo did not make an appearance. This was anticipated, and Mu Wanyun felt no particular disappointment. However, Hong Yu and Lu Chao expressed their indignation on her behalf for quite some time. Her ears almost grew calloused from their complaints, so she quickly interrupted them, instructing them to check the gifts for the return visit and to ensure the carriage was prepared. The gifts were personally arranged by her during a brief moment of respite from the household. Ideally, it should have been the responsibility of her husband's family. Yet, Shen Kuo, lacking parental guidance and preoccupied with his infatuation for Lu Ruoshuang, showed no inclination to fulfill this duty. If he had truly cared, he could have asked the steward of the household to assist, but ultimately, he lacked that intent and was unwilling to spend even a single coin on her. In her previous life, she had never encountered Shen Kuo and had genuinely believed he was engaged in bandit suppression, feeling wronged yet self-soothing. She refused to let anyone perceive her as unhappy within the general's residence, nor did she wish for others to criticize him. She discreetly arranged for the preparations, claiming they were initiated by Shen Kuo himself. Although perceptive individuals were aware of the truth, it at least maintained a semblance of propriety. In this lifetime, she had no desire to conceal the truth. She had nearly dispatched all her subordinates throughout the city to procure gifts for the return visit, making it known that the legitimate daughter of the general's wife, the Mu family, was personally preparing the gifts with her own funds. As for the general, she had never laid eyes upon him. Mu Wanyun was well aware that she had become the object of pity in the eyes of the public. As for Shen Kuo, what did it matter if his reputation suffered? In truth, these past few days in the residence had been rather pleasant for her. She no longer needed to expend energy to please or serve a man, nor did she have to attend to her in-laws during the day or serve them at night. There was no need to rack her brain to generate income or save money for the household. Whenever she felt thirsty, tea was brought to her lips. When hungry, food was presented to her, and when bored, a literate maid would read popular novels to her. She basked in her leisurely existence. Even while walking, someone was there to assist her. Mu Wanyun deliberately exited the residence through the main gate. As she passed through the front courtyard, she chanced upon Steward Shin directing workers to transport materials for the repairs of the residence. There was a considerable amount, all of excellent quality, and it was evident that it would require a substantial sum of silver. She couldn't help but recall the account books she had seen in her previous life. While adjusting her somewhat burdensome headdress, she couldn't suppress a click of her tongue. At this moment, the household's finances were not particularly robust. Without her financial contributions this time, would the household manage to cover the repair expenses? Lost in these thoughts, she did not notice the steward bowing to her from a distance. It wasn't until Hong Yu reminded her that she realized the steward was already rising in displeasure. She had only been distracted for a brief moment, but it seemed he could not even be bothered to feign politeness. After all, the household had always acted under Shen Kuo's directives, since he did not regard her favorably. The staff naturally did not treat her as the legitimate mistress. However, once the monthly allowances could not be distributed, she hoped they would not come seeking her assistance. This time, she was resolute in her decision not to take over any mess. With this in mind, she found herself wanting to stay longer at the Mu family home during this return visit. If only she could avoid returning altogether. Before she knew it, they had arrived at the Mu family estate. Madame Mu had arranged for someone to wait at the entrance early in the morning. As soon as the servants spotted the carriage, they swiftly rushed back to report. Just as Mu Wanyun disembarked from the carriage, Madame Mu hurriedly came out to greet her. Upon their reunion, the mother and daughter embraced each other, overwhelmed with emotion and tears. Lady Mu lamented, "My poor daughter, how you have suffered." The Mu Wanyun felt a deep sense of grievance. She could not bear to add to her mother's sorrow and reassured her, "Mother, I am fine." Understanding her daughter's intent to shield her from distress, Lady Mu released her and glanced towards the carriage behind, only to find it empty, her countenance darkening once more. Mu Wanyun, attuned to her mother's thoughts, grasped her hand and, with a resigned shake of her head, said, "He did not come. How could he be so neglectful? It was truly outrageous." Lady Mu recalled the events of their wedding day and the rumors circulating in recent days, causing her to grit her teeth in indignation. Though she was typically composed and dignified, her maternal concern had driven her to such fierce expressions. Fearing her mother might utter something scandalous, Mu Wanyun quickly exchanged glances with her, feigning playful reproach as she led her into the main courtyard, where they could speak freely, away from prying eyes. There, Mu Wanyun recounted the recent events in detail. Upon hearing that it was her daughter's doing, and that she had intentionally misled the palace attendants into believing that Shen Kuo had harmed her, Lady Mu felt a mix of shock and relief. She was astonished that she had wasted days worrying, losing sleep, and contemplating rushing to bring her daughter back home. Yet she felt joy at the revelation that her daughter had matured overnight, becoming adept at navigating her circumstances. However, worry soon crept back in. Although Shen Kuo was unworthy, her daughter was still married to him, and a royal decree had sanctioned their union, making separation a complicated affair. She hoped for a harmonious adjustment between them, a peaceful coexistence. Yet, while her daughter's actions may have provided a sense of vindication, they risked inciting Shen Kuo's wrath, potentially jeopardizing their future together. Noticing her mother's furrowed brow, Mu Wanyun surmised her mother's thoughts. She had resolutely set her heart on divorce, having acted with that goal in mind. Yet her mother clung to traditional beliefs. Despite her resentment towards Shen Kuo, she might still entertain hopes for reconciliation. Mu Wanyun pondered whether to reveal her true intentions to her mother. As she was lost in thought, a voice interrupted from outside, announcing, "Madam, Miss Choi has arrived." At this, Mu Wanyun's expression soured. Lady Mu ceased her conversation, intending to welcome the guest, but hesitated upon noticing her daughter's displeasure. Recalling the recent discord between them, particularly Mu Wanyun's disapproval of Cui Yao's impending marriage, she decided to hold back, regardless of their feelings. Cui Yao entered with a smile that suggested the previous tensions had never occurred. "Yao pays her respects to you, madam," she greeted warmly. Cui Yao offered her respects to Lady Mu, who, bearing a hint of sorrow, glanced at Mu Wanyun's expression. After a moment's thought, she raised her hand to allow Cui Yao to rise, though her demeanor was noticeably more reserved than before. Lady Mu had always believed Cui Yao's humble origins made her unworthy of her legitimate son. However, as her daughter seemed to accept the match and her son had no objections, she had reluctantly reconciled herself to the union. Yet now, her daughter's demeanor suggested that she was no longer in favor of it. Her daughter has always been kind-hearted, and those she cherishes receive her utmost sincerity. A year ago, this daughter of the Cui family inadvertently saved her life, and since then, her family has treated her as a cherished guest. The daughter formed a close bond with her, even expressing a desire for Cui Yao to become her sister-in-law. Initially, they regarded it as a jest, but somehow, the word spread beyond their circle. Cui Yao took the initiative to visit and apologize, clarifying that she was not the source of the rumors, and humbly acknowledged that she felt unworthy of the Mu family's eldest son, presenting herself as a sensible and pitiable figure. She dismissed the matter, reassuring Cui Yao to remain at ease. However, it soon came to light that the Cui family had imposed severe punishment on Cui Yao, claiming her lack of propriety had led to gossip that tarnished her reputation. Now, having lost her standing, it seemed she might as well marry someone who would not disdain her, or, at the very least, become a nun in a temple. The mother felt a pang of regret for the plight of this Cui family daughter and expressed that her family would not object, suggesting that once Shen Kuo married his legitimate wife, he could take her as a concubine. Yet, Cui Yao steadfastly refused, stating that her late mother had compelled her to vow never to be a concubine, preferring to be a nun instead. At that time, Mrs. Mu found herself in a dilemma. Eventually, it was Mu Wanyun who pleaded, arguing that Cui Yao possessed both beauty and virtue, having saved her life. It would be unkind to let her truly become a nun, and as their family did not place excessive importance on social status, it would be better to engage her as a legitimate wife. The mother was torn, having cherished Wanyun like her own eye since childhood, never denying her requests. However, she hesitated due to Cui Yao's status as a daughter of a concubine and the existence of Shen Kuo. To her surprise, Shen Kuo readily agreed, asserting that having a sister-in-law who would treat his sister well would provide her with a support system in her marital home, encouraging them that rather than marrying someone unkind to her, it would be preferable to choose this Cui family daughter. She and her husband deliberated for a considerable time, observing Cui Yao's character, and ultimately deemed her to be a commendable choice. They selected an auspicious date for the matchmaker to visit and formally arrange the engagement, thereby solidifying the marriage prospects. Initially, they intended to prepare for the union of Shen Kuo and Cui Yao only after Wanyun's marriage. Yet unexpectedly, Wanyun fell out with her mother. After Wanyun sent word, the mother consulted with her husband and Shen Kuo. While her husband remained silent, Shen Kuo erupted in anger, declaring that this was tantamount to driving someone to despair. He remarked that they had spoiled Wanyun excessively. Consequently, they reached no conclusion. Chapter 15. The Lantern Festival. Since the marriage proposal had not been retracted, Cui Yao visited their home, and they felt it inappropriate to voice their discontent. However, upon seeing their daughter Yunar's suddenly cold expression, Madame Mu could not help but feel a flicker of annoyance. Yet, outwardly, she refrained from expressing her thoughts, hoping that Cui Yao would take the hint and leave, granting them a moment to share their thoughts in private. After all, her daughter was now a married woman. Despite residing in the capital, their encounters were no longer as effortless as they had been before her marriage. Moreover, there were numerous issues concerning her daughter's engagement that required further discussion. What frustrated her most was that Cui Yao, who had previously exhibited a commendable sense of propriety, had suddenly become oblivious and exceedingly bothersome. Despite Yunar's frequent coldness and refusal to engage, Cui Yao remained oblivious and firmly seated. Madame Mu and Mu Wanyun exchanged glances, both silently acknowledging their mutual impatience. Yet, due to the constraints of propriety instilled in them from a young age, they could not voice their discomfort. Thus, Madame Mu sought an excuse to dismiss Cui Yao. "Miss Cui, would you kindly check on the preparations for lunch in the kitchen?" she inquired. Cui Yao nodded, calling for a servant to attend to the task before returning to her seat. Mu Wanyun could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. She recognized that Cui Yao was not incapable of discerning others' feelings. Rather, it seemed she was deliberately acting otherwise. What was her intention? Mu Wanyun pondered, her expression darkening. Madame Mu's impatience became even more palpable, and she shot a sharp glance at Yu before taking her daughter's hand and rising. "Your mother acquired some new fabrics yesterday. Let us go choose a few," she stated, offering no pleasantries to Yu as she pulled Wanyun along, ready to leave. To their surprise, Yu followed closely behind, step for step. As the mother and daughter walked, they exchanged glances with the servants, who understood the signal and prepared to obstruct Yu's path. Unexpectedly, Yu forcefully pushed aside the servant attempting to block her way and rushed to kneel before Wanyun, her face a mask of despair. "Earth, I understand that before your marriage, I spoke out of turn, and you harbor resentment towards me. You even spread rumors at home, urging your family to compel Shen Kuo to retract the engagement. I beg you, do not pressure Shen Kuo. It is all my fault. If you wish to punish me, let it be directed at me alone. I truly care for Shen Kuo, and I genuinely cherish this family. You know the life I lead in the Chui family. If the engagement is called off, I cannot bear to live." As Yu spoke, she repeatedly bowed her head before Wanyun, the force of her actions causing Wanyun's heart to tremble. Madame Mu was equally flustered, unsure of how to proceed, and could only gently persuade Miss Chui, "Please rise. My lady, I have long held you in my heart as my own mother, yet I understand that your affection lies with Wanyun. I truly wished for Wanyun's happiness. I believe that marrying a man of modest means would be preferable to wedded bliss with one who does not love her. With the Mu family as her support, she would not suffer from hunger or cold. However, I never anticipated that my words would incite such profound resentment in her. Ultimately, I am at fault. You may punish me as you see fit, but I beseech you, do not prevent Shen Kuo from marrying me. I genuinely care for him, and if the engagement is called off, I fear I could not bear it." Shen Kuo is also caught in a dilemma. He is a gentleman of integrity and cannot bear to sever ties with one who has done no wrong. Your pressure upon him is causing him great distress. As Yu spoke, she continued to bow her head repeatedly. Soon, her forehead was marked with bruises, even showing signs of bleeding. Madame Mu, witnessing this, felt a mix of shock and urgency, attempting to pull Yu up. Yet Yu resolutely refused to rise, her gaze fixed intently on Wanyun, as if to imply that she would rather perish than relent without her approval. Wanyun observed the scene with a cold demeanor, noting Yu's facade of frailty and regret, while beneath her words lay an air of innocence. Yu seemed intent on pushing her to the brink, even mocking her for causing discord between her parents and brother, thus unsettling the Mu household. Seeing Wanyun's silence, Yu's heart simmered with resentment. Yet her outward appearance grew even more pitiful, her bowing more fervent, her words increasingly sorrowful. "Yun, we have known each other for over a year. You are aware that I am devoid of guile. My siblings do not regard me as one of their own, yet I have always considered you as a sister, wishing only for your well-being. It was with a sincere heart that I spoke those words, yet even if you are unwilling to listen and have grown angered, how can you disregard?" Yun? Madame Mu felt a twinge of sympathy. To be candid, she too found the notion of breaking the engagement somewhat inappropriate. A woman who has jilted struggles to find acceptance in society, and given Yu's lack of favor in her own family, should she fall into despair, the Mu family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Furthermore, Yu's arguments were not without merit. Her bond with Yun over the past year had indeed surpassed that of mere sisters. If this misunderstanding escalated beyond resolution, it would ultimately lead to unfavorable outcomes. Yun was already disheartened by her own misfortunes, and as parents, they ought to offer guidance rather than exacerbate the chaos. Just as these thoughts unfolded, a figure swiftly approached, and before anyone could discern their identity, they swept Yu into their embrace, glaring fiercely at Wanyun and even at Madame Mu. After the wedding, Wanyun's curiosity regarding Mu Chen had intensified, thus witnessing his cold demeanor now, as if he were poised for violence, only caused a slight heaviness in her heart. She did not react strongly. Had she remained the naive girl of her previous life, she would surely have been overwhelmed with fear. Yet, she was no longer that innocent child. Having endured the coldness of a once-beloved partner and witnessing her son's slow demise, she had come to accept far more than she could have imagined. Yet, even if she could accept it, the sudden revelation of her beloved brother's true nature left her heart heavy with dismay. Indeed, it was more a chill of the heart than anything else, a thought she dared not linger upon. "Chen, you have returned?" Lady Mu regained her composure before Wanyun. Gazing at her son, whose face was etched with fury, Lady Mu felt a profound headache. Her children had always shared a bond closer than others, much to the envy of outsiders. How had it all transformed so drastically overnight? Just days prior, her son had confronted them with red-rimmed eyes, his accusation sharp and resonant still in their ears. They had never imagined that the care they had instilled in their son for his younger sister could sow such resentment within him. Moreover, he claimed to have developed feelings for Cui Yao. They had permitted the marriage due to their daughter's affection, yet now, because of her disdain, they demanded he withdraw his proposal. What did they consider him? They had never witnessed their son in such a state and were utterly alarmed, opting not to mention it in the subsequent days. Yet, witnessing his anguish left them with an indescribable sorrow. Just as they were about to clarify that they had not coerced Cui Yao, they saw their son, his face flushed with anger, lash out at Wanyun. What exactly do you intend to do? Clinging to trivial matters? How is it that you, having chosen the wrong partner and finding yourself in an unhappy marriage, expect others to mirror your plight? Wanyun, how could you be so cruel? What? Lady Mu was taken aback, instinctively following her son's gaze towards Wanyun, only to shake her head in denial. No, Wanyun is not like this. Chun, you cannot speak to your sister in such a manner. She has always. Indeed, my sister Wanyun was once kind, but that sister has long since perished. And you both, mother. It is your boundless indulgence that has transformed her into this loathsome, heartless creature. Chin's fury escalated, not sparing even Lady Mu from his reprimand. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to Wanyun. Have you considered that your current state is merely the consequence of your own misdeeds? How could you? Lady Mu, exasperated, trembled as she pointed a finger at Chun, unable to fathom how the once harmonious siblings could devolve into this discord. She hesitated to chastise her children, ultimately casting a fierce glare at Cui Yao. It is you. Mother, when did you become so unreasonable? You know full well that it is not Yao's fault. Chun bellowed, his eyes ablaze with anger directed at Lady Mu. Brother Chun, no. It is my own doing. As long as I can avoid the withdrawal. Cui Yao's eyes sparkled with a triumphant glint, though her demeanor remained pitiful. Wanyun regarded her with a sense of familiarity. Yes, she recalled. It was Lu Rushuang. They had later become intimate friends. Yet what was she to her then? A stepping stone? Not even that. Truly, they were cut from the same cloth. Seeing Wanyun still smiling only fueled Chen's rage, and he declared to her and Lady Mu, Yao is the wife I have chosen. If you cannot accept her, then I shall take her away. With that, he attempted to stride away with Cui Yao in his arms. Lady Mu, her face awash with tears, covered her face with her hands, bewildered by how things had spiraled into such chaos. As she gazed at her eldest son's silhouette, a sudden wave of displeasure washed over her as she cast a fleeting glance at her youngest daughter, only to swiftly lower her head. No, it was merely her daughter's melancholy. Mu Wanyun noted Madame Mu's reaction with silent lamentation. She ought not to reproach her mother. Yet, an unsettling ache lingered within her. Mu Chun, during the lantern festival that year, was it not the rabbit lantern gifted by Cui Yao? She abruptly called out to Mu Chun. Startled, Mu Chun, who was striding away with Cui Yao in tow, halted in disbelief, his astonishment and panic laid bare before Mu Wanyun. Chapter 16. A fractured facade. What lantern festival? Before Mu Chun could formulate a response, Madame Mu, unable to contain her curiosity, interjected with a question. Observing her mother, who had always showered her with affection, Mu Wanyun found it difficult to reveal the truth. After all, both her brother and sister were the apples of Madame Mu's eye. Mu Wanyun understood that. Although her parents appeared to favor her over the years, it was largely due to her being a daughter destined to marry and leave their home. Hence they cherished her more. Yet, as the eldest son, her brother Mu Chun was not overlooked in the family legacy. Their strictness towards him stemmed from the responsibilities he bore as a male, fearing that excessive indulgence might lead him to a life of complacency and lethargy. She had never perceived this dynamic as problematic until now. When did her brother undergo such a transformation? I know not what you speak of, Mu Wanyun. If you possess any shred of conscience, you ought to personally apologize to your savior, who is also your future sister-in-law. As the legitimate daughter of the Mu family, one must acknowledge their mistakes. Otherwise, the Mu family shall no longer be your sanctuary. Mu Chen's words were resolute, devoid of remorse, as he attempted to coerce her into apologizing to Cui Yao. Such audacity was astonishing. What, brother? You are too afraid to confront me directly. Yet you insist on highlighting her act of saving my life. Do you truly believe I cannot uncover the truth? Mu Wanyun stood her ground. In her past life, she had placed great value on emotions, regarding Cui Yao as a dear sister, which led to her repeated betrayals. She pitied her brother for his later misfortunes and sought to intervene, only to forget the age-old adage that one reaps what they sow. If he was determined to tread this path, she could only extend her blessings. What do you mean? Upon hearing Mu Wanyun's insinuations, Mu Chun faltered, his gaze wavering, further confirming her suspicions. That year, When her brother attended the Lantern Festival, returning near midnight, their parents were frantic. Father had erupted in fury, ready to chastise Mu Chun, while a servant had approached her with a rabbit lantern, imploring her to intercede. She had thought the lantern was a gift from her brother, a token of his effort on her behalf. Subsequently, she took the blame, enduring punishment by kneeling in the ancestral hall. For 3 years, that rabbit lantern had hung in her study, and each time she gazed upon it, she felt profoundly grateful to have such an exceptional brother. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Wanyun could no longer suppress her sobs, her eyes reddening like a rabbit's. The sight pained Madame Mu, who promptly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her daughter's tears. "Why are you crying?" Mu Wanyun fixed her gaze on Mu Chun, whose stubborn countenance seemed to drain of color, his eyes betraying a hint of regret. Yet he could not help but smile. "For 3 years, I have been a mere pawn in your game, a stepping stone for your love, brother. In your quest to marry the woman of your dreams, you have meticulously played the role of a doting brother. Do you not find it exhausting? Or perhaps, does it not repulse you?" As she spoke, Mu Wanyun lifted her hand to wipe away the silent tears cascading down her face, facing the astonishment of Madame Mu, the panic of Mu Chun, and the mixed emotions of triumph and confusion reflected in Cui Yao's eyes. With a bitter smile, "I once believed that I had finally caught my elder brother's eye, that heaven had answered my prayers, granting me a brother who would cherish me. Little did I realize that it was merely a charade. Indeed, I had never been favored by him since childhood, so how could I suddenly gain his affection overnight? It was simply because he was aware that our parents wished to see us siblings in harmony. Thus he played his role for 3 long years. And Miss Cui feigned sisterly affection with me for just as long. As for that life-saving incident from years past, I suspect it was orchestrated by you as well. Was it not?" In truth, Mu Wanyun had not dispatched anyone to investigate. Yet, she was certain that her conjectures could not be incorrect. One cannot feign aversion towards another. The details she had deliberately ignored in the past suddenly became strikingly clear at this moment. Over the past year, each time she had a disagreement with Cui Yao, her brother would come to persuade her, yet his words implied that she was the one lacking understanding, reminding her persistently not to forget the debt of gratitude for saving her life. Furthermore, whenever her brother took time off to accompany her, Cui Yao was always present. And ultimately, her brother showered Cui Yao with even more gifts. It turned out that she was not merely their stepping stone, but also their shield. Reflecting on this, her bitter smile deepened. "Yuner, what are you saying? What pretense?" "You and Chener." Madame Mu listened, utterly bewildered, casting a disbelieving gaze upon her father and children, as if there were something she dared not touch. Noticing Mu Wanyun's expression of shock and sorrow, she slightly trembled, then turned to Mu Chun with a pleading tone. "Chener, what your sister said is not true, is it?" Mu Chun remained silent, his expression complex as he regarded Mu Wanyun, his eyes filled with gravity. He could scarcely fathom that his sister had uncovered the truth. But so what? In a fleeting moment, he comprehended everything clearly. The hesitation and guilt in his gaze vanished, replaced by resolve and indifference. "Indeed, I have never liked you since childhood. One could even say I despised you. You were kept by our parents while I was relegated to the clan. Why should that be? When they brought me back, it was only because you had grown older and claimed to need a brother. Do you know when my disdain for you began? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, when you pointed at me and asked if the dirty, foolish one was the new servant in the household. Why should I endure such treatment from you, a girl destined to be married off? Thus, I loathed you, cursing you every day, knowing full well your susceptibility to allergies. I broke a dog's leg and tossed it into your courtyard. I even slipped poisonous beans into your porridge and, before Muchin could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the room. All present were stunned. Muchin stared incredulously at the hand of Mu Taifu, his father. "Father, you struck me? You have never done such a thing before. Unfilial son, had I known that the suffering your sister endured in her childhood was wrought by your hands, I would have expelled you long ago. Why should that be? I am the eldest son of the Mu family, the legitimate heir. She is but a mere girl, destined only to marry. I alone can continue the family line, while she has already become a laughingstock. Why, then, do you all continue to favor her?" With crimson eyes, Muchin expressed all his grievances aloud. The nearby maids and servants dared not utter a word. Cui Yao, trembling, took out a handkerchief to wipe Muchin's face, gently holding his hand, as if believing it would provide him with encouragement and warmth. Muchin glanced down at her, the coldness in his gaze softened slightly. But upon raising his head, a fierce fire ignited once more. "I refuse to accept this. She yearns for Shen Kuo, and my father can humiliate himself to request a marriage. Yet, My affection for Yaoer requires no such sacrifices from my father, yet you all disallow it. Yaoer and I are mutually devoted. What wrong is there in wishing to be together? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, firmly grasping Cui Yao's hand before the eyes of all present. Uninformed onlookers might have believed them to be a pair of star-crossed lovers. However, they were merely the victims of those who sought to thwart their bond. Contemplating this, Wanyun couldn't help but scoff. Mutual devotion? Is that truly the case, Cui Yao? Her cold laughter directed at Cui Yao revealed the latter's shifty gaze, intensifying Wanyun's suspicions. What are you doing? Upon noticing Cui Yao shrink back, Chen assumed it was Wanyun's intimidation and hurriedly shielded Cui Yao, glaring menacingly at Wanyun. Enough. You claim to be inseparable. How could I play the villain? In an instant, Wanyun's thoughts came to a halt. She possessed no evidence to substantiate her conjectures, and given her irreparable rift with Chen, did her so-called sisterly duty necessitate further meddling? Really? You wouldn't dare. Chen appeared somewhat taken aback, perhaps not anticipating her genuine concern. I am already a married woman. However, do not feign a deep sibling bond with me in the future. As for your aspirations to gain favor with Shen Kuo, it would be prudent to abandon such ambitions. After all, my relationship with Shen Kuo is well known throughout the capital, and I fear he may set traps for you. Upon hearing this, the already sullen expression on Chen's face darkened further, yet he could only grit his teeth and mutter a curse under his breath. Labeling her a fool, having severed ties with Chen, Wanyun initially considered leaving immediately, but upon witnessing her parents' faces filled with helplessness and guilt, she steeled herself to partake in lunch. It was evident that although her father and mother lamented Chen's excessive reprimands towards Cui Yao, they felt equally powerless. One was their son, and the other was their future daughter-in-law. No matter how significant their daughter was, they still hoped for harmony among them. Their words dripped with persuasion. Yuner, your brother has gone too far. Your father and I shall surely reprimand him. Should he ever express remorse, grant him another chance. As for Cui Yao, it may not be so easy to retreat. With a sigh, her mother spoke cautiously, casting a furtive glance at her. For reasons unknown. While she once felt her family's sincerity, she now sensed an underlying discord. She could not articulate why. In any case, upon returning home, she found herself burdened with an array of ambiguous emotions. Observing her silent contemplation, her parents ceased their discussions. Her father even mentioned that should she find life at the general's residence unbearable, he would risk everything to seek a decree for her divorce from the palace. In her previous life, her father had once spoken firmly, but she had resolutely shaken her head in refusal. In this life, she was acutely aware that such a possibility was out of the question. The sovereign awaited an opportunity to seize upon her faults. She understood this. Would her father remain oblivious? Contemplating this, she could not help but voice her thoughts. Father, is it truly possible? The once tender expression on her father's face darkened abruptly, revealing a depth of emotion that she could not decipher. Wanyun fell silent. She had initially presumed that Chen and Cui Yao would possess enough self-awareness to refrain from reappearing. Yet, to her dismay, as she prepared to depart after lunch, the two unwelcome figures resurfaced. The previously eased atmosphere grew tense once more. Perhaps her parents feared a resurgence of conflict, hastily urging her to leave. Nonetheless, Cui Yao and Chen insisted on escorting her to the carriage. She recognized this as Cui Yao's scheme. Eager to ascertain how much her marriage had benefited her natal family, how would they react if they learned that over half of the Mu family's fortune now rested in her hands? Her father held the esteemed title of Grand Preceptor. Yet he was known for his lofty ideals, while her mother lacked acumen in management. Consequently, she had taken it upon herself to learn the ropes early on. In her youth, she had inadvertently rescued a merchant, a wealthy man from Jiangnan. Over the years, she had invested in numerous ventures alongside him, accumulating wealth and opening shops, leading to the present prosperity of the Mu family. However, as a betrothed woman, she had refrained from disclosing these matters to outsiders, fearing damage to her reputation. Now, she found herself unjustly portrayed as a family thief intent on plundering her family's assets. Indeed, it was prudent that she had followed the merchant's advice to register all the shops in her own name. She was generous towards her parents. Yet she would not squander a single coin on Chen. Though she was married, the household expenses would still remain under her jurisdiction. Chapter 17. Do I need you to look up to me? As she made her way back to the general's residence, her mood was undeniably affected, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Despite her efforts to conceal her feelings, the ever-observant Han Yu and Lu Qiao, who had served her since childhood, discerned the subtle changes in her. The two maids had been closely following her, having witnessed the unfolding events between Mu Wanyun, Cui Yao, and Mu Chun. Their astonishment matched that of Mu Wanyun, as they struggled to comprehend how the gentleman, who had been so kind to their young mistress, could have feigned his affections solely to facilitate a marriage arrangement with Cui Yao. Reflecting on their previous belief that Cui Yao genuinely cared for Mu Wanyun and their misguided encouragement of her, they felt an overwhelming sense of regret. The memories of the wedding day and the words exchanged between Mu Wanyun and them only deepened their remorse. Having grown up together, not only were Hong Yu and Lu Qiao familiar with Mu Wanyun, but Mu Wanyun was equally well acquainted with them. Moreover, she was merely resting her eyes, using the opportunity to sort through her thoughts, and was not truly asleep. She remained acutely aware of the furtive exchanges between Hong Yu and Lu Qiao. Noticing their hesitance to disturb her, she could not help but interject. "If you have something to say, speak openly." "Miss, you haven't fallen asleep?" Hong Yu exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. "Indeed," Mu Wanyun replied with a nod. "Miss, we simply cannot comprehend how the gentleman could change so drastically. Furthermore, your parents have always cherished you dearly. Why did they not speak on your behalf this time, allowing you to endure such injustice?" Lu Qiao inquired, her tone wavering as she gauged Mu Wanyun's reaction, knowing she was touching upon painful memories. "Perhaps we have all misjudged certain matters." Mu Wanyun sighed, offering a vague response that left both maids perplexed. The Taifu residence was not far from the general's residence, and they arrived in less than an hour. Soon after, the coachman alerted them. With the assistance of her maids, Mu Wanyun alighted from the carriage and returned to the general's residence. The estate was bustling with activity, as materials for renovations were being fervently acquired, and the number of craftsmen had significantly increased. To avoid getting her new garments soiled by dust, Mu Wanyun deliberately took a longer route to enter through the side door. Were it not for the inconvenience, she would have preferred to create a private entrance in her own courtyard. Although she chose to remain in the general's residence, she longed for a life of solitude, free from disturbances. Yet, she understood well that such a wish was impractical. The troubles of the general's household would inevitably seek her out. Her prediction proved accurate. The tranquil days lasted barely a week and a half before someone knocked at the door. Hong Yu answered, and as soon as the door was cracked open, a throng of individuals surged in, all demanding payment. Upon inquiry, they revealed themselves to be the shopkeepers of various supply stores, there to settle accounts with the lady of the house. Having been well prepared under Mu Wanyun's guidance, Hong Yu and Lu Qiao quickly apprehended Steward Shun before he could escape, bringing him forward. "What is the meaning of this? I am the steward of the estate," he protested. "Then why were you attempting to flee?" Hong Yu retorted, approaching the group holding the invoices. "Listen carefully. Ever since our young lady entered the general's residence, she has fallen ill, and now her very life relies on ginseng, the cost of which is drawn from her dowry. This absurd bill has nothing to do with our young lady. Whoever dares to disturb her again shall not escape our wrath." As these words were spoken, several robust guards, clearly not to be trifled with, stepped forward. The shopkeepers, who had been resolute in their pursuit of money, were now trembling in fear. Unable to extract any funds from Mu Wanyun, they naturally turned their attention to Steward Shun. To his surprise, Mu Wanyun truly remained indifferent. Yet, he too could conjure no money and could only offer vague assurances. With Mu Wanyun absent, the matter resolved itself. She savored grapes, engrossed in her reading, while listening to the reports of Hong Yu and Lu Qiao, her spirits soaring to great heights. She even rewarded both Hong Yu and Lu Qiao with a silver ingot each. Clear distinctions between reward and punishment ensure proper governance. In her early days of rebirth, she had reservations about Hong Yu and Lu Qiao. Despite their unwavering loyalty in her past life, they had not experienced the events of that lifetime, and she feared they might not see through Cui Yao's true nature. Reluctant to elaborate, she found solace in their even greater loyalty and acumen than she had anticipated. With their presence, her days were filled with leisure. When Steward Shen departed, his gaze was unmistakably hostile. Upon hearing Lu Qiao's description, she realized that her lunch would not be a peaceful affair. Indeed, as exquisite delicacies were laid upon the table, Shen Kuo stormed in with a dark expression. Although the guards she had hired were among the finest in the capital, it was expected that they could not restrain Shen Kuo, being the general. Hearing the commotion, Mu Wanyun merely called out, "Step aside, lest you be injured. No one has the funds for medical expenses." She could well imagine the grimness of Shen Kuo's countenance. Thus, when he entered with a scowl, she only curled her lips in a faint smile. Unfazed by his growing ire, she continued to enjoy her meal, gesturing for Hong Yu, Lu Qiao, and the other attendants to serve her delicacies. She relished each bite, completely disregarding Shen Kuo's darkening expression and heavy aura. It was only when an ill-timed voice broke the silence that she turned her attention toward him, stifling a laugh, having just heard the general's stomach growl. What? Is the general seeking alms after injuring my highly paid guards? She emphasized the word alms, and as expected, Shen Kuo's expression soured further. The malice in his eyes nearly spilling over as he called her name with a hint of gritted teeth. Wanyun. What brings you here? She smiled sweetly, raising an eyebrow as she looked at him, unabashedly displaying her amusement, knowing that the more she enjoyed herself, the more it would irk him. And as he suffered, she thrived. As the matriarch of the general's household, indulging in extravagance and waste, you. Before he could finish, she interrupted with a light laugh. General. Such words are rather exaggerated, aren't they? We are both aware that although we have been betrothed, I have neither wed the general nor shared a chamber with him. Thus, I am unworthy of being the matriarch of the general's residence. Furthermore, as for the general's remarks regarding extravagance and wastefulness, have I ever spent a single coin from the general's treasury? You. Shen Kuo was rendered speechless once more, grinding his teeth in silence. Wanyun raised an eyebrow, asserting, since I have not expended any funds from the general's estate, what grounds does he have to chastise me? With that, she resumed her feast with great delight. It was only when her stomach felt full to the brim that she finally ceased her indulgence. Noticing Shen Kuo still lingering, she found his presence somewhat bothersome and could not help but inquire, what brings the general here? Is it that he finds my dining spectacle so captivating that he came to observe? Shen Kuo's face displayed a mix of embarrassment and unspoken troubles, until the steward, who had been by his side, stepped forward, presenting an account book with both hands while offering a cautious smile. Madam, now that you have entered the general's residence, you are indeed the mistress of this household. The general is a paragon of loyalty and patriotism, and naturally, he would not defy his majesty. This is the account book of the general's estate. Madam, you may confidently oversee the household affairs, and the general will surely regard you with greater esteem. Such words from Steward Shun were indeed beguiling. In my previous life, I had fallen for them. Yet in this life, I shall not be so foolish. Without even glancing through it, I tossed the account book directly in front of Shen Kuo, demanding, do I need your esteem? Shen Kuo, if you are short on silver, just say so. Do not resort to these underhanded tactics as if I were some gullible fool. Wanyun's candor left Shen Kuo's face pale. Observing his reaction, Steward Shun hastily remarked, Madam, how can you speak in such a manner? The general entrusting you with the household affairs is also out of respect for his majesty. As the mistress, one must firmly hold the reins of the household, otherwise, one would be the subject of ridicule. Let them ridicule as they please. Dream on if you think I will part with my silver to cover the general's deficits. Chapter 18. Not as good as a cat. Wanyun's candor left Shen Kuo blushing furiously, his fist clenched tightly as if poised to strike at any moment. With a cold laugh, Wanyun discreetly brushed her sleeve, concealing a hidden dart, should Shen Kuo dare to lay a hand on her. She was prepared to send him on his way. The enmity over the death of her son was irreconcilable. Although he had not been the direct cause of Huio's demise as his biological father, Shen Kuo had never shown even a modicum of affection for her. Leaving Huier to languish in despair, gazing vacantly at Furong Garden, had it not been for his indulgence of concubines and disregard for his wife, Lu Rushuang would not have had the audacity to detain the imperial physician, nor would the guards have confined them, preventing the doctor from treating Huier, ultimately leading to her untimely death. Such a despicable creature, lower than swine or dogs. Previously, she had feared that provoking him might invite disaster upon the Mu family. Yet now, she found her former reservations to be of little significance. The atmosphere had become suffocatingly tense. Steward Shin cast a worried glance at Shen Kuo, fearful that the volatile general might lose his composure and act rashly. He quickly tugged at Shen Kuo's sleeve, prompting Shen Kuo to take a deep breath, his expression softening slightly. However, both understood that their plans for Wanyun to oversee the household finances and procure silver were now dashed. Reflecting on the outstanding debts of the estate, Steward Shun felt a pang of headache. As a servant of the Shen family, and with Shen Kuo lacking parental guidance, he had managed the general's household over the years. Despite Shen Kuo's illustrious military achievements and the considerable spoils and rewards bestowed upon him by the emperor, he remained oblivious to the mundane necessities of life. Those spoils and rewards were often dispatched before they had even warmed in his hands, given away with a grand gesture. Steward Shun had broached the subject of their precarious finances several times, but Shen Kuo had always brushed it aside. This time, with the imperial decree of marriage, Although the emperor had granted many valuable gifts, the household had also incurred substantial expenses. He had previously inquired about Mu Wanyun's substantial dowry, which amounted to an impressive 200 sets of bridal gifts. With such a dowry, the General's household would no longer need to worry about financial shortfalls. Despite the numerous disturbances of late, Steward Shun believed they were merely expressions of Mu Wanyun's discontent. After all, it was well known throughout the capital that she held affection for the general, having once audaciously halted his horse in the street. Thus, he had earnestly persuaded the general to attend together, reasoning that with a little goodwill, Mu Wanyun would undoubtedly assume the role of mistress of the household, allowing him to shed his burdens and breathe easier. Yet, he had never anticipated Mu Wanyun's utter lack of gratitude. As the general's wife, she seemed disinclined to manage the household affairs. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Unable to simply watch as the general prepared to leave, frozen in place, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. "What? Do you wish to hear me insult you?" Mu Wanyun remarked, bemused by the colorful expressions on the faces of the master and servant as they lingered in her room. "Mu Wanyun, have you truly considered this? You really do not wish to be the general's wife?" Shen Kuo's gaze was icy, as if encased in frost. "Bah, vile man. Does he think I can be intimidated by him?" Grinding her teeth inwardly, she maintained a light laugh and nodded in mock agreement. "Oh, so the general has resolved to enter the palace and request a decree for divorce." She spoke with a glimmer of hope. Shen Kuo was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, before he clenched his teeth and replied, "Your Majesty bestowed this marriage upon you. It was your Mu family that sought it. If you wish to part ways, it is your family that must take the initiative." As he spoke, an air of derision crept into his gaze as he looked at Mu Wanyun. "I have heard that Master Mu dotes on you greatly. Why not seek his help? Or is it that you are reluctant to let go?" Although framed as a question, his tone bore an air of certainty. Mu Wanyun could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all, reflecting on how meek she once was, which had evidently granted him such misplaced confidence. Indeed, she had once been captivated by his illustrious reputation, leading her to act foolishly. It was no wonder he exuded such self-assuredness. Now, she resolved to awaken him to the stark reality. "Yes, I am reluctant, so it is best for the general to take his leave. Are you not also unwilling to part?" Deliberately sweetening her voice, she approached him with an air of feigned submission. She relished watching him instinctively retreat. In a sudden movement, she lifted her teacup and splashed the cold tea across his face, the chill serving as a jolt to his senses. Shen Kuo, who had been lost in disdain and expectation, erupted in fury. "Mu Wanyun, have you lost your mind? Indeed, General, if you do not grant me a respite, I shall be driven to madness daily. If you wish to avoid a future filled with turmoil, I suggest you release me promptly," Mu Wanyun replied with a bright smile. "You." Noticing Shen Kuo's visible anger, Mu Wanyun's heart raced, her ears perked up, yearning to hear the words she most desired. Yet, disappointment loomed. "To sacrifice my future for you? Dream on, Mu Wanyun. I care not whether your feelings are genuine or feigned, since you have wed into this family. Do not harbor thoughts of leaving. This title of general's wife is not something you can simply cast aside. If it is not your heart's desire, see it through to the end. However, I shall not lay a finger on you. Initially, out of respect for His Majesty and Master Mu, I intended to allow you some dignity. But since you remain obstinate, you cannot blame me." With that, he exhaled deeply, as if making a weighty decision, and his gaze sharpened as he looked at her. "The keys and tokens will be entrusted to my beloved Ruxian. From now on, your provisions and needs will be managed by her. Take care of yourself." As he spoke, Shen Kuo clenched his fists, casting a cold glance at Mu Wanyun before striding away. Steward Shen seemed inclined to catch up and speak to him. Yet the irate Shen Kuo was evidently in no mood to listen. With a deep sigh, Steward Shen turned back to glance at Furong Courtyard before reluctantly following suit. Once they departed, Hong Yu and Lu Qiao exchanged glances, seemingly eager to converse. Mu Wanyun stretched lazily, eyeing them. "Spit it out, what is it? Miss, do you truly not care? After all, you are the bona fide general's wife. Why entrust matters to a lowly servant? Moreover, if you neglect this, will you not have to bow to their whims in the future?" Mu Wanyun let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Consider this carefully. If it were so desirable, would it fall to me? To speak candidly, the general's residence is nothing but a disastrous ledger, and their insistence on entrusting it to me stems from their desire to exploit my dowry to settle their debts." Upon hearing this, both Hong Yu and Lu Qiao were left utterly astounded, clearly not anticipating such a revelation. "Miss, how do you know this?" Lu Qiao inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity. Consider our treatment since entering the residence. If there were significant funds in the accounts, would such fortune ever befall me? Lu Qiao, being naturally astute, quickly recalled the time when Steward Shun had come demanding money, and thus comprehended the situation entirely. She could not help but exclaim, "How dare they treat us as gullible fools?" Therefore, to avoid being taken for a fool, one must keep a vigilant eye on the estate. Furthermore, spread the word that I am unwell, and the household's provisions are not under my control. Also, let it be known that the general and I are at odds. Not only has there been no consummation, but he also has no intention of entrusting the domestic affairs to me. Miss, is this truly wise? How will we maintain our dignity if such rumors circulate? Follow my instructions, Mu Wanyun asserted with determination. She contemplated leaving with her integrity intact. Such matters were better resolved promptly. Fortunately, Shen Kuo would not tarnish his reputation by confronting her. Despite her momentary hesitation about enduring discomfort for the sake of Hui'er, she ultimately decided against it. After all, her Hui'er had clung to her hand in his final moments, vowing that if there were a next life, he would not be her son, wishing to spare her the pain of raising a frail child, and certainly would not be Shen Kuo's son, as he did not deserve such a remarkable child. Without Mu Wanyun's support, the renovations of the General's residence came to a halt, and daily, creditors loitered at its gates. It was rumored that Shen Kuo was often delayed for court, suffering public reprimands from His Majesty. Eventually, Shen Kuo seemed to have devised a method to deter the creditors from further visits. Mu Wanyun enjoyed a few days of tranquility thereafter. She later heard that Shen Kuo had admitted Lu Rushuang into the residence. Perhaps due to financial constraints, the grand ceremonies of the past were forsaken, and Lu Rushuang merely arrived in a sedan chair. Nevertheless, the fanfare surrounding her entrance was not diminished. It was said that Shen Kuo had arranged for his front courtyard to be prepared for Lu Rushuang's stay. Given the proximity of her hibiscus courtyard to the front courtyard, it was nearly impossible for her to remain unaware of their activities. Initially, the hibiscus courtyard had been specially reserved for Lu Rushuang by Shen Kuo. The two even had a side door constructed for their romantic rendezvous, which she later had blocked. However, due to their close quarters, she could hear everything that transpired across the way. Moreover, it was unclear whether they possessed peculiar inclinations, for the sounds emanating from their quarters were enough to flush her cheeks, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of water, without any semblance of discretion. Such an ordeal was truly vexing. Ultimately, in desperation, she administered some medication to the cat she had raised and introduced it to several female cats, successfully drowning out the cacophony. One could not help but remark that despite Shen Kuo's imposing stature, he was utterly inept, proving to be no more capable than a cat. Contemplating this brought Mu Wanyun a measure of solace. According to custom, on the day following a concubine's admission, she was expected to present tea to the matriarch. In her previous life, Lu Rushuang entered the household as a concubine, and the wedding, funded by her own wealth, was no less splendid than a royal marriage. Shen Kuo, with a wave of his hand, declared that Lu Rushuang need not serve her tea. However, in this life, she is determined to partake in the ceremonial tea of Lu Rushuang's status as a concubine, while simultaneously ridiculing Shen Kuo, who pales in comparison to a mere cat. Chapter 19. Serving tea. Mu Wanyun rose early, instructing Hongyu and Lu Qiao to adorn her with care. Typically, on days spent within the estate, she approached her appearance with a casual indifference, opting for a natural visage and a loosely arranged hairstyle, often foregoing the embellishments of gold hairpins and jade ornaments. However, today was a momentous occasion, and she was determined to present herself with the dignity befitting the matriarch of the household. After partaking in breakfast, she adorned her hair with golden hairpins and donned a sumptuous outfit, taking her place in the matriarch's chair to await Lu Rushuang for the tea ceremony. As time passed and the sun grew increasingly bright, Lu Rushuang still had not arrived. Adjusting her overly elaborate hairstyle, she raised her hand to beckon her attendants to inquire about the delay. Hongyu, seeing her distress, hurriedly took on the task and dashed out. Before long, she returned in a huff, her voice carrying before her as she exclaimed, "It infuriates me. She is but a concubine, yet she dares to act so high and mighty." Hongyu, consumed by her indignation, failed to articulate the full story. Lu Qiao, sensing the urgency, pressed for clarification. After a moment to compose herself, Hongyu explained, "We have been waiting for her to serve tea, yet she had no intention of coming. It is said that the general declared she was too tired from last night's events and was specifically excused from the ceremony. How utterly ridiculous." As she spat out her disdain, the others present felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, Mu Wanyun wore a faint smile, appearing unperturbed by the news. And what did you say to her? Lu Qiao asked anxiously. I naturally gave her a stern reprimand, making her aware of her station. Our young lady has been bestowed upon General Shen by the emperor himself. How dare she, a mere concubine, presume to disregard the matriarch by failing to serve tea? Does she not regard the emperor with the respect he is due? Mu Wanyun paused mid-sip, taken aback by Han Yu's astuteness. Upon my words, her countenance shifted. She must be frantically preparing herself now. If she does not arrive shortly, I shall go myself. It is unacceptable for such behavior to go unchallenged. Han Yu's indignation grew as she spoke, hands on her hips, determined to confront the matter. Miss, we must assert our authority today. I have learned that the general is neglecting his duties to be with her, leaving you to stand alone at the altar. This little minx dares to sow discord before even crossing the threshold. Once she is inside, she must heed our counsel. Han Yu's fervor escalated. Oblivious to the astonished and barely suppressed laughter shared between Mu Wanyun and Lu Qiao. No sooner had Han Yu finished her tirade than commotion erupted at the courtyard entrance. Hastening outside, she cast a glance before retreating, announcing, "It is indeed Lu coming." With that, she hurriedly instructed the maidservants to prepare the tea, emphasizing that the young lady preferred it scalding hot. Mu Wanyun raised an eyebrow but remained silent as a woman clad in emerald green gracefully entered. Indeed, Lu Rushuang, who favored the hues of jade and pale yellow, had often boasted before her in a previous life that the general claimed she looked best in those colors. Her spirit was high at that time, and she retorted sharply, perhaps the general deemed her suitable only as a supporting character. Consequently, Lu, with tears glistening in her eyes, later received an order from Shen Kuo to wear only plain garments henceforth. Each time she attended a banquet, she donned a simple outfit, which led to whispers of her being dispirited, and gradually, invitations to gatherings in the capital ceased to arrive for her. Reflecting on the events of her past life, Mu Wanyun felt an uncontrollable surge of resentment rising from her heart. Lu, supported by several maidservants, had already made her way into the hall. Trembling as she attempted to bow, suddenly recalling something, she covered her mouth with a handkerchief and chuckled lightly. Sister, do not take offense. I was quite exhausted attending to the general last night, and my legs still ache, which is why I am late. I hope you will forgive me. Before Mu Wanyun could respond, Lu raised an eyebrow in playful laughter, casting a glance over Mu Wanyun. I almost forgot, sister. Though you have been married to the general for over a month, you have yet to consummate the marriage. I suppose you are still unaware of the general's prowess. At that moment, the atmosphere became palpably tense. The hot-tempered Han Yu could no longer contain herself, eager to confront Lu on Mu Wanyun's behalf, but was halted by Mu Wanyun's voice. She leisurely sipped from her teacup, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, Indeed, he is quite formidable. Last night, my cat happened to be in heat, chasing after several female cats. I was pondering who was stronger, only to discover that the general pales in comparison to my cat. With that, Mu Wanyun stifled a laugh. Lu Rushuang was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, her expression soured, her voice laced with barely concealed anger. Madam dares to equate the general with a beast. That was merely a casual remark. Why take it to heart? However, upon reflection, it does not seem entirely unfounded. Mu Wanyun continued to chuckle. Lu's complexion darkened further, but upon reconsideration, she found a silver lining, with the general's imminent return. She had ample reason to lodge a complaint against her, though the general had repeatedly assured her that she held his heart alone, and that marrying Mu Wanyun was merely a desperate measure. The reality of being a secondary wife still weighed heavily on her heart. Yet at present, with the general away attending court, it would not be wise to embitter her relations with the Mu family. She had heard that Mu Wanyun had been embroiled in numerous scandals recently, even causing the general considerable distress. It was prudent to endure for the time being. Thus, Lu's expression shifted through various emotions before settling back into a fade of forced mirth. In her previous life, Lu had always worn this insufferable demeanor. Madam is indeed a woman of temperament. This reassures me. Before my arrival, I had imagined Madam would be fierce and menacing, demanding my head. But it seems I overestimated the situation. Lu smiled, gesturing for those nearby to present the tea they had brought, performing the customary tea offering to Mu Wanyun. However, quick-witted Han Yu swiftly handed over a cup of steaming tea to Lu, who paused, her eyes momentarily glistening with unshed tears. Realizing that offering tea was not as simple a task as she had anticipated, Lu felt a pang of urgency, glancing frequently towards the courtyard. Estimating the time for the general's return, The maidservants around were perceptive and hurriedly bowed to Mu Wanyun, smiling as they said, "Madam, the concubine has specially brought tea from her hometown for you to taste. I believe it would be best to use the concubine's tea." Presumptuous. Who do you think you are to speak here? What if this tea is poisoned? Can you take responsibility for the madam's life? Green Xiao reprimanded sternly. How could this be? Concubine. The maidservant's words were cut short as Lu Rushuang began to weep softly, her voice melodious, even if it was tinged with sorrow. I merely wished for my madam to enjoy the tea I personally brewed. Why has it turned into an accusation of poisoning? Or is it that my madam cannot tolerate my presence at all? As she spoke, Lu Rushuang glanced fearfully at the tea in Hong Yu's hand. I may come from humble origins, but I have heard of the various cunning methods employed by the wives of wealthy households against their concubines. I had thought my madam, being the daughter of the Grand Tutor, would not stoop to such jealousy. With those words, Lu Rushuang appeared to doubt her initial impressions, her gaze lingering on Mu Wanyun with uncertainty. In her previous life, she would have been easily swayed by such words and would have curbed her own brilliance, determined never to tarnish the reputation of the Grand Tutor's residence. However, it was precisely her reluctance to stand firm that had led her to suffer in her past life. Thus, in this lifetime, she would not allow herself to be bound by such ethereal notions. Dream on. In her previous life, she had been accommodating, striving to be magnanimous. Yet Lu Rushuang's repeated scheming had turned her into a figure of jealousy and resentment, her name sullied far and wide. Therefore, in this life, she would fulfill their expectations and indeed become the envious woman they sought to create. Presumptuous, Lu. As a concubine, you are to serve me tea. Your unwillingness is evident. Are you not content with your role as a concubine, coveting my position as the legitimate wife? Is this why you refuse to serve me your tea? Insisting that I drink this wild brew of unknown origin? What are your true intentions? As Mu Wanyun spoke, she subtly gestured to Green Xiao, who understood and rushed to seize the teapot from the maidservant's hands. The maidservant, taken by surprise, found the teapot swiftly in Green Xiao's possession. What are you doing? The maidservant reacted, attempting to reclaim it. Presumptuous. Seize her. Mu Wanyun slammed her palm on the table, exuding authority. Her narrowed gaze fixed on the tea now held by Green Xiao, she arched an eyebrow in anger. If it is not meant for me, why the secrecy? Could it be that this tea indeed harbors ill intentions? As Mu Wanyun spoke, her eyes subtly shifted towards Lu Rushuang. Lu Rushuang's expression tightened. Instinctively clutching the handkerchief in her grasp, her gaze evasive. Mu Wanyun had only intended to bluff, but she did not anticipate such a significant reaction from Lu. Could it be that the tea truly posed a threat? Unbelievable. Go fetch a doctor at once. And do summon the officials from the Ministry of Justice as well. At her words, both Lu Rushuang and her companions wavered unsteadily. Madam, there is no need for such. I have barely settled into the general's residence. Yet I have already brushed against death several times. I am frightened. Mu Wanyun feigned a look of lingering dread. Lu Rushuang bit her lip, her face paling with each passing moment. As she watched Mu Wanyun's people hurriedly depart to seek the doctor and the officials, she felt a genuine sense of panic. What would she do now? She merely wished to see Mu Wanyun make a fool of herself. Madam, as the First Lady has suggested, I shall bow and present tea to you. Lu Rushuang steeled her resolve, directly lifting the steaming tea, and with both hands, approached Mu Wanyun, saying, Madam, I humbly present this tea to you. Chapter 20. A life at stake. Upon hearing the words, Mu Wanyun straightened her attire, sat up elegantly, and wore a gentle smile that suggested her satisfaction. Lu Rushuang secretly let out a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few polite remarks, she endured the searing heat. Lifting the teacup above her head, Madam, please enjoy the tea, she said, maintaining an air of respect and propriety. Yet, the cup was too hot for her fingers to bear, causing her to tremble slightly. Mu Wanyun observed her reaction, recognizing that Lu was nearing her limits. Yet she felt no sense of vindication. Between them lay the life of Huier, a matter that could never be resolved through mere satisfaction. Initially, she had not intended to deal with Lu Rushuang so swiftly. Her invitation to serve tea had merely been a means to collect a small interest. However, at this moment, she abruptly changed her mind. Given her understanding of Lu Rushuang, she deemed it improbable that poison would be involved, likely just a mild intimidation tactic, akin to the use of croton seeds. Thus, even if the officials from the Dali Temple were to arrive, it would likely amount to nothing. After all, Lu was indeed the cherished one of Shen Kuo, a man wielding military power and a recently elevated noble of the court, capable of protecting a concubine. Lost in thought, Mu Wanyun momentarily became distracted. Meanwhile, Lu Rushuang was struggling to maintain her composure. Her once gentle visage began to fracture, revealing a glimmer of resentment in her eyes. The hand that held the teacup trembled slightly, as if it might slip from her grasp at any moment. The maidservants attending her grew anxious. One older servant stepped forward, expressing her discontent with an exaggerated bow. "Madam, the concubine is in frail health. Should the general find out?" "Enough," Wanyun interjected. "I was merely lost in thought and have grown thirsty." As she reached for the teacup, she hesitated, retracting her hand just as it touched the vessel. Lu Rushuang, her arm weary from holding the cup aloft, finally let go, and with a sudden crash, the teacup fell, prompting a startled scream from her. "Impudent Lu! What is the meaning of this?" Wanyun's face hardened in anger before Lu could regain her composure. Lu's eyes reddened, tears welling up, projecting an image of pitiful vulnerability. "Madam, I saw clearly, it was you who intended to." Before the maid could finish her defense of Lu Rushuang, she was met with disdain. This maid, specifically assigned to Lu by Shen Kuo, had served him since childhood, and the death of the former wet nurse had long bred resentment towards Wanyun. Over time, she had grown accustomed to being treated as half a mistress within the household, losing any sense of her subordinate status. Now, witnessing the torment of her master as beloved, she stepped forward, ready to defend her. "What are you? You have no place to speak here. Show respect to the madam. Guards, take her away." Before Wanyun could voice her command, Lu Qiao had already issued a stern rebuke. The maid, intent on asserting herself, found herself seized by several strong men, who swiftly silenced her with a flurry of blows. The individuals under Wanyun's command are indeed formidable martial artists, many of whom are seasoned veterans from the borderlands. They possess remarkable skills and immense strength, but more importantly, they are genuine and sincere. Wanyun provides them with a monthly stipend of merely 7 or 8 taels, excluding any daily tips. Having endured numerous hardships, they regard Wanyun as their true sovereign, and they cannot tolerate any disrespect directed toward her from an old rogue. With just a few slaps, the maid's face had swollen to an alarming degree. As she opened her mouth to speak, she realized that she was leaking air and, upon glancing down, discovered that her teeth had been knocked out. You struck me. Do you even realize?" The maid, covering her face, attempted to invoke Shen Kuo's name, but was met with a piercing glare from the martial artist, causing her to immediately retract her neck in fear. After this episode, Lu Rushuang's expression grew increasingly grave. She had come to understand that the general's prohibition against her seeking out Wanyun was genuinely for her own good. This woman was utterly deranged. At this moment, her heart raced with trepidation. She feared that Wanyun would discover that something had been slipped into the tea, using it as pretext to deal with her. She also yearned for Shen Kuo to return swiftly. Consequently, her complexion paled further, rendering her as fragile as a wilting willow, pitifully delicate. As she lifted her gaze, she unexpectedly met Wanyun's icy, scrutinizing stare, causing her legs to tremble and collapse into a kneeling position. "Madam, I assure you, it was not my intention. I thought you would receive it, but I never anticipated." The concubine's words insinuated that the madam had intentionally let it slip to torment her. Wanyun's voice was frigid. Lu Rushuang's anxiety intensified, her body trembling as she dared not speak, her eyes reddening with unshed tears that threatened to spill over, but never did. Wanyun observed her closely, a sudden smile gracing her lips. "It seems the concubine is quite fearful of me. It is understandable, given the misunderstanding. After all, it is merely a broken teacup. Another can easily be fetched." With that, she signaled to Hongyu, who promptly arranged for another cup of tea to be poured. Although she was aware of the situation, her brow still furrowed slightly. The tea was scalding hot. Lu Rushuang noticed this too, staring at the cup presented before her. Her brow knitted in reluctance as she shrank back, unwilling to accept it. "What is it? Does the concubine still hold resentment toward me? Do you believe I am unworthy of this cup of concubine's tea?" Wanyun's smile abruptly froze, her tone becoming even more frigid, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of those present. "Lu Rushuang, in my past life, I pleaded with you, yet you remained indifferent, leading to the tragic demise of my Huier. He was but 3 years old, and you conspired to have him topple your son, resulting in Shen Kuo punishing him to kneel before the ancestral hall." Recalling the scenes from her previous life, Wanyun felt as though her heart was being wrenched by a blade, and her gaze toward Lu Rushuang grew even colder. "Of course not." At last, the tears that had pooled in Lu Rushuang's eyes cascaded down her cheeks, rendering her a picture of sorrow, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. Wanyun, feeling a pang of inadequacy, had always understood that Shen Kuo could not bear to see Lu Rushuang in such a state. which was why he repeatedly chose to turn a blind eye and show favoritism. Lu Rushuang's tears always seemed to fall just as Shen Kuo arrived. Yet this time, Shen Kuo would not return so swiftly. Ultimately, Lu Rushuang waited in vain. If that is not the case, then let us pay our respects with tea. Do not allow it to cool. My constitution cannot tolerate cold tea. Mu Wanyun remarked, a faint, elusive smile tugging at her lips. Though she smiled, her eyes radiated a chilling coldness. This series of events invariably evokes memories of her past life, albeit with a different subject. Indeed, Lu Rushuang's eyelashes fluttered, with droplets of water clinging to them, creating an image of poignant vulnerability. As she trembled and reached out to catch them, Hongyu accidentally spilled the scalding tea, splattering it onto Lu Rushuang's hand, causing her to scream in agony. Madam, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall never again occupy the general's affections. Do you imply that I, your madam, intentionally torment you out of jealousy for your favor? Mu Wanyun, agitated, raised a vase and hurled it at Lu Rushuang's feet, startling her into a state of terror, causing her to collapse to the ground, quaking and biting her lip, insisting, I did not mean it. I am but a foolish servant. Please spare my life, madam. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught a fleeting figure at the courtyard entrance, prompting her to raise her voice again. Madam, I recognize my fault. However, I am of minor status and truly did not act with malice. Please, spare me. Mu Wanyun was not oblivious to her ruse, yet it was evident that Lu Rushuang had ultimately miscalculated. Observing Mu Wanyun rise, Lu Rushuang prostrated herself on the ground, trembling like a wretched soul oppressed by the primary wife. I acknowledge my mistake. I shall never again. However, Mu Wanyun merely cast her a cold glance before rising to greet the visitors, instructing Zhang Tai and Lu Xiqing to make an appearance. Madam, you are too kind. Both men responded in unison with a bow. Lu Rushuang sensed something amiss and turned to discover that the newcomers were not Shen Kuo, but rather a physician and an official clad in court attire. Who are you? Lu Rushuang thought she knew the answer, but still bit her lip in apprehension. Esteemed sirs, this is the pot of tea. I sensed something was wrong. Hence I abstained from drinking it. I implore you to examine it, Mu Wanyun instructed, gesturing for Kiao to present the teapot. Lu Rushuang grew anxious and hastily signaled her maid, who was well aware that this idea had originated from her. If the tea were indeed found to be tainted, even the general's presence would not shield them from the consequences. As Kiao was about to pass the teapot to the physician, the maid suddenly dashed forward and seized it. Stop her. She aims to destroy the evidence. Do not let her drink it. Upon hearing this, the maid, initially fearful of losing the teapot, had a sudden flash of inspiration and defiantly consumed the entire contents. After all, it was merely some croton seed, causing only temporary discomfort, not death. Yet, in the next moment, she felt an alarming shift, hunched over, trembling, and then suddenly coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground in darkness. The abrupt turn of events sent a wave of shrieks throughout the hall. Mu Wanyun, too, was struck with terror, her face paling as she stammered, "It is poison." How ruthless. To protect her mistress, she has risked her life, such loyalty. As she spoke, her icy gaze turned toward Lu Rushuang. Lu Rushuang had already been rendered paralyzed by the shocking scene before her, and upon regaining her composure, she hurriedly shook her head. No, it is not poison. If it is not poison, then what is it? Lu, I did not wish to marry the general. Had I known he was already yours, I would never have entered this union. How could you resort to murder? What a wicked heart you possess. Mu Wanyun's complexion turned ashen, her entire being trembling in fear. This demeanor, she has indeed learned from Lu Rushuang, though it remains uncertain how much she has truly absorbed. Dr. Zhang has already confirmed that it is arsenic. Lu Xiqing immediately signaled to his subordinates, instructing them to escort this. Lady Lu, Hongyu swiftly interjected. Indeed. Lu Xiqing cast a glance at Hongyu and then respectfully addressed Mu Wanyun, stating that the culprit must first be taken back to the Dali Temple, and as for this, there is no hope left. Dr. Zhang slowly withdrew the silver needle, shaking his head in resignation. We must also return the body to the Dali Temple. Mu Wanyun, pale-faced, nodded, but then seemed to recollect something. It should be so. However, this Lu family member is dear to our hearts. On the day of our marriage, we even disregarded His Majesty's sentiments, fabricating a tale of bandit suppression just to accompany her. I fear entanglements with a murder case. Even General Shen would be powerless in such a situation. Lu Xiqing is indeed a rare figure of integrity within the court. Mu Wanyun silently commended him in her heart. Chapter 21. A visit to the Dali Temple. While she was pleased to see the Lu family being escorted back to the Dali Temple, she recognized that, in name, Lu Ruoshuang was still the mistress of the household. Ultimately, her primary desire was to witness Lu Ruoshuang's misfortune with her own eyes. Supported by a few maids and servants, she personally accompanied the procession to the gates of the general's residence. Lu Ruoshuang was truly terrified, shouting and proclaiming her innocence all the way. The officials of the Dali Temple had seen all manners of individuals. It was not uncommon for those accused to cry out their innocence. However, most cases involved a primary wife unable to tolerate a concubine, resorting to dark schemes. This instance of a concubine attempting to poison the primary wife was unprecedented. Nevertheless, considering the recent uproar surrounding the royal decree of marriage involving the foremost civil and military officials of the court, it was hardly surprising that turmoil ensued, particularly given the rumors of General Shen's preferential treatment towards his concubine at the expense of his lawful wife. Lu Ruoshuang, pale and distraught, could hardly maintain her composure, desperately hoping for Shen Kuo to come to her rescue. The officers of the Dali Temple displayed no mercy, though many onlookers gasped in astonishment, curious to learn the unfolding drama. Unfortunately, the officials, with their stoic expressions, lacked the courage to intervene. Wanyun clutched her handkerchief, contemplating the situation, unable to restrain herself. She addressed Lu Xiqing. "This Lu lady is, after all, my husband's cherished one. I implore you to treat her with care. I believe she did not intend to poison me." "What? Poison?" The gathering crowd, initially perplexed, was now struck with disbelief. Every household had its share of hidden intrigues, but a concubine poisoning the primary wife was indeed unheard of. Observing the beleaguered Lady Shen pleading for leniency, one could not help but feel a sense of sympathy for her plight. Those in the know hastily shared their insights, revealing that General Shen had reportedly acted violently towards his wife within the palace, explaining her evident fear. Wanyun's pitiable demeanor garnered her a measure of sympathy among the onlookers. Lu Xiqing cast a glance at Wanyun, appearing as though he wished to speak, but ultimately opted for a distant bow before preparing to depart. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. Lu Ruoshuang immediately recognized Shen Kuo and rushed forward, crying out, "General, save me. I did not poison the lady. They want to imprison me." Shen Kuo, delayed by other matters, had been troubled by thoughts of Wanyun's recent behavior, fearing for Ruoshuang. Finally managing to extricate himself, he hastened back, only to find he was a moment too late. Without waiting for his horse to come to a halt, he leapt from the saddle, landing before the carriage of the Dali Temple. With swift movements, he disarmed the officers holding Lu Ruoshuang, cradling her trembling form in his arms as she nearly fainted from fright. "Ruoshuang, I am late." After offering her some comfort, he suddenly recalled that he had just struck one of Lu Feng's men, the stern magistrate of the Dali Temple, causing his heart to skip a beat. Maintaining an impassive faade, he concealed the simmering anger within, directing his gaze at Lu Xiqing. "What is the meaning of this?" he inquired, his mind already deducing that Wanyun must have colluded with the magistrate to exploit Ruoshuang's vulnerability in his absence. With a sharp gaze sweeping across the room, he chanced upon Wanyun standing not far away, and without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed at her, "Mu, I leave for but a brief moment, and you cause such a commotion. What on earth are you trying to achieve?" His indiscriminate blame was all too familiar to Wanyun. This time, however, she felt no anger. Instead, she trembled as if deeply wronged, her eyes welling up with tears that cascaded down her cheeks, rendering her speechless with grievance. Someone stepped forward to defend her. "General Shen, you are a hero who protects our homeland, and we hold you in high esteem. Yet, you cannot blindly favor your concubine. Madame Mu was nearly poisoned to death by this very concubine, and she was just now pleading for her. Impossible." Shen Kuo's forehead throbbed with veins, his incredulity palpable as he glared, fists clenched, at the speaker. "You are in league with Wanyun. How much has she paid you to slander Ruoshuang?" "General Shen." The man appeared profoundly shaken, shaking his head in disbelief. "I always thought of you as a heroic figure of great renown. Alas." Shen Kuo raised an eyebrow, an instinctive displeasure brewing within him, yet he could not dwell on it. Seeing Wanyun feigning distress once more, he recalled her scheming within the palace and, after a moment's reflection, decided to abandon his thoughts of her. Instead, he directed his ire toward Lu Feng. "Lu Xiqing, I know you have always been close to the Grand Tutor Mu, but this is a matter of my household. As the Minister of Justice, is it not rather reckless of you to interfere? Ruoshuang is but a frail woman, she." He hesitated, swallowing the rest of his words. Her delicate constitution, if subjected to such a fright, could lead to lasting repercussions, and I would show no mercy. His imposing stature, coupled with years of success, would typically instill trepidation in others, causing them to retreat. However, Lu Feng was no ordinary individual. In the past, he had apprehended royal signs without exception, even when the emperor himself interceded on their behalf, let alone Shen Kuo. Is General Shen questioning the integrity of my court? Lu Feng's expression was enigmatic, a hint of amusement in his eyes, yet devoid of fear. Shen Kuo sensed this shift and recalled the rumors circulating about Lu Feng. A sense of foreboding gnawing at him. He cast a glance back at Wanyun, beginning to suspect that perhaps she was indeed orchestrating this entire affair. General Shen, whether your concubine is innocent remains to be seen. Could it be that you were aware of her intentions to poison Miss Mu all along, yet chose to shield her for personal gain? Lu Feng's gaze turned toward Wanyun. Wanyun, her heart racing, nodded fervently in response, but quickly composed herself, adopting the guise of a fragile willow swaying in the wind. For reasons unknown, she felt as though Lu Feng's scrutinizing gaze pierced through her facade, as if he could see right through her. What do you mean? Are you disrespecting me, Minister Lu? Shen Kuo felt a nagging headache, an unsettling intuition suggesting that Lu Rushuang may indeed have done something wrong. He glanced down, noticing her trembling form was no mere act. It was evident she had been profoundly frightened, her delicate face drained of color. In that moment, he could think of nothing else but to ensure her safety at all costs. Going to the Dali Temple was out of the question. Face. Lu Feng scoffed, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. How many in the court have spoken to me of face? When has the Dali Temple ever cared for such trivialities? Do you, General Shen, believe your pride surpasses the law of the land? Or even the emperor's decree? The weight of his words was suffocating, and even Shen Kuo felt the blood drain from his face. Lu Rushuang leaned heavily against him, shaking her head in protest. General, I truly did nothing. Shen Kuo nodded reassuringly at her, then turned to Lu Feng. If you wish to apprehend her, then take me as well. Is the general truly so resolute? Lu Feng had never bowed to threats, and now, seeing Shen Kuo's unwavering support for Lu Rushuang, he began to reconsider his stance. Naturally, as a man, if he could not protect his own woman, what right did he have to stand among others in this world, to safeguard his homeland? His words, though filled with bravado, went unanswered, leaving him puzzled. He tightened his embrace around Lu Rushuang and stood tall before Lu Feng, wagering that Lu Feng would not dare take action against him. Very well, Lu Feng replied. Since the general acknowledges his concubine's involvement, we shall all pay a visit to the Dali Temple. If the general is innocent, the Dali Temple shall not wrong him. The unspoken implication lingered in the air as his gaze swept towards the entrance, where Wanyun was being assisted, a flicker of delight crossing his features, though it vanished almost instantly. With his keen perception, Lu Feng felt certain he had not misjudged the situation. Contemplating this, he became more resolute, gesturing for his men to escort Shen Kuo to the Dali Temple as well. Shen Kuo was taken aback, his expression darkening. Lu Feng chuckled lightly. The general himself has consented. Surely he would not go back on his word? I am well aware of the general's prowess. My subordinates are no match for you. However, General, do not trouble my men unnecessarily. I am not unreasonable, Shen Kuo replied through gritted teeth, his gaze cold as it bore into Lu Feng. Flames of anger flickering in his eyes as they darted to Wanyun, who lifted her chin slightly, seemingly in good spirits. Rage coursed through him, knowing that this woman was once again orchestrating chaos. Then let us proceed, Lu Feng said, casting a glance at Wanyun before finally gesturing for them to move. Lu Rushuang was in a state of shock, unable to comprehend that the general was indeed taking her to the Dali Temple. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at Shen Kuo. General, fear not, Rushuang. With me here, no harm shall come to you, he declared loudly, striving to project an air of indifference, as if unperturbed by the unfolding events. Lu Feng sat expressionlessly inside the carriage, contemplating deeply as they traveled along the road. Lu's demeanor was one of anxiety, suggesting that she was not entirely ignorant of the poisoning incident, yet there seemed to be more to the story than met the eye. Chapter 22. The home ground. Lu Feng's concerns mirrored those of Wanyun, whose apprehensions stemmed from her experience of having lived once before. As someone who had been reborn, she was well aware of the steadfastness of the incorruptible Minister of Justice, a rare figure in the court unafraid of power. She had sent someone with a token to invite him, for it was unlikely that such a dignitary would venture forth for trifling domestic matters without due cause. Reflecting on this, Mu Wanyun instructed her people to deliver a portion of the evidence against Shen Kuo, which she had previously collected. Indeed, it was merely a fraction of what she had amassed. She had already sent some to solicit Lu Feng's involvement, while the remainder awaited the outcome of the investigation and Lu Feng's cooperation. By chance, she had stumbled upon the incriminating evidence hidden in Shen Kuo's study, realizing that the accusations lodged against him were indeed substantiated. Shen Kuo's subordinates were not merely flawed. Their misdeeds were egregious enough to warrant the phrase beyond redemption. Moreover, Shen Kuo was not oblivious to these issues. Rather, his indulgence allowed such behavior to flourish among his subordinates. His ascent from the descendants of exiled criminals to a general in a mere 8 years was not a feat of a fool. She had often heard that his subordinates were fiercely loyal to him. As the daughter of the Grand Tutor, she was not naive to the intricacies of court politics and public sentiment. Although Shen Kuo did not favor her, having spent years in proximity to him, she had quickly discerned the underlying machinations upon discovering the evidence in her previous life. Shen Kuo's rise to prominence, despite his family's disgrace due to his father's embezzlement of military funds, resulting in the tragic death of 50,000 troops, was a testament to his military prowess and ability to command loyalty. The aftermath of that scandal had shaken the entire court, breeding resentment among the soldiers. Yet, mere years later, Shen Kuo had garnered immense respect within the military, relying on the very evidence that could condemn his subordinates. Mu Wanyun surmised that these heinous acts were likely orchestrated by Shen Kuo himself. Each offense could be deemed capital. Almost every commander under Shen Kuo bore such stains upon their record. While he publicly denounced these misdeeds, he secretly interceded with the emperor, using his military achievements to shield his subordinates from punishment. Such magnanimity from a general would surely inspire unwavering loyalty among his ranks. Even Mu Wanyun could not help but admire Shen Kuo's cunning. Yet, she was acutely aware of the innocence of those who had suffered at the hands of his subordinates. Knowing that Lu Feng had been tirelessly seeking evidence to exonerate the blameless, she resolved to deliver the incriminating documents to him. However, she understood that even with this evidence, Lu Feng would find it challenging to sway those in power or to unseat Shen Kuo. Thus, meticulous planning was imperative. Through their exchanges, perhaps Lu Feng and she could forge a partnership. With this thought, Mu Wanyun smiled subtly, contemplating that by freeing herself from the shackles of unfulfilled desires and unresolved dilemmas, her mind seemed to flourish with newfound clarity. Madam, no, Mississippi. In a moment of careless speech, Hong Yu inadvertently forgot not to address her as Madam in front of outsiders. Having been sternly reminded by Mu Wanyun, who shot her a disapproving glance. Quickly, Hong Yu amended her words with a smile, moving behind Mu Wanyun to massage her shoulders while reporting, "Miss, everything has been arranged, so rest assured." Mu Wanyun responded with a soft comfortably closing her eyes. The bait had been cast. Now it was merely a matter of awaiting the outcome. While Shen Kuo and Lu Rushuang presumed her days had been idle, the truth was that she had been quite generous with her resources. As the saying goes, money can make even the devil dance, and indeed, wealth is a powerful ally. With her financial support, those around Shen Kuo multiplied, and Lu Rushuang was not without her own followers. Otherwise, how could she have discreetly obtained the items Shen Kuo had hidden away? How could she have incited Lu Rushuang, who had been cautioned repeatedly against visiting her courtyard, to come flaunting her successes and even resorting to treachery? Of course, it was fortunate that this incarnation of Lu Rushuang lacked the cunning and guile of her former self, allowing Mu Wanyun to succeed without undue struggle. This led her to ponder a curious thought. Logically, given Lu Rushuang's humble origins, how could she possess such intricate knowledge of the affairs of the inner quarters? Yet, in her previous life, Lu Rushuang had indeed been well versed in such matters, tormenting both her and Hui'er mercilessly. In her sleep, Mu Wanyun's brows furrowed. Upon noticing this, Lu Qiao hastily summoned a blanket to cover her, only to be startled when Mu Wanyun suddenly opened her eyes, nearly causing the blanket to slip from her hands. "I understand now," Mu Wanyun exclaimed. Both Hong Yu and Lu Qiao turned to her, with Lu Qiao calming herself to ask with a smile, "Did the miss have another nightmare?" Since her marriage into the northern general's household, Mu Wanyun had been plagued by relentless nightmares, often waking in terror, only to descend into a melancholy state upon waking. Despite consulting imperial physicians and renowned doctors who attributed her troubles to excessive worry, during the day, she appeared unaffected. As her servants, they felt it inappropriate to pry too deeply, yet concern for her well-being lingered, especially as she seemed to carry an inexplicable heaviness within her. It was as if overnight, she had transformed into a being of greater maturity, complexity, and shrewdness. though they could not quite articulate it. It was indeed perplexing. I am fine, Mu Wanyun responded softly, meeting the concerned gazes of Hongyu and Lu Qiao. A gentle smile tugged at her lips. She was aware that she had dreamt of her past life once more. A recurring theme of late. Countless times each day, she relived despair, helplessness, and hatred. Sometimes, she would awaken with a sudden urge to weep, haunted by Huitra's tragic demise, Shen Kuo's heartlessness, and Lu Rushuang's schemes, as if her heart had returned to the depths of her former existence, drowning in anguish. Under such torment, her heart hardened gradually, and her resolve became increasingly ruthless. Both Hongyu and Lu Qiao understood they should refrain from probing further. Seeing her reluctance to speak, they stood silently at her side. Leaning against the couch, Mu Wanyun reflected on the sudden clarity she had gained. In her previous life, though Lu Rushuang had initially displayed a certain cunning, she had lacked the depth of experience, presenting her superficiality in front of Mu Wanyun. It seems that after she befriended Cui Yao, her methods grew increasingly ruthless. By controlling the inner chambers, she gradually eliminated her supporters, leaving her with no one to rely upon, all while utilizing her own dowry. Each time she reflected on this, Mu Wanyun felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. She held a sharp blade yet handed it to others, only to stab herself. Then there was Cui Yao. She truly regarded her as a sister. Mu Wanyun could not comprehend why Cui Yao would scheme against her. She questioned whether she had ever wronged her in any way. Was it due to Mu Chen? Now, she was aware that Mu Chen had long been entangled with Cui Yao, and she understood Mu Chen's dissatisfaction with her. Thus, Cui Yao plotted against her for Mu Chen's sake. Yet, on the day of their wedding, Mu Chen indeed seemed displeased with her desire to call off the marriage. Cui Yao, on the other hand, appeared more inclined to see her elope with the man she frequently mentioned, Chong Zhuqing. Reflecting on this, she had her people retrieve the investigation report on Chong Zhuqing's background and began to peruse it once more. It seemed unremarkable, lacking the extraordinary qualities Cui Yao had claimed. Contemplating this, Mu Wanyun instructed her subordinates to put it away and dismissed it from her mind. She had been keeping a vigilant eye on the developments at the Dali Temple. Within 2 days, news arrived that they had managed to extract a confession from Lu Rushuang's associates. Initially, they adamantly denied any wrongdoing, but after enduring torture, they admitted that it was indeed Lu Rushuang who had instructed them to procure arsenic, intending to poison Mu Wanyun through the tea served to her. The apothecary's assistant corroborated this, confirming that it was Lu Rushuang's maid who had stealthily made the purchase. Thus, both eyewitness and material evidence were present. According to the law, a concubine conspiring to harm the mistress faced severe punishment. Yet, Lu Rushuang stubbornly refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing, swearing her innocence. Shen Kuo vehemently accused Lu Feng, claiming it was all a fabrication, asserting that Lu Feng had colluded with the Mu family out of envy towards him. He warned Lu Feng that if he dared to harm Lu Rushuang, he would first have to contend with him. Shen Kuo was resolute in defending Lu Rushuang. Lu Feng, caught in a dilemma, ultimately had no choice but to enter the palace. The matter escalated to the court. Mu Wanyun listened with great interest. Her appetite had improved significantly, and she frequently sent inquiries for further updates. Shen Kuo's feelings for Lu Rushuang were beyond reproach. The question remained how he would secure her life this time. Regardless of the means, it would undoubtedly be aligned with the preferences of the esteemed individual in the palace. Thus, she was convinced that she had made the right choice this time. In her past life, even amidst rampant rumors of Shen Kuo favoring his concubine over his wife, she had tirelessly navigated the situation for the sake of appearances and the reputation of the General's household. She believed that by marrying Shen Kuo, she had intertwined her fate with the General's family, sharing both fortune and misfortune. If the General's household and Shen Kuo suffered, she too would not fare well. However, she had never considered that her efforts to preserve the dignity of the General's household rendered her a figure of ridicule, ultimately diminishing her standing over time. The legitimate wife viewed her as a disgrace. The concubines found her deserving of her plight, and men deemed her weak. In this lifetime, she was determined to expose Shen Kuo and Lu Rushuang's affair to all. A legitimate wife, wronged yet seeking understanding, would surely leave a more lasting impression. The titles of General Shen Kuo, the hero against enemies, and the god of war have ceased to serve as a shield for Shen Kuo. She aims to unveil Shen Kuo's true nature to all. The court has erupted into a cacophony of voices. For several days, the scandal of Shen Kuo favoring his concubine over his wife, and his tacit approval of the concubine's poisoning of the legitimate wife, has become the talk of the town. Shen Kuo, in a fit of desperation, publicly denounced Mu Wanyun's various misdeeds, proclaiming Lu Rushuang's innocence, yet no matter how vehemently he asserted his claims, nor how resounding the title of God of War, it could not rival the trust the people held for the Dali Temple and its head, Lu Feng. With Lu Feng personally overseeing the investigation, armed with both witnesses and evidence, Shen Kuo's statements appeared increasingly ludicrous. Some even began to speculate that Shen Kuo bore little resemblance to the rumors, instead portraying a picture of a furious and irrational madman. Yet, oblivious to the brewing storm, Shen Kuo, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, remained unaware of the situation. As Lu Feng resolutely pursued charges against Lu Rushuang, and with the emperor uncharacteristically silent, Shen Kuo found himself genuinely anxious. In moments of desperation, one is prone to irrational actions. Upon hearing her servants urgently report the return of the general, Wanyun recognized that her stage was set once more. Chapter 23. The suffocating feeling before the person even arrived. The furious voice of Shen Kuo pierced through the air. Wanyun, you venomous woman, how could you be so malicious? I shall kill you. As his words echoed, Shen Kuo's imposing figure had already stormed into the hall. Seething with rage, his ruggedly handsome face flushed to deep crimson with anger, and his dark eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson fury. What was most terrifying, however, were the bulging veins on his forehead and the iron fist raised high, as if it were ready to strike down at any moment, taking a life. Those surrounding Wanyun felt as though they were standing on the brink of disaster. Hongyu and Lu Qiao even shielded Wanyun protectively. A flicker of gratitude passed through Wanyun's heart, yet she managed to force a light smile, gesturing for them to remain calm. Why such a panic? She remarked, glancing up at Shen Kuo. In just a few days, he appeared significantly haggard, indicating that he was indeed agitated. With a sense of amusement, she chuckled lightly, General. Why are you alone? Where is Sister Lu? She purposefully looked behind Shen Kuo. This action reignited Shen Kuo's fury, causing the anger he had struggled to suppress to erupt uncontrollably once more as he advanced toward her. Wanyun, how dare you say such things? If it weren't for you, how could Lu Rushuang have ended up in such a place as the Dali Temple? Do you have any idea how terrified she is? The concern and pain in Shen Kuo's gaze were unmistakable, revealing the depth of his feelings for Lu Rushuang. In her past life, Wanyun would have been unable to contain her jealousy, feeling driven to madness. In this life, however, she quietly placed her hand over her heart, remaining composed, yet filled with resentment. You've made progress, she thought. His reaction only fueled his rage further. Alarmed, Hongyu and Lu Qiao were about to call for help when Wanyun stopped them once more. General Shen possesses unparalleled martial prowess. If he intends to kill me, how could you possibly stand against him? But tell me, General, have you truly considered the consequences? If you kill me, the Emperor shall never forgive your Lu girl. Shen Kuo was not a fool, for he had returned not with the intent to harm Wanyun. In truth, he sought her assistance. Regardless of whether Lu Rushuang had indeed poisoned anyone, he would not allow her to come to harm. Yet, the current circumstances were beyond his control. The Emperor had hinted to him that if he wished for Rushuang to safely emerge from the Dali Temple, Wanyun must withdraw her accusations. After all, she was the aggrieved party. If she were magnanimous, the matter would simply dissipate. He believed this would not pose a challenge, as what Wanyun desired was the position of the general's wife, a role she sought in response to his previous neglect. Thus, lowering his head, he thought she would surely be satisfied. She would gain a reputation, becoming the universally lauded and magnanimous wife of the general. As he contemplated, his muscles tensed. The position of the general's wife had originally been intended for Rushuang. He had initially planned to manipulate Rushuang, provoking Wanyun, and then, seizing the opportunity, reveal Rushuang's role in saving him, thereby establishing her as the virtuous and benevolent woman. Wanyun was merely an usurper of Rushuang's rightful place, marked by jealousy and rudeness, unworthy of the title of wife. Subsequently, he would marry Rushuang into the household, and all would fall into place. To his astonishment, the course of events unfolded in stark contrast to his expectations. After their marriage, public sympathy gradually shifted towards Wanyun, while the reputation he had painstakingly built was on the verge of ruin. Unable to endure the anguish of separation from Rushuang, he had no choice but to endure the humiliation of her. He had initially contemplated seizing another opportunity to rectify the situation, but unexpectedly, matters escalated to the point of poisoning. He had already inquired with Rushuang, who, under the instigation of the matron, had administered a small dose of poison, merely intending to embarrass Wanyun and provide amusement for the household. Naturally, he believed Rushuang. It was evident that Wanyun had orchestrated this scheme, to ensnare Ru Shuang. The mere thought of Ru Shuang being victimized by Mu Wanyun ignited a furious desire for vengeance within him. Yet, she was right. He could not act, at least not at that moment. With this realization, Shen Kuo took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the rage that threatened to overflow from his chest. The iron grip he had tightened gradually loosened as he lowered his hand and strode over to sit beside Mu Wanyun. Observing this, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Mu Wanyun, cradling a cup of hot tea, regarded him with a cold gaze. She understood that he had come seeking her assistance. Prior to his arrival, she had already received a confidential message from Lu Feng, the Minister of Justice. The letter contained only a few lines, which she promptly burned after reading. Although somewhat regretful, she was not surprised. After all, despite her belief in the infallibility of her plans, it was only a matter of time before the seasoned investigator Lu Feng uncovered any flaws. Known for his integrity, he would never be swayed by her manipulations. Now, having detained Lu Rushuang for several days and tarnished Shen Kuo's reputation, he had already demonstrated the utmost sincerity he could muster. Reflecting on this, she lowered her head and took a delicate sip of tea. Just as she swallowed, Shen Kuo could no longer contain himself and spoke up. This incident was indeed instigated by a servant under Ru Shuang's command. However, with her demise, there would be no evidence of wrongdoing. The general's implication was clear. Your Lu girl, no, Lu concubine, was innocent. Her tone was slightly exaggerated, laced with sarcasm that even the most oblivious could discern. Shen Kuo's expression darkened, yet he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Ru Shuang was inherently kind-hearted. She wouldn't harm even an ant, much less resort to poisoning. I can assure you of that. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Mu Wanyun, who, at that moment, regarded him with a look of disdain. For an instant, their eyes met, and while Mu Wanyun remained composed, Shen Kuo felt a pang of unease. Ultimately being the first to avert his gaze, Mu Wanyun chuckled lightly, suggesting that since the general was so certain, he should clarify matters with the officials of the Ministry of Justice, so that he might reclaim what he held dear. Do you think I do not wish for that? Shen Kuo, provoked by Mu Wanyun's cryptic remarks, raised his hand to strike down heavily. Yet, Mu Wanyun remained unperturbed, calmly lifting her teacup for another sip. Seething with anger, Shen Kuo could only force himself to remember that everything was for Ru Shuang and the child she carried, which barely allowed him to regain his composure. I am aware that you have faced grievances. However, the rumors circulating outside have become increasingly absurd. Ultimately, you must continue residing in the general's residence. It would be futile to prolong this matter. Instead, why not go to the Dali Temple to clarify the situation? You could state that you trust Ruo Shuang and assert that the old woman acted on her own accord. Alternatively, you might claim that the old woman is unwell and did not poison anyone at all. After speaking, Shen Kuo fixed his penetrating gaze upon Mu Wanyun. As if fearing her refusal, he added, I admit I have wronged you in the past. I sincerely apologize. If you assist me this time, I assure you that I shall treat you as the mistress of the general's residence from now on, and I will entrust the household affairs to you. Mu Wanyun was taken aback by Shen Kuo's audacity to express such shamelessness with such calmness. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Ha, 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 ha. Her laughter left Shen Kuo feeling a bit unnerved, and the forced smile he had managed to muster faded away. He coldly inquired, What are you laughing at? I laugh at your foolish delusions. Shen Kuo, you truly possess a remarkable sense of entitlement. Your concubine attempted to poison me. Yet you expect me to be magnanimous and withdraw the case? To pin it on a deceased person? You claim that your concubine is timid and kind-hearted. Are you blind? I may not possess your blindness. She sought to kill me, so why should I spare her? I am no saint. And you, at this juncture, rather than kneeling and begging me, your esteemed lady, for mercy, you want to burden me with the general's residence's misdeeds, expecting me to be the scapegoat? Do you wish for Lu Ruoshuang's demise to be more expedient? Mu Wanyun did not conceal her scorn and disdain. Shen Kuo's forehead throbbed with veins, and his hand cracked ominously. If it were anyone else, they would surely feel a twinge of fear. Yet, Mu Wanyun only felt contempt. What must I do for you to spare Ruoshuang? Just say the word, and I shall comply. After a struggle within himself, Shen Kuo finally gritted his teeth and lowered his head, his tone unexpectedly tinged with a hint of pleading. As Mu Wanyun gradually ceased her laughter, she regarded Shen Kuo, rarely humbled, with a chill in her heart and a sense of satisfaction. Tilting her head, she pondered for a moment before speaking. Very well. You shall kneel before me and utter 3 times, I, Shen Kuo, am a scoundrel. I apologize to Mu Wanyun, unworthy as a husband and even less as a father. I deserve 1,000 deaths, and may my lineage be severed. Then I shall consider. You shall not. Shen Kuo's eyes widened in fury. Please take your leave. Wanyun instantly masked her expression, preparing to dismiss him. Yet she lightly added, by the way, I heard that Aunt Lu has been feeling nauseated recently. As Shen Kuo attempted to rise, he found himself unable to do so, his fists clenched tightly. His expression a turmoil of hesitation and struggle. It is getting late. I should take my afternoon nap. Wanyun yawned and signaled for Hong Yu and Lu Qiao to assist her, not sparing Shen Kuo a single glance. Wait, Shen Kuo's voice rang out from behind. Is the general not leaving? Wanyun yawned nonchalantly. Wanyun, what you just said. I said I am dismissing you. Wanyun feigned ignorance, deliberately pretending not to understand. Very well, you are my lady, and I shall kneel before you. Shen Kuo discerned the impatience flickering in Wanyun's eyes. Fearing that she might suddenly retract her words, he steeled his resolve and truly knelt down. Wanyun instantly perked up, swiftly resuming her seat with an air of superiority. Yet she remained silent. Even in a kneeling position, the tall Shen Kuo seemed to tower above her. She felt no satisfaction. Though he knelt, Shen Kuo maintained a straight back, his gaze sharp and cold, lifting his head with an air of arrogance to look at Wanyun. Just as he was about to inquire if she was satisfied, he noticed her stifling another yawn. With a determined heart, he coldly declared, I, Shen Kuo, am a scoundrel. Unworthy of Wanyun, a failure as a husband and a father, deserving of extinction. As he muttered these words, his fierce eyes bore down on Wanyun. Vowing to never forget the humiliation of this day, Wanyun, feeling a sense of satisfaction, turned away, silently thinking, Huir, did you see that? He is confessing to you. The thought of Huir pierced her heart with a pang of pain. Suddenly, she felt disinclined to continue this charade. Remembering that she had not recited the health scriptures to Huir for several days, she resolved to retreat to the small Buddhist hall. Upon seeing her intention to leave, Shen Kuo erupted, Wanyun, I have done as you asked. Now come with me to the Dali temple immediately. With that, he seized her wrist with force. Wanyun was caught off guard, the grip painful, and a flash of hatred crossed her eyes. In a swift motion, she pulled the hairpin from her head and lunged it toward his hand. A muffled thud echoed as the pin pierced his palm, and Shen Kuo, both shocked and enraged, released her wrist, transforming into a furious beast, his bloodshot eyes wide as he bellowed, Have you lost your mind? Shen Kuo, it seems you are the one who has gone mad. A dignified general of the north, kneeling without regard for propriety, and swearing such oaths. Do you not fear that your ancestors will rise from their graves to exact vengeance upon you? Is this not your doing? Was I the one who forced you? Wanyun retorted without reservation, to speak of extinction and disgrace, Shen Kuo, you truly are a dutiful descendant of the Shen family. Shen Kuo, repeatedly pushed to the brink of fury, felt his chest heave. Very well, go confess to your ancestors of the Shen family. Do not hinder me. Wanyun acted as if she were oblivious to his wrath. Are you toying with me? Shen Kuo, in that moment, suddenly regained his composure. Toying with you? What do you think I am doing? I merely stated my considerations, and the outcome is undeniably impossible. Wanyun, I have tolerated you long enough. Do you seek your own demise? Shen Kuo, losing all reason, abruptly tightened his grip around Wanyun's neck. The sensation of suffocation enveloped her, prompting her to cough violently. Chapter 24. Almost choked to death upon hearing the commotion, Hong Yu and Lu Qiao rushed over in alarm, only to witness their young mistress being throttled by the general. Her face had turned pale, and the imposing figure of the general, utilizing brute strength, had lifted the frail maiden off the ground, her feet dangling helplessly. Typically, Hong Yu and Lu Qiao trembled in fear at the sight of Shen Kuo, but seeing their mistress struggling for breath rendered them heedless of their own trepidation. One of them dropped to her knees with a thud, fervently bowing her head, pleading, General, I implore you, spare my mistress. If you must exact your wrath through bloodshed, then take my life instead. It is of little value and would matter not. Yet, my lady is a gift from His Majesty to you. Surely, you must consider the emperor. Mention of the royal decree only served to stoke the flames of Shen Kuo's ire. Years ago, it was the emperor's order that led to the downfall and exile of the Shen family. At the tender age of 5, he had witnessed his family plummet from grace and endure unspeakable humiliation, leaving him the sole survivor. From the ashes of his family's disgrace, he had clawed his way through a sea of corpses and blood, narrowly escaping death time and again, to attain his current position. After enduring countless trials, he had finally garnered loyal subordinates and earned a reputation as a formidable warrior in the eyes of the populace. Yet, he was summoned back to the capital by a mere imperial edict, an apparent boon that masked the emperor's complex feelings of love, hatred, and fear towards him. The emperor admired his military prowess, but resented his rising fame and feared his potential disloyalty, rooted in past grievances. The royal marriage was a test, a means to sow discord between him and the Grand Tutor Mulan. Although the emperor appeared magnanimous and open-hearted, Shen Kuo understood that his suspicions ran deep, and he harbored grudges. Bound by the constraints of power, he was compelled to marry Mu's daughter, betraying his true affection, which left him feeling immensely stifled. Initially, he believed that by adhering to the emperor's wishes, he could expose Mu's daughter as a jealous woman, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the seemingly virtuous Grand Tutor. He planned to gradually manipulate the Mu family, peeling away their layers until the emperor was satisfied, at which point he could relinquish some military authority and maintain his position. However, fate had conspired against him. Since marrying into the Mu family, his reputation had plummeted, and rather than diminishing their influence, he had become a pawn in their game. Even the woman he cherished, Ruxiang, now seemed beyond his protection. The more he contemplated, the more his fury escalated. In the borderlands, where he wielded absolute power, he had never felt so impotent. As these thoughts consumed him, his eyes burned with a fierce red glow. Emerging from a sea of bloodshed, his rage was nearly uncontrollable. He felt suffocated by indignation, desperate for release through violence. Reflecting on the recent events, he recalled how he had been deceived into kneeling and swearing a vicious oath. In that moment, he had acted without foresight, but now the malicious nature of that vow became starkly clear, obliterating any remnants of reason. Wanyun, this fate is of your own making. Driven by an uncontrollable rage, Shen Kuo's grip tightened further. Release our mistress, or I shall not hesitate to confront you. Hongyu had long contemplated taking action, yet upon hearing of Kiao's sensible words and recognizing her own lack of methodical strategy compared to Kiao's, she restrained herself for a moment. However, to her astonishment, even invoking his majesty failed to restore Shen Kuo's rationality. Without a second thought, she rushed forward, hopping in agitation, attempting to pry open his grip that restrained her mistress. Yet, she was no match for Shen Kuo, who flung her aside with a fierce motion, sending her crashing to the ground, where he then kicked her away. Wanyun harbored a true intent to provoke Shen Kuo into murdering her. Burdened with a heart full of vengeance, her return was solely to demand his life and retribution. Yet, she also understood the daunting challenge of targeting a treasured figure in the emperor's court, a revered warrior in the eyes of the populace. Even with her utmost cunning, she could only hope to tarnish his reputation slightly. However, should he personally take the life of his wife, he would then forfeit his own existence. Witnessing her loyal maid being knocked unconscious, she suddenly regained her senses. If she were to perish, her companions would also struggle to survive. Furthermore, why should she grant him such a swift death? Her beloved Hui'er had perished slowly, from hopeful beginnings to utter despair. No, she would not allow him an easy demise. Besides, even if she were to gamble her life, it was uncertain whether she could indeed claim his. With this thought, she opened her eyes, straining to pry his hand away, managing to shift it slightly, producing only a faint sound. Shen Kuo, if I die, your Lu Ruxuan shall not survive either, and your child will be lost before birth. Shen Kuo's crimson eyes displayed a flicker of hesitation. Seizing the moment, Wanyun drew a hairpin and thrust it towards his neck. In pain, Shen Kuo loosened his grip, causing Wanyun to fall to the ground. While Kiao hurriedly shielded her. As Wanyun touched her bruised neck, she labored to breathe, feeling some relief in her chest, steadying herself with Kiao's assistance. She glanced at the still unconscious Hongyu and quickly urged Kiao to check on her. Having served alongside Hongyu, Kiao shared a sisterly bond with her and was naturally concerned. Yet her priority remained her mistress. Especially as Shen Kuo discarded the hairpin onto the ground, resembling a vengeful specter, she spread her arms wide, resolutely guarding her mistress. Wanyun reassured Kiao with a gentle pat, signaling her to remain calm, before taking a seat on a pearwood chair, sipping some tea to soothe her throat. She then turned her gaze back to Shen Kuo. General, hear me out. Even if you were to kill me, it would only hasten Lu's demise. If you wish to save her, seeking my assistance is utterly futile. You malicious woman, it is by your doing that Ruxuan suffers. And you dare to deceive me. Although Shen Kuo had regained some composure, he was still far from capable of a rational analysis. The remnants of his fury caused him to glare fiercely at Wanyun. Chapter 25, Digging One's Own Grave. If I am not mistaken, General, have you come to seek me out upon receiving some guidance? Wanyun gazed at Shen Kuo. How did you? Shen Kuo, taken aback, blurted out his response but abruptly halted, his eyes darkening as he fixed his gaze upon Wanyun. He observed her faint smile before she continued. The general should be aware that our engagement is not as straightforward as it seems. In fact, it appears that in our relationship, one must inevitably rise while the other falls, and at this moment, it is evidently the general who finds himself at a disadvantage. And what of it? Shen Kuo, seemingly unfazed, clenched his fist, the sound echoing with disdain. General, it is not that I am unwilling. Rather, you ought to realize that had the Dali Temple not possessed concrete evidence, they would not dare to detain you. Would you not agree? Mu Wanyun's implication was clear. You are fully aware that Lu Rushuang intends to harm me, yet you expect me to withdraw my charges, as if I were a fool? Shen Kuo recognized the veiled sarcasm in her words. Although he would never admit it, he understood that Rushuang might not be entirely innocent. Yet, so what? Mu Wanyun appeared unharmed. Did she not? On the contrary, he had witnessed his beloved nanny meet a tragic end, which had frightened Rushuang considerably. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shen Kuo's resolve fortified once more. You have spoken at length, hoping for something to befall Rushuang. Speak plainly, Mu. What would compel you to save her? If you dare deceive me again, I would not hesitate to bear the accusation of murder against my wife. As he spoke, Shen Kuo deliberately clenched his teeth, believing that Mu Wanyun's calm demeanor was directly linked to the intimidation he had just directed at her. A woman should be properly managed. In this world, his affection would solely belong to Rushuang. After all, it was Rushuang who had saved his life. Without her, he would have perished long ago. He had vowed long ago to care for her throughout his life, ensuring she never faced the slightest grievance. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. How could his Rushuang remain in such a place as the Dali Temple? Observing the anxiety in Shen Kuo's eyes, Mu Wanyun chose not to engage in further circumnavigation. Stating directly, General, you have returned to the capital for some time now, and you must have a grasp on court affairs. Even His Majesty cannot interfere with the Dali Temple, especially with the current Dali Temple minister, Lu Feng. Instead of posturing here, it would be more prudent to seek an audience with Lu Feng. Your words are as good as meaningless. How can you? Shen Kuo waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of defeat. He had already attempted to persuade Lu Feng through both soft and hard tactics, yet the man was impervious to persuasion. With no other recourse, he had entered the palace, kneeling outside the imperial study, pleading for clemency from His Majesty. However, he had not even caught a glimpse of His Majesty, receiving only a message from a trusted confidant, instructing him to seek what he needed. Disheartened, he departed the palace, pondering all the way until he finally grasped that the thing he ought to seek was likely Mu Wanyun herself. Yet, her words now left him in a state of confusion. Could it be that he had misinterpreted the situation? Mu Wanyun did not overlook the uncertainty on his face. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, I refuse to believe that there are truly individuals and matters impervious to reason. It is certainly a matter of failing to cater to their preferences. Rather than squander time here, General, you would be better served by contemplating how to persuade the unyielding Minister of Justice, or perhaps consider what he truly desires. Having said this, she paid no further attention to Shen Kuo and resumed her delicate sipping of tea. However, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Shen Kuo, who was not entirely indifferent. A rare hint of hesitation flickered across his resolute countenance before he stood up, seemingly lost in thought, and made his way outside. Once he was completely out of sight, Mu Wanyun rose and summoned Lu Qiao to inquire about Hong Yu's condition. Upon hearing that she had yet to awaken, a sense of urgency washed over her. She instructed someone to summon a physician while she personally went to check on Hong Yu. Mu Wanyun was well aware of Shen Kuo's strength. Earlier, he had sent Hong Yu flying several meters with a single kick, causing her to collide with a pillar, leaving her deeply concerned. As she walked, she issued further instructions, dispatching a trusted and resolute individual to the Ministry of Justice to inform Minister Lu that the matter had been successfully resolved, leaving the next steps in his hands. Lu Qiao acknowledged and went to carry out her orders. Shen Kuo emerged from the Furong garden, his expression dazed as he returned to his study. After sitting in silence for a while, he activated a hidden mechanism to access the secret chamber. Within, he located a box and retrieved a stack of papers, containing all the incriminating evidence amassed against his loyal subordinates over the years. This was the key to his leverage over them. Throughout the years, he had acted as both a brother and a stern authority figure, successfully securing their loyalty for his own purposes. Even now, outside the military, he could still count on their unwavering allegiance, which was crucial. As for Lu Feng, he had heard rumors of the emperor punishing his trusted subordinates on more than one occasion, yet each time, Shen Kuo had managed to shield them. Throughout these years, he had eschewed the emperor's gold and jewels, seeking only to ensure the safety of his subordinates, while others deemed him foolish. He understood that winning hearts and maintaining military power was far more valuable than any treasure. Since time immemorial, those who outshone their masters often met with dire fates. Moreover, He harbored a personal vendetta against the emperor. If he could not firmly grasp military power, how could he expect to have a favorable outcome? He had already devised a plan to have his men cross the border and provoke the enemy, instigating a conflict, after which he would return to the border with Ruxiang. Yet, he never anticipated that at such a critical moment, Ruxiang would be detained at the Ministry of Justice. Now, in the capital, he found himself devoid of connections, merely bearing the title of general, but how could he protect the one he held dear? Contemplating this, Shen Kuo clenched his fists in frustration. He faced an agonizing choice. After all, each individual was a loyal confidant. He had promised them that as long as he was present, he would ensure their safety, thereby earning their steadfast allegiance. Yet, what of Ruxiang? The thought of Ruxiang, pregnant with his child, confined within the dark confines of the Ministry of Justice, even if she was not subjected to torture, would still have to endure the wails of the imprisoned, surely causing her great distress. Shen Kuo clenched several sheets of paper tightly in his hand, ultimately making a resolute decision to meticulously select a few that reflected his youthful age before departing from the study. The individuals placed by Mu Wanyun promptly went to Furong Courtyard to report back. Mu Wanyun, holding a bowl of medicinal soup, personally blew on it to cool it down before feeding it to Hong Yu, not lifting her eyelids, dismissing the person with indifference. Yet, in her heart, she thought to herself that Shen Kuo was indeed perceptive, and that was quite commendable. In the previous life, due to Shen Kuo's protection, those people remained unrestrained, and eventually, their ambitions grew so brazen that they sought to overthrow the imperial power and usurp it for themselves. Although they did not succeed, they still caused her and Huier to be unable to find peace after death. Conversely, Shen Kuo had made prior arrangements, and Lu Rushuang and her son lived in harmony without issue. How could she not harbor resentment? In life, she enjoyed not a trace of his protection, and in death, she was to be implicated and reviled. Now, for the sake of a woman, Shen Kuo was digging his own grave. She, by all means, had to ensure that this play continued to unfold. Chapter 26. The art of sovereignty. What she conveyed to Shen Kuo was not entirely mere bluster. Although His Majesty has long harbored apprehensions towards the Grand Tutor, the tutor, once a mentor to the Emperor, imparted much wisdom, including the principles of sovereign strategy. To put it simply, the art of sovereignty pertains to the delicate balance of power and cunning. She had fortuitously overheard a lesson where Mu Lin instructed the Emperor on how to govern his ministers. Take military authority as an example. The Emperor's trust in Shen Kuo fundamentally stems from Shen's capability to command his subordinates and safeguard the borders, ensuring the nation's security. However, as a sovereign, he desires his subordinates to be competent, yet not excessively so. Although he outwardly allows Shen Kuo's subordinates some leeway for Shen's sake, internally he is perturbed by Shen's military achievements that could potentially intimidate him. Once a decision is made, it is irrevocable, yet should Shen Kuo himself propose severe penalties, the situation would be entirely different. Moreover, the Emperor is not oblivious to Shen Kuo's tactics with his subordinates. A ruler may permit his ministers to wield power, yet he will never relinquish control over them, especially concerning military command. He may allow Shen Kuo to lead troops against enemies, but he cannot abide the prospect of those under Shen's command holding greater loyalty to him than to the Emperor himself during times of waning conflict. Thus, she wagers that the Emperor would indeed welcome Shen Kuo's decisive severance of ties. She can easily surmise that Shen Kuo, in an effort to maintain his image among his subordinates, would surely take action. With this realization, she hurriedly dispatched someone to wait outside the city, ready to intercept the message pigeon as soon as it took flight. In this lifetime, she intends not only to expose Shen Kuo's ambitions before the inherently suspicious Emperor, but also to thoroughly sever his support. She is eager to witness how, devoid of these two pillars, Shen Kuo would fare with his beloved Lu Shi in a carefree existence. As anticipated, on the following day, she received a clandestine letter from Lu Feng, which revealed that Shen Kuo had presented incriminating evidence against 3 subordinates in exchange for Lu Ruoshuang's release from the Dali Temple. Naturally, Lu Feng was unwilling to comply. Although this outcome aligned with his and Mu Wanyun's expectations, he still expelled Shen Kuo from the premises as part of the charade. Of course, the evidence remained in his possession. After leaving the Dali Temple in a fury, Shen Kuo stormed to find Mu Wanyun, who had just incinerated the secret letter and was airing out the room to dispel the lingering scent. Mu Wanyun, have you conspired against me? What prompts such accusations, General? At this moment, Mu Wanyun increasingly questioned how she had ever fallen for Shen Kuo in her previous life. She could not fathom why she had been drawn to such a seemingly superficial man, whose temper flared at the slightest provocation. Yet, to be fair, Shen Kuo was not devoid of strategy. He commanded his troops effectively and devised plans against enemies, displaying intelligence in his own right. His combination of benevolence and authority allowed him to unify subordinates who had previously resisted him. No one could truly deem him foolish. After much contemplation, Wanyun could only conclude that Shen Kuo's intellect faltered whenever matters concerning Lu Ruoshuang arose. You tell me to cater to your preferences, but Shen Kuo began, his voice thick with resentment. Having long been aware of the unfolding events, Wanyun could not help but curve her lips into a faint smile. Observing Shen Kuo's furrowed brow deepen with concern, she hastily pinched her palm to suppress her smile and inquired, "Might the general enlighten me on how to indulge his preferences?" Shen Kuo hesitated, clearly apprehensive of Wanyun's intentions, ultimately gesturing dismissively. In any case, that Lu Feng is utterly impervious to reason. Wanyun nodded, propping her chin with her hand in a pose of deep contemplation, before finally suggesting, perhaps he simply values his reputation. If so, General, a little preparation on your part may be prudent. I shall accompany you into the palace. Into the palace? Shen Kuo seemed bewildered. Indeed. Into the palace to seek the emperor's decree. As long as I can clarify to his majesty that Sister Lu is innocent. What grounds would Lu Feng have to continue detaining her? Wanyun stated, calling for assistance to prepare her attire and adornments, while also nudging the still-dazed Shen Kuo. General, time is of the essence. Please prepare swiftly. Perhaps today we may bring Sister Lu home. Shen Kuo felt his mind buzzing, his mouth opening and closing as countless questions swirled within him, yet he was at a loss for where to begin. Finally, he cast a glance back at Wanyun, seemingly seeking confirmation of her words. Wanyun, unperturbed, seized the opportunity while Shen Kuo was lost in his affections, hastily orchestrating everything. Otherwise, once he regained his senses, it would be too late. In truth, she need not enter the palace. A visit to the Department of Judicial Affairs would suffice. Yet, why should she relinquish such a significant accomplishment? This endeavor was meant to demonstrate her capabilities to those in power. With her initial display of skill, Shen Kuo would dutifully present the evidence, enabling the emperor to seamlessly place his own people in positions of authority. This was merely the beginning. She intended to send a signal to the emperor that she, Wanyun, was more resourceful than Shen Kuo. With these thoughts in mind, Wanyun, adorned in splendid garments and adorned with jewels, emerged from the general's residence, joining Shen Kuo in the carriage destined for the palace. Perhaps due to the psychological scars left by their previous visit, Shen Kuo cast furtive glances her way throughout the journey, his wariness becoming increasingly pronounced, especially as the carriage entered the palace grounds. She understood his apprehensions, but maintained an air of gentle innocence. Thus, the two stood in harmonious silence within the emperor's study. Wanyun was the first to kneel, confessing how she had been misled by a scheming individual, which resulted in misunderstandings regarding Lu Ruoshuang, leading to Lu's unjust suffering at the Department of Judicial Affairs and causing the general considerable distress. Only later did she learn that Lu Ruoshuang was with child, a fact that prompted her to beseech the emperor for leniency. Seated behind the imperial desk, the emperor's expression was inscrutable, seemingly perplexed by the scene before him. At that moment, a trusted eunuch approached swiftly, whispering a few words into his ear. The emperor's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed, his gaze ultimately settling with keen interest on the tear-stained yet demure visage of Wanyun. He raised his hand, signaling the eunuch to withdraw, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Since it is a misunderstanding, I am not entirely unwilling to be accommodating. It is merely that Lu Feng. With each word His Majesty uttered, Shen Kuo's expression tightened further. At this moment, he still felt somewhat disoriented, sensing an oddity in the situation. Wanyun, unexpectedly, took the initiative to plead with His Majesty for his leniency. Why did he find this so peculiar? Chapter 27. Proclaiming the truth. Lu Siqing is indeed a commendable official who advocates for the people, and the minister's wife is profoundly grateful and deeply admires him. However, the true culprit has already met his demise, and it seems that Lu Siqing harbors suspicions of further intrigue, which is why he has continued to detain Miss Lu. Yet, Miss Lu has always been timid and, being with child, how can she endure prolonged confinement? The general is also greatly concerned and hopes that Your Majesty might issue a decree commanding Lu Siqing to release her. Lu Siqing is known for his integrity. Only the imperial command would sway him, and we find ourselves at an impasse. Wanyun's heartfelt words resonate deeply with the emperor. Lu Feng, whom he has personally promoted, is a rare loyal subject, and even royal kin cannot evade punishment for their crimes. He has always been a reliable sword in the emperor's hand. Yet, his rigid sense of justice can sometimes be a source of frustration. The last incident involving the favored consort's brother coincided with her pregnancy, and since his ascension, the emperor has had few heirs. He had requested Lu Feng to postpone action, but Lu Feng did not comply. Ultimately, the consort suffered a miscarriage, and had it been a prince, the emperor would surely have held Lu Feng accountable. Rumors have circulated that Lu Feng disregards all counsel, even that of the emperor, which has displeased his majesty greatly. However, he finds himself powerless against Lu Feng. This time, it is evident that Lu Feng has achieved what he desired. The emperor's decree is merely to uphold Lu Feng's image of integrity, while also demonstrating that even Lu Feng must heed his commands. With this thought, the emperor's spirits lifted further. He no longer found Mu Wanyun's face, which bears a resemblance to Mu Lin's, unappealing. Nevertheless, the customary formalities must be observed. In that case, I shall issue a decree, he declared, summoning silk and writing materials to compose his order. After completing it, he handed it to the eunuch for delivery, then turned to the two kneeling before him. My beloved subjects, it comforts me to see your harmonious union. After your departure from the palace, I worried for several days, fearing that the imperial marriage might lead to resentment between you. Now, seeing your mutual understanding brings me great joy. I hope you will continue to support one another. Mu Wanyun was the first to bow in gratitude, followed swiftly by Shen Kuo. Excellent, Shen Kuo. Observe how I have procured for you such a virtuous wife. I remember the foolishness of your past, and I have heard that you have yet to visit the Grand Tutor's household. This is indeed a shortcoming. Regardless of your previous relationship with the Grand Tutor, you are now his son-in-law. How can you neglect to pay your respects? I grant you both leave to strengthen your familial bonds, as you are both my esteemed ministers, and I require your assistance in stabilizing the realm. As he spoke, the emperor bestowed numerous rewards upon the couple. In the carriage leaving the palace, Shen Kuo remained bewildered by the stark contrast between the emperor's previous instructions for him to seek out the appropriate person and his current willingness to assist so readily. Furthermore, he had previously sensed the emperor's disfavor towards Mu Wanyun, yet now, it seemed to have shifted. He tugged at his hair in frustration, ultimately concluding that perhaps he had once again been deceived by Mu Wanyun. The emperor had originally intended for him to seek her. Realizing this, he was engulfed by a surge of anger, feeling as though he had been tricked into self-sabotage. In a fleeting moment, he contemplated pressing Mu Wanyun for answers. Yet, her sudden, innocent smile dissuaded him from his suspicions. It seemed she harbored no specific intentions for him. Rather, he himself speculated that Lu Feng might relent upon obtaining the incriminating evidence. This inner turmoil persisted until they reached the Dali Temple, where his hesitance and trepidation led him to fear that this endeavor would yield nothing. To his astonishment, Lu Feng indeed released Ru Shuang. Upon witnessing Lu Ru Shuang's tearful countenance, all his thoughts vanished into thin air. Shuang, have you suffered? General, at last, you have come for me. I thought I would never see you again. Lu Ru Shuang wept inconsolably. Although she had not endured any physical punishment, the prolonged confinement in such a place had bred her fears. Throwing herself into Shen Kuo's embrace, she could not help but weep profusely, melting Shen Kuo's heart until she finally lifted her head, only to spot Mu Wanyun in the distance. She had not forgotten that it was Mu Wanyun who had brought her to this dire state. Seeing her adorned in such finery, with a smile on her face, Lu Ru Shuang could no longer maintain her composure. I have seen the lady. I dare not. Please do not trouble me further. She appeared woefully pitiful, trembling at the mere sight of Mu Wanyun. With a disdainful smile curling at the corners of her lips, Mu Wanyun approached, offering solace. Sister Lu, you have suffered. Fear not. I have already spoken to His Majesty. I trust in your innocence. Moreover, now that you are with child, it would be prudent to avoid remaining in such a perilous place, lest you endanger the baby. Upon hearing this, Lu Ru Shuang momentarily lost her bearings, unable to formulate a response. Before she could gather her thoughts, Shen Kuo had already lifted her in his arms. Shuang, let us return home. As Lu Ru Shuang nestled in Shen Kuo's embrace, she watched Mu Wanyun recede, her smug smile unable to be contained. Mu Wanyun cast a glance back, unable to suppress a scornful smile. What was there to be proud of? Today, the Dali Temple was unusually bustling. Those who had previously petitioned in the capital congregated here to express their gratitude to the Dali Temple minister, Lu Feng, for his advocacy in punishing the callous border generals who disregarded human life. Lu Feng glanced at Mu Wanyun standing beside the carriage and suddenly raised his voice. If you truly wish to express your thanks, direct it towards General Shen. Were it not for his gathering of evidence and presenting it to me, this case would not have been resolved so swiftly. General Shen? The crowd murmured in surprise, having previously learned that General Shen had been an obstacle in the case, causing it to be suppressed. After all, those implicated were subordinates of General Shen, who had led them to numerous victories in battle. But does merit justify the suffering of the innocent? Indeed, the minister of the temple had only recently learned that General Shen had not intentionally obstructed the reporting of the case. It was merely due to the ongoing war. Now that peace had been restored, General Shen had submitted the evidence to me. Furthermore, if gratitude is to be expressed, it should also be extended to General Shen's beloved concubine. It is said she carries a child, perhaps motivating General Shen to accumulate blessings for his beloved's offspring, thus leading him to proactively submit the evidence, allowing the aggrieved citizens to finally see justice served. Upon hearing these words, the crowd recalled the earlier scene of General Shen departing with his beloved concubine, and it dawned upon them that the general's wife had mentioned the concubine's pregnancy. They promptly knelt and bowed, striking their heads against the ground several times in reverence towards the general's residence. They realized that they had previously misjudged General Shen. Thanks to him, they could finally await the day of vindication. I remember that not long ago, the general's estate suffered from flooding, yet lacked the funds for repairs. Truly, the general is a commendable official dedicated to the nation and its people. As a mere bricklayer, I shall visit the general's residence tomorrow. I too shall go. Before stepping into the carriage, Wanyun overheard this and could not help but feel astonished. However, considering the dilapidated state of the general's residence, having assistance for the repairs would indeed be beneficial. Such a commendable figure as General Shen deserves to be well promoted. It would be best if the news reached the border areas as well. With this thought, Wanyun's mood brightened further. Passing by a pastry shop, she decided to purchase an extra quantity, knowing that Hong Yu was still unwell and that Lu Qiao, though appearing composed, also had a penchant for treats. She intended to leave some for the elderly matron and her little granddaughter. Chapter 28. The old servant suffering with such thoughts. Wanyun gleefully stopped to make purchases along the way, and by the time the carriage clattered back to the general's residence, only a meager sum remained of the 1,000 taels graciously bestowed by His Majesty. Well, she hadn't intended to save any of it. His Majesty had merely mentioned a reward without specifying names, whether it was meant for her or for Shen Kuo. She had calculated that while Shen Kuo was engrossed in Lu Rushuang, she would seize the opportunity to accept the reward directly from the eunuch's hands. She was cautious of Shen Kuo regaining his focus and extravagantly spend along the way. After all, she still bore the title of general's wife. Spending her husband's money didn't seem inappropriate, did it? Surely, she wouldn't be expected to return it. Such musings lifted Wanyun's spirits considerably. Upon returning to Furong Courtyard, she eagerly summoned her capable attendants to distribute rewards. Clear distinctions of reward and punishment ensured that those around her would remain devoted. Hong Yu and Lu Qiao naturally received the most generous gifts, while the several maids and young servants who attended her also received substantial rewards. Even those in the outer courtyard, though not as favored, were not left empty-handed. Their faces radiated joy as they bowed deeply and offered auspicious congratulations. Leaning back on a soft couch, Wanyun accepted Lu Qiao's attentive service, her mood buoyant, nodding in cheerful agreement. In the midst of this harmonious scene, however, an uninvited guest chose an inopportune moment to intrude. As Shen Kuo entered, he was met with a room filled with brocade boxes of all sizes, scattered across the floor. With maids and servants bustling about, their hands occupied. No wonder he had entered so smoothly. Observing the opulence of Furong Courtyard and recalling the dismal state of the general's residence, where even Lu Rushuang's living conditions seemed inferior to those of the servants here, the smile he had painstakingly constructed faltered instantly. The people around Wanyun were astute. The moment Shen Kuo stepped in, they all fell silent. A few sensed the hostility in Shen Kuo's gaze as it swept over the brocade boxes in their hands, and their hearts sank at the realization of impending trouble. Naturally, Wanyun noticed this shift and quickly brushed away non-existent wrinkles from her attire, smiling as she spoke. Shouldn't we express our gratitude to the general? If it weren't for him, this lady wouldn't be so generous. Upon hearing her words, everyone promptly knelt, bowing their heads in gratitude to Shen Kuo. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of disquiet, but with pressing matters to discuss with Wanyun, he gestured for them to leave. The others complied obediently, leaving only a few close attendants behind. Shen Kuo cast a glance around, seemingly hesitant, but Wanyun, with a smile, reassured him. It is rare for the general to visit my Furong courtyard. Surely there must be a purpose behind it. These are merely my attendants. There is nothing they cannot hear. And regarding the previous incident, they inevitably harbor lingering fears. With her words, Shen Kuo felt it inappropriate to say more. He recalled the moment of desperation when he had nearly choked Wanyun, and how, in a fit of panic, he had kicked one of her maidservants unconscious when she rushed to intervene. This thought momentarily stirred a flicker of guilt within him, but it was fleeting. In no time, he had completely forgotten the incident. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he glanced around and spoke some words, previously harboring misunderstandings towards her. To his surprise, she had generously extended her hand to aid Ruoshang, and he acknowledged that he indeed remembered her kindness. As he spoke, his gaze intermittently fell upon Wanyun's face, as if seeking to discern her emotions. However, her expression remained consistently indifferent, which eventually rendered him somewhat vexed. Wanyun listened with an impassive demeanor, only interjecting a few modest remarks when his gaze lingered on her face or when the pauses grew excessive, humbly asserting that it was merely her duty and nothing of significance, urging him not to take it to heart. She was already aware that Shen Kuo would not come expressly to thank her. She could surmise the underlying reasons, yet she refrained from prompting him, patiently awaiting his initiative. After approximately half an hour had elapsed, Wanyun began to show signs of fatigue, her countenance betraying weariness. Only then did Shen Kuo grow anxious, hesitating in his words. "Does the general have any other matters to attend to? If not, I must take my leave to rest." She yawned and rose, allowing Lu Qiao to assist her. Even Shen Kuo, no matter how obtuse, discerned the implication of her words. Reflecting on the time he had squandered in idle conversation without achieving his aim, he pondered how he could justify this to Ruoshang. Ultimately, he steeled himself and blurted out, I came to collect the reward bestowed upon me by His Majesty. I recall it was 1,000 taels, which you received at the time. The general's residence is in urgent need of funds, and Ruoshang, having suffered a fright, requires nourishment to recuperate." As he spoke, his gaze fixed upon Wanyun's face, seemingly expecting her to promptly present the sum. However, Wanyun appeared utterly astonished, her brows furrowing and mouth agape, before she finally exclaimed, "Are you referring to the rewards given by His Majesty today? But that was given to me by His Majesty." Shen Kuo's expression darkened immediately, his gaze on Wanyun becoming increasingly impatient. With a forceful flick of his sleeve, his tone turned markedly colder. "You must understand, that His Majesty granted those rewards out of regard for me. Furthermore, I am aware of your substantial dowry. Do you truly intend to quibble over this? I had thought you had changed in recent days, and I had come to see you in a different light." His words served as both a threat and a form of appeasement. In essence, he was conveying a singular message. If you are wise, present it promptly, and I might regard you more favorably. Otherwise, consider your own position. His menacing demeanor intimidated the other noble ladies present. Yet it failed to intimidate one who had already faced death. Wanyun's brows knitted even tighter in response to his threat, maintaining her composure. She retorted with a hint of resignation, "It is not that I refuse, but rather that I have already spent." "What did you say? Spent? How could you possibly have spent 1,000 taels in one go, Shen Kuo clearly found this hard to believe. Yet as his gaze fell upon the several brocade boxes still piled up, he appeared to waver. Ultimately, it seemed that he grasped something, his cold eyes narrowing. Filled with displeasure as he sharply questioned, "Was this deliberate?" "Sure, you. General, Lady Lu has suffered greatly, from concubines to servants. Everyone has exerted themselves to the utmost, unable to eat or sleep properly. Now that Lady Lu is safe and sound, it is customary to bestow a monetary reward. I am aware of the household accounts, and after much contemplation, I have concluded that it would be unwise to indulge in extravagance. Thus, I have only rewarded the servants of the estate." As she spoke, she gestured towards several brocade boxes on the ground, "which I specifically set aside for Lady Lu. There are some for you as well." Her words left Shen Kuo speechless, his expression shifting through shades of crimson and pallor, ultimately settling into a deep scowl. With a furious flick of his sleeve, he made to depart. Wanyun recalled something and hurried after him. "General, there are nourishing supplements among the Emperor's gifts. If Sister Lu needs them, I can deliver them." Shen Kuo did not look back. Nevertheless, Wanyun arranged for some invigorating herbal remedies to be taken from her private collection and sent to Lu Rushuang. As for whether these were imperial gifts and whether they would pose any risk to the pregnancy, it was of no concern to her. She had never borne children. How could she know? The rewards intended for the front courtyard would naturally be distributed, yet all would be under her name. She was exceedingly astute in openly winning the hearts of the people. Meanwhile, Shen Kuo returned angrily to the front courtyard, where he encountered the steward holding the account books and the family register. The steward attempted to persuade Shen Kuo to send these to Wanyun, but Shen Kuo outright refused. With her extravagant spending habits, if the general's residence were truly entrusted to her, it would surely be squandered in no time. The steward was at a loss for words. He wished to say, "General, given the current state of the general's residence, what is there left to squander?" Moreover, he had learned that before her marriage, Musher managed the Mu family, and the family's assets are all attributed to her efforts. The Mu family's enterprises are even widespread throughout the capital, rendering Musher wealthier than many princesses. Yet, witnessing the general's obstinate demeanor, Steward Shun felt utterly helpless. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have listened to the general's whims and sought to impose his authority on Musher. The general may be oblivious to the value of daily necessities, but it truly burdens this old servant. Chapter 29. The past the general's residence was of little concern to Mu Wanyun. However, the recent poisoning incident forged an alliance between her and Lu Feng. Lu Feng's objective was to expose and publicly judge the wrongdoings of the subordinates sheltered by Shen Kuo, a goal that resonated perfectly with her own. She could never forget how those subordinates, emboldened by Shen Kuo's indulgence, had treated both her and Huier with utter disdain. Despite being the legitimate wife and Huier being the rightful heir, they had openly mocked them, while she felt she had no right to demand what was not hers. Enduring ridicule was one thing. What fault did Huier possess? Why should he be derided as a bastard simply for not being favored? The thought of Huier's despondent and helpless demeanor pierced her heart like a dagger. Those people were not blameless either. In her previous life, she had witnessed them seize a beautiful and virtuous young woman, dragging her to a secluded spot where they took turns humiliating her. The poor girl, overwhelmed by their torment, ultimately met her tragic end by throwing herself against a rock. Yet, they felt no remorse. Rather, they deemed her lack of appreciation for their amusement a disappointment. She had once confronted Shen Kuo, questioning why he did not impose restrictions on them. He had replied that they risked their lives battling enemies, and indulging in some amusement was harmless. Those memories flooded back, and she had wept bitterly, attempting to reason with him, but he dismissed her as lacking understanding. Unworthy of being a wife, much like her father, a hypocrite who spoke only of virtue and morality. Ironically, a mere comment from Lu Rushuang could captivate the bloodied heroes, which should have been her fortune, yet it was squandered due to her misfortune. The words she once offered as advice were later twisted and spread by unknown sources, further fueling Shen Kuo and his subordinates' disdain for her. She had even overheard them jesting about her to Shen Kuo, suggesting that should he ever tire of his wife, he might as well let his brothers have a taste, as they had yet to experience the flavor of a noblewoman. At that moment, hidden behind a screen, she had intended to curry favor with him during his banquet, hoping to restore some dignity after her previous inappropriate remarks. However, upon hearing those words, her blood ran cold, and she stood frozen, peering through the cracks of the screen at Shen Kuo, who was surrounded by revelers, raising his cup with a nonchalant laugh, exclaiming, "Good." She could not recall how she managed to leave. The plate in her hand had slipped away, drawing the astonished gazes of the guests at the table. For a fleeting moment, she wished she could vanish into the ground. Yet, she was not the one at fault. To this day, she could not fathom why her instinct was to flee. Someone approached the screen. She yearned to escape but felt paralyzed with fear. Ultimately, a cat's meow distracted the man, granting her the opportunity to slip away. She had thought it was merely a drunken jest, but that very night, a drunken man intruded upon her chambers. Although she fought back valiantly with a gold hairpin, he ultimately retreated in disgrace, leaving her terrified and feverish that night. Later, she inadvertently overheard a conversation among those close to Lu Ruoshuang and discovered that the man from that fateful night had been arranged by Shen Kuo. At that time, she had not yet consummated her marriage with Shen Kuo. A swell of indignation rose within her, leading her to recklessly drug Shen Kuo. However, upon awakening, she found herself nearly suffocated by his grip. She vividly recalled his bloodshot eyes as he confronted her, questioning her lowly nature. "Mu Wanyun, are you truly so desperate for a man?" At that moment, she was so deeply affected that tears filled her eyes as she nodded, admitting, "Yes, I am in need." Shen Kuo then cast her aside onto the bed, her head striking the bedpost, blood streaming down and obscuring her vision. Through the crimson haze, she heard Shen Kuo's furious roar, "Mu Wanyun, you truly disgust me. I shall never touch you again." What she could never have anticipated was that, from that singular encounter, she became pregnant with Huier. Huier illuminated her existence. In her heart, she thought perhaps this would suffice. Yet ultimately, she could not retain Huir. The child was pushed into the frigid waters of a lake by Lu Ruoshuang sooner, succumbing to a chill. Initially, it was not severe. But when Lu Ruoshuang lamented that Suner was terrified, Shen Kuo forbade her from seeking a doctor for Huir, leading to the child's slow demise. Mu Wanyun awoke in a cold sweat, taking a long time to realize she had been reborn. Yet the agony of her past clung to her like a persistent thorn, tormenting her dreams daily, making it impossible to forget Huir or the hatred she harbored. Before she could fully extricate herself from her dreams, shouts erupted from outside. She was acutely sensitive to sounds, and even the footsteps of those attending to her were quickly recognizable. She immediately discerned that the commotion outside did not belong to her courtyard, softly calling out, "What is happening?" Almost instantly, a young maidservant came rushing in to report, "Miss, it is Lady Lu, and sisters Hongyu and Lufkieo have gone to intercept." The speaker was a maid who usually remained in the outer chambers, and she vaguely recalled her name as Xiao Chao or Xylf. It seemed that when Hongyu and Lufkieo had left, they instructed her to listen for any disturbances, fearing that she might awaken and require assistance. The young maid, though timid, was not unpleasant. Mu Wanyun was not a tyrannical mistress. She raised her hand, indicating for her to stand, and commanded, "Let them all come in." Xiao Chao paused momentarily before quickly agreeing and darting out. Before long, Hongyu and Lufkieo rushed in, seemingly concerned that Xiao Chao had not conveyed the message clearly, eager to ascertain her thoughts. Mu Wanyun had regained consciousness to a significant extent, and the ruckus outside continued, sounding as if Lu Ruoshuang's trusted aide was clamoring that their mistress had come to express gratitude to the lady. Hongyu and Lufkieo were anxiously urging her, but Mu Wanyun had already made up her mind. "What is all this shouting about? I fear nothing. What is there for me to be afraid of?" Hongyu and Lufkieo exchanged startled glances, then turned to Mu Wanyun, who was delicately sipping tea, instantly understanding her resolve. Having mostly recovered, Hongyu, with her usual impatience, went to inform the guards in the courtyard to stand down. Several unfamiliar faces surrounded Lu Ruoshuang, among them a few who appeared strong and robust. In fact, they were martial maids. Upon entering, Mu Wanyun immediately recognized them. They were likely specially arranged by Shen Kuo, indicating he was not entirely foolish. Martial maids were indeed valuable, though difficult to come by. These individuals were presumably trained specifically for Lu Ruoshuang, showcasing a certain level of thoughtfulness. Mu Wanyun observed discreetly. Lu Ruoshuang was assisted by the martial maids as she entered, and upon her arrival, she intended to kneel in greeting but was halted by one of the maids, who stated that the lady was with child and the general had commanded her to be well cared for, hence kneeling was unnecessary. As it was the general's decree, there was no choice in the matter. It was assumed that her sister, being magnanimous, would not hold this against her. Feigning difficulty, Lu Ruoshuang reluctantly acquiesced. As if suddenly recalling something, she playfully chided the maid. "You, maid, I have told you before, I am no lady, I am merely a lowly concubine." As she spoke, she deliberately dabbed at the corner of her eye with her handkerchief. The maid attempted to respond, but was interrupted impatiently by Mu Wanyun, who remarked, "If Lady Lu feels wronged in her position as a concubine, perhaps she should whisper sweet nothings into the general's ear to hasten a divorce from me. I would rather not be the villain caught between you two. If that cannot be accomplished, then spare me the subtle jabs. I have already stated that as long as the general petitions His Majesty for a decree, I, surnamed Mu, will not be left without a place to go. Am I to remain in this wretched place indefinitely?" Chapter 30. No concubines. As Mu Wanyun spoke, she paid no heed to the sudden pallor that washed over Lu Ruoshuang's face. Instead, she gracefully lifted her teacup, gently blowing away the non-existent froth. Without needing to look, she could tell that Lu Ruoshuang, after being humbled, wore a familiar expression, eyes rimmed with red, lips bitten in a show of fabricated distress. In her past life, she had attempted to imitate such theatrics, only to realize her utter lack of talent. Perhaps it was the upbringing she received that prevented her from stooping to such depths. Yet, she remained curious about how someone of Lu Ruoshuang's rustic origins had acquired such skills. Reflecting on her own education, she couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for her father's efforts in nurturing her, engaging esteemed tutors, and treating her like a cherished jewel. A bittersweet ache filled her heart. Lu Ruoshuang, regaining her composure, spoke again. "Sister, please do not misunderstand my intentions. I have not come to compete for your favor. On the contrary, I am here to express my gratitude. I have heard that my recent safety is largely due to your magnanimity, and I hold you in great esteem." "That is unnecessary. Firstly, Whether you are truly innocent, only you know in your heart. I cannot feign sisterhood with someone who has wronged me. Secondly, the general claims you hail from a respectable family, yet I have my doubts. The general has little regard for propriety, but my family has a code that forbids associating with those of dubious lineage. You. Lu Rushuang's eyes instantly welled with tears, resembling a wounded rabbit. Pitiable and wringing her handkerchief incessantly. Observing this, a maidservant nearby rose, ready to defend her mistress. However, Wanyun remained unfazed, continuing to sip her tea delicately. The maid, unable to contain herself, was about to speak when Lu Rushuang stopped her, her teeth clenched in silent restraint, revealing her displeasure. I know you look down on me. And indeed, I do not have an affinity for you either. However, believe it or not, I never intended to resort to poison. I am not that foolish. Nonetheless, the past is past, and there is no need to dwell on it. Since I have publicly acknowledged your favor, I shall refer to you as sister out of respect. By the way, I must thank you. Had you not burned down the general's residence, he would not have allowed me to stay in his courtyard. Serving the general daily is indeed quite exhausting. With that, Lu Rushuang cast a defiant glance at Wanyun, surreptitiously touching her waist and adjusting her disheveled hair. Hongyu, unable to bear the scene, was about to speak when Wanyun silenced her with a mere glance, then stifled a laugh. Perhaps her laughter was too jarring. For Lu Rushuang frowned in displeasure, returning a glare. Sister, please do not take offense. It just struck me that, as the matriarch of the general's household, I should indeed consider adding a few concubines for him. With a sweeping gaze over the maids behind Lu Rushuang, she chuckled lightly. I find these few by your side quite agreeable, perhaps even superior to you. Why not elevate them to the status of concubines? Her laughter was accompanied by a glance at Lu Rushuang, whose stance faltered, the mirth in Wanyun's eyes unmistakable. The complexion of my younger sister appears rather poor, and her constitution seems exceedingly fragile. Such delicacy, coupled with her pregnancy, renders her vulnerable to the general's demands. Moreover, the tea ceremony from that day remains incomplete. By all accounts, my sister does not yet hold the status of a legitimate concubine in the household. Lu Rushuang clenched her teeth in silence, her body swaying slightly. Wanyun, upon noticing, feigned ignorance, her heart filled with disdain for the sister who still dared to approach her. In her previous life, she had been overly concerned, leading to her own folly. In this life, however, she harbored a deep-seated contempt, assuming the role of the matriarch, and found that dealing with her sister required no personal effort. What are your thoughts, sister? She inquired, observing Lu Rushuang's persistent silence. What? Lu Rushuang was still recovering from her initial shock. Allowing the general to take a concubine, could it be that her sister, now with child, believed she could neither serve nor permit another to serve him? As she spoke, she fiddled with her newly painted nails and raised an eyebrow at the slender maidservant behind her, casually remarking that a concubine, regardless of her status, received a monthly allowance of 5 taels, not including seasonal garments and rewards, should a male or female child be born in the future. It would certainly be preferable to incurring the wrath of the master on a bad day. She glanced at the young maid, who seemed somewhat swayed by her words. Absolutely not. Before Wanyun could continue, Lu Rushuang could no longer contain her voice, raising it sharply. Absolutely not, sister. Do you truly intend to monopolize the general, denying even those close to you any opportunity? Wanyun chuckled lightly, her gaze sweeping over the resentful faces of the maidservants Lu Rushuang had brought along. Humph. Even if the players had changed, she believed she was still without recourse. Where there are women, there is strife. No relationship is everlasting. Merely waiting for a larger interest to emerge. Having lived a full life, she prided herself on her clarity of vision. Of course not. They are still young. Lu Rushuang recognized Wanyun's deliberate provocation towards her maidservants. Though infuriated, she was also displeased that her own attendants entertained such thoughts, leading her to curse her choice of attractive maidservants. The old steward Shin had insisted that beauty was essential for the general's household. Otherwise, it would be a source of ridicule. Curse be it, ridicule is preferable to having those around her vying for her man. She resolved that upon her return, she would sell off those scheming maidservants. Young? Hardly. Besides, even if a concubine is selected, it does not necessitate immediate service to the general. Do you have any objections? Is it possible that the mistress cannot even make this decision? Wanyun feigned a serious demeanor, asserting her authority. Lu Rushuang, now furious, regretted coming, feeling cornered. Yet, upon reflection, if her adversary truly harbored such intentions, her absence would not deter them. But how could she permit anyone to contend with her for the general's favor? Since Aunt Lu has not mistress, before you make a decision, Perhaps you should consult the general. Lu Rushuang, realizing she could not prevent Mu Wanyun's machinations, invoked Shen Kuo as leverage. At that very moment, Shen Kuo heard that Lu Rushuang had come to pay her respects to Mu Wanyun. In a flurry, he hurried over and happened to overhear Lu Rushuang mentioning his name. He immediately strode up to her, enveloping her in his embrace, and affectionately inquired, "What is it? Are you asking about me?" Upon seeing Shen Kuo, Lu Rushuang's doe-like eyes brimmed with unshed tears, portraying a sense of grievance as she leaned against him. Her delicate hands clung to his garment, gripping it tightly as if reluctant to let go. Observing this, Shen Kuo felt no discomfort. Rather, he furrowed his brow in displeasure and cast a cold glance at Mu Wanyun, questioning, "Is it necessary to make things difficult for her when she has come to thank you despite her illness? As the mistress, can't you be more magnanimous? General, is there anything I do that is not wrong?" Mu Wanyun retorted fearlessly, lifting her gaze to meet his. "It is all my fault. I simply cannot bear to part with you." Lu Rushuang lamented, grasping Shen Kuo's sleeve, attempting to redirect his attention while casting a glance at the two young maids behind her. Shen Kuo noticed her gaze and instinctively looked over, his unfriendly glare causing the two recently arrived maids to kneel, their hearts racing in fear. "General, what is the matter? Were you not instructed to attend to the mistress properly?" Shen Kuo had initially intended to address Lu Rushuang as madam, but after a moment's consideration, he altered his words. Lu Rushuang raised her head in dissatisfaction to glance at him. Sensing her displeasure, he lowered his gaze to meet her eyes, filled with tenderness, and silently sighed. Holding her hand tightly, murmuring, "Schwanger." Taken aback for a moment, Lu Rushuang suppressed her dissatisfaction, obediently nodding through her tears, and gently replied, "I do not mind." This display of affection left Mu Wanyun feeling nauseated, and she could not help but cough twice, reminding them, "Look at how the general's heart and eyes are solely for Lu Yinyang. It seems my aspirations of being a virtuous mistress are in vain. Surely, you wouldn't want me to break up this couple." Her voice was laden with resignation. Shen Kuo regarded her with a complex expression, seemingly perplexed. Lu Rushuang then spoke softly to him, "General, it is not that I am unwilling to allow you to take a concubine. It is just that." As she spoke, she cast an annoyed glance at the two maids beside her, who immediately bowed their heads in submission. Shen Kuo was taken aback, his gaze drifting over the exquisite maid, internally marveling at her beauty, yet he still held Lu Rushuang's hand and addressed Mu Wanyun. "Do not try to sow discord between us. Schwanga is more than enough for me." With that, he lifted Lu Rushuang effortlessly and departed from the Furong courtyard. Lu Rushuang, initially nestled in Shen Kuo's embrace, suddenly raised her head to look back, as if to boast about something. Mu Wanyun chuckled softly, thinking her a fool. She then raised her voice, saying, "General, I am unwell. The household affairs should be entrusted to someone else." Upon saying this, she unmistakably noticed a fleeting glimmer of surprise in Lu Rushuang's eyes. She knew Lu Rushuang would undoubtedly be moved. In her previous life, Lu Rushuang had contended with her. Yet, on one hand, she refused to relinquish her grip, and on the other, Shen Kuo was acutely aware of the household's circumstances and could not bear to burden his beloved with the weight of such toil. Ultimately, she believed she had painstakingly seized the position of steward, only to find that she had unwittingly woven a garment for another. Once she had meticulously sorted the accounts, filled the voids, and introduced profitable ventures to the household, Shen Kuo unhesitatingly concocted an excuse to seize the provisions and entrusted them to Lu Rushuang. It was only while she was basking in Lu Rushuang's triumph that she realized she had been thoroughly manipulated from the very beginning, merely a pawn in someone else's game. However, in this lifetime, she is determined to observe how Lu Rushuang will fare, now that she no longer has her as a stepping stone in her pursuit of the coveted position of steward. Chapter 31. The delegation of stewardship as she had anticipated that very evening. Lu Rushuang approached Shen Kuo to request the authority of the steward. Initially, Shen Kuo hesitated, citing her pregnancy as a reason to dissuade her, fearing that her exertion might adversely affect the child she carried. However, Lu Rushuang held a different perspective, persistently questioning Shen Kuo whether he held her in contempt due to her humble origins, doubting her capability to manage the household. What could Shen Kuo possibly say? He could not express that the general's residence was but a vast pit, and he was reluctant to see her plunge into it. Instead, he resorted to the excuse of imperial decree, claiming concern that the emperor might perceive him as favoring a concubine at the expense of his wife, which could jeopardize his prospects for advancement. To his surprise, Lu Rushuang appeared to believe him. Shen Kuo, relieved, exhaled softly. When Staolan and Xiao Jun came to deliver the news, Mu Wanyun was both amused and infuriated. If he genuinely feared for his career, he would not have abandoned her during their marriage. It was astonishing that Lu Rushuang could be so gullible as to accept such a flimsy pretext. Foolishness. Xiaolan and Xiaojun, noticing her silence and stern demeanor, dared not utter a word. They were the two maidservants Mu Wan had intended to elevate to concubine status. In her previous life, they had been Lu Rushuang's right-hand aides, executing many of Lu Rushuang's schemes aimed at her and Huier. She would never forget how they had abused their power to torment her and Huier. Thus, upon encountering them, she devised a strategy to sow discord between them and Lu Rushuang. In her former life, Lu Rushuang had feigned benevolence by offering to promote them to serve Shen Kuo. Yet she had never entertained the notion of treating them as equals. Why would she adopt a more generous attitude in this life? As anticipated, after Mu Wan casually mentioned the subject, Lu Rushuang's demeanor towards them shifted, sowing seeds of suspicion. If her intuition was correct, Lu Rushuang must have previously attempted to win their loyalty by suggesting they serve Shen Kuo. After all, it seemed her only means of garnering affection were empty promises. Yet, her reaction that day made it abundantly clear that such notions were futile. The two maidservants, astute in their understanding, were well aware of the dynamics at play, even in servitude, who would not aspire for a favorable future. The living conditions in her courtyard were far superior to those in other sections of the general's residence, and many had been discreetly seeking refuge with her. Her generosity was evident. Whenever they visited bearing useful information, she always compensated them appropriately. Indeed, even if Mu Wanyun remained silent, her companions, Hong Yu and Lu Qiao, had discreetly prepared pouches to present to the two maidservants. The pair curtsied before Mu Wanyun before following Hong Yu and Lu Qiao out. Shortly thereafter, Hong Yu and Lu Qiao returned, parting the curtain to enter once more. Having detached herself from the emotions of her previous life, Mu Wanyun observed the hesitant expressions of Hong Yu and Lu Qiao and gestured for them to speak freely. Miss, now that Lady Lu has set her mind at ease, what shall we do next? Indeed, Miss, both the General and Steward Shun are intent on having you take charge. You previously feigned illness to evade the matter, but I have heard that Steward Shun is preparing to summon the imperial physician with a list of ailments. If the physician arrives and discovers you to be in good health, will the general not accuse you of neglecting your duties as the mistress? Green Xiao has a far-sighted perspective compared to Hong Yu. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu's face clouded with worry, and she could not help but scoff. What a ridiculous situation at the general's residence, burdened with debts and compelled to take on responsibilities. Just as she finished speaking, Green Xiao shot her a fierce glare. In recent days, Shen Kuo's reputation has improved significantly, with numerous individuals visiting the residence to assist in its restoration. These visitors were those who, in front of the Dali Temple, had learned of Shen Kuo's selflessness in reporting his subordinates' misdeeds to the authorities. This newfound reputation is something Mu Wanyun wishes to leverage. Thus she instructed that the household refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Hong Yu, recalling this, hastily covered her mouth. At that moment, a messenger arrived with an invitation, stating that the Duchess of the State would host a coming-of-age ceremony for her third daughter and had extended a special invitation. Mu Wanyun has had no prior dealings with the Duchess, yet in the past, for Shen Kuo's sake, she would have selected a generous gift from her private treasury to present. In the capital, interactions among officials are not merely about social niceties. They are deeply intertwined with the intricacies of court politics. As the saying goes, to accompany a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. In governance, especially in a city rife with power and privilege, a single misstep could offend someone, and regular exchanges serve to build relationships. Over time, such connections yield favors, and a casual remark from an acquaintance might alter one's fortunes. Shen Kuo is oblivious to these nuances, and thus Mu Wanyun manages matters discreetly on his behalf. However, in this lifetime, she lacks the leisure for such concerns. Just as she instructed the invitation to be set aside, a thought struck her, and she quickly said, "Send the invitation to the front courtyard, indicating that I am still unwell and let the general decide." Upon hearing this, Hong Yu immediately protested, "Miss, if we give it to the general, you will certainly send Lady Lu in your stead, but she is merely a concubine." Thus, in order to elevate her status sufficiently to attend such a prestigious gathering, Shen Kuo would indeed enhance her standing. Mu Wanyun smiled gently, reminiscing about her previous life when Lu Rushuang took great pleasure in attending such events, particularly during the days of her confinement when she flaunted her authority over the household. After all, she has always believed herself to be Shen Kuo's rightful wife. Her current role is merely a temporary arrangement. However, for the sake of maintaining her dignity, she would not relinquish her influence over the household. Green Xiao and Hong Yu exchanged glances of delight. with the impatient Hong Yu swiftly snatching the invitation and heading to the front courtyard. Before long, she returned, eagerly recounting what she had observed. "Miss, you should have seen Lady Lu's eyes light up upon receiving the invitation. She even remarked, if my sister is unwell, as a concubine, it is only natural that I share her burdens. I shall return and assure her to rest easy and recuperate." As Hong Yu spoke, she mimicked Lu Rushuang's mannerisms, imitating her exaggerated expressions and gestures to the amusement of Mu Wanyun and the others in the room, who erupted into laughter. "You impish girl," Li Momo chuckled, nearly breathless. Supporting her waist and pinching her handkerchief, she pointed at Hong Yu. "Miss, are you truly convinced that Lu will attend the banquet just to fetch Shen Kuo?" Green Xiao appeared somewhat skeptical. "Just wait and see," Mu Wanyun declared confidently, taking a sip of tea. The maids remained silent. The following morning, before Mu Wanyun had even awoken, Hong Yu was anxiously hollering in the courtyard. "Indeed, she has come. Steward Shun has taken the account book and the matching cards to Lu early this morning. Our miss is truly remarkable." Hearing this, Mu Wanyun stretched lazily and called for Green Xiao to assist her in dressing. Suddenly remembering something, she inquired, "Have I received any letters?" "Not yet," Green Xiao replied while braiding her hair. Since the day she spotted the marshal maid beside Lu, the miss had written a letter for her to send out that very night, and for the past few days, she had asked each morning. Though the maidens did not inquire, their curiosity lingered. Mu Wanyun yawned, remaining silent, yet her mind was calculating. Logically, a reply should have arrived by now. However, her foster brother traveled far and wide. Perhaps the letter had not yet reached him. Aside from her foster brother, she was uncertain whom else might assist her. After all, while it was easy to find ordinary guards, seeking someone better than the marshal maid by Lu Rushiang's side, or even a secret guard, she could only entrust to her foster brother. Reflecting on their limited encounters over the years, she recalled that their past rescue had been but a trivial effort, and what she had gained far surpassed her contributions. Contemplating this, she racked her brain to recall memories from her previous life, seeking anything that might be useful to her foster brother. In her former existence, due to the influence of the Grand Tutor's residence and the General's household, she had not been particularly warm towards him. Fearing others might perceive her as overly ambitious, she had closed many shops, leaving only a few in the General's name. Had it not been for this, she would not have found herself isolated and vulnerable in her last life. With these thoughts in mind, she gestured for Green Xiao to leave momentarily and spread out a sheet of paper, composing a letter which she sealed personally with wax before handing it to Green Xiao. "Ensure it is sent swiftly. If memory serves, my foster brother should be arriving in the capital soon. In my previous life, he had sent word through someone, but I missed the opportunity due to attending a banquet. This time, I shall not let it slip away." In less than a day, the general's household was bustling with activity. Lu Rushiang summoned numerous jewelers and tailors to the estate, claiming she was preparing new adornments and garments for the banquet. Meanwhile, Steward Shun wandered around the estate with a sullen expression, as if someone owed him a few hundred coins, sneaking towards the entrance of Furong courtyard only to be frightened away by her spirited dog. Leaning against the soft pear blossom wood couch, Mu Wanyun scattered fish food to the newly acquired koi in the pond, her spirits brighter than the sun on a spring day. Chapter 32 The Truth on this day. She received a letter from the Fu residence, stating that her mother was ill. Yet, she distinctly recalled that in her previous life, her mother had always enjoyed robust health and had never fallen ill. Could it be that due to her reincarnation, certain events had altered? Regardless, as a dutiful child, it was imperative for her to attend to her mother in her time of sickness. She promptly instructed her attendants to prepare the carriage and gather some nourishing supplies, ready to return to the Fu family. Just as her carriage was about to depart, the carriage from the general's residence halted right before her gate, inadvertently blocking her path. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing the beaming face of Lu Rushuang, who seemed unable to conceal her joy. "Sister, are you leaving the residence?" Hearing Lu Rushuang's voice, Mu Wanyun could hardly be bothered to respond. Her companion, LV Qiao, slightly inclined her head and coldly remarked, "My lady is returning to her maternal home. What is the meaning of this?" Lu Rushuang feigned surprise, covering her mouth with her hand. Mu Wanyun felt a surge of urgency within her and instructed the coachman not to delay. The coachman complied and prepared to turn the carriage around to change direction. However, at that moment, Shen Kuo's voice rang out from outside, inquiring what was happening. Mu Wanyun, feeling increasingly vexed by the presence of these two individuals, snapped back, "My mother is ill." With that, she paid no further heed to Shen Kuo and firmly commanded not to be delayed any longer. In the next instant, a pair of large hands lifted the carriage curtain, and Shen Kuo's imposing figure appeared within the carriage. He bent slightly and swiftly settled beside Mu Wanyun, murmuring, "I will accompany you back." Mu Wanyun was taken aback, instinctively looking up to meet Shen Kuo's gaze. Before she could utter a word, he seemed to anticipate her thoughts and responded, "Did the emperor not remind me to accompany you home during our last visit to the palace? This is the perfect opportunity." With that, he firmly instructed the coachman to set off at once. Before long, the sound of the carriage wheels rolling could be heard. Mu Wanyun felt a great deal of anxiety. Their last visit home had ended on a sour note, leaving her with a sense of regret. These past few days, she had been preoccupied, and harboring some resentment towards her parents had prevented her from communicating with them. She couldn't help but wonder if her deliberate coldness during this period had adversely affected her mother's health. In truth, after that incident, she had pondered deeply. If she were in her parents' shoes, she too might find it difficult to navigate the situation, for daughters and sons are equally cherished. Having been treasured by her parents since childhood, her status far surpassed that of her elder brother. She could understand her brother's grievances, as their parents might feel guilty towards him, leading to her momentary neglect. Nevertheless, being accustomed to being the favored child, she felt a pang of inadequacy in comparison to her brother, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Lost in her thoughts, she had scarcely paid attention to Shen Kuo. However, when she unexpectedly caught his probing gaze, she was startled. She could not ascertain how long he had been observing her, and to claim it was not unsettling would be disingenuous. After a moment of contemplation, she took the initiative to ask, "Does the general have something to say to me?" Shen Kuo paused for a moment before he began to explain. "Over the past few days, I have given this considerable thought. I realized that I had misconstrued your intentions and my actions have been inappropriate. Nonetheless, we are family now, and I sincerely hope that we can coexist amicably moving forward." Mu Wanyun, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean by coexisting amicably, General?" "It means that you should assist Ruxiang more often. After all, she does not possess the same level of acumen as you do. While I do not wish to impose the responsibilities of the household upon you, it is still fundamentally your duty. Now that Ruxiang has willingly offered to share your burdens, you should appreciate her efforts. Though she is filled with zeal, she is inexperienced in domestic matters and may not be as meticulous as you. As the matriarch, it is your role to guide her." As Shen Kuo spoke, he observed Mu Wanyun closely. She clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her palms, wishing to question his audacity in delivering such lofty words. "Why are you silent?" Perhaps sensing her lack of response, Shen Kuo's demeanor darkened. "Since you are not, General, please understand my maternal concerns." Her tone was somewhat harsh, and after speaking, she ignored Shen Kuo, turning instead to lift the curtain of the carriage, seemingly anxious about their delay. Shen Kuo gazed at her taut profile, his chest rising and falling rapidly, yet he refrained from uttering another word. The carriage soon arrived at the Fu residence. Without waiting for Shen Kuo, Mu Wanyun hastily disembarked, nearly tripping over the threshold in her eagerness, but fortunately, Lu Qiao was there to steady her. As she walked, she inquired of the household staff about her mother's condition. Thankfully, her mother was merely overwhelmed with worry and not seriously ill, which brought Mu Wanyun some relief. Upon reaching the Jinyun hall where her mother resided, she found her mother pruning the branches of a flowering tree. Only then did Mu Wanyun feel entirely at ease. Upon seeing her daughter return, Mrs. Mu hastily set aside her task and took Mu Wanyun's hand, feigning a sense of grievance. "Have you been thinking of your mother all this time? I thought you would never come back to me." "Mother, you say such things, yet it is you who chose to ignore me, even fabricating an illness to frighten me." Mu Wanyun chided. "Had it not been for this, how could you have borne to remain apart?" Mrs. Mu, as she spoke, playfully pinched Mu Wanyun's nose, but then noticed the tall figure standing nearby. After a moment of surprise, she realized this must be her yet-to-be-met son-in-law, the general. Recalling his previous good deeds, her smile faded. Shen Kuo sensed the disapproving gaze of Mrs. Mu upon him. Having lost his parents at a young age, he was uncertain how to interact with elders. After a brief pause, he slightly bent his knee and clasped his hands, saying, "Greetings, esteemed mother-in-law." He hesitated to address her as General's mother. Mrs. Mu maintained her stern expression. Shen Kuo furrowed his brow, glancing towards Mu Wanyun, seemingly hoping she would speak. But Mu Wanyun merely took her mother aside. Shen Kuo's countenance was dark and brooding. After a moment, he flicked his sleeve and exited the Jinyun hall. Madame Mu noticed that Shen Kuo seemed displeased. Initially, she only intended to assert her authority, but to her astonishment, he offered her no face at all. A surge of frustration welled up within her, and as she recalled the unjust suffering her daughter endured after marrying him, her heart ached even more. Had she known this would transpire, she would have defied the imperial decree. Madame Mu could not help but murmur to herself, "Mother, such words should not be spoken." Mu Wanyun cautioned, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before she felt reassured. Madame Mu was aware that she ought not to complain. It was not for her to refuse a marriage arranged by the imperial family. Seeing her mother silent, Mu Wanyun assumed her words had been too harsh and sought to change the subject. Yet, she realized that despite their prolonged stay, they had not yet seen Mu Chun, nor had they encountered Cui Yao, who was often immersed in the affairs of the Mu family. As she hesitated on whether to speak, she heard Madame Mu hesitantly begin. "Yuner, the reason I summoned you back, aside from longing to see you, is also because..." Madame Mu spoke carefully, casting cautious glances at Mu Wanyun. Her brow furrowed with a hint of helplessness, as if she were embarrassed. Mu Wanyun, well acquainted with her mother's tendencies to conceal her thoughts, sensed the unshakable sorrow etched on her face. After a moment's contemplation, she grasped the underlying sentiment, which instantly chilled her heart, though she maintained an air of ignorance. "Mother, what is it that you wish to convey?" "Yuner, I implore you not to take offense," Madame Mu sighed softly, avoiding Mu Wanyun's gaze. She understood her daughter was astute enough to discern the truth, yet she pressed on, her reluctance evident. Deep within, she felt conflicted. She had indeed favored Yuner too much and neglected Chiner, who bore a heavy burden of resentment. It pained her to see the rift between her children, and she yearned for a return to the harmonious days of yore, even if only in pretense. Mu Wanyun remained silent, which only heightened Madame Mu's anxiety. Words lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed them back down. She gripped Mu Wanyun's hand tightly, causing her daughter to wince in discomfort. Upon noticing the redness in her mother's eyes, Mu Wanyun's heart softened. With a resigned sigh, she finally inquired, "Is it about Mu Chun?" "Yuner, you are aware of the situation. It is not that I wish to reproach you, but regardless of your grievances against your brother, you should not halt the funds allocated to him. Despite his faults, he is still your brother and a son of the Mu family. Do you understand? Just recently, he hosted a gathering for his peers, and they insisted he cover the expenses, leaving him utterly humiliated. He was met with mockery, and so, mother, what would you have me do?" Mu Wanyun's hands, clenched within her sleeves, trembled uncontrollably, her voice betraying a quaver, despite her attempts to conceal it. Madame Mu was momentarily taken aback, her expression tightening in surprise at Mu Wanyun's question. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and replied, "Yuner, promise me you won't be angry, for what I am saying comes from a place of concern." Yet, your demeanor now. Despite her efforts to mask her emotions, Mu Wanyun discerned the anger simmering beneath her mother-esque facade. She never anticipated that her mother would harbor such anger towards her. A tremor coursed through her heart repeatedly. Yet she could not suppress the bitterness that arose within. Was it that she had overestimated her own significance, or had she been ensnared in her own delusions of grandeur? How could she possibly believe herself to be of greater importance than Mu Chun? It dawned upon her. Her parents valued her, but they would often remark, "Yuner has married well, and she might also assist her elder brother." Her parents' affection towards her did not seem so overtly apparent at the outset. Was it not she who had rescued her foster brother and brought in considerable wealth each year, alleviating the Mu family's financial hardships? Chapter 33. Reckoning. Seeing the unexpected expression on Mu Wanyun's face, she refrained from responding. Lady Mu, perhaps realizing that her tone had been somewhat harsh, took a moment to compose herself before softening her voice to speak. "My dear Yuner, I know you have always been the most understanding and filial. You have been wise since childhood. Your father and I have always favored you more than your elder brother, and perhaps our excessive indulgence has led to the resentment accumulating within him. Yet, as parents, who does not wish for their children to live in harmony? Your brother has gone astray, and we have scolded him severely, but he is, after all, a man and the elder." Concerned with his dignity, Mu Wanyun clenched her hands within her sleeves until they nearly bled, forcing herself to listen, yet it felt futile. Her voice, icy and trembling, retorted, "Mother's implication is that my elder brother, being the elder, should preserve his dignity, while I am to forego mine." As she spoke, she slightly raised her chin, seemingly searching for something in Lady Mu's expression. Yet, she quickly lowered her gaze, as if fearful or perhaps unable to see what she sought, allowing herself to retreat into self-delusion. Rarely did she confront her elders. She had always been gentle and obedient. In that moment, Lady Mu found it difficult to accept this shift. The atmosphere turned abruptly oppressive, the silence palpable. The maid standing by dared not breathe. Once, the bond between mother and daughter had been exceedingly close, filled with affection, yet now, in such proximity, it felt laden with irony and discomfort. In her defiance, Wanyun refused to meet Lady Mu's gaze, while Lady Mu's eyes wandered aimlessly over her daughter's face, the warmth in her gaze slowly dissipating until only coldness remained, eventually tainted with a hint of disdain. Nevertheless, she sighed deeply, placing a hand over her heart, and coughed lightly. Ahem, you are now married. Your temper has grown. Wanyun scoffed inwardly, glancing up momentarily, her expression remaining largely unchanged. Yet, a flicker of insight passed through her eyes, as if she had seen through everything. This time, however, she did not feel the same anxiety as before. After coughing for a while without effect, Lady Mu ceased to feign concern and instead scrutinized the daughter she had spoiled since childhood. Indeed, she loved this daughter, for she was her own flesh and blood. Yet, in noble families, it is the sons who carry on the family lineage. Initially, she had favored her son more. Why then did her affection shift towards her daughter? The reasons eluded her. Perhaps it was due to a serious illness her daughter had suffered, or because it was said that a daughter, cherished and spoiled, would tend to her maternal family with greater devotion upon marriage. Or perhaps she had heard that a daughter raised in indulgence would be more valuable. Contemplating these thoughts, Lady Mu felt a surge of dissatisfaction, especially as her daughter remained indifferent to her. Finally, her expression hardened completely. You are already married, yet you still control the household affairs of your maternal family. What kind of nonsense is this? Is the Mu family to be dictated by a married woman? In truth, she could understand Mu Chun. He was on the brink of marriage, needing to manage both inside and out. She, being of frail constitution, could offer no assistance. And yet the family finances were overseen by his married sister. She could empathize with his resentment. Originally, she believed that with Wanyun's marriage, it would be her responsibility to present the account books and keys. However, to her surprise, Wanyun did not mention them at all, and the household staff frequently sought her out to report to Wanyun. As the legitimate matriarch, she felt more like a mere ornament. In the past, this might have been tolerable, but now that Mu Chun was about to marry, with Cui Yao entering the household, how could she, as the mother-in-law, establish her position? If word got out, she would surely be the subject of ridicule. Contemplating this, Madame Mu's expression grew even more grim, her gaze fixed intently on Wanyun. Wanyun let out a scoff and raised her head to meet her gaze. So, mother has gone to great lengths to deceive me into returning just to retrieve the account books and keys. Such trivial matters require mother to feign illness. Truly, I am an unfilial daughter. Initially flustered, Madame Mu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the latter part and quickly replied, as long as you know. At this, Wanyun's expression stiffened momentarily before she masked it with a low chuckle. She then signaled to Lu Qiao, who soon approached with a Zeton wooden box. Wanyun personally took it and presented it to Madame Mu, stating, in truth, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have offered it. For as an outsider married off, I should no longer concern myself with the finances of my natal family. Madame Mu's hand was already halfway extended when she paused. Recalling something, she glanced at Wanyun and, upon seeing no signs of discontent on her face, extended her hand to accept the box. Just as she was about to pass it to the matron behind her, Wanyun interjected, given that mother has not managed the household affairs in quite some time, it would be prudent to invite the accountant to verify the accounts together. In truth, the matron behind Madame Mu whispered a reminder. Yet, Madame Mu appeared somewhat displeased, casting another glance at Wanyun before conceding, your point is valid. The matron's expression tightened, wanting to voice her thoughts, but was silenced by Madame Mu's stern instruction to summon the accountant. By the way, if possible, my brother and Miss Cui should also be invited to listen, to avoid any claims that I, as an outsider, have squandered my family's wealth. Wanyun maintained a facade of businesslike impartiality, her emotions having settled into a cold detachment. She understood that all of this was orchestrated by Cui Yao and Mu Chun, or rather, solely by Cui Yao. Previously, Cui Yao had envied her ability to manage the affairs of the Mu family and direct the countless staff, especially the substantial sums of money that passed through her hands daily. She often praised her competence and the demeanor befitting a matriarch. At that time, Wanyun had believed her sincerity, considering that Cui Yao was merely a lowly daughter in the Cui family, living in modest circumstances and frequently gifted her precious items. Reflecting on this now, it seemed Cui Yao thought everything she possessed was due to the Mu family, and thus, could not wait to rid herself of this meddlesome sister-in-law to indulge in the role of matriarch herself. With this realization, Mu Wanyun resolved to sever ties with the things that should not be retained. Madame Mu's expression tightened, yet seeing Mu Wanyun remain unperturbed, she ultimately gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Since you are so forthright, I shall comply. With that, she instructed someone to summon both Mu Qin and Cui Yao. The individuals below appeared eager to persuade, yet Madame Mu remained resolute, ultimately compelled to act in accordance with her orders. Having managed the Mu family for many years, she meticulously reviewed the accounts each month and quarter, making investigations relatively straightforward. The Mu family, hailing from a scholarly lineage, had not been affluent for long. The esteemed Master Mu originated from humble beginnings, with his grandfather once serving as a minor official in a county. After a decade of arduous study, Mu Lin achieved the highest honors and later married the daughter of a fellow scholar, who became Madame Mu. All the possessions of the Mu family were acquired subsequently. Master Mu, a civil servant of virtuous repute, was known for his integrity, and despite his esteemed position as the imperial tutor, he remained indifferent to wealth. Thus, apart from the imperial residence granted to them, the Mu family relied solely on Master Mu's modest salary, with occasional but meager gifts of gold and jewels from the emperor. Due to Master Mu's aversion to riches, even the imperial gifts were predominantly trivial items, such as writing materials. Furthermore, Madame Mu upheld a reputation for refusing to engage in trade, thus the Mu family lived in considerable poverty for many years. Eventually, it was Mu Wanyun who, having mingled with the prominent families of the capital, realized that even officials possessed personal assets. Upon returning home, she expressed her desire for the family to acquire property, only to be sternly reprimanded by both Master Mu and Madame Mu. The integrity of Master Mu bolstered his reputation in the officialdom, leading to his appointment by the late emperor to educate the princes. However, the Mu family found themselves unable to present suitable gifts to visiting dignitaries, rendering them a source of ridicule in the capital. She had witnessed firsthand the derision directed at Madame Mu by other noble families, and had seen her weep quietly with red-rimmed eyes, vowing silently to elevate the Mu family standing. It was fortuitous that at that time she unexpectedly saved her sworn brother, who promised to repay her in kind. When he inquired about her needs, she learned of his ambition to become an imperial merchant and sought his wisdom on acquiring wealth. She vividly recalled the astonishment and curiosity reflected in his gaze at that moment. Later, through her keen observations, she assisted her brother in resolving a predicament, a mere suggestion on her part that he deemed invaluable. He then imparted some knowledge to her, though more significantly, he discreetly arranged for a female tutor to teach her. This tutor spent a year by her side, mastering the intricacies of bookkeeping and domestic commerce, imparting her wisdom generously. Perhaps it was a sign of her innate talent, for she excelled in her studies. Subsequently, she borrowed a sum from her brother and secretly invested in property, even keeping it under his name at his suggestion. In recent years, they had collaborated profitably, amassing considerable wealth, and she had acquired several large estates in Jiangnan, though she had yet to visit them. Contemplating her circumstances, her spirit soared with anticipation. It was time to resolve the current troubles and venture into broader horizons. Before long, the accounts were reconciled, and as the ledger was closed, a figure was announced. Before the accountant could finish, Cui Yao could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "This is absurd. You must have been bribed. And you, the esteemed residents of the Grand Tutor, how could there be no silver in the accounts? Are you trying to deceive us?" Cui Yao spoke while seizing the ledger. Yet as a mere concubine-born daughter, she had scarcely learned these matters, although Mu Wanyun had intended to teach her. Hoping that she might become a competent helpmeet upon her marriage, her literacy was pitifully limited. Thus, she could only engage a tutor to instruct her in calligraphy. However, Cui Yao believed that Mu Wanyun looked down upon her. Consequently, despite her frantic flipping through the pages of the ledger, she comprehended little. "Mother, elder brother, if you have not forgotten, you should recall the state of our household 5 years ago. But as you said, that was 5 years ago. Do not presume I am unaware of the numerous shops you have opened over the years and the many estates you have purchased. Is it not true that you possess shares in the most renowned tavern in the capital?" Mu Qin clearly came prepared. Mu Wanyun shot him a frosty glare and let out a cold laugh. Realizing her brother was not solely devoted to the study of sage texts, he was evidently well informed. "That is the property of the Mu family. Must I remain ignorant of it?" Mu Qin's complexion paled, evidently vexed. This ledger dates back 5 years, and it clearly records that the family's income was solely from our father's official salary, barely sufficient to cover household expenses. So, elder brother, how do you expect me to purchase estates or open shops? Mu Wanyun scoffed. Do you not have your wealthy merchant brother-in-law from Jiangnan? Naturally. Mu Chun, realizing he had overstepped, turned his head and ceased speaking. Indeed, I rescued my brother-in-law, who, in gratitude, assisted me in acquiring some properties as my dowry for the future. But what does this have to do with the Grand Preceptor's residence? Mu Wanyun's voice turned icy, her gaze sweeping coldly over everyone present. If I am not mistaken, elder brother, you were aware of my alliance with the merchant and scolded me for bringing shame upon you. Chapter 34. All a deception yet. Have you not also sworn brotherhood? Do not presume I am unaware. Throughout these years, under the banner of the Grand Tutor's residence, you have not hesitated to assist your virtuous brother in numerous endeavors. Having reaped the benefits from my esteemed household, it is only fitting that you offer something in return. Muwen's heart raced at Mukin's self-evident words, and in a daze, she found herself struggling to recognize the person before her. Was this truly the same Mukin, who prided himself on his integrity and disdain for monetary matters, as even discussing silver seemed to sully his character? Not only Mukin, but she also detected a look of approval on her mother's face. For a moment, she was utterly confounded. Rubbing her eyes vigorously and pinching herself sharply, the sudden pain jolted her into accepting that everything before her was indeed real. A tremor surged within her chest, and uncontrollably, she let out a cold, mocking laugh. The laughter clashed with the current atmosphere, rendering it particularly jarring and eliciting peculiar expressions from the others, who regarded her with growing impatience. Lady Mu and Cui Yao echoed in unison, "Your brother speaks the truth." I, too, find Chun Ji's reasoning quite compelling. Encouraged by their flattery, Mukin wore a self-satisfied smile, then turned his impatient gaze toward Muwen. Thus, do not attempt to deceive us, hoarding what rightfully belongs to the Mu family. Cui Yao, witnessing this, displayed a gleeful expression, as if she could scarcely wait to strip Muwen of her silks and jewels, claiming them for herself. Ha 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 ha. Ultimately, Muwen could no longer contain her laughter, surveying the faces of the others with unabashed disdain. What audacity! In an instant, she stifled her mirth, replacing it with a frigid demeanor. And with a sharp flick of her sleeve, she reprimanded coldly, "What is your attitude?" Mukin retorted angrily, "I have not accused you of being shameless. I have merely spared you some dignity. I never anticipated my own flesh and blood to be so despicably base and hypocritical, presenting one face in public while harboring another in private." Her merciless words pierced through, leaving Mukin and Lady Mu visibly flustered. Lady Mu pressed a hand to her heart, as if struck by the revelation. Cui Yao hastily stepped forward to support her, attending to her with exaggerated concern, rebuking Muwen. "Yuner, how can you speak so of the lady? She is your mother." "Ungrateful wretch, the Mu family has truly wasted their efforts on you." Mukin echoed her anger. "Have I spoken incorrectly?" Her icy gaze swept across the faces of these hypocrites, finally landing on Mukin as she continued her scornful tirade. "I had always thought you merely obstinate and ineffectual, yet at least you appeared forthright. Today, however, I realize you are nothing but a thoroughly duplicitous scoundrel." "You?" Mukin's expression contorted into one of fury, his face twisting into a grimace. "Upon learning that I had rescued my sworn brother, I initially hoped to study business with him to secure a property for my family. Yet, one after another, you opposed me, unleashing a torrent of lofty principles as if I had sullied your honor or insulted you with wealth. Over the years, whenever I presented financial assistance, you would feign being coerced into mingling with the vulgar, claiming I forced you from the ethereal realm into the mundane world, where you could no longer bask in the purity of the moonlit night. I once believed you to be genuinely noble, only to realize now that you had meticulously plotted against me all along." With a smile, Mu Wanyun savored the myriad expressions of dismay on their faces, memories of their disgraceful antics from the past few years flooding her mind. She lamented the fact that she had been blinded by naivety, only to finally see the truth today. "Spare me your nonsensical rhetoric. In any case, you must relinquish the Mu family's assets today." Confronted by her piercing words, Mu Chen decided to drop the pretense. He had endured enough of a life restrained by financial constraints. Moreover, he had promised Cui Yao that he would entrust these matters to her. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled for the personnel he had prepared to be positioned around them. Mu Wanyun noted the presence of unfamiliar faces in the courtyard, realizing that if she did not satisfy them today, she would not be allowed to leave. It was unfortunate that she had not anticipated finding herself in such a predicament. "Yuner, do not remain so obstinate. Your dowry is substantial. You will not lack for food or clothing. How can you bear to watch your brother and me suffer?" Mrs. Mu, unwilling to witness her daughter's estrangement, earnestly implored her. "Mother, you were aware all along, hence the deception to bring me back?" Mu Wanyun's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Mrs. Mu through a veil of mist, unable to comprehend how her mother, who had once held her so dearly, could treat her in such a manner. Just moments ago, her mother had affectionately embraced her, calling her a cherished treasure. Yuner, I have advised you, but you remain unyielding. Mother has cherished you more than your brother since childhood, and I have already wronged him. Must you now compel me to endure further hardship? Do you not feel remorse for the kindness I have bestowed upon you all these years? Mrs. Mu averted her gaze from Mu Wanyun, yearning for this ordeal to conclude swiftly, even at the cost of speaking harshly. Indeed, Mother has loved me dearly since my youth, which is why I have always felt fortunate to possess the finest parents in the world. Even upon discovering the schemes and hypocrisy lurking behind the scenes, I found it difficult to sever those ties. Mu Wanyun lifted her sleeve to wipe away her tears, as if wishing to erase all remnants of sorrow. Gradually, her vision cleared, and the warmth on her face vanished entirely. If that is the case, let us see your true capabilities. What do you mean? Mu Qin sensed something amiss, his gaze sharpening as it locked onto Mu Wanyun. Are you not seeking the land deeds and property titles? Go and ask my sworn brother for them. Mu Wanyun scoffed, observing their bewildered and furious expressions, and she boldly laid bare the truth before them. What? Do you really think that I, the legitimate daughter of a grand tutor, would stoop to such lowly endeavors? To speak candidly, over the years, the financial support I have received for the Mu family has all been bestowed by my sworn brother. The shops are also his. He has merely granted me a share in the profits as a token of gratitude for past rescues. What do you mean? Shueya was incredulous. Having witnessed the shopkeepers reverently addressing Mu Wanyun as the head of the family and having discreetly confirmed that she checks the accounts monthly. I see. You must have registered those shops under someone else's name? So, you have been wary of Brother Chun and his wife all along. Shueya displayed a flicker of cleverness. It seems you have done your research. You may as well inquire further to ascertain my true circumstances. Mu Wanyun remained unperturbed. For the profit-sharing contracts of those shops were indeed not in her name. Previously, she thought her sworn brother overly cautious, but now she regarded him as possessing foresight. What does this mean? Madame Mu feigned understanding, yet her intuition warned her of something amiss. It implies, mother and brother, you have miscalculated. How could I, having been so dutiful since childhood, disregard your wishes and engage in endeavors you disapprove of? All these years, I have merely assisted my sworn brother in overseeing the shops and estates in the capital, managing his business, and he has compensated me annually. As for the shopkeepers addressing me as the head privately, it was merely to honor my brother, and now that I am married, I shall no longer partake in such matters. Therefore, the Mu family must rely on Father S' salary for sustenance henceforth. At this revelation, Madame Mu comprehended fully and was driven to madness. Are you saying you will no longer be responsible? She had grown accustomed to a life of affluence over the years. How could she bear to return to poverty? Instantly, she was the first to lose her composure, her voice rising in a frantic crescendo, startling even Shueya beside her. Mu Wanyun merely sneered repeatedly. Did Mother not instruct me to entrust the household management to my brother? I am now merely following Mother's wishes, she said, her eyes glinting with derision. You cannot abandon your responsibilities. Madame Mu trembled violently. I will not believe you. Mu Qin's gaze turned dark, fixed intently upon her, finally managing to utter a response. Then you may investigate. By the way, my husband, General Shen Kuo, is also in the residence. If he cannot find me during lunch, he will surely grow anxious. Mu Wanyun never anticipated that she would one day invoke Shen Kuo's name to extricate herself. How ironic indeed. Both Mu Qin and Shueya were taken aback, then turned to Madame Mu, who nodded, leaving Mu Qin and Shueya visibly unsettled. Soon, it was time for lunch. The esteemed Grand Tutor Mu had returned from court, and the family gathered around the table, unaware of the familial rift that had emerged. He misconstrued the tense atmosphere as a remnant of their previous discord, reprimanding Mu Chun while smilingly advising Mu Wanyun not to take offense. Mu Wanyun offered no response. Grand Tutor Mu's expression darkened. After lunch, he summoned Mu Wanyun and Shen Kuo to the study. Regarding Shen Kuo, there was undoubtedly a sense of dissatisfaction, however. At the dining table, numerous admonitions were issued to ensure he did not take advantage of the apparent vulnerability of the Grand Tutor's household, emphasizing the necessity of treating their beloved daughter with utmost respect. Despite the ongoing discord between Shen Kuo and Mu Lin within the court, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, bestowing a modicum of favor upon her, while outwardly pledging, I shall treat Wanyun well. This marked the first occasion he referred to her in such a manner, which inexplicably left Mu Wanyun feeling somewhat nauseated. Contrarily, the Grand Tutor was quite pleased. Ultimately, under the pretext of needing to converse with his daughter, he instructed someone to escort Shen Kuo away. Once the study was left with only the father and daughter, Mu Lin could no longer uphold his demeanor, though he still attempted to project a semblance of a benevolent father figure. Offering praise to Mu Wanyun for her recent endeavors that had garnered the emperor's approval, expressing his contentment at her ability to coexist amicably with Shen Kuo. However, the conversation inevitably shifted back to the peculiar atmosphere at the dining table. Mu Lin presumed that Mu Wanyun still harbored resentment towards the inappropriate remarks made by Mu Chun and Chui Yao during their last encounter, thus urging her to be magnanimous and not to hold a grudge. Mu Wanyun remained noncommittal, suggesting that her father ought to ascertain the nature of their actions before passing judgment. Perhaps Mu Wanyun's attitude incensed Mu Jane, as his expression gradually contorted, ultimately leading him to glare at Mu Wanyun in silence. His eyes narrowed, and he questioned, "Is this the manner in which you ought to address your own father?" Chapter 35. Unappreciated. Mu Wanyun had been cherished since her childhood, both within the confines of the household and beyond. Others frequently remarked upon it. She herself believed she had been raised in a cocoon of affection, akin to being cradled in the palm of a hand and immersed in a honey pot. Her parents and the elders of the clan always treated her with kind smiles, their indulgence evident. Thus, when her usually loving father suddenly displayed a stern demeanor and spoke with such harshness, despite her prior foreboding, she could not restrain her tears, her eyes welling up instantly. Mu Taifu, caught in the heat of the moment, lost his composure. When he regained his senses, he found his beloved daughter, spoiled by his affection, already on the verge of tears. Panic seized him. "Yunner, father did not mean to," he stammered, reaching for a handkerchief. However, to his astonishment, his daughter had retreated to a distance of 1 meter, having been merely half a meter away from him moments before. His outstretched hand froze in midair, appearing markedly awkward. Mu Wanyun seemed oblivious to his discomfort and regret, hastily wiping her tears with her sleeve. In an instant, her facial expressions shifted through various stages, and by the time her sleeve fell, the look of grievance had evaporated, leaving only indifference and estrangement. Her words exuded a chill of disconnection. "Father, I have already incurred the ire of mother and my elder brother today, which is entirely unwarranted. Now, if you too disdain me, I am beyond redemption. I shall reflect on my actions in solitude for the next few days and will not trouble you further." With that, she performed a courteous bow, not waiting for Mu Lin's response, and turned to leave the study. Mu Lin stood there, dazed, watching Mu Wanyun's figure fade from view. It took him a while to regain his composure, and the guilt and regret that had once painted his face dissipated, leaving behind only displeasure and frustration. Recalling the underlying meanings in Mu Wanyun's words and the peculiar atmosphere at the dining table, he summoned his confidant to inquire about the events that transpired during his absence from the residence. Once he grasped the full picture, his expression darkened ominously, and he ordered Mu Chun to come to the study, subjecting him to a barrage of scolding. Faced with Mu Lin's wrath, Mu Chun remained silent. Yet internally he attributed this grievance to Mu Wanyun. When Mu Lin finally grew weary of his tirade and allowed him to leave, Mu Chun sought out Mu Wanyun, only to learn she had departed the Mu residence in a carriage, inciting his ire further, leading him to unjustly punish several servants. Inside the carriage, Mu Wanyun had not intended to summon Shen Kuo. Upon exiting her father's study, she planned to leave directly, but just as the carriage was about to set off, Shen Kuo hurriedly pursued her. Assuming she was intentionally ignoring him, he initially intended to voice his frustrations. However, upon encountering her troubled visage and sorrowful eyes, which spoke of her unvoiced grievances, his words caught in his throat. With her own concerns weighing heavily on her mind, Mu Wanyun remained unusually silent throughout the journey. Despite her repeated admonitions to herself not to dwell on it, the events of the day replayed vividly in her mind. Reluctantly, she accepted the painful truth that she had never been truly valued, having lived for many years under the guise of a false reality. The blatant ugliness of her elder brother, the seemingly conflicted yet biased stance of her mother, and her father's sharp rebukes, all served to clarify the illusion she had held dear. What she had perceived as familial love turned out to be nothing more than poison cloaked in a sugary shell. Now the sugar coating has shattered, revealing a glimpse of the truth, enough to pierce her heart profoundly. Leaning against the carriage, her eyelids are tightly shut, yet tears uncontrollably cascade down her cheeks. Shen Kuo inadvertently catches sight of her. At first, he intends to ignore it, but upon seeing her hands covering her face, tears still streaming through her fingers, the fierce and ruthless woman he always knew suddenly appears fragile, as if wronged, trembling uncontrollably. For a fleeting moment, his heart softens. After a while, he hesitantly extends a handkerchief towards her. Here, wipe your tears. After a long silence, he suddenly speaks. His voice laced with a hint of hoarseness, which sounds particularly jarring in the stillness of the carriage. He himself finds it inappropriate, clears his throat, and, noticing her lack of response, assumes she does not comprehend his intention. After pondering for a moment, he continues, I understand that marrying me has also caused you distress. Your parents may have taken offense because of me, and I am truly sorry. His words come out haltingly, his feelings muddled and unclear. Although he is a military general, he has heard it said that when a daughter marries and is not favored in her husband's household, her family may not dare to confront her husband directly, but instead vent their frustrations on her. It is somewhat akin to the pressure exerted on a woman who cannot conceive after marriage. Though he is not well versed in the affairs of the Mu family, he has heard that they dote on their daughter Wanyun. However, today he can distinctly sense a certain awkwardness and strangeness between Lady Mu, the Grand Tutor Mu, and even her brother Mu Qin, in their interactions with Wanyun. After much contemplation, he surmises that it is likely due to his prolonged separation from Wanyun, leading her family to express their discontent through her. Wanyun must be aware of his unwavering affection for Rushuan, leaving no room in his heart for her, which might explain her silence and the family's behavior. Reflecting on this, Shen Kuo finds himself feeling a twinge of pity for Wanyun. Yet, it remains mere pity. His heart belongs solely to Rushuan, and thus, he can only offer his apologies. Wanyun weeps silently for a while, gradually regaining her composure. She is no longer a Navi girl of 15 or 16. She has been a mother and has faced life and death. Only those who have experienced such trials truly understand that some matters are inconsequential. In this world, aside from life and death, everything else pales in significance. Moreover, her feelings of reliance and affection towards her parents had long since diminished in her previous life. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that her parents had never truly wronged her. What she perceived as kindness may have been merely a self-delusion. Now, she merely strips away that veneer of pretense to glimpse a sliver of reality. So be it. She has wept, dried her tears, and life must ultimately carry on. Regardless of the authenticity of her parents' kindness, they brought her into this world. As long as it is not excessive, she can continue to feign ignorance and show them respect. However, if they still wish to use her as a pawn, she would not hesitate to sever ties entirely. She believes she can make that decision. Contemplating, she dried her tears, rearranged her expression, and lifted her head, only to unexpectedly collide with a pair of peculiar eyes. Before she could respond, she was stunned by Shen Kuo's self-righteous words. Noticing her silence, his hand remained suspended in the air as he continued to utter apologies laced with helplessness. My heart was filled with frost. I did not wish to let her down. However, as long as you remain obedient, there shall still be a place for you in the general's residence. If you desire, outside, you shall still be the lady of the general's house. As for your parents and elder brother, I am willing to consider their sentiments, lest they shall not trouble you further. Wanyun widened her eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at Shen Kuo. Upon seeing his earnest expression, her mind worked diligently to decipher his words, but she felt no trace of gratitude, only disgust. As she lowered her head, her gaze fell upon the handkerchief he still held aloft, swaying it towards her, adorned with the character for Frost intricately embroidered in gold thread. Instantly, she was rendered speechless with laughter. Observing her amusement, the tension within Shen Kuo's heart eased. In truth, he had contemplated this matter thoroughly during this period. Marrying her was not devoid of advantages. While his heart belonged solely to Rushuan, he could not deny that she was not the most suitable candidate for the role of the lady of the house. Her innate vivacity and kindness made her the finest woman in the world, yet her upbringing left her lacking the education befitting a family of prominence. In the military, she would undoubtedly be the ideal wife, but he had already settled in the capital, where interactions with noble families were inevitable. The vast general's residence was a realm she might struggle to navigate. Conversely, Wanyun could perfectly complement Rushuan's shortcomings. He thought, if only Wanyun could content herself as a modest lady of the general's house, he would not trouble her. In this way, Rushuan would no longer wear a frown, losing her appetite and growing gaunt. Just as he was about to convey his good intentions to her, he noticed her sudden change of expression. She recoiled in distaste, disdainfully eyeing the handkerchief in his grasp, covering her mouth and nose, as if repulsed by the coarse object he dared to offer her. Shen Kuo's fervor vanished in an instant, and the smile he had managed to muster froze upon his face. Furthermore, I am not worthy of your goodwill. I have long awaited your divorce decree. You are attached to another. How could you expect the woman you admire to become a concubine? I am no common person. Do I not deserve the sincerity of another? Must I endure the sight of others in pairs, wallowing in self-pity, relying on your charity to survive? Her words were unrelenting, striking a chill into Shen Kuo's heart, which had mustered the courage to approach her. With that, he felt he had little left to say. Shen Kuo's face drained of color, and with a fierce flick of his robe, he turned away without uttering another word. Wanyun observed his suddenly cold profile, a trace of scorn tugging at her lips. Did he think himself worthy of her gratitude, throwing her mere scraps and expecting her to wag her tail in gratitude? Chapter 36. Shamelessness. The carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the general's residence in the northern part of the town. Almost before the vehicle had fully stopped, Shen Kuo had already flung open the bamboo curtain and leapt down, his demeanor swift and agitated, clearly in a state of considerable anger. In stark contrast, Wanyun found her spirits unexpectedly lifted. She waited for the carriage to come to a complete stop before carefully stepping down from the footboard. The trio of master and servants made their way towards the general's mansion, and it wasn't long before they encountered Lu Rushuang, who had come out to greet them upon receiving the news. Although Lu Rushuang was more than a month pregnant, her condition was not yet apparent. As Wanyun passed by her, intending to yield, Lu Rushuang suddenly lost her footing, causing Wanyun to leap back in alarm. Well-versed in the clandestine tactics of the inner chambers, Wanyun had not anticipated such a blatant act of sabotage. Although she had not adorned herself excessively for her visit to her maternal home, she had still dressed well enough to maintain her dignity. The shock of the moment caused her to twist her ankle, sending a sharp pain coursing through her. In stark contrast, Lu Rushuang, upon falling, was swiftly caught by Shen Kuo, who had leapt to her aid. As Wanyun was assisted to her feet by Hong Yu and Luo Qiao, she caught sight of Shen Kuo carrying Lu Rushuang into the courtyard. Perhaps still simmering with indignation, Shen Kuo wore a grim expression. His brow furrowed with worry and concern as he scolded her softly, admonishing her for not being careful. You were missed in your absence. Upon hearing your return, she hastened to find you. Lu Rushuang wrapped her arms around Shen Kuo's neck, her head tilted slightly as her gaze momentarily swept over Wanyun, who was being supported but still limping. The provocation in her eyes was unmistakable. Wanyun let out a derisive laugh, suppressing her pain as she returned to her own courtyard, Furong Garden, perhaps deeming her too ungrateful. Shen Kuo and Lu Rushuang refrained from flaunting their presence before her in the days that followed. Meanwhile, Wanyun reveled in her newfound freedom, indulging in food and drink, perusing account books, and calculating her recent financial gains. With leisure time on her hands, she also began to untangle her thoughts regarding various matters. She had long been puzzled as to why Mu Qin had insisted she marry Shen Kuo, while Cui Yao had taken an opposing stance. It was not until she heard about Cui Yao's fervent recommendation of Chong Zhuqing, who had eloped with the mother of a fifth-rank official, causing quite a stir, that clarity began to dawn. Subsequent revelations painted Chong Zhuqing as a manipulative rogue, relying on women for sustenance, resulting in the tragic demise of the fifth-rank official's daughter, who had hanged herself. Chong Zhuqing was subsequently summoned to answer charges before the authorities. Wanyun could not recall whether such events had transpired in her previous life, after all. At that time, her sole focus had been on vying for Lu Rushuang's favor, leaving her oblivious to the happenings beyond her immediate sphere. Now, upon hearing the news, a chilling realization gripped her. Had she been weak-willed, the fate of that fifth-rank official's daughter could very well have been her own. Cui Yao, truly unaware? No. She was well aware. It was said that the fifth-rank official's daughter had once been the most formidable among the women of the officialdom who had mocked her. To assert that this affair bore no influence from Cui Yao would be incredulous. Just as she grappled with whether to take action, her sworn brother Ning Su finally replied. The letter mentioned that in 2 months, her sworn brother would come to the capital and arrange to meet her at Chongming Tower. Coincidentally, this timing coincided with the day before the grand banquet at the Duke's residence. Wanyun promptly replied, sending her response with someone to her brother, and she awaited their meeting with a sense of calm. Unbothered by pesky flies, her days were both pleasant and comfortable. At times, she mused that such a life could suffice for a lifetime. However, a saying goes, life is full of uncertainties. Even if she chose to remain indifferent, she was aware that Lu Rushuang was facing difficulties during this period. Initially, perhaps driven by youthful fervor to make a mark, or perhaps unaware of the grim reality behind the seemingly resplendent general's residence, Lu Rushuang soon found herself grappling with a disastrous situation. After indulging for a few days, relishing the role of the general's housekeeper, she belatedly realized that she had inherited a veritable mess. Even though Shen Kuo had provided her with their meager savings and salary, it merely served as a drop in the bucket, utterly insufficient to cover the vast debts of the general's household. Moreover, The townsfolk who had voluntarily come to aid in the repairs had done so under the premise that materials were ordered in the name of the general's residence. Those merchants who were initially reluctant to extend credit only agreed to do so after hearing of Shen Kuo's selfless act, but it was merely a deferral. They still expected payment. Consequently, upon learning that the general's residence had acquired a steward, a swarm of creditors descended, clamoring for their dues. Days passed, and Lu Rushuang's once radiant visage became marred by worry. After managing to dismiss the persistent creditors, she promptly summoned the imperial physician that evening. When Wanyun received this news, an instinctive sense of foreboding washed over her, particularly as her right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. She instructed Hong Yu to tear a corner of her practice calligraphy paper to affix it to her eyelid, which provided a modicum of relief. Unexpectedly, having just finished breakfast that day and intending to visit the pond in the courtyard to admire the newly purchased koi, she was startled by the commotion outside. Faintly hearing the word general, moments later, she saw Shen Kuo storming in with a dark expression, an aura of resentment trailing behind him. Startled, she dropped the fish food from her hands, causing the fish to rush forward in a frenzy. Watching the fish compete for food, her anger and shock began to dissipate slightly. After tossing the last of the fish food into the pond, she dusted off her hands and raised her eyes to Shen Kuo, only to be drawn in by the ledger and keys he held. A sudden pang of foreboding surged within her, and her voice took on a chill as she uttered, "General." Before she could finish, he coldly interjected, "Mu, are you aware that Rushuang has fallen ill while trying to alleviate your burdens?" Mu Wanyun raised an eyebrow instinctively, about to inquire when she had needed her assistance. When she noticed Shen Kuo raising his hand to throw the ledger and keys onto the stone table, asserting indignantly, "You bear the title of the general's wife, enjoying the splendor, yet you allow Rushuang to toil on your behalf, while you live in ease." As he spoke, his brows knitted together, his gaze dark and filled with discontent, briefly sweeping over her increasingly plump and cheerful face, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold scoff. Mu Wanyun found herself both amused and infuriated. Just as she was about to speak, he hastily cut her off. "Or perhaps you are deliberately feigning generosity, fully aware of Rushuang's condition, while secretly plotting to shift all the burdens of the household onto her. Now, Rushuang has fallen ill, and the imperial physician warns that if she continues to be overworked, the life of the child she carries may be in jeopardy. Mu Wanyun, that is our first child. And should anything happen, I will not let this matter rest." As Shen Kuo spoke, he cast a sidelong glare at Mu Wanyun, his eyes brimming with blatant threats, as if she had committed some heinous crime. After uttering these words, he huffed and puffed heavily. Mu Wanyun felt a pang in her heart, and memories from her previous life rushed back to her. She let out a dry laugh, suddenly reminded of a similar incident in her past. Back then, the general's household had little silver in its public account, and in an effort to cut expenses, she had suggested frugality, claiming it was a means to save. In truth, it was only a slight reduction of about 20 to 30%, making it bearable. Meanwhile, she had been using her dowry and had not touched the public funds, so she had not truly economized. One day, Shen Kuo had stormed in just as angrily, flipping over the exquisite dishes she had just laid out and scattering her carefully arranged jewelry in chaos. He had pointed at her, hurling accusations that she was bullying Rushuang. At that time, she had harbored feelings for him and had patiently explained, desperately trying to appease him with smiles until he calmed down enough to understand. She clarified that she had not used the household silver. But what did he say? He declared that since she had married into the general's family, she was one of them, and everything she had belonged to the household. Thus, how could she be so unjust? At that moment, she was taken aback by his words, wanting to counter but feeling overwhelmed by his imposing demeanor, rendering her speechless. In the end, she foolishly agreed to give Lu Rushuang the same treatment as herself, ultimately subsidizing her with her own dowry. Reflecting on it now, Mu Wanyun couldn't help but slap herself in frustration. The sharp sound stunned everyone present, including Shen Kuo. After the shock, Shen Kuo's expression softened somewhat, and his tone became gentler. "Since you realize your fault, hand over the account books and keys. After all, you are the mistress of the general's household, and it is your responsibility. Additionally, there is something else I must tell you. Rushuang has fallen ill due to her worries on your behalf. The physician insists on proper medication, and her needs should not be inferior to yours. Previously, she did not mention it out of consideration, but you cannot pretend to be unaware. She is now with child, and this will be the first child of the general, who will one day call you mother. You must not allow the legitimate son of the general's household to suffer any indignity." As Shen Kuo spoke, he scrutinized Mu Wanyun's expression, seemingly wary of her potential reaction. However, Mu Wanyun merely scoffed. just as he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to issue a few more instructions before departing. She suddenly charged forward, snatching the account books and keys, and tossed them directly into the pond. Shen Kuo was momentarily taken aback, erupting in a furious roar. "Have you lost your mind?" He then propelled himself into the water, retrieving the ledger and keys that had not yet sunk. His entire being enveloped in a tempest of rage. Before he could utter a word, Wanyun seized the teapot and hurled it to the ground. As it shattered, her voice dripped with anger and mockery. "Shen Kuo, have I given you too much face? Do you wish to listen to the nonsense you utter? Just moments ago, you declared unwillingness to marry me, swearing not to lay a finger on me, yet you continuously compel me to accept the ledger, pontificating about what a mistress ought to do. I have made it abundantly clear that I refuse to be a mistress. Let those who wish to take on that role do so. Why insist on burdening me with it? You know full well the truth. No need for further elaboration. The ledger was not delivered to you by my hand. She seized it herself. What do you mean by alleviating my burdens? Can you not maintain a shred of dignity? You." "Silence. I am not finished speaking," Wanyun commanded sharply, raising her voice further. "Though I reside within your general's estate, I am solely responsible for my own sustenance and that of the people in my courtyard. How is it that your own woman cannot be supported by you? Yet you expect me to provide for you? Furthermore, you wish for your children to call me mother? Do I require you to bear children for me? What good can come from your illicit union? The offspring of such a pair would hardly be of noble stock." As Wanyun's indignation escalated, Shen Kuo's forehead throbbed with suppressed rage. A wave of icy fury enveloped him, his chest heaving with agitation, hands clenched tightly at his sides, as if on the verge of striking. However, this time, Wanyun stood her ground, for her elder brother had already secured the most elite of shadow guards for her. She had previously dispatched them to challenge Shen Kuo, and they were no less formidable. Should Shen Kuo pose a threat to her life, these shadow guards would act without hesitation. Chapter 37. It's time to address it yet. She found herself disappointed. Shen Kuo, towering in stature and possessing considerable brute strength, often attempted to project an intimidating demeanor, yet proved to be nothing more than a decorative pillow devoid of substance. She repeatedly provoked him with piercing remarks aimed at his vulnerabilities, but he merely furrowed his brow, his veins bulging, fists clenched and cracking, resorting to grinding his molars and issuing veiled threats, nothing more. At least during their last encounter, he had dared to grasp her by the throat. As if she had stumbled upon a source of amusement, Wanyun's spirits lifted considerably. Suddenly, a recent tale she had heard came to mind. Though it was labeled a story of interest, it bore a semblance of her own plight. It recounted the tale of a fifth-rank official who favored his concubine over his wife, relegating the latter to obscurity while showering affection upon the former, who bore child after child, yet none survived. Eventually, the official discerned something amiss and commissioned an investigation, only to uncover that his legitimate wife had bribed the physician and those in close attendance to the concubine, substituting her prenatal medications with abortifacients. A ruse executed with utmost caution, rendering it nearly imperceptible. Upon learning this, the official sought to exact vengeance upon his wife for the sake of the concubine. Yet due to the laws of their realm, a concubine could not conceive before the wife had borne a child, unless the wife was deemed unable to procreate. Consequently, the official found himself not only thwarted in his quest for retribution but also compelled to share a bed with his wife. Over time, to his surprise, he developed feelings for her, ultimately forgetting the concubine. Wanyun recognized that this anecdote had been deliberately shared with her, intended to persuade her to cease her standoffishness with Shen Kuo and to push him away. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that in her past life, she had exhausted every avenue available to her, only to meet a tragic demise. Every occurrence in this world is unique. Shen Kuo was not that fifth-rank official, and their fates would not mirror such a narrative. However, the story sparked a realization in her that in her previous existence, she had been foolish, embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with Lu Rushuang, never contemplating the possibility of undermining her adversary's foundation. Perhaps in that lifetime, she had been too merciful, never considering the implications of her actions upon an unborn child. Yet, as she recalled the child named Sun'er, whose very presence dimmed Huyo's light and provoked her time and again, even inciting those around to mock Huyo as an unwanted child, her fleeting compassion was eroded by resentment. At that moment, Shen Kuo had also quelled the surging anger within him, striving for rationality as he attempted to negotiate with her. "I never intended to make things difficult for you, nor do you need to respond in kind. I presume you have perused the household accounts, my salary and rewards, along with the spoils of war, amount to a considerable sum." He paused, seemingly casting a sidelong glance at Wanyun. Yet, Amidst the emotional tumult that had eluded her gaze, she quietly ground her teeth and continued to speak. It was indeed feasible to maintain the daily expenditures of the general's residence. Otherwise, Ruo Shuang would not have to endure such hardships. At this moment, Mu Wanyan finally lifted her eyelids, seemingly perplexed by what Shen Kuo intended to articulate. Nevertheless, there was a kernel of truth in his words. Over the years, Shen Kuo had accrued considerable military merit and ascended swiftly through the ranks. Each victory on the battlefield brought him substantial rewards from the emperor and the court. Moreover, our dynasty has traditionally favored leniency in policy, especially towards generals. Half of the spoils captured on the battlefield were to be presented to the court to enrich the national treasury, while the other half could be retained by the generals. She recalled that it was precisely because Shen Kuo had contributed an abundance of spoils that the emperor held him in high regard. But so what? Was it not he who, in his quest to garner favor and consolidate loyalty, generously bestowed wealth upon his subordinates? Otherwise, those subordinates would not dare to be so audacious. Surely, he could not expect her to deplete her dowry to continue supporting his household. The thought of a fool from her previous life who had acquiesced to such demands made Mu Wanyun wish to slap herself several times. Yet, the stinging sensation on her cheek brought her both regret and clarity, rather than inflicting harm upon herself. She mused that perhaps venting her frustration on those she found displeasing might provide greater solace. With this thought, she stealthily rolled up her sleeves in preparation. Perhaps sensing a shift in her emotions, Shen Kuo's speech quickened, infused with a newfound vigor and generosity. How can I stand idly by while my comrades perish on the battlefield, leaving their parents, wives, and children destitute, devoid of silver to sustain them? Moreover, money is but a mundane object, of little use to me. With a scoff, Mu Wanyun could no longer restrain herself. She retorted, General, you possess a heart as compassionate as a bodhisattva, empathizing with your subordinates. I admire that. As she spoke, she covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Yet inwardly she silently added, Fool, what pretense is this? I am somewhat surprised by your perspective. It seems you are more sensible than I had anticipated. In that case, Shen Kuo appeared taken aback, yet his eyes sparkled with evident delight and relief, his tone growing more relaxed. However, Mu Wanyun felt an inexplicable disquiet. Allow me to speak plainly. Shen Kuo paused, casting her a glance. In the face of her curious and uneasy expression, he slightly averted his gaze. Even in dire straits, I would never resort to utilizing a woman's dowry. Thus, you have misunderstood me. The reason I sought you today was that I suddenly recalled the emperor's marriage decree, fearing I might be perceived as a lout unworthy of the Mu family. He dispatched an elder from the palace to oversee the marriage arrangements. Coincidentally, during that time, I was assigned to a mission. Later, I discovered that he had taken the betrothal gifts intended for Ruo Shuang and delivered them to your residence. I recently had someone investigate, and it amounts to 50 carts, totaling approximately 50,000 taels. However, you are aware that our union was enforced by the emperor, and there is little affection between us. I see you lack any particular sentiment, so I thought we might discuss whether it would be appropriate to return the betrothal gifts. The more Shen Kuo spoke, the more self-assured he became, seemingly convinced of the righteousness of his words. Mu Wanyun, however, found herself laughing in incredulity. Yet she could not help but correct him, stating that there were not 50, but rather 48. Indeed, 48, which is still quite a considerable number. Shen Kuo, brimming with delight, looked at Mu Wanyun with a smile that could not be concealed, as if he were certain she had acquiesced, excitedly rubbing his hands together. He cast a glance at the recently salvaged account books and keys. If you do not wish to take on the responsibilities of Zhang Kuei, I shall not compel you. But it is rather unreasonable for you to monopolize the betrothal gifts meant for Ruo Shuang. Very well, as long as the general seeks permission for a divorce. I shall promptly deliver the 48 betrothal gifts to Aunt Lu's courtyard, intact and unaltered. Mu Wanyun responded, equally exhilarated. In her previous life, the betrothal gifts had been taken by him, later utilized for a subordinate who had erred and needed to mend relations. At that time, he had claimed it was merely a loan, yet despite her inquiries, no further explanations were provided. In this life, she had never intended to return them. Although the sum of 50,000 taels hardly seemed significant to her, once given, it became hers, regardless of whether the marriage was granted willingly by Shen Kuo. Even if she divorced, she could not escape the identity of a second marriage, especially since she had invested considerable silver into it in her previous life. 50,000 taels was but a fraction of what she had contributed. She intended to offer oil for the eternal lamp at the temple for Huir, ensuring that his light would burn perpetually, which could be seen as Shen Kuo atoning for his past transgressions. Yet, She had not anticipated his audaciousness. Nevertheless, if it meant securing her freedom, she was not averse. Initially, she wished to spare Huiyu from the taint of Shen Kuo's involvement. In his last life, Huiyu had awaited him until death, having succumbed to despair in his final moments. You possess such profound understanding. Shen Kuo, caught in a whirlwind of excitement, momentarily failed to grasp her words. When he finally comprehended, his expression shifted through various hues of disbelief, staring at her in astonishment. What did you just say? I said, as long as you petition for a divorce, I shall return the betrothal gifts to you. Mu Wanyun's eyes sparkled with mirth, her voice gradually rising in pitch. You know very well that. Mu Wanyun smoothed the non-existent creases of her sleeve and adjusted her hairpin, scoffing. The general himself has declared it impossible. So what nonsense is this in broad daylight? Thus, you are unwilling. His smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a mix of humiliation and fury, his eyes reflecting a terrifying intensity. Yet, having witnessed such expressions before, Mu Wanyun remained unfazed, instead observing him with keen interest, pondering. Mu Wanyun, are you toying with me? Shen Kuo, belatedly realizing he had been played, transformed into a creature as ferocious as a cornered leopard. This truly vexes me, General. If you are willing to divorce me, I have stated that I can return the gifts. However, according to the law, even in a divorce, the betrothal gifts belong to the woman. Therefore, General, what right do you have to demand my betrothal gifts? You have repeatedly insisted they are for Lu Ruoshuang, a concubine. Does she truly require 48, no, 50, gifts? The general possesses quite the sense of humor. Mu Wanyun covered her mouth, laughing until she bent over, entirely disregarding the trembling Shen Kuo, who was seething with rage. After all, he was the one enraged, and he dared not act against her. Even if he did dare, she was unafraid. It was the perfect opportunity to vent her frustrations. Mu Wanyun, I have stated that I was originally to wed Ruoshuang. Indeed, originally. Not that I did not marry. Since the general lacks the courage to defy the edict, do not impose upon me, a mere weak woman. The betrothal gifts were conveyed to me by the household of the general. They rightfully belong to me. Please refrain from uttering foolish words that would only serve to amuse others. If the general remains unconvinced, perhaps he should approach the palace and seek the emperor's intervention. I am weary. Shall I take my leave? As Mu Wanyun spoke, she beckoned Hong Yu and Lu Qiao to step forward. Yet, Shen Kuo, filled with fury, obstructed her path, glaring at her with gritted teeth. Mu Wanyun, do you insist on being obstinate? Are you aware that my patience has its limits? Are you threatening me? Do you intend to resort to violence? With that, she raised her chin defiantly and glanced around, noticing several shadowy figures poised to act, which bolstered her confidence. Shen Kuo observed her reaction, recalling the peculiar incidents he had recently encountered. Once, while riding in a carriage, a wheel had inexplicably detached. Another time, while on horseback, a knife had suddenly flown toward him, and yet another, while embracing Ruoshuang, a lock of hair had been severed. He realized he was facing a formidable opponent. The ability to appear so stealthily beside him, undetected, suggested that her skills were likely on par with his own. Moreover, Mu Wanyun's audacious demeanor astonished him, and a bizarre thought emerged in his mind. Could the previous incidents be connected to her? However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Mu Wanyun was merely the daughter of the Grand Tutor, and despite her father, Mu Lin, being the emperor's teacher, he was known to be rather pedantic and lacked influential connections. Feeling a sudden sense of relief, he took a step back and regarded Mu Wanyun, who seemed somewhat disappointed. An unrealistic idea crossed his mind. Was she awaiting his response? Indeed, he was known for showing no mercy toward those he deemed unworthy, and her repeated provocations made him wonder if she sought to incite him into taking her life. As the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor, and with a marriage decree from the emperor, her misfortune would also spell doom for him. How ruthless! He gazed at her, suddenly gripped by an icy chill along his spine. All his anger dissipated, leaving only a lingering fear. Had he failed to rein in his fury and harmed her, even if he escaped unscathed, Ruoshuang would undoubtedly face repercussions. Observing the myriad of expressions flitting across his face, Mu Wanyun felt a twinge of disappointment when he ultimately refrained from acting. Coward! She inwardly scoffed, yet a mischievous thought took hold of her. Since the general is unoccupied, I am reminded that according to our dynasty's laws, a concubine cannot bear children before the legitimate wife has given birth. Therefore, the child in Lu Yinyang's womb must also be addressed. Chapter 38. The Master of Abortions. Without any prelude, as she finished her words, Shen Kuo erupted with fury, almost seizing her by the throat, threatening to rend her to pieces. You vile woman! How could you be so malicious? I have already taken you as my legitimate wife. Lu Shuang has suffered enough, yet you still wish to harm our child. Try it. Dare to. Shen Kuo ground his teeth, exerting all his strength. For a fleeting moment, Wanyun genuinely believed he intended to strangle her. At that instant, a concealed arrow shot forth from the shadows, aimed directly at Shen Kuo's face. As a martial general, he possessed considerable skill and instinctively sensed the danger. Narrowly evading the lethal projectile, however, it grazed past his cheek, leaving a streak of crimson in its wake. Who dares? Show yourself. Who has the audacity to attempt an assassination in my general's residence? Do you wish to die? Regaining his composure, Shen Kuo's eyes glinted with sharpness as he scanned the surroundings, only to find an eerie silence, void of any sound. Wanyun inhaled deeply, touching the red marks left on her neck, her mind swirling with murderous intent, just as she was about to signal her hidden guards to exact revenge. She noticed Shen Kuo's expression, a mixture of despair and confusion, murmuring to himself, "Impossible. How can this be? Your Majesty, your Majesty." In that fleeting moment, Wanyun grasped the truth. Shen Kuo believed he was unworthy of such exceptional guards, speculating that they were dispatched by the emperor himself to protect her. She could not help but admire Shen Kuo's intricate thought process. However, she had no intention of revealing the truth to him. His apprehension served her purpose well, allowing her to continue to play with his emotions as she pleased. After all, he would believe it was the emperor watching over her. With this in mind, she quickly relaxed her grip, observing the hidden guards seamlessly blending into their surroundings, to the point where even she could not discern their presence, which brought her a sense of relief. With the emperor's favor behind her, Wanyun felt emboldened. Approaching the still-stunned Shen Kuo, she smiled mischievously and instructed Lu Qiao, "Go summon the imperial physician and have him personally assist concubine Lu with her miscarriage. And make sure the fees for the consultation and the miscarriage are charged to me. I want the finest herbs for the procedure." As she spoke in a low voice, she cast glances at Shen Kuo, reveling in his conflicted, shocked, and pained demeanor. It brought her immense satisfaction. "Shen Kuo, today is your turn to suffer." Yet, that was not enough. She playfully winked at Lu Qiao. Of course, she had no intention of calling for the physician or procuring the finest herbs. She would not allow Lu Shuang such an easy escape. Everything was merely a performance for Shen Kuo's benefit. Observing his despondent and helpless expression, she feared he would believe it to be true. Lu Qiao nodded and prepared to leave, her eyes sparkling with excitement, while Hongyu, who had not been dispatched, felt a tinge of regret. "Do not go." Shen Kuo's voice rang out, his fierce gaze fixed on Wanyun as he roared in anger. "Wanyun, are you truly so cruel as to not spare even a child? That is your child too." After holding back for so long, he finally added the last phrase. "The general must not jest. Our young lady has made it clear that she has no need for you. Hongyu has always been somewhat reckless and audacious, and her lack of assignment has only fueled her resentment. Knowing that the skilled individuals arranged by the young lady are lurking nearby, she feels increasingly bold, even daring to retort against Shen Kuo. Yet, the fury ignited in Shen Kuo's eyes gradually silenced her, leaving her words unspoken. Such a coward. Wanyun shot her a glance, languidly settling down as she took over. "I am indeed malicious. I cannot tolerate a mere child. I am well aware of my own limitations, General. No need for repeated reminders. However, if you harbor discontent, you may approach His Majesty to alter the laws, or request a special decree for the general's residence. If His Majesty were to decree that your concubine could bear a legitimate child beforehand, I would have no objections." As Wanyun spoke, she reveled in the exquisite expressions that played across Shen Kuo's face. Indeed, upon hearing her mention His Majesty again, the turmoil and anger etched upon his features intensified. It appeared he was thoroughly convinced of her backing from the emperor. Fortunately, he dared not confront His Majesty. Thus, she could continue her reign of intimidation. The mere thought sent a tremor of excitement through her. "You." Shen Kuo bore an expression of suppressed rage, his face turning a deep crimson from his pent-up frustration. Wanyun worried that he might explode at any moment. Yet, she had underestimated his shamelessness. He took several deep breaths, seemingly striving to calm himself, repressing his fury and accepting reality. Finally, his voice came out significantly more composed, almost laced with a hint of pleading. "A royal decree grants us marriage, and divorce is not so easily attainable. However, my heart does not belong to you, nor will I ever touch you. You must remain within the general's residence. Once the child is born, it can be registered under your name, thus allowing you to have a child by your side. This way, it would be a win-win situation. Why must you insist on closing off your own path and making it difficult for others?" Compared to his prior sharpness and fury, Shen Kuo had evidently softened, even hinting at a tone of negotiation. Yet Mu Wanyan understood that it was not due to a newfound conscience on his part, but rather his apprehension stemming from her ambiguous statements. He feared that she might indeed have the Emperor's support. Huh? She scoffed inwardly, her outward demeanor betraying none of her amusement. Noticing her lowered head in silence, a flicker of hope ignited within him, prompting him to continue. I will have many children with Ruxiang. When the time comes, they will all be registered under your name. You will enjoy the company of grandchildren. And since childbirth often brings women perilously close to death, if Ruxiang is willing to endure the pains of childbirth for you, you should treat her kindly. Mu Wanyan could no longer contain herself. She erupted into laughter. The suddenness of her mirth interrupted Shen Kuo mid-sentence. The disdain etched on her face was too evident for him to ignore. Do you truly believe? Shen Kuo stammered. I genuinely question how a mind like yours has led to such numerous victories. Mu Wanyan's derision was palpable. In her previous life, she had admired Shen Kuo's heroic reputation and the gallant figure he cut atop his steed, which had drawn her heart entirely. After their marriage, her interactions with him were scarce, often limited to a few words, as he frequently resorted to cold reprimands in his attempts to protect Lu Ruxiang. During that time, she found herself ensnared in a web of self-doubt, unable to extricate herself from a life devoid of her beloved's reciprocation. However, with the arrival of Hui Er, she had a semblance of support, leading her to contemplate how he hardly resembled a decisive and astute general. Yet, it was not long before her and Hui Er's circumstances compelled her to focus solely on their plight. Thus, she had never before scrutinized Shen Kuo with such tranquility. It was only then that she became aware of his bizarre thought processes, unable to suppress the thought, did he truly possess any intellect? What nonsense is this? He is utterly obstinate. A fleeting look of panic crossed Shen Kuo's eyes before he darkened his expression and departed in silence. Mu Wanyan was somewhat astonished, having assumed he would not concede so easily. Could it be that invoking the Emperor's name truly intimidated him? Mu Wanyan lingered in disbelief until the attendant, El Qiao, inquired. Miss? You may leave, Mu Wanyan replied. El Qiao smiled and quickly bowed, preparing to exit. Heaven knows how fearful she had been that her miss might have merely spoken in jest. As she reached the threshold, Mu Wanyan's voice drifted back, startling El Qiao, who turned to listen as Mu Wanyan emphasized, no need for an excellent physician, the more painful, the better. Her expression was frigid, her seriousness palpable. She would not forget what Lu Ruxiang had done to her and Hui Er. She had never been a saint. If someone stabbed her, she would assuredly return the favor tenfold. Relief washed over El Qiao, her face brightening with joy. She responded with a brisk tone and proceeded to exit. Mu Wanyan considered for a moment, deciding to have her shadow guards accompany her, with martial maids by Lu Ruxiang's side and Shen Kuo present. Even if the Emperor were involved, it was uncertain whether Shen Kuo would refrain from intervening. After all, Shen Kuo believed the shadow guards to be the Emperor's men. What audacity would he have to defy the Emperor and challenge him? With such thoughts, Mu Wanyan felt exceedingly pleased. The sound of birds chirping reached her ears. She looked up at the sky and noticed it was remarkably clear, an exceptionally rare fine day. Suddenly inspired, she instructed for a stack of silver notes to be brought forth, along with 3 or 5 servants to accompany her for an outing. It was the perfect opportunity to purchase some supplements for Lu Ruxiang, who was on the verge of miscarriage, to restore her health and hopes of future pregnancies. Giving birth? Impossible. As long as she, the legitimate wife, had not conceived, she was unworthy. Chapter 39. The child has fallen in her previous life. Although she possessed exceptional financial acumen, all her earnings were squandered on nurturing a parasitic rat. She herself, influenced by Shen Kuo's remark that a lady from a noble family ought to embody simplicity, cast aside her exquisite ornaments and sumptuous garments, imposing stringent standards upon herself, leading a life scarcely better than that of a nun. Eventually, she fell prey to his belief that a scion of a prestigious family should endure strict self-discipline and hardship, causing Hui Er to grow up in conditions inferior to those of an illegitimate child. How foolish she had been. Each time Mu Wanyan recalled these events, she felt compelled to slap her own face, overwhelmed by endless anguish. This pain had no outlet. During nights plagued by nightmares, she often contemplated taking a blade to exact vengeance. Yet, she restrained herself, knowing that a swift death would be too merciful for them. The youthful and spirited voice of Hong Yu snapped her back to reality. Miss, shall we visit the fabric shop or the jewelry store? Mu Wanyan's gaze shifted to Hong Yu's charming visage, and her heart unwittingly experienced a flicker of joy. She recalled the moment Huio had grasped her with frail fingers at the brink of death, urging her to promise, Mother, please continue to live well after I am gone. At that time, she had indeed harbored thoughts of death but could not bear to bring sorrow to her child. She could only respond through tears. Ultimately, she had failed to uphold her promise to Huir. Taking a deep breath, Mu Wanyun suppressed the hatred and restlessness within her. She lifted her face, playfully tapping Hong Yu's pert nose, and reflected on the girl's audacity in confronting Shen Kuo, as well as her prior injuries sustained while attempting to save her. A desire to make amends blossomed in her heart. Speak freely of what you desire. Observing Hong Yu's astonishment mixed with delight, Mu Wanyun paused before continuing today. I am in good spirits. If you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu immediately grasped her mistress's intentions. The notion of being in good spirits was one aspect. Yet it was primarily due to her own fervent defense of General Shen that the lady was inclined to reward her. Beaming, she grasped Mu Wanyun's hand, exclaiming, "Thank you, Miss. You are not only beautiful but also generous. It is truly unfathomable that General Shen failed to recognize your worth." Realizing her words might be inappropriate, Hong Yu quickly swallowed the latter part, casting a cautious glance at Mu Wanyun, anxious that she might take offense. Fortunately, her mistress remained unperturbed after a moment of contemplation. Her mood lifted further. Mu Wanyun, however, was reminded of Lu Ruoshuang from her previous life, who had come to flaunt the marks left by Shen Kuo and recounted their intimate escapades with vivid detail. Unable to restrain herself, she chuckled and remarked, "Indeed. Just a dog." With that, she hurriedly lifted the curtain and instructed the driver to halt. An hour later, the pair had traversed from one end of the street to the other, nearly filling the carriage to capacity, yet Mu Wanyun still felt an insatiable longing. Suddenly recalling her initial intent, she pulled Hong Yu to a medicinal shop, her determination renewed. However, Hong Yu appeared troubled. "Miss, do you still wish to purchase more? If we buy anything else, we shall truly have to walk back." Just the thought of it made her legs tremble. The General's residence lay in the southern city, while they were currently in the western city. To return, it would take at least 4 hours, and even if we took a carriage, it would still require an hour. It is quite possible that we may not arrive before the curfew. Observing the little face of Hong Yu crumpled in distress, Mu Wanyun could not help but raise her hand to smooth it out, only to find that Hong Yu's expression grew even more troubled, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Mu Wanyun chuckled softly, reminding her, "How could I, your esteemed young lady, allow my loyal servant to suffer? Rest assured, I have already sent someone to hire a carriage. Come, let us enter and select some tonics for the unfortunate concubine." Just as Hong Yu sighed in relief, she paused and grasped her mistress's arm, exclaiming, "Miss, it would be better to save our silver for ourselves. Why waste it on that Lu family flower?" As she spoke, her brows furrowed deeply, forming a small hill at her forehead. Mu Wanyun recalled the time when she had just been reborn. Having witnessed Hong Yu and Lu Chu defending Cui Yao multiple times and even considering replacing them. Fortunately, she corrected their misconceptions in time, enabling them to see Cui Yao's true nature, leading to the endearing and loyal servant that Hong Yu had become. Yet, she still harbored a playful intent. "I am not the matriarch of the general's residence, so I must be magnanimous." Upon hearing this, Hong Yu's eyes widened in surprise as she struggled to comprehend why Mu Wanyun, who had always prohibited her subordinates from associating with her in the general's residence, would voluntarily mention such a trivial identity. "Very well. Let us be cautious in our speech amid the crowd. Actions speak louder than words." Mu Wanyun glanced at the bustling street, urging her with a knowing look. Thankfully, although Hong Yu did not possess the cleverness of Lu Qiao, she was by no means foolish. She quickly suppressed her discontent and continued to follow Mu Wanyun. In no time, Mu Wanyun had selected a substantial array of tonics, those for replenishing energy and blood, as well as those beneficial for marital intimacy, all of considerable value. The shopkeeper beamed with delight, bustling about with flattery. "Madam, you appear in fine spirits. Our little shop boasts first-rate doctors who can also examine your pulse." The shopkeeper, perceptive to the situation, inferred that the tonics Mu Wanyun was purchasing were likely for a long childless marriage, and seeing her generous spending, he sought to profit further from her. Yet Mu Wanyun, having lived a full life, possessed a discernible acumen, especially since the shopkeeper's intentions were nearly inscribed upon his forehead. Nevertheless, he had misinterpreted her. With patience, she clarified, "It is not for me, but for my husband. He has caused the concubine to suffer a miscarriage for my sake, and I cannot bear it. I have endeavored to persuade him otherwise, but alas, we are united by imperial decree. Thus, I can only purchase some tonics to hope that Lu can soon recover her health." Sigh. As she spoke, she sighed repeatedly, appearing to lament casually, yet revealing information with precision. In trade, one must be observant and discerning, especially in the West City, a haven for the affluent. Furthermore, her engagement to Shen Kuo had been the subject of much gossip in the capital recently. The shopkeeper almost immediately associated the information she disclosed with Shen Kuo, his gaze betraying a flicker of sympathy. Wanyun feigned ignorance, paying the fee without a hint of hesitation. As she was about to have Yu carry the items, she noticed the disdain on Yu's face. Remembering something, she smiled slightly and inquired, "Could you assist me in delivering?" Of course, the shopkeeper replied eagerly. Not probing further, Wanyun nodded with satisfaction, evidently aware of the destination for the delivery. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back and advised, "The day is drawing to a close. It would suffice to send it early tomorrow morning." Indeed, she was quite reasonable. The shopkeeper, who had intended to mention this himself, found Wanyun's understanding exceeded his expectations. He bowed deeply, silently lamenting the misfortune of General Shen for having such an admirable wife. Whether Shen Kuo was truly unfortunate, Wanyun could not ascertain, but she certainly felt fatigued from her outing. As the carriage arrived, she hurriedly pulled Yu aboard. Upon returning to the general's residence, Yu began to sort through the various items they had purchased. She was discerning, selecting only what suited her, without overstepping her bounds. Moreover, with Wanyun's consent, she chose some hairpins and ornaments for Lu Qiao as well. Wanyun felt a sense of satisfaction, pleased that under her guidance, Yu had proven to be more devoted and prudent than in her previous life. As dinner approached, Lu Qiao returned, her face etched with exhaustion. Showing little interest in Yu's exuberant gestures and displays, she immediately reported to Wanyun, "Miss, the child of the Lu family has been delivered." I kept vigil for 5 arduous hours, during which she bled profusely, fainting 4 times. Each time, I revived her with cold water and silver needles. But she finally managed to give birth. Wanyun responded nonchalantly, savoring the delicacies she had procured from Fan Lu. In her past life, Lu and her sooner had been particularly fond of Fan Lu's cuisine, frequently flaunting their outings with Shen Kuo before her and Hui'er, to which she could only console Hui'er with promises of future visits that never materialized. Reflecting on this, she indulged in a few more bites until her stomach felt pleasantly full. Wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, she suddenly recalled, "Where is Shen Kuo? Is he keeping watch?" After a brief rest and some nourishment, Lu Qiao's complexion improved significantly. Just as she was about to respond, Wanyun raised her hand to halt her. "You have exerted yourself. Please sit and speak." Lu Qiao complied without hesitation, replying, "The general has not returned since he left." Wanyun scoffed inwardly, realizing the truth of the matter. Having distanced herself from the emperor, Shen Kuo was left with no choice but to acquiesce. Yet he was uncertain how to confront Lu Rushuang, leading him to evade the situation. Perhaps he would even assign blame to her, claiming she had taken matters into her own hands in his absence. With this thought, she tossed the handkerchief onto the ground, wishing to absolve herself entirely, leaving Lu to bear all the resentment. A delusion. She yearned to witness their mutual disdain, like dogs fighting amongst themselves. With this in mind, she beckoned Yu to assist her, declaring, "Let us go and see the favored concubine." However, Lu Qiao interjected, "After the miscarriage, Lu has been unconscious. The doctor believes she may not awaken until tomorrow." Wanyun let out a soft sigh, seemingly resigned to her circumstances, lamenting her frail constitution and her ill fortune. With a heavy heart, she mused that it would have to wait until tomorrow. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, "What became of the fetus that fell?" "No. It was merely a month along, hardly more than flesh." "Where has it gone?" Qiao and Yu were dining at a low table nearby. Upon hearing her question, they paused, about to swallow their food, but Qiao gestured for them to take their time. Nevertheless, Qiao hurriedly swallowed, as if recalling something that made her feel nauseous. With Yu's assistance, she managed to suppress her discomfort and replied, "I knew you would have plans, Mississippi. It has been kept safe. Would you like to see it?" Upon hearing this, Wanyun's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze intensifying on Qiao's face. Sensing an enigmatic shift in her demeanor, for some reason, she felt that Qiao had been particularly considerate of late. Qiao, noticing her scrutiny, smiled gently and explained, "Having observed your actions, I have surmised a few things." In truth, she had been keeping vigil at night, piecing together fragments of Wanyun's nightmares. "Yes, you are doing splendidly. Please continue. After your meal, ensure you rest well," Wanyun replied, retracting her probing gaze. She then instructed Yu, "When you have a moment, please share some of the fruits you purchased with Qiao. Do not only remember the hairpins and rings, let her partake in the food as well." After saying this, she disregarded Yu's reluctance and turned to Qiao, urging, "Have some to settle your stomach." Qiao smiled and curtsied in response. Reluctantly, Yu presented a box of dried fruits to Qiao. Observing Hong Yu's unwillingness, Mu Wanyun teased, "Those hairpins and rings are worth far more than this. It is hardly a significant sacrifice for you to part with a bit of food." With a resigned smile, Hong Yu reluctantly complied, quickly offering El Chiao a piece as she appeared to be on the verge of nausea again. Satisfied, Mu Wanyun sipped her tea and asked Hong Yu to carry a small box as they strolled through the garden together. After all, it was essential to aid digestion. Chapter 40. An invitation to the theater. Initially, Mu Wanyun intended to find a picturesque location to bury the box. However, due to her hasty arrival and the absence of suitable tools, she fell into a slumber in the garden-esque gazebo while waiting for Hong Yu to search for assistance. Upon awakening, she was met with Hong Yu's anxious gaze. With a yawn, she carelessly inquired, "What is it? Miss, did I not instruct you to keep a watchful eye?" Hong Yu pointed to the ground, where a disheveled box was being gnawed upon by a stray dog that had appeared from nowhere, under the dim glow of the oil lamp. The box, once cradled in her arms, had rolled to the ground, its lid wide open. The once peaceful mass that resided within had been reduced to a pool of congealed blood. Mu Wanyun paused, momentarily stunned, before letting out a derisive laugh. With her lips parting slightly, she uttered, "Destiny," and rose to make her way towards Furong Garden. Hong Yu, bewildered, stood up in confusion and took one last glance at the ravaged box, hurriedly calling out for her mistress to slow down as she lifted the oil lamp to follow. Yet, a sense of suspicion lingered within her regarding the contents of the box. Initially, she presumed it contained jewels or precious metals, then speculated it might be rare childhood trinkets cherished by her mistress, or perhaps items that held sentimental value yet lacked a proper place, or even a mere flower bud. Much like the melancholic young lady in the recent novels her mistress had been reading, who spent her days mourning and burying fallen petals in silken handkerchiefs. Nonetheless, the frenzied actions of the stray dog and the scattered remnants beneath the dim light filled her with trepidation. However, she noted that her mistress appeared to be in remarkably high spirits, even rewarding everyone in the courtyard generously. All were recipients of her generosity, both first-tier maidservants like herself and Lucio, as well as several second-tier maidservants, third-tier attendants, and guards alike, each receiving a token of appreciation. The entirety of Furong Garden basked in an atmosphere of jubilance, for her mistress's display of generosity was nothing short of extravagant, akin to a year's worth of wages. In the adjoining courtyard, belonging to the Liu family, it seemed that Liu had awoken in the middle of the night, weeping throughout. Both she and Lucio were roused from their slumber, struggling to find rest in the latter half of the night. Yet, their mistress had managed to sleep remarkably well, which left Hong Yu in a state of astonishment. She recalled that after witnessing the damage to the box's contents, her mistress had maintained a smile that never faded, compelling her to ask, "Lucio, what exactly was in that box?" Though Lucio was clearly awake, she offered no response, provoking Hong Yu to mutter in frustration, "If you want to speak, then I shall simply ask the mistress myself tomorrow." When Lucio continued to remain silent, Hong Yu, in a fit of pique, turned over, tugged the blanket closer, covered her head, and drifted back to sleep. As for Mu Wanyun, that night marked the most restful slumber she had experienced since her rebirth. Naturally, she found herself dreaming once more. In her dreams, she saw her beloved Hui-er, who this time leaped into her embrace, her fragrant and soft little body melting Mu Wanyun's heart. She held Hui-er close, sharing countless words of affection. Consequently, upon awakening, her lips were curled in a smile, only the cool sensation on her face reminding her of the tears she had shed the previous night. In recalling the dream from last night, where Hui-er, with her delicate little hands, wiped away her tears, a warmth surged within her heart. Perhaps it was Hui-er who knew of her vengeance on his behalf, which led him to visit her in her dreams. In her past life, after both she and Hui-er had perished, she bore witness to Hui-er's lifeless body being callously discarded by the Liu family at a mass grave, left to be devoured by wild dogs. In that moment, she vowed that retribution would surely befall Liu's son. Unexpectedly, fate played a cruel trick, and that child, sooner, ultimately met the same grisly fate. Retribution. She wiped away her tears and slowly opened her eyes. Noticing the bright daylight outside, she inquired, "What time is it?" At that moment, Lu Qiao entered, carrying a copper basin, informing her that it was already the hour of Qin. The hour of Qin? A jolt of alarm raced through Mu Wanyun as she hastily sat up, glancing outside before asking, "Has Lu awakened? Has Shen Kuo returned?" Lu had awakened the previous night, wailing like a banshee, her usual gentle demeanor replaced by a voice more terrifying than a ghost's. Upon hearing her inquiry, Hong Yu entered and took over the conversation. Mu Wanyun felt a surge of joy. Knowing Lu was unwell only lifted her spirits further. In her previous life, it was she who cried out in despair, while Lu often criticized her lack of composure. To hell with that. Now, she too would indulge in a few pointed remarks. With this thought, she neglected her breakfast and hurriedly summoned someone to assist her in dressing extravagantly. Just then, news arrived that the supplements purchased the day before had arrived, which she instructed to be taken along. A grand procession made its way toward the front courtyard. Compared to before, the front courtyard had been considerably improved, though it still paled in comparison to her own hibiscus courtyard. The servants in the yard, upon seeing her, displayed expressions of trepidation as if they had seen a ghost. A few perceptive ones attempted to pay their respects, and in a good mood, she waved her hand dismissively. Hongyu promptly inquired, "Is your lady awake or still resting?" The little servant, shivering and too afraid to raise her head, replied, "Madam, she woke in the middle of the night, learned of her child's passing, and has been crying ever since. Now, she is too exhausted to sleep, merely staring blankly with her eyes open." With the air of an experienced maid, Hongyu gestured dismissively at the little girl, then nodded at Mu Wanyun for approval before calling out into the room, "Madam, upon hearing of the lady's miscarriage, has come to pay her respects." With that, she stepped forward to lead the way. Just then, an oblivious individual rushed out, kneeling before Mu Wanyun with a loud thud, banging their head on the ground and pleading, "Madam, I beseech you, have mercy and spare our lady. She realizes her mistakes." Mu Wanyun remained silent. Hongyu approached and swiftly delivered a resounding slap across the person's face, the sound sharp yet melodious. Hongyu glanced at her mistress, noting her lack of objection, ready to continue, but then heard Mu Wanyun's voice, "Let it be. We must not disturb my sister." With that, she stepped into the room. At the door, she struggled to suppress the smile threatening to break free, ultimately giving in. As she spoke, her voice was melodious and devoid of sorrow. "Sister, I'm coming in." Well, she made her best effort. It is truly difficult to feel sorrow. Just as her words settled, a dark object hurtled towards her, fortunately. Someone was by her side, and that dark object shattered midair. Mu Wanyun raised her hand to touch her rapidly beating heart, once again marveling at the wisdom of having her sworn brother seek out a skilled individual. Get lost. Just as she prepared to step inside, a piercing scream echoed, a cry from Lu Rushuang. Mu Wanyun's brow twitched with exhilaration, yet she shook her head in disbelief. What was her sister doing? She ought to mourn her loss. Perhaps this child was simply unfortunate, lacking in fortune, thus unable to retain her blessings. This was a sentiment from her previous life. Offering a flower to Buddha, no, it was the restoration of what rightfully belonged. How clever she was. With these thoughts, she quickened her pace and soon arrived before Lu Rushuang. There, she beheld Lu Rushuang in disarray, trembling all over, her complexion ghastly pale, lips devoid of color, with only her eyes glaring red. Upon seeing her, Lu Rushuang bared her teeth and claws, seemingly attempting to lunge forward, but evidently lacking the strength, she collapsed onto the bed. Mu Wanyun then realized that not only the bed but the entire room was in disarray. The stench of blood mingled with medicinal odors filled the once modest space. Fragments of broken bowls and various scattered items littered the floor. Oh dear, how has it come to this? The servants are all dead. Why are they not hastening to clean up? Are they waiting to be sold off? She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, using it to stifle her laughter that threatened to escape her lips. Soon, the servants entered, trembling with fear, to tidy up. Perhaps realizing that her own people heeded Mu Wanyun's words, Lu Rushuang erupted once more, "You traitorous lot. Sister, why such fury? Take care of your health. The servants simply lack understanding. If they are sold off, we will replace them." Despite the many who pledged their loyalty to Lu Rushuang, there remained those steadfast in their loyalty. In her previous life, Lu Rushuang had harmed and sold off her people. This time, she would meet the same fate. There was no need for you to meddle under the guise of compassion. Seemingly coming to her senses, Lu Rushuang swatted away her outstretched hand and pushed her back, baring her teeth in a feral manner, devoid of the usual warmth. Mu Wanyun, disinterested in sitting down for fear of soiling her newly made silk garments, stood and looked down at her. Perhaps her expression of disdain and mockery was too pronounced, for Lu Rushuang appeared ready to explode. Yet she forced out a semblance of a smile, laden with sarcasm. "Did you come to witness my humiliation? Is my current state not a result of your doing? How could you be so heartless? Is this how the Mu and Lu families raise their daughters?" With her eyes blazing red, she voiced her grievances, feeling utterly wronged. "Outrageous. You, a mere concubine, dare to slander the mistress." Hongyu exclaimed sharply, ready to step forward, but was restrained by Mu Wanyun. "Enough. Sister has just lost her child. Her heart shattered. Let her recover before addressing such matters." Hongyu, initially dissatisfied, feeling her mistress too lenient, could not help but laugh at the latter remark, quickly assuring, Very well, I shall remember that. Lu Rushuang was in a state of utter exasperation. Mu Wanyun observed her for a moment, appreciating the sight of her helplessness, before suddenly feeling a sense of ennui, which prompted her to recall the purpose of her visit. Sister, you are still young, and the future, alas. Who knows if there will even be a future? What did you say? Lu Rushuang, who had initially come to terms with the loss of her child, suddenly became agitated again, struggling to look at Mu Wanyun, as if she were afraid of something. Sister, please don't be upset. I merely meant that the general can be rather ruthless. I was just joking with him, but to my surprise, he seemed to abandon you completely. It appears the general does not hold you in such high regard after all. As she spoke, Mu Wanyun clicked her tongue, her words dripping with ambiguous insinuation, which drove Lu Rushuang to the brink of madness. Vile woman, what nonsense are you spouting? I warn you, do not sow discord between me and the general. I know it was you who took advantage of the general's absence to harm me and destroy the child I had with him. Lu Rushuang lamented, her hand resting on her flat abdomen, unable to suppress her emotional turmoil. Chapter 41. Breaking the chains of love. Lu Rushuang erupted in a torrent of invective directed at Mu Wanyun. Red Jade, unable to contain herself, sought to intervene on behalf of her mistress while simultaneously consulting Mu Wanyun, only to be halted once again by a wave of Mu Wanyun's hand. Make a note of it. We shall settle this together later. Mu Wanyun chuckled lightly, her eyes, reminiscent of glazed glass, fixed unwaveringly upon Lu Rushuang. She was no longer the emotional, tempestuous woman of yore, quick to rage and driven to madness by the trials of her secluded existence. Reflecting on the past, Mu Wanyun finally grasped the reason behind Lu Rushuang's perpetual smiles in their previous encounters. Sometimes, a contrast in circumstances can illuminate the heart's true feelings. While some individuals languished in discontent and dissatisfaction, she found her own life considerably enriched by the very trials faced by others. In her buoyant spirits, she felt compelled to engage Lu Rushuang further. Gazing down at her freshly painted nails, a smile danced upon her lips as she remarked, I truly did not anticipate that the general would consent to my request to terminate your pregnancy. I had thought his affection for you would extend to caring for the child within you, yet here we are. She shook her head, seemingly oblivious to the murderous glare emanating from Lu Rushuang, who was preoccupied with picking at a small piece of her nail polish. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Ah, dear sister, I had initially intended to see that child properly laid to rest. I took a clandestine glance, and although it was still early in the gestation, it appeared to be a male fetus. Such a pity. She glanced up at Lu Rushuang, observing the immediate desolation that washed over her upon hearing the word male. The intensity of Lu Rushuang's hatred intensified, accompanied by murmurs that seemed to utter the word son. Her spirits lifted slightly. After all, by rights, she was his biological mother. The general had proclaimed that any children of theirs would be recorded under her name. What a shame it was, had she known. She would have abstained from indulging in the evening meal, avoiding slumber, which allowed the wild dogs to desecrate that innocent child's remains completely obliterated. How tragic. It was said that without a body, a soul could not reincarnate. The lingering resentment would haunt the mother endlessly. As she spoke, a sudden realization struck her, and she covered her mouth, feigning concern as she glanced up. There, she beheld Lu Rushuang biting her lips so fiercely that it nearly bled. Her voice a desperate roar of fury. Vile woman, you forced me to miscarry, and then you fed him to the dogs. I will inform the general, and he shall avenge my son. Mu Wanyun's expression faltered momentarily, a fleeting thought crossing her mind, but she quickly regained her composure. Her smile, though present, was devoid of warmth, her eyes icy as she delivered her next words with a chilling finality. At this juncture, you still deceive yourself. Without Shen Kuo's consent, how could I have breached the defenses of your courtyard to administer the drug? As she spoke, she approached Lu Rushuang, her hands resting on the edge of the bed, her upper body hovering over her, casting a shadow upon the disheveled figure below. Nonsense. The general would never allow such a thing, Lu Rushuang muttered, her head bowed, fingers twisting the covers in a frantic grip, her bloodshot eyes occasionally lifting to fixate upon Mu Wanyun with an intensity born of desperation. Yet, for all her fervor, she could do little more than stare. Mu Wanyun relished this moment. If you choose to deceive yourself, there is little I can do to alter your fate. Mu Wanyun shrugged her shoulders, abruptly withdrawing her arm and settling back into her seat. She seized the opportunity to accept the tea offered by the young girl, taking a sip. However, she could not help but spit it out. It was utterly unpalatable, far inferior to what she had in her own quarters. Without her previous provisions, the situation was truly dire. She shook her head to dispel such thoughts and refocused her gaze on Lu Rushi. To her surprise, Lu Rushi appeared to have undergone a mental storm, her expression hardening with newfound determination. She raised her head and sneered at Mu Wanyun. Do you think that after all your words, I would wallow in self-pity, abandon all hope, and resent the general? I tell you, that is impossible. I believe in the general. He has his reasons. He told me that marrying you is merely a pragmatic decision. As she spoke, a smile returned to her face, as if by doing so she could distance herself from the ridicule and disdain directed at her. Unfortunately, she did not perceive even a flicker of curiosity or displeasure on Mu Wanyun's countenance, which only served to ignite her embarrassment and anger. Gritting her teeth in defiance, she pressed on, to speak frankly. The general said that marrying you does not mean he will ever touch you. If you wish to be the general's wife, then you shall live your life in solitude. His heart belongs to me. He will only be with me and wishes to bear children with me. Our children will be recorded in your name, inheriting not only your wealth but also the entire Mu family legacy. These words were originally private confessions shared only between her and Shen Kuo, their secret. Had she not felt cornered, she would never have uttered them, knowing that no woman could withstand such revelations. After all, Mu Wanyun was the legitimate daughter of the Mu family, bestowed upon the general by the emperor. If she truly gambled everything, the general would not emerge unscathed. Yet, astonishingly, Mu Wanyun remained unfazed. Lu Rushi was driven to madness, unable to contain herself as she roared. How can you be so calm? Your husband has never regarded you as significant. He married you solely for your dowry, wanting you to support us and manage our affairs? Her voice grew louder, seemingly intent on provoking Mu Wanyun, yet Mu Wanyun's unwavering calm only unsettled her further. Eventually, Lu Rushi's voice softened as confusion washed over her, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared intently at Mu Wanyun. After a prolonged silence, she confirmed that it was not an illusion. Mu Wanyun was indeed devoid of any emotional ripples. But how could this be? Was it not said that she harbored feelings for the general, having once boldly stopped his horse to confess her love? Did she not set fire to the general's residence out of rage when he failed to come for her? Lu Rushi's mind was plagued with questions, prompting her to tremble as she asked, You truly do not care? Was it all a facade? You do not love the general at all? As if unable to accept this reality, Lu Rushi's tone gradually took on an accusatory edge. What gives you the right not to love the general? He is so admirable. Mu Wanyun, as if hearing the most absurd joke, could not help but let out a laugh. She then cast a disdainful and scornful look at Lu Rushi. What? Just because your general is so commendable, I must be enamored? Do you truly believe I am here to compete with you for a man? Is that your only disappointment? In that fleeting moment, Mu Wanyun comprehended everything. Lu Rushuang likely regards her as a rival, thus engaging in various forms of feminine competition daily to satisfy her own vanity. Even in the absence of children, as long as Shen Kuo's heart remains with her, she feels she has not lost. However, upon the sudden realization that he is indifferent, her previous actions appear somewhat foolish. Lu Rushuang clearly comprehends this, and her defenses crumble. Struggling, she lunges at her, exclaiming, If you do not care for the general, why must you take away my child? To which Mu Wanyun smirks and replies, Because I refuse to be the object of someone's covetous gaze. Lu Rushuang hesitates, seemingly perplexed. Ever since I entered the general's residence, you have repeatedly coveted my modest dowry. Your intentions are almost written on your face. I must remain vigilant. After all, the general is a military man, and it is a known truth that such men are often fated to die in battle. What will become of you should he perish? Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuang's expression falters, as if she, too, has contemplated this possibility. Mu Wanyun, with a knowing smile, offers a well-meaning suggestion. You might persuade your general to exchange his military achievements for a divorce from me. I shall then leave far away, no longer a nuisance in your lives. Of course, if he is willing to forsake you for military glory, it seems your worth may not suffice. Upon listening to Mu Wanyun's words, a glimmer of understanding appears in Lu Rushuang's eyes, yet Mu Wanyun chooses not to dwell on it. Sensing that the tension has reached its peak, she decides to take her leave but then recalls something and turns back to add, however, should he refuse, you might consider ways to prevent him from going to the battlefield. After all, if he were to die out there, you would face considerable repercussions. With that, she casts a glance at Hong Yu, who promptly raises her hand. Observing Lu Rushuang deep in thought, Mu Wanyun is confident she will be swayed. To be fair, her proposal is indeed advantageous for Lu Rushuang, and it is precisely the outcome she desires. To the emperor, Shen Kuo is a double-edged sword, admired for his sharpness yet feared for the same reason, as it could potentially harm him. Historically, emperors have entrusted military power to their most trusted confidants, often keeping it firmly within the royal family. However, in this generation, the royal lineage has dwindled. Incapable leaders are scarce, leading to a climate of extravagance. The emperor, left with no choice, must grant military authority to Shen Kuo. Yet, he remains wary of Shen Kuo's growing power, aware that Shen might deliberately indulge and protect his subordinates, fueling the emperor's apprehension. A commander who cannot maintain discipline among his ranks is inherently untrustworthy, especially considering the personal grievances between the Shen family and the emperor. Despite Shen Kuo's apparent loyalty to the throne, the emperor may not fully trust him. Traditionally, when emperors bestow power, they also ensure they have a firm grip on the other's vulnerabilities. Yet, Shen Kuo has no family or children, leaving the emperor unable to discover his weaknesses. The marriage bestowed upon him was initially intended as a weakness under the emperor's control. However, it is evident that she has not fulfilled her role adequately. Thus, the emperor likely views their mutual strife as a means to gradually diminish their power. The emperor has long harbored a distaste for Mu Lin, yet Mu Lin, with her inherent pride and aloofness, holds the esteemed title of imperial teacher. To unjustly reprimand or exile her would invite public scrutiny, tarnishing his reputation as a wise ruler. However, should she cause a stir out of unfulfilled desires, His Majesty could seize the opportunity to act against the Mu family. In her previous life, she was enmeshed in love, oblivious to the myriad complexities surrounding her. In this life, having unraveled the threads of affection and shackles, she possesses a clearer vision. Previously, she believed that Shen Kuo harbored genuine feelings for Lu Rushuang, yet now she questions the authenticity of his sentiments. At the very least, he may not wish for Lu Rushuang to bear a child, adding another leverage point for the emperor. Shen Kuo's ambitions perhaps exceed her initial perceptions, though he excels in the art of disguise. Regardless, she finds solace in his absence from the battlefield. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but glance at Lu Rushuang, who was engulfed in the agony of a miscarriage. She hesitated, pondering whether to provoke her further, only to witness Lu Rushuang suddenly cough up blood. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly and evaded the splatter. Otherwise, it would have been a shame to ruin the newly made garments. Yet, with such a large amount of blood, one wonders if the provocation was too severe. Just as she deliberated on whether to summon a physician to attend to her, fearing that death would come too easily, she suddenly heard voices outside announcing the return of the general. Almost immediately, Shen Kuo's imposing figure burst into the room. Before he even crossed the threshold, he cast a fierce glare in her direction. Then, upon seeing the bloodied Lu Rushuang, his eyes were filled with rage as he reached out to push her aside. Thankfully, Mu Wanyun managed to evade him and quickly vacated her position. Shen Kuo disregarded her entirely, his entire focus now on Lu Rushuang. He approached her, supporting her as she leaned against the headboard, coughing up blood, his voice laden with concern and sorrow. Rushuang, I have come too late. I never anticipated that Mu would dare to harm our child. Chapter 42. The business of Lu and Shen Kuo appeared utterly heartbroken, lamenting his failure to protect his beloved, as he shot furious glares at Mu Wanyun, nearly brandishing a knife in his mind to exact vengeance for his cherished Lu Rushuang. His demeanor toward Lu Rushuang was one of tender care. He personally soothed her and, disregarding the mess, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with his sleeve. Perhaps noticing her pallor, he shouted frantically outside, demanding the presence of an imperial physician, exclaiming, "My dear concubine is gravely ill. Why has no one fetched a doctor?" His attentive gestures seemed to genuinely touch Lu Rushuang, who nestled against him, softly weeping for a while still attempting to appear magnanimous. "General, please do not blame the mistress. She did not mean it." Mu Wanyun, unable to bear the sight, halted her departure and turned back to the couple, who were obliviously wrapped in each other's embrace. With a feeble interjection, she remarked, "Ahem, pardon the interruption, but I actually did it on purpose." After all, Lu Rushuang's words merely served to craft a facade of nobility, making her appear even more sinister. Mu Wanyun felt it was better to acknowledge the truth herself. Moreover, she had never been dishonest. In her previous life, she had denied her actions, but in this life, she had acted and saw no need to hypocritically shield Lu Rushuang. She was fully aware of the malice in her heart. Her words successfully froze the expression on Lu Rushuang's face, who then leaned into Shen Kuo's embrace and began to cough. Naturally, Shen Kuo directed his fury at Mu Wanyun, bellowing, "Are you intent on harming Rushuang? You wicked woman! I shall not spare you." He then returned to comforting Lu Rushuang, filled with guilt. Mu Wanyun remained unfazed, yet she could not resist another interruption. "Ahem, General. I still wish to inquire how you intend to not spare me. I would like to prepare in advance." Perhaps her repeated interruptions or her audacity caught both Lu Rushuang and Shen Kuo off guard, as their expressions turned incredulous. their gazes fixed upon her peculiarly. Receiving no response, Mu Wanyun felt a twinge of disappointment but shrugged it off, signaling them to continue. The couple remained in a state of stunned silence until she lifted her teacup and took a sip, prompting them to proceed. I know the mistress simply loves the general too much, which is why she cannot tolerate me. Why she would act against me and the child in the general's absence. Lu Ruxiang seemed to recall some sorrowful memory, her emotions surging. And even Shen Kuo could feel the tremors of the person in his embrace intensifying, his brows furrowing deeply. Once more, a discordant sound echoed through the air. I must confess, I did not intend to intrude upon your moment. Primarily, I seek to clarify a misunderstanding from the past, where I mistakenly believed that certain bears clad in armor were indeed heroes. However, my perception has since been sharpened. Therefore, I solemnly swear to the heavens that my actions were not motivated by romantic inclinations. She swallowed hard, adjusting her demeanor to one of earnestness. The reason I administered the potion to you was largely due to the shamelessness of certain individuals who, having forsaken their own offspring, covet the riches of others, treating them as mere fools. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed upon Shen Kuo and Lu Rushuang, who seemed to grasp that Mu Wanyun was mocking them. Both appeared rather displeased, particularly Shen Kuo, whose expression was notably grim. Mu Wanyun observed his tightly clenched fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking barely audible, and his fierce gaze seemed as if it could transform into daggers, ready to pierce her. Yet, what of it? Ultimately, no tangible harm would befall her. The thought of her life being safeguarded by multiple layers of protection lightened her spirits, allowing her to act with greater audacity. After a prolonged silence free of their nauseating and sticky exchanges, Mu Wanyun was taken aback when she finally heard Lu Rushuang's sobs once more. A woman may speak contrary to her heart. I am aware of this. Ultimately, the fault lies with me. As a concubine, I failed to recognize my place and dared to wish for a child before the lady of the house. Although she terminated my pregnancy and fed my child to the dogs, I bear her no ill will, for I am certain it was unintentional. As she spoke, her delicate hands gently grasped Shen Kuo's sleeve, her tearful eyes beseeching him. General, please promise me, do not hold it against the lady. She possesses a kind heart and has provided me with numerous nourishing supplements. Shen Kuo, unable to tolerate Lu Rushuang's tears, tenderly wiped them away while comforting her. You must not speak in such a manner. In my heart, you are the true mistress of the general's residence. Some merely occupy a position they do not deserve. I am unable to act against her for now, but I assure you, she will never surpass you. My heart belongs solely to you. What should have been the most tender words fell flat for Lu Rushuang, who, instead of feeling moved, cast a dark look at Shen Kuo, seemingly perplexed. Yet, Shen Kuo remained absorbed in his own declarations, utterly oblivious to her discontent. Mu Wanyun could hardly contain her growing impatience. Once more, she cleared her throat. I apologize for the interruption, but did you hear what she said? She claimed that I fed your child to the dogs. She added with a smile. I never anticipated that Lady Lu would be so magnanimous, seemingly unfazed. I assure you, it was not my intention. I have clarified this before. I feared you might not believe me and report to the general, yet you appear to be quite understanding. Having said this, she rose gracefully, about to speak again, when suddenly Shen Kuo erupted, his face contorted with fury. Mu Wanyun, how dare you feed my child to the dogs? How could you? Wasn't it all just an accident? Mu Wanyun wore an expression of innocent bewilderment, pouting at him while directing his attention towards Lu Rushuang. Aunt Lu has already shown great magnanimity and let the past be bygones. Why must you remain so petty? She gestured towards the nutritional supplements laid out on the table beside them. I even went to considerable lengths to procure these gifts as an apology. What do you say? Her gaze shifted to Lu Rushuang, questioning whether the latter's indifference was genuine or merely a fade to appear gracious before the general. Lu Rushuang's complexion paled, her eyes brimming with suppressed malice, yet she could only shake her head in bitter resignation. Of course, I do not mind. You are the lady of the house, and I am but a concubine. How could I dare? As she spoke, tears began to flow, evoking pity from those who beheld her. Shen Kuo quickly enveloped her in a comforting embrace, gently patting her back. Frost, do not fear. This time, it is my fault for failing to protect you. I swear. Have you devised a plan to address the situation with His Majesty? Mu Wanyun could no longer contain herself, observing the two, each outdoing the other in pretense. Truly a match made in heaven. Silence, Mu Wanyun. Leave this place at once, and do not dare to appear before Frost again. Shen Kuo shouted in a fit of rage. As if I would willingly remain in this wretched place. There is no comfort for me in this abode compared to my own Fu Rong garden. With that, she departed, the weight of their seething jealousy and resentment heavy upon her. Once outside, her mood lightened, and she turned to Hong Yu beside her. Did you see that? Were those two not eager to devour me? Hong Yu hesitated before nodding. Mu Wanyun laughed heartily. Excellent. I relish the sight of their futile attempts to eliminate me. It is simply delightful. With that, she dismissed the matters of the front courtyard from her mind, meandering back to Fu Rong garden. El Chiao had already arranged a sumptuous breakfast. She dined while basking in the sun, savoring the fresh lychees hurriedly transported from Jiangnan, all the while indulging in the most popular tales of the moment. However, with the ever-chatty Hong Yu around, it was nearly impossible for her to remain uninformed about the happenings in the front courtyard. Word had it that after Shen Kuo's departure, Lu Rushuang had erupted in fury, shattering the few remaining tea sets in her possession, even discarding the supplements Mu Wanyun had sent her way. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanyun exclaimed, Such waste. Such waste. Those were quite the expense. Do not worry, miss. I have already instructed someone to retrieve them. If she does not wish to eat them, then I shall not let her benefit from them, Hong Yu replied, beckoning for the salvaged supplements to be brought forth. Mu Wanyun was taken aback but soon realized the cleverness of Hong Yu, unable to refrain from praising her for her resourcefulness. The miss is capable, as her maidservants. We must not bring shame upon her. Perhaps encouraged by her commendation, Hong Yu grew even more diligent. She had become well-versed in not only the affairs within the estate, but also the gossip swirling outside its walls, ensuring that Mu Wanyun, despite her seclusion, remained informed of the outside world. Yet, her primary concern lay with Lu Rushuang and Cui Yao. As expected, the two had indeed met, and their rapport blossomed, even sparking the idea of embarking on a joint business venture. When Hong Yu relayed this news, it was with the intent of urging her mistress to intervene and prevent the two schemers from wreaking havoc together. However, Mu Wanyun found herself disinterested in interceding. A farmer's daughter and an illegitimate child truly believe that business is easy to manage. However, she soon realizes what their confidence stems from. They seek to extract information from her. Consequently, she decides to lend them a hand. She commands that she will establish the largest tavern in the capital, choosing a location beside the Yong'an building. The Yong'an building? Miss, it is the grandest tavern in the capital, and I've heard its owner has connections to the royal family. Is that wise? What do you know? Precisely because the Yong'an building is the largest, we must open our tavern there. Anyone visiting Yong'an will inevitably become acquainted with our establishment. Human nature craves novelty. Once they step into our tavern, if the flavors are exquisite and the allure sufficient, how could we possibly fail to profit? Mu Wanyun intentionally harmonizes with Lu Qiao. Lu Qiao nods, then inquires, but the Yong'an building is located on West Street, where the rental costs are exorbitant. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture a cub. Without risk, there can be no reward. Trust me, I have never suffered losses in business. I am confident that once this tavern opens, it will earn. Mu Wanyun gestures nonchalantly towards Lu Qiao and Hong Yu. 1,000 taels? Hong Yu cannot contain herself. Do you think I would regard a mere 1,000 taels? Mu Wanyun scoffs. Then, under the bewildered gazes of Lu Qiao and Hong Yu, deliberately proclaims, at least 100,000 taels. This elicits gasps of astonishment from Hong Yu and Lu Qiao. Amid their exchange, the onlookers outside widen their eyes and, after Mu Wanyun admonishes them to remain silent, they discreetly slip away. Once the crowd has vanished, Hong Yu can no longer restrain herself and asks, Miss, is what you said true? Such a splendid opportunity, why offer it to them? Silly Hong Yu, this opportunity may prove advantageous for those who are prepared, but not necessarily for others. Hong Yu appears to grasp the concept, but, fearing further inquiries may lead to more misunderstandings, refrains from speaking further. However, Lu Qiao poses a probing question, but can they possibly gather such a substantial sum all at once? That's precisely why I must assist them, Mu Wanyun chuckles. Assist? That is out of the question. Of course, I intend to set a trap. Chapter 43. A display of wealth by the way. The restaurant is indeed an enterprise under the name of Mu Wanyun. Initially, the intention was to establish a restaurant due to the promising location. However, unexpectedly, at the time of construction, the second prince's maternal family, the Li family, swiftly opened the Yong'an Lu directly across the street. Mu Wanyun understood that no amount of wealth could rival power, especially considering the second prince's rising prominence in recent years, standing in equal measure to the crown prince. And his reputation for capriciousness. The Li family was not one to be trifled with, and she had no desire to invite trouble. After much contemplation, she ultimately abandoned the idea. However, the property remained idle, unable to be sold or rented out. After all, anyone capable of conducting business within the capital possessed shrewd minds. None would willingly seek their own demise. She assigned someone to report daily on the progress of Lu Rushuang and Cui Yao. Every meeting they had and every word exchanged would reach Mu Wanyun's ears within the hour. When they encountered difficulties, Mu Wanyun found herself more anxious than they were. Upon hearing that they struggled to find a suitable chef, she took the initiative to recommend a chef she had gathered at her other residence. After tasting the dishes prepared by the chef, Cui Yao and Lu Rushuang, buoyed by delight, decided to acquire the signature dishes from Yong and Lu, solidifying their resolve to open the restaurant. Upon learning this, Mu Wanyun breathed a silent sigh of relief. However, Hongyu couldn't help but frown, hesitating to speak. Understanding her temperament, Mu Wanyun allowed her to continue cracking walnuts while explaining that their endeavor would be monumental. Hongyu promptly inquired if her mistress could divulge even a hint of the plan. While she knew that her mistress would not generously offer them money, her curiosity was insatiable, gnawing at her insides. Yet Mu Wanyun remained enigmatic, with Kiao maintaining a similar demeanor. Curious, are you? Mu Wanyun noted Hongyu's chattiness, yet her loyalty was unwavering. She pointed to the walnuts before her. Finish those, and I shall reveal it to you. Hongyu furrowed her brow, contemplating the restless night ahead, determined to press on. It was peculiar, though. Her mistress had never been fond of walnuts in the past, but had recently developed an insatiable craving, consuming several each day. Mu Wanyun would never disclose that she needed to consume walnuts to nourish her brain. In her previous life, she had been utterly foolish, allowing those two to trample her into the mud. This time, perhaps armed with wisdom, she had come to realize that they were not as formidable as they appeared. With her covert assistants, Lu Rushuang and Cui Yao finally set a date for the grand opening of their Jin Hui Lu. Strangely, they had decided to boldly proclaim the names of the Grand Tutor's residence and the General's estate, spreading the rumor that the restaurant's influential backers were the future mistress of the Grand Tutor's residence and the General's household. When Mu Wanyun learned of this, she laughed heartily for quite some time, only to be reminded by Kiao of a pressing matter, prompting her to hastily dispatch someone to refute the rumor. Nonsense. Who claims that our mistress is the owner of the restaurant? Since marrying into the General's estate, our mistress has been unwell, and since she is already married out, she cannot possibly be the mistress of the Grand Tutor's residence. On that day, Hongyu intentionally appeared amidst the gossiping crowd, delivering a scathing rebuke. Only then did the people realize they had indeed misjudged the situation. Someone recalled having seen the second Miss Cui in the company of a concubine from the General's residence not long ago. Soon, the astute began to piece together the puzzle, recalling that although the second Miss Cui was a daughter of a concubine, she had already been betrothed to the Grand Tutor's household, making her the future mistress of that esteemed lineage. Thus, it was revealed that the true proprietors of the tavern were none other than Lu Shi and the second Miss Cui. However, it was noted that the second Miss Cui had always maintained a close relationship with Miss Mu, now known as Madame Shen. Rumor had it that it was Miss Mu who facilitated the engagement with the legitimate son of the Mu family. The discussions ceased. Yet those with discernment recognized the underlying issues. Naturally, some curious souls sought to uncover the truth. Before long, news of the rift between the second Miss Cui and the legitimate daughter of the Mu family spread like wildfire. Yet, all of this was of little concern to Mu Wanyun. As long as the tavern bore no connection to her, she was relieved to avoid being implicated for others' transgressions. Clearly, neither Lu Shi nor Cui Yao cared about such matters. At present, they reveled in their success, eager for the entire world to know that the tavern was their enterprise. Shen Kuo, with a grand gesture, borrowed 50,000 taels from former colleagues to lend to Lu Rushuang. Although Cui Yao was a daughter of a concubine and lacked favor, the Cui family had already bestowed her betrothal gifts, which Mu Wanyun had once fought to secure for her as a dowry when she returned to the Mu family. Reflecting on her past foolishness, the tea she sipped lost its appeal. However, the thought that this money would soon evaporate in Cui Yao's hands rekindled her delight. Indeed, it was invigorating. Their enterprise flourished, and they did not shy away from flaunting their success before Mu Wanyun. Perhaps feeling that their triumph was already common knowledge, there was no need for secrecy. On this day, after an amiable discussion with Lu Rushuang, Cui Yao made a special visit to pay her respects to Mu Wanyun. Months had passed since their last meeting, and Lu Rushuang's complexion had regained its rosy hue. likely due to her anticipation of great profits, which was evident in her countenance, though her gaze also bore a weighty resentment. Initially, Cui Yao worried that the Mu family might withdraw their engagement due to Mu Wanyun. But upon witnessing Mu Chen's support for her and the Mu family's willingness to grow distant from Mu Wanyun, she finally felt reassured. Though she later learned that the Mu family's wealth and opulence were intrinsically linked to Mu Wanyun, rendering her the true source of their affluence, the blow was only momentary. Soon, she reconciled with the fact that what did it matter if Mu Wanyun was wealthy? She still lacked the affection of her husband. In contrast, she not only enjoyed the favor of her future husband, Mu Chun, but even her future in-laws, who once held Mu Wanyun in high regard, now regarded her with newfound respect. She vowed to forge a successful path for herself. She believed in her potential, especially since Lu Ruo Shuang was genuinely willing to partner with her in business. As a woman, she understood that Lu Ruo Shuang was a thorn in Mu Wanyun's side. Her aim was to ensure that Mu Wanyun felt discomfort in her heart. Moreover, this venture was snatched from Mu Wanyun. The mere thought of it filled her with exhilaration. She had inquired and learned that ever since they leased the premises Mu Wanyun intended to use for her restaurant, she had been languishing, not having stepped outside her door for months. The thought brought a sardonic smile to Cui Yao's face. Sister? After months apart, why does she look so unwell? Cui Yao used to affectionately call Mu Wanyun Yuner, and she vividly remembered the first time she uttered it. She had hesitated, fearing disdain. Yet Mu Wanyun had shown no concern whatsoever. At that moment, Cui Yao perceived Mu Wanyun as a veritable benefactor in her life. How could someone so beautiful and kind exist? As a mere illegitimate daughter, she had been told from a young age by her legitimate mother and sister that she was no different from the servants of the household. Thus, she had always been treated as one. Lost in her thoughts, Cui Yao was abruptly interrupted by Mu Wanyun's displeased voice. You seem to be in excellent spirits. Have you found someone who shares your tastes? As she spoke, her gaze, holding a teacup, flicked dismissively over to Lu Rushuang, who was being supported by someone. Lu Rushuang was about to retort, but was held back by Cui Yao, who smiled at her before turning her attention to Mu Wanyun. Sister, your candor remains as refreshing as ever. With a chuckle, Mu Wanyun couldn't help but laugh, raising an eyebrow at the two's intimate demeanor. What is this? Are you here to flaunt your closeness in front of me? How childish. Mu Wanyun rolled her eyes dramatically. Her forthrightness left the two, who had been exposed, momentarily speechless. Cui Yao smirked, still processing the remark, while Lu Rushuang was impatient, exclaiming, Indeed, I and Sister Cui hit it off immediately. Unlike certain individuals with wicked hearts who cannot even tolerate their own parents or brothers. You've been holed up in the courtyard lately. Could it be that you are aware of the misdeeds you've committed and fear retribution? At the mention of this, Lu Rushuang recalled the child she had lost before birth, devoured by wild dogs, and tears welled in her eyes. Seeing this, Cui Yao quickly supported her, whispering words of comfort until Lu Rushuang regained her composure. Cui Yao gazed at Mu Wanyun, who displayed no hint of guilt, and couldn't help but shake her head with a sigh. Sister, how have you become like this? Do you not know that when father and mother found out about your actions, they were utterly distraught, especially father and mother? When did you become engaged to Mu Chun? I was unaware. Mu Wanyun interrupted her. Cui Yao's expression stiffened momentarily before her eyes flickered as she began to explain. It is what father and mother wished for me to say. They have always treated me well, and marriage is a matter of time. Yet it hasn't happened yet. My parents were merely being polite. You, on the other hand, seem to be impatient to wed. Mu Wanyun's mockery was unmasked. Even Cui Yao felt the sting of the words. Her hands clenched tightly within her voluminous sleeves, taking a deep breath to restrain herself. Lu Rushuang, witnessing her dear friend being scolded, was filled with indignation, trembling as she pointed an accusing finger at Mu Wanyun, ready to reprimand her, but was halted by the sudden appearance of Hong Yu, who left her speechless. Indeed, after Lu Rushuang's body had mostly recovered, Hong Yu insisted that she repay the slaps she owed. Moreover, Hong Yu had deliberately strengthened her hand before this. The marks on Lu Rushuang's face lingered for several days, leaving her dizzy for quite some time. Consequently, whenever she saw Hong Yu raise her hand, she would instinctively flinch. Nevertheless, she maintained her dignity and summoned her courage, especially since Sister Cui was well liked by her future husband. Unlike certain individuals. Speaking of which, some people have even forsaken their own parents and brothers. How truly pitiable. You. Unable to bear it any longer, Hong Yu advanced, prompting Lu Rushuang to hurriedly hide behind Cui Yao. Mu Wanyun scoffed, clapping her hands. Noting how well these two matched, a concubine and an illegitimate daughter, indeed a fitting pair. After all, isn't an illegitimate daughter just the offspring of a concubine? As she spoke, she deliberately cast a glance at Cui Yao, and indeed, she observed Cui Yao's complexion pale and her body tremble. Previously, she had cared for Cui Yao, treating her like a sister, knowing that she disliked others mentioning her illegitimacy, and had thus given orders to refrain from such talk. Yet now, she had no regard for her feelings, and naturally aimed to pierce her heart deeply. Her anguish brought her delight, uplifting her spirits. What of being illegitimate? They too are born of parents. It is those without the love of family or a spouse who are truly to be pitied. Lu Rushuang seemed to sense Cui Yao's discomfort and quickly shouted at Wanyun, "Indeed, I am unloved, while you are cherished. I wish you even more love in the future." Her sarcasm was evident, devoid of sorrow. Lu Rushuang, unaware of the deeper implications of her words, continued to agree. Of course, by the time she realized the gravity of the situation, she was infuriated, yelling at her, "You just keep being stubborn, Wanyun. Let me tell you honestly, we are in this business together, and you think you are the only one who can profit? Oh, engaged in business? Do you really know how? I hope you don't incur losses." Yu understood that her young lady was reluctant to engage in a war of words. Yet she could not stand the arrogance of certain individuals, hands on hips, striding towards Lu Rushuang. Ever since she discovered Lu Rushuang's fear of her, she took particular pleasure in prancing before her. Chapter 44, I lack men. So I can go to Nanfeng Pavilion. Lu Rushuang felt a surge of resentment, but dared not voice it. After all, it was only due to Shen Kuo's protection that she had once dared to act recklessly in front of Wanyun. However, ever since she had been forcibly aborted, she realized that Shen Kuo could no longer shield her, and thus she became increasingly hesitant to confront Wanyun. Today, buoyed by the joyous occasion and accompanied by Cui Yao, she temporarily forgot her past lessons. After all, Cui Yao was to become Wanyun's sister-in-law, and every woman needed the backing of her family. Lu Rushuang was certain that Wanyun would extend her a modicum of goodwill. Yet, she had evidently miscalculated. When she found no advantage, Lu Rushuang lost her desire to linger any longer, uttering some ambiguous, self-righteous words, and planned to depart with Cui Yao. However, Cui Yao appeared troubled, clearly taken aback by the realization that Wanyun's life was not as miserable as she had imagined. Moreover, how could Cui Yao remain unfazed upon hearing that she and Lu Rushuang were opening a restaurant together? Everything contradicted her expectations. A peculiar sensation began to swell within her as Lu Rushuang dragged her toward the exit. She couldn't help but glance back, and for reasons unknown, that feeling intensified. A somewhat alarming thought swiftly crossed her mind, only to be dismissed with a shake of her head. How could it be? She had thoroughly investigated. The foot traffic was plentiful, and they had engaged a chef of exceptional skill. She recalled Wanyun discussing business matters with her in the past, during which Wanyun had regarded her as closer than a sister, leaving no reason for deception. Furthermore, since deciding to open the restaurant, everything had proceeded with astonishing smoothness. She had always believed in the notion of fate, and logically, there should be no room for error. With this reasoning, Cui Yao's restless heart gradually calmed. Yet, just as she was about to step outside, she couldn't resist turning back, saying, "Sister, when the restaurant opens, I must invite you to come and support us. After all, we are family, and I will surely offer you a discount." Get lost, Yu, a maid, recognized their intent to flaunt and provoke. How ridiculous. That shop belonged to the young lady, and Sister Zhao's ventures were immensely profitable. Although she understood this, she still obeyed her mistress's command to keep it to herself. Otherwise, if it were revealed, it would only lead to envy, or rather, fury from them. In contrast to Yu's indignation, Wanyun remained remarkably composed. Nevertheless, she courteously extended her congratulations, stating, "I will certainly present a generous gift on the day of your opening." Cui Yao merely curled her lips in response, remaining silent. Lu Rushuang, clearly unconvinced of her sincerity, departed under Wanyun's gaze. Once Yu and the others exited the courtyard, they hurriedly spread quicklime for disinfection, claiming they felt uncomfortable. Wanyun remained noncommittal. Initially, she had assumed that the Li family would not allow them to delay until the restaurant's opening, but to her surprise, each day passed in tranquility. The individuals she had dispatched regularly returned with reports on the restaurant's progress and the activities of Lu Rushuang and Cui Yao. Upon hearing this, she remained indifferent. Observing them work tirelessly, Wanyun found herself puzzled. It is merely a humble tavern, yet it is fraught with such busyness. How can it ever aspire to greatness? She, on the other hand, possesses numerous establishments and properties within the capital, yet she only dedicates an hour each day to examine the accounts. The remainder of her time is spent indulging in culinary delights, perusing literature, caring for her fish and cats, and leisurely digesting her meals within the confines of her residence. On several occasions, she has encountered the solitary Shen Kuo. On one such instance, she kindly greeted him, inquiring about his seemingly indifferent wife, Lady Lu, and her recent absence, jesting whether she had strayed and thus caused him dismay. Did she presume that everyone else, unlike herself, was devoid of occupation? As if she were the sole one burdened with the affairs of the general's household. Shen Kuo, evidently displeased by her jibes concerning his beloved Lu Ruxiang, cast a disdainful glare in her direction, as if she were the one who had enticed his Lu Ruxiang away. Though Wanyun offered a well-meaning reminder, she was met with contempt, leaving her somewhat discontented. Yet, upon observing his disheveled appearance and the dark circles under his eyes, she could not help but extend her good intentions, suggesting that he might advise Lu on the necessity of delegating certain responsibilities, emphasizing that a woman's primary duty is to care for the men in her household. Surely, she implored, this is a truth universally acknowledged. It was a rare moment of sincerity for her, but it seemed that some were unworthy of her candidness. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ruxiang had caught wind of her heartfelt advice and had taken it upon herself to wait for Wanyun during her strolls, delivering a series of ambiguous admonitions regarding the importance of not enticing the general and warning her against harboring inappropriate thoughts. Meanwhile, the front courtyard had returned to its nightly revelries, with raucous sounds echoing throughout, as if to flaunt their merriment. The arrival of spring only intensified the atmosphere, sending Wanyun's cherished cats into a frenzy. One day, she busied herself with finding a companion for her cat, Xiaoju, unaware that her staff had misjudged its gender, ultimately procuring a same-sex mate. Initially, they were misguided by the words of those claiming that medicinal aids could hasten their acclimatization. Consequently, after Xiaoju ingested the concoction, it overwhelmed its partner, leading to an embarrassing and distressing situation that resulted in its sudden disappearance. Upon learning of these events, Wanyun promptly dispatched a search party throughout the residence. Empathizing with Xiaoju, she recognized that if she were thrust into such a predicament, she too would be consumed by humiliation. Cats, too, possess their dignity. The more she pondered, the more remorseful she felt, fearing deeply for Xiaoju's well-being. The commotion grew increasingly pronounced, prompting her to personally join the search for her beloved pet, inadvertently crossing paths with Lu Ruxiang. Distracted by her concern for Xiaoju, Wanyun initially intended to ignore her. Yet Lu Ruxiang had other notions. She obstructed Wanyun's path, scrutinizing her with disdain, before mockingly inquiring about her pallid complexion, saying, "Sister, it has been a while. Why do you look so wan?" As she spoke, she adjusted her hair at the temples, letting out a light laugh, and shyly remarked, "In my opinion, the finest supplement for a woman is a man." With that, she cast a disdainful glance at Wanyun, covering her mouth as she stifled a giggle. "Look at me. Why would I discuss this with my sister? She is still a maiden, utterly oblivious to the merits of a man." Having said this, she took the hand of her maid to depart, but upon hearing a few whispered words in her ear, she turned back, discovering that her sister's beloved cat had gone missing. "Oh dear, what has happened to my sister? Even the creatures she tends to seem to abandon her now. How pitiable." Wanyun's thoughts were solely occupied by Xiaoju, rendering her indifferent to Lu Ruxiang's remarks. Fortunately, the entire household mobilized, ultimately locating Xiaoju at the dog hole in the back garden. The poor creature appeared listless, which deeply distressed Wanyun. She hurriedly scooped Xiaoju into her arms, tenderly stroking its fur. Yet, the ordeal had taken a toll on Xiaoju, leaving it despondent. Once vibrant, it now languished, showing little interest even in its favorite dried fish. After much coaxing, Wanyun managed to persuade it to consume a morsel of fish, while she herself felt fatigued, having only nibbled at her own meal before reclining on the beauty couch. Soon, the sounds from the front courtyard reached her ears. Previously, she had regarded it as mere background noise, akin to listening to a lively spring scene, for the two courtyards were so close. However, tonight, her mind incessantly replayed Lu Ruxiang's taunts about her skin and the absence of male affection. How dare she mock her for being forsaken even by her cat? If not for her own incessant, feline-like cries, Xiaoju would not have been provoked to such distress. Contemplating this, Mu Wanyun felt a knot of discomfort in her chest and hastily summoned her hidden guards to issue a few instructions. That night, tranquility ultimately prevailed. Not just that night, but the following days unfolded in an unusually serene manner. Then, Shen Kuo, who had long refrained from entering her courtyard, made an appearance. Upon his arrival, he regarded her with an unsettling gaze that sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to rise from the beauty couch and confront him with indignation. "What is it that you want?" Shen Kuo's inscrutable expression remained as he replied, "Mu Wanyun, for the past few days, there have been unexpected interruptions while I was sharing a room with Rushuang. Was it you who orchestrated this?" Mu Wanyun's brow furrowed instinctively, and she gasped, "Is that so? No wonder it has been quieter lately. I thought perhaps the general had simply grown weary. I even considered sending some supplements to help him recuperate." Her gaze shifted to a particular part of Shen Kuo, concern etched on her face. "Has the general not been frightened into ill health? Should I, as the head of the household, summon a physician to attend to you?" Perhaps her gaze was too unguarded, for even Shen Kuo felt a flush of embarrassment. When he glanced at Mu Wanyun's radiant visage, her demeanor devoid of sarcasm, she appeared less odious than before, and his tone softened considerably. "No need. This general is perfectly well." He hesitated, seemingly embarrassed, as if something unfamiliar flickered in his eyes, leaving Mu Wanyun perplexed. "Is there anything else you wish to say, General?" "Well, I simply wish to know, are you feeling jealous?" "What?" Mu Wanyun found it hard to believe her ears, questioning whether Shen Kuo had lost his senses. "Indeed, I have been quite affectionate with Schwanger during this time. Are you truly jealous, thus deliberately sending someone to disturb us?" "Nonsense. I do not lack for men. I have no need to frequent the Nanfeng Pavilion. I possess ample wealth, and there is no shortage of men of all shapes and sizes. Why should I fixate on a mere dog in heat?" Before Mu Wanyun could finish her retort, she noticed Shen Kuo's face darkening, as if it could rain. Chapter 45. A glimmer of insight. After a moment of silence, Shen Kuo finally voiced his displeasure, his tone laced with anger, questioning her audacity to insult him. The remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken, clearly too shameful to articulate. Yet Mu Wanyun feigned innocence, her expression one of bewilderment as she retorted, "What did I say to offend you? I have been rather fatigued lately, and my mind seems to falter. I have already forgotten my previous words. Perhaps the general could kindly remind me, so I might be aware of my own foolishness." Before she could finish, Shen Kuo turned away, his face dark with fury, prepared to dismiss her entirely. However, something compelled him to pause, and he turned back to her, issuing a stern warning. "Mu, although we share no affection, and I hold no fondness for you, you are nonetheless a gift from His Majesty to my household." Such remarks as earlier. He hesitated, grappling with the words, his expression hardening as he fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word with deliberate severity. "I do not wish to hear them again." With that, he closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, waiting for the flames of his indignation to subside somewhat before speaking to her with a weighty sincerity. "I presumed your words were spoken thoughtlessly. The esteemed Mu Taifu has always been a figure of strict decorum in court. His daughter should embody the same principles. Henceforth, you must think twice before you speak." Mu Wanyun suddenly wiped the playful smile from her face, narrowing her eyes as she regarded him unfettered. The general's implication was clear. As a man, he could afford to disregard his lawful wife in favor of a favored concubine, while she, as a woman, despite the absence of affection between them, was expected to remain in his household, silently witnessing their affection and preserving her virtue. With barely contained fury, she articulated this thought through clenched teeth, a sardonic laugh escaping her lips. Indeed, her father had instilled such teachings in her since childhood. Thus, in her previous life, upon marrying Shen Kuo, she had accepted his emotional indifference, believing that a wife must remain steadfast, trapped within the confines of her small courtyard, lost in self-pity while desperately seeking a way out. The thought of divorce had never crossed her mind, even when her parents expressed sympathy and promised to advocate for her. Yet, she understood that their words bore no connection to the notion of separation. At most, her father would have a perfunctory conversation with Shen Kuo, the outcome of which was uncertain, while her mother would vent her frustrations to the household servants or criticize Lu Rushuang as a shameless seductress during social gatherings, shedding a few tears over her daughter's unfortunate fate. Ultimately, her circumstances remained unchanged, while the Mu family garnered sympathy, elevating her father, Mu Lin, in the eyes of the court and the emperor. A newfound clarity washed over Mu Wanyun as she recalled how, in her past life, her parents had mentioned the possibility of divorce if life became unbearable, only to be met with her own refusal as she insisted, "I cannot burden my parents. Nor can I let the Mu family endure public scorn." It seems she had always known that initiating a divorce would bring ruin upon her family. Her parents, in turn, had not pressed the issue but instead praised her as the ideal daughter of the Mu clan, commending her thoughtfulness and unwavering dedication to her family's welfare. Hearing such accolades only deepened her resolve to remain silent, her mind solely focused on garnering Shen Kuo's sympathy. In her previous life, how did a woman who had long resided in seclusion come to fall in love with Shen Kuo step by step? She pondered for quite some time, but could not recall the specifics. Vaguely, she remembered a period when everyone around her spoke of Shen Kuo, extolling his extraordinary valor, proclaiming him to be a pillar of the nation, a savior of the crumbling empire, and a conqueror of the enemies who had long troubled their borders, causing distress to the entire court and the emperor. It seemed someone even presented her with a booklet solely dedicated to Shen Kuo's heroic deeds, which featured a simple sketch of him, a towering figure clad in armor, astride a magnificent steed, the kind of gallant man who would capture the heart of any woman sheltered in her boudoir at first glance. It appeared that even before she had met Shen Kuo, she had already harbored feelings for him. Then there was that humiliating public declaration where she had become the subject of ridicule. In truth, she had scarcely spoken throughout the ordeal. It was as if a maid by her side had done all the talking for her. That maid, she recalled, was Lian Xiao, who had once attended to her, but was not as close as Hong Yu and Lu Qiao. A few years prior, she had heard that Lian Xiao had saved enough money to secure her freedom and married off to a distant place. For reasons unknown, many memories that she had nearly forgotten suddenly became strikingly clear, revealing some terrifying truths. And what of her father seeking a decree for her marriage? She had always believed it was out of paternal compassion, unable to bear her suffering from unrequited love. Yet now, reflecting on it, the logic was riddled with inconsistencies. Which sheltered daughter would suddenly find everyone around her discussing the exploits of a stranger? She recalled a time when a close friend had been reprimanded for merely mentioning the name of an outsider. At that moment, she had thought her parents to be quite liberal. Now, however, it all seemed profoundly unsettling. Perhaps her expression had darkened too much. For Shen Kuo appeared taken aback and leaned closer, his hand hovering in the air. Fortunately, she regained her composure just in time, swatting his hand away and retreating a few steps to evade his touch. "What are you doing?" Her sharp tone and evident aversion ignited a reaction in Shen Kuo. His eyes widened, his face flushed with anger as he withdrew his hand in frustration, regretting that he had felt a momentary sympathy for her when he saw her lost in thought. He had pursued her, marrying her against his will, and she was not his beloved. Why should he feel pity? Now that she was wed to him, even if it was merely in name, she was bound to adhere to the rules. The memory of her evasion stung him, and with gritted teeth, he declared, "I will never lay a finger on you in this lifetime." With that, he regarded her with unmistakable disdain. Wanyun had managed to gather her scattered emotions, and upon hearing his words, she was not angered. Instead, she nodded in agreement. The general must indeed keep his word, and she hoped such gestures would not be repeated. Before her words had fully settled, Shen Kuo was already fuming, nearly beside himself with rage, yet he found no rebuttal, only glaring at her with fierce intensity. Finally, he spat out, "Recently, Shuang has been overwhelmed with matters concerning the estate. I hope you refrain from troubling her further," or else he paused, emphasizing his warning, his gaze sharpening with foreboding. "I will not let you off lightly." With that proclamation, he lost all desire to linger. Yet, at the moment of turning away, he caught a glimpse of a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth, accompanied by her airy, mocking tone. "The general spoke truly. She ought to mind her own affairs, and it would be best for us to maintain a respectful distance." Her constant presence was a vexation that robbed him of restful slumber. Despite Shen Kuo's repeated efforts to restrain himself, he was nonetheless provoked by her caustic words and demeanor. His chest heaved as he struggled to suppress his rage. Heaven knows how hard he worked to refrain from throttling her. This woman possessed an innate ability to incite murderous impulses with but a few words. Unlike his beloved Shuang, whose every frown and smile was enchantingly captivating, every time he beheld Shuang, he longed to hold her close. Thinking of Lu Ruxiang, the fire of indignation within Shen Kuo was somewhat quelled. He took several deep breaths, casting a resentful glance at Wanyun before resolutely deciding to depart. "Oh." But Wanyun, yawning and suddenly recalling something, called out to Shen Kuo's retreating figure without waiting for him to halt. Her words drifting lightly through the air, "Do you truly believe your Ruxiang can earn a living?" Don't squander the general's estate, or you might find yourselves shamelessly eyeing my modest dowry." Her remarks reignited Shen Kuo's fury, prompting him to pivot sharply and stride towards her. His angry voice resonated in the courtyard, startling the birds in the trees into frantic flutters. "You venomous woman, how can you be so malicious? Why not wish for something good? Your mind is consumed with schemes. As long as you do not meddle, Ruxiang shall not falter. Furthermore, I warn you, do not let your jealousy and petty thoughts incite your equally vile lackeys into action. If I find out—" As he spoke, his fist, as large as a sandbag, came crashing down before her, producing a sharp crack. Meanwhile, a noise from the roof caught Shen Kuo's attention. He raised an eyebrow, momentarily hesitant, and begrudgingly withdrew his hand, standing upright. Perhaps he suspected that it was indeed the emperor's men covertly protecting Wanyun. After a brief moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze to Wanyun in the silent courtyard, puffing out his chest and declaring words that elicited a mixture of amusement and exasperation from her. "Do not underestimate others. I, Shen Kuo, have always strived for what I desire through my own strength and determination. Your dowry, no matter how substantial, is of no consequence to me. I have never coveted it, nor will I in the future." He made this declaration in response to the recent rumors circulating in the capital that he was eyeing Wanyun's dowry to support a concubine. Even an official had brought it up during a court meeting, prompting the emperor to publicly question whether his rewards were insufficient, causing Shen Kuo to break into a cold sweat. Having resolutely stated his case, he awaited Wanyun's reply. When he finally looked up, he was taken aback to find her reclining on the couch, her phoenix eyes narrowed and her lips slightly parted. Chapter 46. Shen Kuo's betrayal of Lu He found himself harboring peculiar thoughts about Wanyun. A crisp and melodious sound rang out, a slap. By the time he realized what had occurred, his face stung from the blow. He stared wide-eyed, clutching one side of his face, incredulously gazing at Wanyun, who had suddenly opened her eyes, slowly withdrawing her hand, and scoffing derisively. A fleeting wave of embarrassment and regret washed over him, akin to a miscreant caught in the act. He opened his mouth to retort, "How dare you strike me? What? Are you attempting to take advantage of me while I sleep? Should I not defend myself?" Wanyun propped herself up against the bed, sitting up slowly, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. For the first time, Shen Kuo noticed that she was not any less striking than Lu Ruxiang. But so what? Her sharp tongue and volatile temperament paled in comparison to Lu Ruxiang's gentle demeanor. Memories of Lu Ruxiang, breathless and nestled in his embrace, contrasted sharply with Wanyun's cold, icy gaze. Lu Ruxiang looked at him with unwavering admiration, unlike this madwoman whose fierce nature would surely deter any man from desiring her. As he pondered this, the inexplicable frustration within Shen Kuo seemed to dissipate somewhat. He then heard Wanyun's languid yet scornful voice. "So, General, is your silence an implicit acknowledgement? Though we bear the title of husband and wife, did you not just vow to cherish your Lu concubine and remain faithful to her, forsaking all other women? Have you already broken that promise?" Shen Kuo was momentarily at a loss for words. He did indeed harbor feelings for Lu Ruxiang and aspired to marry her as his legitimate wife, yet he had never claimed he would never touch another woman. Faced with Wanyun's unwavering assertion, he was reluctant to argue. After all, Lu Ruxiang had just lost a child for him, and recently, she had been tirelessly managing the affairs of the general's household. He did not wish to, nor could he bear to, let her hear anything that might wound her heart during this trying time. Wanyun discerned his internal conflict. She understood him well. At this moment, she had no desire to expose him. "I once envied Lu concubine. Despite her humble beginnings and her unremarkable appearance, she captured the general's heart with her unique allure. But to think—" She cast a dismissive glance at Shen Kuo, her eyes laced with disdain. Shen Kuo, having suffered greatly from the scorn of his family in his youth, took great pleasure in exacting revenge once he found success. He despised being looked down upon. He had no mind to defend Lu Ruxiang at that moment. He was solely focused on proving himself. "Rest assured, I am wholly devoted to Lu Ruxiang. You misinterpreted my intentions. I merely noticed something on your face and, out of kindness, sought to brush it away, unaware it would lead to such a misunderstanding." As he spoke, he deliberately shot Wanyun a disdainful glance, his tone resolute. "Do not worry. With your appearance, I am certainly not inclined to look your way." Yet, despite his words, his gaze involuntarily skimmed over Wanyun's features, afraid to linger too long lest she misconstrue his intentions. Internally vexed, he realized that it had indeed been several days since he had spent time with Lu Rushuang, as both of them had been preoccupied. He is indeed quite adept in that regard, a fact he has always taken pride in. Originally, he and Lu Rushuang enjoyed a harmonious relationship. However, ever since she suffered a miscarriage, her health has deteriorated significantly. Over time, this has become increasingly burdensome for him, leaving him perpetually unsatisfied. Moreover, he has recently found himself acutely aware of Lu Rushuang's diminished vitality. Nonetheless, Mu's words resonate truthfully. He cannot betray Lu Rushuang. With a peculiar sensation stirring within him, he feared he might succumb to the temptation of casting a glance at Wanyun. Thus, he hastily concocted an excuse, departing with a few sharp words, leaving in a flurry. Regrettably, upon returning to the front courtyard, he waited in vain for Lu Rushuang's return. His discomfort grew unbearable, and his gaze ultimately fell upon Su Yun, who stood beside Lu Rushuang. When Wanyun received the news, she appeared remarkably composed, while Hong Yu and LV Qiao displayed expressions of unexpected surprise. The outspoken Hong Yu could not suppress her disdain, remarking that despite the appearance of loyalty, men inevitably stray. As the old adage goes, it is not that they do not stray, but rather that some are simply more discreet than others. Her playful remarks elicited suppressed laughter from the maids and servants present, and for once, Wanyun refrained from scolding her. Encouraged by this, Hong Yu grew bolder, recalling how Shen Kuo had mocked their mistress's delicate beauty, exclaiming that he must be blind, for their mistress resembled a celestial being. Numerous matchmakers had sought her hand in marriage in the past. As she spoke, LV Qiao hastily pulled her back, leaving Hong Yu somewhat disgruntled and puzzled. On the verge of retorting, however, noticing her mistress's unusual demeanor, she fell silent. Indeed, Wanyun had been stirred by her own thoughts. It seemed that ever since she had publicly declared her feelings for Shen Kuo, only to be rebuffed with his remarks about her being unworthy of his affection, her reputation had plummeted. The noble women who once befriended her now shunned her. Invitations to social gatherings ceased, and matchmakers no longer approached her. During that tumultuous period, she had been wholly consumed with proving herself contrary to Shen Kuo's disparaging words about her lack of beauty, talent, and virtue. It appeared that only by captivating Shen Kuo and marrying him could she reclaim her status as the admired daughter of the esteemed Taifu's residence. Lost in thought, she found herself ensnared in melancholic reverie, her countenance devoid of any joy. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with the maids and servants afraid to utter a sound. Those with bolder spirits remained close to attend to her needs, while the timid discreetly excused themselves under the pretense of busyness. It was not until Wanyun returned to her senses, her fingers gently tapping on the table, that LV Qiao exchanged glances with the others. Once the room was cleared, she cautiously approached, inquiring what thoughts had occupied her mistress's mind. Being observant, she recognized that whenever Wanyun was deep in contemplation, she would lapse into silence, her fingers instinctively tapping lightly. Wanyun raised her gaze to her and, without a hint of concealment, directly asked, LV Qiao, "Do you remember how I came to fall for Shen Kuo?" Green Qiao was taken aback for a moment, then raised her head to glance at Wanyun. Confirming that the latter was not angry, she lowered her head in contemplation, seemingly lost in recollection. After a long while, she lifted her gaze, about to speak, when Wanyun's self-mocking voice interrupted her. "I often find myself reminiscing about the past, yet I can never grasp it clearly. It feels as though something is amiss in my mind. I truly do not understand how I was so blind as to fall for Shen Kuo." Upon hearing this, Green Xiao opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Noticing her silence, Wanyun did not press her. Instead, she inquired, "Do you remember Lian Xiao?" "Lian Xiao? Why is the young lady suddenly asking about her?" Green Xiao was somewhat astonished. In truth, compared to her and Hong Yu, the young lady had once placed greater trust in Lian Xiao. They had all assumed that when the young lady married, Lian Xiao would accompany her, yet unexpectedly, Lian Xiao sought to redeem herself and announced her intention to marry far away. After that, everyone tacitly agreed to no longer mention her. I am somewhat perplexed and wish to find her to ask. Wanyun reflected on that incident which had utterly tarnished her reputation, rendering her the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. At that time, she had believed Lian Xiao could not bear to see her suffer in unrequited love, hence bravely speaking her heart. Little did anyone anticipate that Shen Kuo would publicly belittle her worth. Not long after, Lian Xiao chose to redeem herself and leave. During that period, consumed by anguish and self-doubt, Mu Wanyan paid little heed to it. In hindsight, she felt Lian Xiao likely harbored guilt for her ineffectiveness in aiding her. Once her emotions had settled, she regretted not providing Lian Xiao with a more generous reward, allowing her to marry in a grand manner. Now, however, everything seemed laced with an air of peculiarity. What does the young lady wish to do? Green Xiao observed the tranquility in her eyes, the contemplation in her brow, and understood this was not a mere casual mention. Find her and bring her to see me, Mu Wanyan spoke with a calm demeanor. Green Xiao nodded slightly, preparing to step out to make the necessary arrangements. However, pausing for a moment, she hesitated before turning back. Miss, regarding what General Shen said today. What? Do you think I would be moved by memories? Afraid I might not withstand it? Mu Wanyan raised an eyebrow, her face devoid of gloom. Green Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then finally felt reassured. Yet, she could not help but ask again, should we continue to administer the drug in General Shen's meals? Of course. The show has only just begun. How could we possibly cut it short at this critical juncture? She smiled, a hint of mischief dancing on her lips. At that moment, a cacophony of screams, crashes, and wails erupted from the front courtyard. It seemed the plot had been uncovered. Tomorrow, there would surely be a spectacle to behold. She had not squandered the exorbitant price paid for that spring elixir. Lu Ruoshuang took pride in the fact that Shen Kuo had only ever touched her. Yet, Mu Wanyan knew well that Shen Kuo was never a man of fidelity or deep affection. In her previous life, though she had drugged him to experience their first encounter, she was often the target of ridicule from Lu Ruoshuang and Shen Kuo's disdain. Lu Ruoshuang frequently compared her to a lowly prostitute, claiming she was indeed a fine daughter raised by the Fu family, one who could not only block a horse in the street, but also use drugs to ensnare men. Whenever Lu Ruoshuang and Shen Kuo experienced discord, Lu Ruoshuang would resort to sharp words, while Shen Kuo, inebriated, would unleash his fury upon her, muttering phrases such as, "This is what you desire, you wretched woman." Each time, she was compelled to endure his wrath, leaving her battered and bruised. In those moments, thoughts of death even crossed her mind. Particularly one occasion, Shen Kuo forced her to confront him in front of Hui'er. Mu Wanyan contemplated this and secretly instructed to procure several young and beautiful maidens to serve in the household, especially during Lu Ruoshuang's absence, allowing them to seize opportunities. Moreover, she had heard that the brothels would periodically release a batch of infected individuals, suggesting to select a few youthful and lovely ones. Chapter 47 Encounter. As soon as the words left her lips, before Lu Qiao had the chance to respond, Hong Yu, who had been overlooked for quite some time, beamed with delight and bowed. Miss, may I take on this task? I assure you I will execute it splendidly and to your satisfaction. Mu Wanyan discerned the shift in Hong Yu's demeanor. Ever since Shen Kuo had given her a harsh kick, her animosity towards him had intensified, wishing nothing but misfortune upon him. Noticing her silence, Hong Yu presumed that Mu Wanyan still harbored doubts, just as she was about to advocate for herself further. She caught sight of Mu Wanyan nodding with a smile, confirming, if accomplished, there will be a reward. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu eagerly nodded, unable to contain her excitement, and quickly informed Mu Wanyan of her departure from the residence. Recently, Mu Wanyan had assigned a few capable matrons to guide Hong Yu and Lu Qiao in their tasks. Both girls were sharp-witted, and the matrons, understanding her intention to nurture them as confidants, generously shared their knowledge. Consequently, the two young women had made significant progress, proving themselves quite capable, though they occasionally displayed a girlish naivete in her presence once outside. Their demeanor exuded an air of authority that could easily lead others to mistake them for the wives of esteemed stewards. Mu Wanyan felt assured in their abilities. Following that day, she paid little mind to Shen Kuo and Lu Ruoshuang's affairs, recognizing that no favorable outcome awaited them. She merely anticipated their self-inflicted repercussions, ready to indulge in a few drinks at the prospect of their downfall. Over the years, her enterprises had flourished significantly. In addition to her shops in the capital, she owned several estates in the outskirts. Each overseer required to submit quarterly ledgers and report critical matters, with a comprehensive annual summary. Her elder brother had once advised her to remain diligent in her business pursuits if she could not manage everything herself. She ought to entrust it to others while conducting random checks. This approach, however, could not entirely prevent subordinates from feigning compliance or harboring ulterior motives. Fortunately, her elder brother would not arrive in the capital for some time, and having grown somewhat weary of the general's residence, she instructed her staff to prepare for her visit to the estates, intending to conduct an unannounced inspection. She had not disclosed which estate she would be visiting in advance. In the capital, she owned 5 estates of varying sizes, the largest encompassing hundreds of acres, while the smallest still boasted 100 acres. In addition to the overseers, There were tenants and contracted servants. She had always adhered to her elder brother's counsel, maintaining tight control over her affairs. Even Hong Yu and Lu Xiao only recently learned of their mistress's substantial wealth. Ultimately, she chose to inspect 2 estates, perhaps due to her typically stringent nature. The accounts revealed no major discrepancies. It is worth noting that she approached her tasks with caution and adaptability. Even her elder brother had remarked on her rare talent for commerce. Alas, her lineage from the Grand Tutor's household precluded her from pursuing trade. Or else he would have gladly taken her as his disciple. Reflecting on this, Wanyun couldn't help but sigh, pondering why she had allowed herself to become a victim of circumstance in her previous life, despite the potential for a prosperous existence. Perhaps it truly echoed the saying that one can become their own captor. In life, one must learn to adopt a broader perspective. She settled momentarily at Suayan Estate, located 50 miles from the capital. Initially, this estate was chosen for her by her adoptive brother, featuring mountains and rivers amidst picturesque scenery. They had once agreed to celebrate with wine here when the peach blossoms bloomed abundantly. It has been quite some time since she last saw her brother. In her previous life, the moment she saved him was purely accidental, yet it unexpectedly altered the course of her destiny. While she felt immense gratitude towards her brother, there were also subtle, burgeoning feelings of affection. However, her brother, being a man of great discernment, was acutely aware of their differing statuses and discreetly transformed her nascent romantic inclinations into sibling affection. Moreover, by that time, he had already married and was deeply concerned for his wife. She was not one to be oblivious to propriety. Thus she acquiesced to her brother's wishes and they established a bond as sworn siblings. Hailing from the esteemed family of the Grand Tutor, although her father, Lin, was rather stern, the family was well respected and had nurtured numerous talented individuals over the years. Many of those students had achieved remarkable success. Consequently, Wanyun discreetly leveraged the Mu family name to aid her brother's business endeavors, assisting in resolving conflicts with those who sought to trouble him. This very reason elicited deep gratitude from her brother towards her, and he consistently treated her with great generosity. Although she operated under the auspices of her father's name, her father remained oblivious to her actions. Of course, this might merely be her own presumption. Today, she has come to realize that she may never have truly understood those she called family. Time swiftly passed, leading to the coming-of-age banquet for the 3rd daughter of the Duke of the State, Morongyan. Wanyun returned to the capital, arriving at Yong'an Tower, the agreed meeting place with her brother. After several years apart, her brother still resembled her memories, while she, having experienced a previous life, felt a hint of estrangement. However, as memories began to resurface, she quickly regained her composure. Upon learning that her brother was still pursuing the position of royal merchant, she understood, without him needing to voice it, that he sought her advice. My dear brother, there is no need for pleasantries between us. To be candid, I am currently being disdained by both the Mu family and the general's residence. If you require my assistance, I fear I may be lacking the means. However, I can certainly help you find a way forward. As she spoke, Wanyun turned her head to gaze through the partially open window. Observing the vibrant festivities at Jinhui Tower, adorned with red silk and lanterns, and decorated with couplets of good fortune, Ningsu had evidently taken note of the scene. As a merchant in such a grand capital, he was well aware that any significant event would quickly come to his attention, even if he had not been informed directly. He glanced at Wanyun before remarking casually, I've heard this establishment was founded by General Shen's concubine and your future sister-in-law? Wanyun remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Misinterpreting her quiet demeanor as distress, Ningsu continued, it's merely a tavern. If you wish, I can assist you in establishing a grander one. Far more impressive than this. Wanyun recognized that her brother had misunderstood her intent. With a gentle smile, she shook her head, saying, I would not be so foolish. At this, Ningsu appeared momentarily taken aback. Wanyun, not wishing to be evasive, spoke plainly, after all, regardless of power or influence, who can rival the authority of the emperor? I would be foolish to jeopardize my own life for such trivial pursuits. Ningsu was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation, gazing in astonishment at Wanyun. Are you implying that the royal family is behind the Yong'an building? Before he could finish his thought, Wanyun nodded, revealing the truth. This matter was shrouded in secrecy. The second prince's external family was likely merely providing him with FAAD. After all, among all the emperor's sons, only the crown prince and the second prince had reached adulthood. The crown prince was known for his earnestness and simplicity, while the second prince had been exceptionally astute since childhood, and his mother, concubine Su, was held in high favor. It was only natural for him to aspire to that position. Upon hearing this, Ning Su nodded, his expression devoid of weariness. Instead, his gaze sparkled with keen interest, evidently eager to learn more about such matters. Wanyun poured him another cup of tea and, noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, offered a faint smile. "Why do you look at me so intently, brother?" Ning Su, assuming she felt uneasy, belatedly recognized his own slight impropriety. For she was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Thus, he averted his gaze and raised his teacup with a slight smile. "It's nothing. Merely that I find your transformation since we last met quite remarkable." As he spoke, his eyes lingered on hers. She had grown taller and more graceful. Where once she resembled a budding flower, she now appeared to be blossoming splendidly. Yet, what he could foresee was eclipsed by the depth of her eyes, which no longer mirrored innocence but instead held a glimmer of insight and sorrow. At 27, having traversed numerous paths as a merchant, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, men, women, the elderly, and children, yet he had never witnessed such a profound depth in the gaze of a girl who had barely stepped into womanhood. Wanyun took a delicate sip of her tea and smiled at him, mischief dancing in her eyes. "I told you, I have grown up. I would surely surprise you, brother." She exhibited a touch of vanity, allowing her playful and coy demeanor to surface only in his presence. Deep down, she was aware of the underlying motivations in her brother's kindness, though he had never concealed them. In her previous life, under the subtle influence of Cui Yao and her family, she had harbored resentment towards him until the moment she departed this world with Hui Er. Her body carelessly discarded in a mass grave, and wild dogs poised to devour them. It was her brother who had come seeking them, defying the objections of family servants and guards to battle the wild dogs single-handedly, while she watched from a distance. In that instant, she realized that although his affection for her might not be entirely pure, it far surpassed the predatory nature of those who claimed kinship while feasting upon her very essence. Moreover, her brother had risked everything, his fortune and life, to avenge her, even coming into conflict with Shen Kuo and facing discord with his own wife. Reflecting on this, she made a solemn vow within her heart. In this lifetime, she would not let her brother down, nor allow the machinations of petty individuals to sow doubt about his goodwill. Indeed, the little girl had matured. She no longer wept easily. Ning Su understood that there were matters she preferred not to discuss, and he did not press her. During their journey to the capital, he had heard many things, including tales of her connection with the illustrious General Shen. "Regretting only that I am but a mere merchant, my voice insignificant, unable to protect my comprehensively." Upon hearing the desolation and helplessness in his words, Wanyun quickly grasped the situation and smiled as she shook her head. "Brother, look at me. I am quite well, having gained a fair amount of weight recently. By the way, that concubine attended the coming-of-age ceremony for the third young lady of the Duke of Jinguo today. As expected, she must have made a fool of herself. The thought of her misfortune lightens my mood considerably." Hearing her words, Ning Su couldn't help but smile, his tone laced with resignation, yet his eyes brimmed with affection. After a moment, he remarked, "Seeing you in such spirits reassures me. Truth be told, I was somewhat worried on my way here." As her brother ceased his jesting, she straightened herself, adopting a more serious demeanor. After exchanging some trivial remarks, she gazed out at the swiftly passing carriages of the general's residence, her heart stirring with anticipation. "Brother, you are already aware that the owner behind Yong'an Tower is the second prince. You should be adept in handling subsequent matters. However, there is one more issue." At this point, Wanyun paused, an unusual seriousness gracing her features. "Since the new year, the rainfall has diminished day by day. I have heard that many places have not seen rain for several months now, and I cannot help but wonder what the harvest will be like." As she spoke, she observed Ning Su, seeing the contemplation flicker across his face, and she understood she had said enough. Knowing her brother would vie for this year's imperial merchant title, she realized she still had ample time to meet with him. However, the intriguing matters at home were something she could scarcely endure. After bidding farewell to her brother, she hurried to the general's residence. Not long after her return, those who followed Lu Rushuang found an opportunity to approach her. Though Wanyun was already restless within, she maintained an air of composure. "What is it? The steward mentioned you have visited several times. Is there something of importance?" Chapter 48. Another encounter with misfortune. The young maid had only recently entered the residence, specifically cultivated as a confidant by Lu Rushuang. However, Lu Rushuang was ultimately naive in understanding human nature. She believed that mere small acts of kindness would secure unwavering loyalty. Unaware that the girl was originally arranged by Wanyun, the young maid's family had come to the capital seeking refuge with relatives, but they tragically encountered bandits, leaving only an elderly man and a young girl alive, while their relatives had long since moved away. The girl's father clung to the hope of reuniting with family. But upon receiving the devastating news, he spat blood and succumbed to death. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, the girl had been raised in affluence, sheltered from hardship, and thus found herself utterly unprepared for such adversity. Her lack of beauty further complicated her plight. Even the thought of selling herself to bury her father proved futile. One day, as Wanyun happened to pass by, she noticed a small, frail girl dragging a roll of straw mat through the torrential rain, evoking memories of her own past suffering. Moved by compassion, she arranged assistance for the young maid. Once the girl had recovered, she returned to express her desire to repay Wanyun's kindness. Having experienced death, Wanyun's heart was colder than most, and having been betrayed by those she once cherished in her previous life, she found it hard to trust anyone beyond her few loyal confidants. While she recognized the girl's gratitude, she also sensed a mingling of desperation and a yearning for shelter, rendering her intentions somewhat impure. The young maid, however, was remarkably stubborn and persistently pleaded, even knocking her forehead to the ground until blood streamed down and obscured her vision. This scene inexplicably reminded Wanyun of her previous life, when she had knelt outside the courtyard, beseeching the guards to summon a doctor for Huir. Ultimately, her heart softened. Yet, surrounded by loyal followers, she remained cautious of unvetted individuals and preferred not to keep someone of unknown origins. Thus, she presented the girl with two options. One was to stay in a shop under her name, where she would be well taken care of, and the other was to become an informant for her enemies. After careful consideration, the young maid chose the latter. Subsequently, Wanyun had her instructed for several days in Lu Rushuang's preferences and deliberately arranged for the girl to cross paths with Lu Rushuang during her outings, ensuring that she would face considerable adversity. From her previous interactions, Wanyun understood that Lu Rushuang had a penchant for bestowing small favors, and in her eyes, she had saved the girl's life, thus earning her profound gratitude. The girl often expressed, "My life is owed to Madame's salvation. I shall find it difficult to repay this debt." This sentiment greatly pleased Lu Rushuang, who naturally entrusted the girl with significant responsibilities. Additionally, unlike those purchased from lower-class families, the young maid was literate and possessed knowledge that Lu Rushuang lacked, proving to be quite beneficial in her service. Consequently, the girl quickly gained favor within Lu Rushuang's courtyard. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Rushuang disposed of those who were disobedient and attempted to seduce her master, while Wanyun took the chance to address those who had disrespected her and Huir in her previous life. The young girl had concocted an excuse to venture out, lingering at the door for quite some time. Time was of the essence, so she offered a curt greeting to Wanyun and succinctly recounted the events concerning Lu Rushuang at the banquet held by the Duke of Shen Kuo. Despite Wanyun having anticipated this, she was taken aback for a considerable while. In her previous life, Lu Rushuang had also usurped her invitation to attend prestigious gatherings hosted by various noble families. It was Shen Kuo who had taken the initiative to advocate for her. Rushuang, being new to the capital, is unfamiliar with the social circles. Perhaps you should relinquish this opportunity to her. After all, you have lived in the capital since childhood and are well acquainted with many, he had suggested. At that time, she harbored intentions of not allowing Lu Rushuang to have an easy time, and thus was unwilling to concede. However, Shen Kuo remarked, "I see that the madam looks quite unwell and is suffering greatly. It would be best for her to remain in the residence to recuperate. When she is well, she may venture out." She had been so enraged that her entire body trembled, yet found herself powerless to resist. Eventually, Lu Rushuang returned from the banquet in tears. Lamenting to Shen Kuo, "They mocked me for being a mere concubine, deeming me crude and unrefined." Shen Kuo, without discerning the facts, hastily concluded that she was the one inciting others to undermine Lu Rushuang, labeling her a venomous woman. No amount of protest from Wanyun proved effective. Subsequently, Shen Kuo began seeking tutors for Lu Rushuang, but due to the ridicule surrounding her antics at the Duke of Jingguo's banquet, reputable tutors were reluctant to lower their status. While those willing were mostly obscure and unrenowned, Shen Kuo deemed them unworthy of his Rushuang. In the end, they found themselves in a peculiar situation and decided to have her teach Lu Rushuang. They shamelessly declared, as the mistress of the residence, coming from the esteemed Mu family, "It would be most fitting for you to instruct Rushuang. Furthermore, since Rushuang has suffered greatly due to your machinations and slander, this presents an opportunity for you to atone." Regardless of her willingness, she was bound to comply. Lu Rushuang even covertly threatened her, stating that if she refused, she would have her servants sold off. Several elderly maids around Mu Wanyun had already faced this fate due to Lu Rushuang's instigation of Shen Kuo. At that time, she was utterly isolated, with few trustworthy allies remaining, and felt compelled to agree. However, how could she bear to witness Lu Rushuang flaunting the title of the general's wife? Thus, she harbored some ulterior motives. She would teach her, yet ensure that Lu Rushuang appeared overly petty. Initially, Lu Rushuang was oblivious to any discrepancies and felt a sense of pride each time she was spared from ridicule. However, as time passed, she began to discern that while the ladies would invite her, they assigned her numerous menial tasks. For instance, when they praised her tea-making skills, they would have her brew tea for several ladies. Whenever a flower-arranging event was to be held at a household, they would enlist her assistance beforehand. She initially believed she had integrated well and felt a sense of accomplishment, until one day, she inadvertently overheard their private conversations. Why do they keep summoning her? A mere concubine, daring to present herself before us, foolishly imagining she could be our equal and diminish our status. What do you understand? I invited her over to lend a helping hand, and it costs nothing. Is that not advantageous? So, do you consider her a servant? Hush, lower your voice. If that fool finds out, I will have to pay someone else in the future. At that moment, Lu Rushuang was hiding behind the screen, nearly wringing her handkerchief to shreds. Later, all of this was blamed on Mu Wanyun. Naturally, Mu Wanyun denied it, claiming that Lu Rushuang's lowly background made her small-minded, deserving to be treated like a servant without realizing it. Shen Kuo, incensed, struck Mu Wanyun for the first time. Subsequently, in an effort to elevate Lu Rushuang's status, he did not hesitate to promote her to the position of a primary wife, even inviting those who had mocked Lu Rushuang to attend, insisting that she serve tea to Lu Rushuang. At that time, she refused, and Shen Kuo publicly berated her for her lack of talent and virtue, punishing her to copy the teachings of women's morality for Lu Rushuang's review, thereby stripping her of all dignity. She understood that Shen Kuo was deliberately undermining her to elevate Lu Rushuang. Furthermore, Shen Kuo's influence grew increasingly prominent, and naturally, no one paid Lu Rushuang any heed. Contemplating this, Mu Wanyun's face drained of color. It was only when Hong Yu spoke that she was brought back to reality. Miss, what are you thinking? Mu Wanyun glanced at her reddened palm, lifting her gaze only to realize that Gui'er had already departed. Lu Qiao quickly added, I feared that if she stayed out too long, the Lu family would suspect something, so I sent her back. Mu Wanyun nodded slightly. That Lu family, despite their pretense of superiority, truly believed themselves to be significant, even daring to seek attention at a noble banquet. They deserved to be scolded. Observing Mu Wanyun's pale countenance, Hong Yu, though unaware of the reason for her distress, had grown accustomed to it, knowing that her mistress relished Lu Rushuang's misfortunes. Moreover, she genuinely thought Lu Rushuang foolish. Having accompanied her mistress to several banquets, she found that most noblewomen were quite amiable. However, one thing was clear. Those who attended such gatherings were primarily legitimate wives and daughters. Even if concubines were present, they were usually accompanied by the matron or were there only due to the matron's illness or other obligations. They adhered to decorum, striving to avoid inciting resentment. None, like the Lu family, attempted to overshadow the matron and boast, aiming to diminish the matron's worth to elevate themselves. Such audacity would inevitably draw the ire of all. They deserved it. Hong Yu thought to herself, unable to suppress her exclamation. They truly deserve it. Indeed, they did. Lu Qiao, rarely in agreement, echoed her sentiments. Hong Yu felt a surge of joy and was about to chime in again when she noticed Lu Qiao turning to their mistress, hesitatingly asking, Miss, are you worried they will blame us for this? Mu Wanyun scoffed lightly, about to respond when a cacophony erupted outside. It seemed the doorkeeper was quietly trying to intervene, stating that he wished to report something, but was rebuffed by an irate Shen Kuo, who shouted, Get lost, step aside. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu immediately sprang up from her low stool, rolling up her sleeves, eager to step outside. However, Mu Wanyun gently called out, Assist me in standing. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu and Lu Qiao promptly assisted Mu Wanyun from the low couch. As the three of them stepped outside, Shen Kuo and Lu Rushuang had already broken through the obstruction. Arriving at the center of the courtyard, Mu Wanyun noticed that the shadow guards seemed to be deliberating whether to take action, and she hurriedly shook her head, prompting the guards to retreat. Shen Kuo, consumed by anger, momentarily forgot that there were shadow guards beside Mu Wanyun whose skills matched his own. It was only after a brief pause during which he awaited any movement that did not come, that he finally exhaled in relief. He was not foolish. With a little contemplation, he realized that as long as Mu Wanyun remained unharmed, those individuals would not act. Clearly, the emperor still valued his image. Fearing that he might genuinely harm Mu Wanyun. However, observing the weeping Lu Rushuang, trembling with distress, he inwardly furrowed his brow, a shadow of gloom passing through his eyes, and swore to himself that he would teach Mu Wanyun a lesson, of course, without inciting the wrath of the shadow guards. Chapter 49. The general's mansion adorned with white silk as Shen Kuo protected Lu Rushuang. He raised his head and was taken aback by the sight before him. Leaning languidly against a low couch carried by servants was Mu Wanyun, clad in a striking red dress. Her radiant, yet somewhat disdainful face caught his attention, causing his heart to skip a beat. The sunlight bathed her alabaster complexion, reminiscent of a blooming begonia in full glory. He realized, with a sudden clarity, that her beauty was truly remarkable. Her skin was so fair that not a single blemish was in sight. Under the sun's embrace, he could not discern even a speck of a mole or scar, the delicate fuzz on her skin glimmering in the light. Her eyes, elongated like phoenix orbs, half-closed yet alert, cast a fleeting glance at him, igniting an unfamiliar sensation within his heart. And then there was her perfectly sculpted nose and her lips, red and alluringly curved. The general. Perhaps it was the lingering gaze that betrayed him. Sensing something unusual, Lu Rushuang glanced up and saw him fixated on Mu Wanyun, recognizing the emotion in his eyes all too well. Her heart jolted. Instinctively she tugged at his sleeve, drawing closer to him. Rushuang, fear not, I shall, seek justice for you. Shen Kuo, upon hearing Lu Rushuang's call, regained a semblance of composure. Noticing her restlessness, he tightened his embrace around her slender waist. Yet, for reasons unknown, his gaze remained uncontrollably drawn to the figure on the opposite couch. To his dismay, Mu Wanyun offered him not a shred of attention. A wave of disappointment surged within him. Coupled with Lu Rushuang's occasional tugs for his attention, he finally collected his thoughts, cleared his throat to dispel the peculiar stillness enveloping them, and addressed the indifferent Mu Wanyun with a solemn tone. I have always believed. Speak plainly. Spare me the frivolities. Mu Wanyun yawned, appearing somewhat impatient, her eyes sweeping over the two before her. Regardless of the occasion, this pair's presence together was invariably jarring, akin to conjoined twins. It could be called affectionately intimate, yet in truth, it bordered on indecency. She could not suppress a mocking smile, averting her gaze, finding even a moment's lingering glance distasteful. Still, she harbored a mischievous thought of concocting a potion to ensure they could never part. Ah, what a perceptive and charming little darling he is. Where could one find a wife as understanding and magnanimous as she? With such musings, she became increasingly disinclined to hear Shen Kuo's forthcoming remarks. My lady, how can you speak to your husband in such a manner? He is the head of this household. Lu Rushuang had anticipated Shen Kuo would stand up for her, but she was taken aback by Mu Wanyun's utter disregard for him. In the past, Shen Kuo would have erupted with fury, but of late, whether it was the result of too many pricks or some other reason. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Rushuang lifted her gaze to Shen Kuo, only to find him lost in thought once more. Her heart tightened, and she quickly followed his line of sight, only to discover he was merely staring at a tree, which eased her anxiety. Indeed, Shen Kuo had previously mentioned that Mu Wanyun was accompanied by highly skilled shadow guards, and he was undoubtedly in search of those elusive figures. Upon realizing this, Lu Rushuang felt rather foolish for her overreactions. Although Shen Kuo had favored a few servants in her absence, it was merely due to her own busyness. And since she had sold them off, he had not expressed any discontent. With that thought, she felt a sense of relief. Ultimately, if there was nothing amiss, then she ought not to be disturbed while enjoying the sun. Mu Wanyun waited for a considerable time, yet the anticipated roundabout chatter did not materialize, leading to her growing impatience. Shen Kuo's expression hardened. Lu Rushuang, noticing his tense demeanor, felt a surge of delight, yet she seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. Feigning a wounded spirit and hesitantly addressing Mu Wanyun with a sorrowful demeanor. Just as she was about to speak, Madam, I was wrong. I should not have disregarded my status. Why are you crying? If you must weep, retreat to your own courtyard. Mu Wanyun, lacking any inclination for such theatrics, found the lack of novelty utterly tiresome. Even the most splendid performance would become wearisome when repeated ad nauseum, and she was, by nature, not a patient individual. Lu Rushuang's words became lodged in her throat, her eyes reddening as tears began to well up. This time, her distress was genuine, not merely a result of pinching her palm or arm for effect. In the past, Shen Kuo would invariably feel pity for her and defend her. Yet, after waiting for an eternity, no such response came this time. Her feelings of true grievance led to tears cascading down her cheeks. Wanyun lifted her gaze and was met with this scene, unable to contain herself, exclaiming, "Oh, what troubles you, Lady Lu?" I uttered but a single phrase. "And you weep so profusely, one might think I had annihilated your entire family." Shen Kuo, now noticing Lu Rushuang's unusual state and her pitiable appearance, felt a pang of pain in his heart, hastily enveloping her in his embrace. Observing Wanyun's relentless demeanor incited his fury to a boiling point. "General, there is no need to raise your voice. I am well aware of my own name." Wanyun shook her head in exasperation, finding the situation all too predictable. "You? What is the matter? General, what purpose do you and your paramour serve here? Are you merely performing a display of tears and fury? Or do you intend to enact a living tableau of spring in my courtyard?" Wanyun's audacious remarks ignited Shen Kuo's temper anew. His eyes aflame with indignation. Though he was genuinely angered, he found it curious that upon meeting her radiant visage, reminiscent of the spring sun, his ire dissipated. "Do you require me to prepare a bed for you?" Wanyun, oblivious to the unspoken calculations between the two, continued teasing, relishing every flicker of their reactions. "You." Shen Kuo's previously quelled anger surged once more, his countenance becoming rather fearsome. Lu Rushuang, initially feeling a blend of humiliation and rage, sensed the tempestuous emotion emanating from Shen Kuo and found her own tension easing. She had truly overthought the situation, even if the general harbored feelings for Wanyun. The latter's audacious tongue would undoubtedly push him away. Wanyun, indeed, failed to comprehend the complexities of men. It was no wonder that with such a captivating appearance, she could not hold a man's heart. Men, after all, are drawn to gentleness and the sense of dependence. A few tears would surely melt even the iciest of hearts. Contemplating this, she turned her gaze towards Shen Kuo, whose complexion had turned a deeper shade of crimson, even the tips of his ears glowing red, indicating his genuine fury. Yet, it still wasn't enough. Reflecting on the humiliation she endured today, she thought that if she did not release her pent-up frustration, her health would surely suffer. In a sudden outburst, she cried, "Madam, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have overstepped my bounds to attend the banquet. My status is so lowly. How could I ever be worthy? I have learned my lesson and sincerely seek your forgiveness. Please do not vent your anger on the general. He only permitted me to attend because he was aware of your poor health." As Lu Rushuang spoke, she knelt down in despair, preparing to bow her head to Wanyun. Wanyun, taking a piece of fruit and placing it in her mouth, remained silent. Shen Kuo gazed at her until she caught his eye and shot him a glare, prompting him to hastily step forward and embrace Lu Rushuang, softly reassuring her. "Rushuang, this is not your fault." "Not her fault. Then is it mine?" Wanyun finished her fruit, dusted off her hands, and, with a slight adjustment of her posture alongside Hongyu, spoke in a calm yet mocking tone, her gaze shifting between Shen Kuo and Lu Rushuang. "You. That is not what I meant." Shen Kuo inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. "The general?" Lu Rushuang sensed his discomfort once more, biting her lip as she sobbed softly. "Rushuang." Shen Kuo looked down into her tear-stained eyes, his heart melting in an instant. Taking a deep breath, he held her closer. "In any case, Rushuang attended the banquet on your behalf. You should not allow her to be humiliated. Furthermore, upon learning of her distress, you should not have spoken so derisively." Shen Kuo said coldly. "Firstly, I was utterly unaware of the banquet's existence. Whether she attended on my behalf or simply relished the opportunity to shine at my expense is debatable. Moreover, I have not been in the capital recently. How is it my fault that she suffered? Am I some sort of scapegoat?" Her voice grew increasingly frigid. Shen Kuo began to realize that perhaps the matter did not pertain to him at all. It was merely that Rushuang had been wronged, and holding on to such resentment could not be good for her health. As the mistress, it was Wanyun's duty to attend the banquet. After all, Rushuang went in her stead, and thus, much of the ire might also be directed towards her. "I am not finished. General, wait until I finish speaking before you share your convoluted thoughts." Wanyun inhaled deeply, casting a cold, sidelong glance at the two. "I have no connection with her. If she has suffered, I would rather celebrate with firecrackers. Why should I?" "Enough, Wanyun. I have already told you. Rushuang has known me longer than you have. She was originally my wife. I know everything the general has said. My ears are becoming calloused from hearing it all. You share a bond, and I am merely the shameless mistress who has intruded upon your relationship. Therefore, by dismissing me, you can grant her the rightful status of a main wife, allowing her to attend the banquet without the burden of being mocked as a concubine. So, General, what are you waiting for? Wanyun, uninterested, began to pick at her ear, interrupting him. Shen Kuo was taken aback, his words having been thrown back at him, feeling as though he might explode, yet he found himself unable to muster any anger as he looked at her. She extracted the items from her ear piercings and blew towards the two individuals before her. Observing their flushed faces, she let out a light chuckle. See, even the general understands my predicament. So, why is it that I am always the one sought after whenever troubles arise? The imperial decree for marriage was not issued by me. It was His Majesty's will, and you, General? Justice must have its rightful place. Must you always seize upon the vulnerable? Even a clay figure possesses a measure of spirit. I, Wanyun, am not one who has been sheltered from the trials of life. If provoked, I shall hang a white silk at the entrance of the general's residence. Her words startled him, sending a chill down his spine. Shen Kuo anxiously interjected, "What are you planning to do?" Chapter 50. How much genuine emotion remains unbeknownst to him. His words tumbled out, trembling and disjointed. Lu Ruo Shuang, her delicate features set in a frosty expression, tugged at his sleeve, clearly displeased by his subjugation under Wanyun. Yet, Shen Kuo had abandoned any thoughts of defending her. His gaze widening in anxious concern directed at Wanyun, as if fearing she might resort to some uncontrollable act if provoked further. He could humiliate her, could cast her aside, even permit Lu Ruo Shuang to bully her, but at this moment, he could not allow her to come to any harm. For otherwise, he would face the imminent threat of losing his military power and potentially pay a far graver price. Despite his disdain for the old rogue Lin, he had to concede that he held a significant position among the civil officials, perhaps more than one. Should anything happen to Wanyun, he would undoubtedly face censure from the censors and would be vulnerable to the emperor, who sat firmly in his high position, ready to seize any opportunity to ensnare him. As these thoughts flooded his mind, Shen Kuo dared not venture further. In the past, he would have been unconcerned. However, having witnessed the myriad unexpected facets of this woman, he was profoundly wary of inciting her wrath. What am I saying? I meant to hang a white silk banner, to display your beloved Lu, and she continued, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I cherish my life greatly. I still have heaps of silver left unspent. I cannot afford to die, lest someone shamelessly pilfer my wealth to lavish on their courtesans. As she spoke, her gaze flicked toward Lu Ruo Shuang, almost explicitly branding her as that very courtesan. Lu Ruo Shuang's face flushed crimson with anger, her teeth clenched, trembling violently. Tears welled in her eyes as she cast desperate glances toward Shen Kuo. Yet, he remained ensnared in the lingering thread of Wanyun's earlier words. He had initially intended to soften his tone, to soothe her and prevent any extreme actions or distressing scenes. But before he could utter a word, he was met with her mocking laughter and derisive tone. In an instant, he realized he had been toyed with, his face flushing bright red with indignation. As he prepared to express his anger, he looked up to find her reclined nonchalantly on the low couch, seemingly returned to her carefree demeanor, indulging in leisure. With just a glance, her attendant discerned her wishes, promptly offering her a shoulder massage. A peculiar sensation bloomed within him, his eyes wandering from her exquisite visage to her alluring form, ensnared by her every smile and glance. Her melodious laughter echoed in his ears, mingled with the delightful sound of her mirth. While Wanyun casually popped a grape into her mouth, she did not wait for her maid to retrieve the tray for the pit, instead spitting it out before Shen Kuo and Lu Ruo Shuang. The pit brushed against the hem of his robe, yet he stood in a daze, captivated by the scene before him. The lamentations of Lu Ruo Shuang echoed in her ears. How could the lady exhibit such a lack of grace? It was one thing to utter vile words, but to direct them towards. She seemed at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Lu Ruo Shuang continued, I had presumed that the daughter of the Grand Tutor would possess excellent upbringing. Yet I never anticipated once again. Her words trailed off, leaving a tantalizing silence. In response to this theatrics, Wanyun could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. Lu Ruo Shuang remained ensnared in her own performance, even lifting her small face in a manner that suggested disdain. This only served to amuse Wanyun further. prompting a cascade of laughter akin to the sound of tinkling bells. However, in the next instant, Wanyun's expression transformed abruptly. She seized a teacup from the low table and hurled it towards Lu Rushuang and Shen Kuo, her voice rising in fury. "From which cesspool did you crawl out? A mockery of a being. How dare you flaunt your arrogance before me?" With that, she clapped her hands, disregarding the startled screams and scornful glares of those before her, and commanded her hidden guards to unleash their darts. Lu Rushuang was momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events, her shrieks filling the air. Shen Kuo, a seasoned general, swiftly drew his soft sword to defend himself. However, balancing the need to protect both himself and the encumbering Lu Rushuang proved to be a daunting task. It was not until a dart struck Shen Kuo's shoulder that he grunted in pain and recognized the untenable nature of the situation. He called out to Wanyun, "I am a first-rank general, personally appointed by His Majesty. Do you dare to kill me?" At this, Wanyun raised her hand, signaling the guards to cease their assault. She rose gracefully, approaching the disheveled pair, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen servant. As the general stated, "I merely wished to test your prowess." However, she shook her head with a faint smile, her expression replete with contempt. Shen Kuo's countenance darkened further. The earlier flicker of intrigue towards her extinguished by the pain in his shoulder, his gaze now ablaze with fury. "General, why are you bleeding?" Lu Rushuang, still nestled in Shen Kuo's embrace, seemed oblivious to the fact that her presence was hindering him. Instead, she was wholly absorbed in her own tears, attempting to cover his wound with her hands. Wanyun, initially unfazed, suddenly recalled the rumors she had heard and began to see the inconsistencies in the scene before her. Didn't Aunt Lu save the general in the past? It is said that she is well versed in medicine. Yet, upon witnessing the blood, she raises such a commotion. Devoid of any semblance of a healer as she spoke, she instructed someone to fetch a medical kit and present it to Lu Rushuang. "I sincerely apologize. I never imagined the general would." Her face momentarily flickered with a mix of regret and disdain. The fury in Shen Kuo's eyes threatened to overflow. Wanyun feigned ignorance, her delight unabated, as she urged Lu Rushuang, "Hurry and bandage the general's wound. Surely, he would not have been injured were it not to protect you. You foolish girl, what good does your wailing do? Do you intend to watch the general bleed to death?" Wanyun's words successfully diverted Shen Kuo's attention to his own shoulder. Having emerged from the battlefield weathered by storms, he was acutely aware that such minor injuries posed no threat to his life, nor would they lead to his demise through blood loss. Nonetheless, it was indeed imperative to address the bleeding promptly. Observing Lu Rushuang as she trembled while attempting to grasp the medicine box, nearly losing her grip, he assumed her anxiety stemmed from concern for him. He quickly took her hand to reassure her. "Frost, do not fear. It is but a slight wound, and I shall be fine." Wanyun raised an eyebrow. Although she felt exhausted and reluctant to squander any more time, she was now invigorated by the unfolding drama. She thoughtfully instructed someone to bring chairs and hot water for the wild mandarin ducks. However, Lu Rushuang appeared flustered, her hands in disarray, nearly spilling the contents of the medicine box. Those hands, which had saved countless lives, now trembled uncontrollably, unable to hold onto anything. The sight of her panicked little face was enough to evoke sympathy, yet Wanyun had no mind for sentimentality at that moment. With a yawn, she lightly remarked, "Aunt Lu, your state of distress might lead one to believe that General Shen is about to meet with the King of Hell." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Shen Kuo, disregarding the fierce glare he shot her way, and continued, "I recall that Aunt Lu became entwined with the general due to her act of saving him." Mid-sentence, she clapped a hand over her mouth. Suddenly aware of her indiscretion, she quickly laughed it off, altering her phrasing. "It is merely a case of affection blossoming over time. Look at me, spending my days watching cunning women impersonate others and entangle themselves with men unable to control their baser instincts. One careless slip of the tongue, and here we are." As she spoke, she noted the fleeting tension in Lu Rushuang's eyes. In her heart, she had reached a tentative conclusion regarding her suspicions, recalling her previous life. No matter how fervently she had lamented Lu Rushuang's underlying malice, Shen Kuo had always defended her by citing the life-saving favor she had bestowed upon him. Now, she was keen to observe how much genuine affection remained between them without the weight of that debt. Chapter 51. Afflicted by the malady of love yet. She had overestimated Shen Kuo's intellect while underestimating Lu Rushuang's audacity. Anyone with a semblance of reasoning could have drawn connections with a modicum of contemplation. However, Shen Kuo, to her astonishment, failed to think along those lines. Instead, he widened his excessively white eyes and shouted at her, "What nonsense are you spouting? Shuangao has merely become unpracticed due to her long absence from medicine. Do not frighten her." Lu Rushuang had already braced herself for exposure. But upon hearing Shen Kuo's words, she felt a surge of surprise and joy. With purposefully adjusted angles, a stream of clear tears silently cascaded down her cheeks, captivating Shen Kuo's heart. Even if he entertained a fleeting doubt, it was swiftly cast aside. Wanyun sighed silently. It truly echoed the adage, one cannot awaken a person feigning slumber. Exhausted, both emotionally and mentally, she waved her hand, declaring, "In that case, you should return to your own courtyard." Ignoring Shen Kuo's predatory gaze, she instructed a nearby matron to select some supplements from her storeroom to send to the general as compensation for inadvertently injuring him. Then, she cast a glance at the wound on his shoulder, which, after Lu Rushuang's treatment, appeared to have worsened, even beginning to ooze black blood. The words that had formed on her lips were swallowed back down, though she kindly cautioned, "General, forgive my candor, but Lu Nyang's medical skills. I truly cannot discern any expertise in her practice. The injury on your shoulder, whether trivial or severe, should not be taken lightly. It is advisable to seek a more competent physician for prompt treatment." Before she could finish, Lu Rushuang's eyes reddened with the demeanor of a wronged woman, her tear-filled gaze brimming with sorrow. While sobbing softly, she murmured, "Madam speaks the truth. My meager medical abilities are hardly worthy of the esteemed hall. Much like my own self." "Indeed, you are absolutely right," Wanyun scoffed. Although Shen Kuo was in pain, feeling a bit lightheaded from blood loss, he could not afford to show weakness, particularly not in front of the malicious Wanyun, lest she seize the opportunity to cast aspersions on Lu Rushuang. Thus, he clenched his jaw and replied, each word deliberate, "No need for your concern." What he truly wished to convey was his desire for her to mind her own business. Evidently, the astute Wanyun quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind his words and graciously nodded in acknowledgement. Observing that they lingered, she kindly urged, "Please escort the general and Lu Nyang away," primarily noting that Shen Kuo was already on his last legs. After all, the darts used by the hidden guards were laced with poison. While not fatal, they were certainly enough to incapacitate Shen Kuo. Heaven knows, she genuinely meant to advise him to seek a more skilled doctor to prevent any deterioration of his condition or the emergence of lingering effects, or worse, death. Yet, he evidently perceived her as sufficiently malicious, convinced she would not act with goodwill. So be it. That night, as she drifted into a drowsy slumber, she was roused by a cacophony from the front courtyard, a commotion that seemed to swell in waves. She called out, "LV Qiao." Immediately, LV Qiao pushed the door open. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she inquired about the time before asking, "What is happening outside? Has someone died? Are we hastening to a funeral?" Green Xiao could not help but chuckle, yet she recounted the events with precision. It was said that General Shen was suffering from a persistent fever, remaining unconscious. Lady Lu, in a state of urgency, dispatched someone to summon a doctor, reportedly enlisting numerous practitioners. Do investigate further. If Shen Kuo has passed away, do return promptly to inform me. As his widow, I must prepare in advance. Speaking of which, I have never managed a funeral before." Wanyun mused. When Shen Kuo was alive, she refrained from competing for his affections. However, in death, she felt the need to mourn profoundly. Green Xiao immediately sent someone to inquire. Although Wanyun had intended to await news, fatigue overtook her, and she fell into an unbidden slumber. When she awoke, it was already midday of the following day. Lately, her habit of reading novels at night had caused her to rise late. Fortunately, she was free from the obligations of attending to her in-laws, her husband, or pretending to be a dutiful daughter before her hypocritical parents. She relished the autonomy of managing her affairs as she pleased, unrestrained by the oversight of others. Upon waking, she stared blankly for a while before recalling the events of the previous night, hastily inquiring, "Has Shen Kuo awakened? Am I perchance a widow now?" Though her words bore a semblance of sorrow, an undercurrent of urgency and even delight was evident. Regrettably, disappointment soon followed. Green Xiao shook her head, revealing that a royal physician had arrived at the palace and successfully revived General Shen. "Oh," Wanyun responded, dejected, before suddenly recalling something, exclaiming, "A royal physician? You said a royal physician treated Shen Kuo. Green Xiao nodded, pausing momentarily before cautiously asking, Miss, the general wouldn't blame you for his injury, would he? This was precisely Mu Wanyun's concern. She had dared to instruct her shadow guards to act against Shen Kuo, relying on his lack of cunning, believing he would mistake the shadow guards for emissaries of the emperor. However, the possibility of repercussions was daunting. In an instant, her drowsiness vanished. She hastily summoned someone to fetch her clothing, donned a simple attire, hastily styled her hair, and rushed out. In the front courtyard, she encountered Physician Qin, who had just emerged after attending to Shen Kuo. Mu Wanyun suppressed her inner turmoil and hurriedly approached him. Physician Qin, she called out. His name was Qin Fong, and he was acquainted with the esteemed daughter of the Grand Tutor, now the general's wife. Upon seeing her, he promptly halted, paying his respects. Greetings, Lady Mu. No need for such formalities, Physician Qin. I wish to inquire about my husband's condition. Mu Wanyun endeavored to conjure tears, yet she found herself unable to weep. At most, she stifled a laugh, her voice trembling slightly. General Shen was struck by a poisoned dart in his shoulder, and the delay in treatment allowed the poison to seep into his lungs. What? My husband, she nearly faltered, fearing Qin Fong might notice her distress. In a frantic bid to regain composure, she pinched her own thigh, suppressing the urge to cry, though her eyes brimmed with tears as she lifted her gaze once more. Qin Fong paused, quickly assuring her, Do not be alarmed, madam. Thankfully, we arrived in time. The general has taken his medicine and is no longer in danger. However, Mu Wanyun's spirits momentarily dampened before hope ignited within her as she caught the shift in Qin Fong's tone, her eyes glistening with anticipation. Qin Fong found himself perplexed, sensing that the wooden lady before him was less concerned for her husband and more inclined towards a rather unsettling eagerness. His mind involuntarily recalled the rumors surrounding the general's residence. Suppressing his multitude of speculations, he hesitated to voice the difficult thoughts that lingered in his heart when faced with someone whose genuine concern felt ambiguous. The imperial physician? Was it possible that the general's time was running short? Mu Wanyun's voice trembled with excitement. You misunderstand, my lady, although the poison spread swiftly. It is not beyond my capabilities. However, when I examined the general's pulse, I detected an unfortunate infection. Mu Wanyun's brow furrowed as memories of the courtesans she had procured flitted through her mind. Though their stay had been brief, her spies confirmed that Shen Kuo had indeed indulged with them. Could it be? So soon? Imperial physician, what ails my husband? Please do not be so evasive. Mu Wanyun's nails dug into her flesh, the pain awakening a genuine concern for her husband. Qin Yu stood in shock, suddenly overwhelmed with shame. Here was a woman so deeply invested in her husband's well-being, and he had mistakenly assumed her intentions were otherwise. What a misguided perception. I have the right to know about my husband's condition. Mu Wanyun's voice rose sharply. My lady, the general has contracted a disease of the flesh. Alas, it would be prudent to seek the expertise of a physician well-versed in such ailments to avoid further complications. Qin Fong struggled to articulate the diagnosis. Bracing himself for the woman's reaction, Mu Wanyun, unable to contain herself, bowed her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. To Qin Fong, her demeanor evoked a sense of compassion. Imperial physician, the general has always been under the care of concubine Lu. What of her condition? That concubine has also succumbed to it. Qin Fong's words shattered Mu Wanyun's composure, prompting a loud, hearty laugh that silenced him, who had intended to offer her comfort. With no desire to continue the charade, she nodded curtly and rushed towards the courtyard. Husband, I have come to see you. I have heard that you are obstinate about seeking treatment, that you insist on letting the unqualified concubine Lu attend to you, nearly costing you your life, and now you are afflicted with this disease. Chapter 52. The resounding slap before the words had fully escaped her lips, Mu Wanyun had already swept into the room like a gust of wind. Her gaze fell upon Shen Kuo, Lu Rushuang, and a host of servants, as well as the somewhat familiar figure of eunuch Su, who served closely beside the emperor. Their eyes were all fixed on her, and an inexplicable sense of unease washed over Mu Wanyun. After a moment's hesitation, she composed herself and offered her respects, acknowledging eunuch Su, who had unexpectedly arrived. In truth, according to rank, she was not obliged to pay her respects to eunuch Su. Yet his proximity to the emperor rendered him a figure of considerable influence. Though his title was modest, he stood beside the most powerful man in the realm, capable of swaying fates with a mere utterance. Thus, Mu Wanyun adopted an exceedingly humble demeanor. Clearly, her perceptiveness and desire to please the powerful eunuch delighted him. Having previously been disregarded by Shen Kuo and Lu Rushuang, her current attitude further satisfied Su Qing. Eunuch Su, skilled in his craft, swiftly seized upon a flaw in Mu Wanyun's words. I have encountered Madame Mu before. His tone was respectful, yet his posture was rigid. As his gaze swept over Mu Wanyun, he noticed her lack of discomposure, which pleased him. His eyes then shifted to Shen Kuo and Lu Rushuang. One furrowed his brow in a menacing manner, while the other appeared mournfully exasperated. The disparity was stark. With a slight smirk, he resumed his earlier inquiry. Madame Mu, you just mentioned that General Shen's ailment was prolonged due to the treatment administered by this concubine? As he spoke, his intonation rose slightly, appearing amiable yet instilling an inexplicable dread. Of course, there were those undaunted by ignorance. Eunuch Su, I have already stated that it was merely a moment of carelessness. Shen Kuo, attempting to rise despite his condition, voiced his discontent while casting a fierce glare at Mu Wanyun, as if to convey his disdain for her verbosity. Mu Wanyun arched an eyebrow and lifted her chin defiantly, exuding an air of fearlessness. However, when Eunuch Su's gaze turned towards her, she transformed into a timid quail, exhibiting a demeanor of trepidation. Eunuch Su let out a cold sneer, his eyes narrowing as he shot a glare at Shen Kuo, who appeared ready to erupt with anger towards Mu Wanyun. When his gaze returned to Mu Wanyun, it softened, and his voice took on an unexpectedly gentle tone. Madame Mu, I am here on the Emperor's orders to investigate General Shen's injury. Please speak earnestly. No one dares deceive the Emperor, unless they wish to forfeit their head. His voice was shrill and high-pitched, particularly when he spoke of losing one's head, yet none dared to dismiss him. Lu Rushuang shivered involuntarily, instinctively leaning towards Shen Kuo. However, as Shen Kuo was still recovering from his wounds, he was far from his former strength. When Lu Rushuang suddenly leaned against him, he could not suppress a muffled groan of pain. Eunuch Su's sharp gaze darted towards him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. General Shen, you are a valued minister of the Emperor. Your health is not solely your own. Having received such grace, how can you neglect your well-being? As he spoke, Eunuch Su shot a fierce glare at Lu Rushuang, vigorously shaking the feather duster in his hand. Lu Rushuang, frightened, began to weep softly. Shen Kuo had several instances where he wished to gently push her away, urging her not to lean on him too heavily, yet Lu Rushuang remained oblivious. Consumed by her tears, she clutched his hand, embodying the image of someone grievously wronged, waiting for him to offer her support. At this sight, Mu Wanyun could not help but mentally berate her for being a fool. Yet, when facing Su Gonggong, she adopted a demeanor of meekness and innocence. After all, she was merely a pitiful woman, devoid of her husband's affection. Was this not common knowledge throughout the capital? Madame Mu, do speak freely. I wonder who would dare threaten you in our presence. Su Gonggong's words were directed at Mu Wanyun, yet his gaze bore down harshly on Shen Kuo. Shen Kuo felt a tightening in his chest under the pressure, and Su Gonggong's glare only exacerbated his discomfort. He opened his mouth to speak, but found his voice constricted. It was then that Mu Wanyun, with a heart-wrenching tone, ventured, Su Gonggong, may I truly speak candidly? Her voice was filled with trepidation as she glanced up at Shen Kuo, only to swiftly lower her gaze again, like a startled rabbit. Observing this, Su Gonggong became even more convinced that there was a hidden truth. During the morning court session, General Shen had been absent without notice. When His Majesty inquired about him, he ordered for Shen Kuo to be summoned, only to learn that the general was unwell. The Emperor promptly dispatched imperial physicians, only to be astonished by the revelation that the esteemed general of the north had been injured by a poisoned dart and had not received proper medical attention, nearly losing his life. Upon learning this, the Emperor commanded a thorough investigation into the matter, especially since the imperial physicians had reported Shen Kuo's evasiveness and reluctance to speak the truth. The Emperor, ever suspicious, grew increasingly worried. Previously, Shen Kuo had claimed he was suddenly ambushed by a horde of assassins, asserting he fought valiantly to escape, though he bore wounds from the attack. However, when asked for specifics about the ambush, he remained silent, unable to describe the assailants. This only served to cast doubt on the authenticity of the assassination attempt. Madame Mu, I am here on behalf of His Majesty to inquire. Have you considered your words carefully? The implication was clear. Would she dare deceive the Emperor? Mu Wanyun was taken aback, appearing startled, and she instinctively began to kneel, only to be halted by Su Gonggong, who raised his wrist to prevent her. Though I speak for His Majesty, he is not present. He is known for his leniency, and I doubt he would seek to punish you. If you speak the truth, I shall relay it to the Emperor. The implication was that honesty would be rewarded, while falsehood would have dire consequences. The truth is that I had a disagreement with the general, and in a moment of carelessness, I injured him. As she spoke, she knelt down, raising her gaze to meet Shen Kuo's astonished expression and Lu Rushuang's smug face. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she lamented, "It is all my fault, truly. It has nothing to do with Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu is the general's beloved, while I have not garnered his affections. If His Majesty seeks retribution, let it fall upon me." By admitting her guilt, she implied that it was she who had. Originally, Lu Rushuang intended to implicate Mu Wanyun, but Shen Kuo had insisted on caution until the truth was unraveled. Yet, such a rare opportunity could not be squandered. After all, Mu Wanyun had usurped her position, wielding the emperor's decree to flaunt her power and act tyrannically. Lu Rushuang could no longer endure it. Lu Rushuang, filled with self-satisfaction, rose from Shen Kuo, as if she had already envisioned the demise of Mu Wanyun. "Indeed, it was I who had irked my sister. As long as the general was pleased, I could." Mu Wanyun bent down, touching her forehead to the ground. Lu Rushuang paused, sensing an incongruity. Usually, Mu Wanyun was brash and domineering. Why had she suddenly changed her demeanor? Could it be that she feared this effeminate eunuch? Lu Rushuang's eyes brimmed with disdain, after all. What was she but a hollow figure relying on others for strength? Was it truly worth fearing her to such an extent? Initially, Lu Rushuang had found Mu Wanyun somewhat challenging, yet now, Shen Kuo squinted, fixating on Mu Wanyun, his mind racing. He had always believed that the secret guards were bestowed upon her by His Majesty, but now he doubted that notion. If they were indeed given by the emperor, why would he send someone to investigate? Was it a ploy to assassinate? Confusion enveloped him. "General Shen, allow us to inquire once more. Do you truly intend to withhold the truth?" Su Cheng's heart had already formed a judgment, yet he could not resist asking. After all, while the emperor feared Shen Kuo, the current situation still relied on him. The emperor would not wish for Shen Kuo to encounter peril. However, Shen Kuo remained enigmatic, even threatening Madame Mu, as if she were to bear the consequences. Consequences for whom? Naturally, for his beloved. His gaze darkly swept over the triumphant Lu Rushuang. The emperor had previously instructed an investigation into her, uncovering that she had a distant cousin who had fled to a neighboring country, now a concubine to the grand marshal of that land. Logically, such a relationship should not remain near Shen Kuo. Yet, this was also a testament to the emperor's astuteness. Should he decide to discard her, it would be a far simpler affair. However, if she were truly a spy, and Shen Kuo was aware and chose to conceal it, the matter would be altogether different. Before Shen Kuo could respond, Su Gong's expression darkened further, a cold laugh escaping him. "Ah, what a splendid Shen Kuo. What a remarkable General Shen." Shen Kuo's countenance tightened, the mocking laughter unsettling him. His muddled thoughts became even more chaotic. What was he to say? What if it were indeed the emperor who sought his demise? Furthermore, it was a fact that Lu Rushuang had not promptly tended to his wounds. What if that were pursued? Even if the secret guards were not under the emperor's command, could he clearly account for the numerous skilled individuals hidden within his estate? At that moment, Shen Kuo found himself startlingly lucid. Observing the fury threatening to spill over from Su Gong's visage, he hastily declared, "Su Gong. It was truly an accident. I assure you, it was merely a jest between my wife and me that went awry. I feared it might sound ill if it got out, hence I claimed it was an encounter with an assassin. Curse be it." He had intended to cultivate an image of valor, yet now it seemed no one believed him. "General Shen, is this truly the honest truth?" Su Gong turned back, his gaze sharp, as if he could pierce through all facades. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over Shen Kuo. Lowering his head in contemplation for a moment, he ultimately could not restrain himself from altering his words. "Indeed, it is my beloved concubine. She is merely toying with me." At last, the truth was revealed. "General Shen, it has long been whispered that you favor your concubine to the detriment of your lawful wife, showing her scant respect. However, Madame Mu was bestowed upon you by the emperor's grace. To disregard such divine favor is to court disaster. When troubles arise, you seek to coerce your legitimate spouse into taking the blame, an act unworthy of a gentleman. Today, on behalf of His Majesty." As he spoke, Master Su cast a glance at the weakened Shen Kuo, shaking his head, and finally resting his gaze upon Lu Rushuang. "General Shen is already injured. Further punishment may cause him harm. Yet you, a mere concubine, show no regard for rank, inflicting injury upon your sovereign and delaying necessary treatment. Your crimes are unforgivable. Bring forth the punishment of 20 strikes." As the decree echoed in the air, preparations were made for the long bench and the board. Lu Rushuang was to be taken away for her punishment. Chapter 53. The stained hands of the province despite his ailing condition. Shen Kuo forced himself to rise from the bed, only to collapse beside it. What a coincidence! Mu Wanyun stood not far ahead. One might mistakenly believe he intended to kneel before her. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. However, with eunuch Su glaring nearby, she could only revel in secret amusement and hurriedly step aside to clear the way for Shen Kuo. Yet, Shen Kuo appeared rather ungrateful, daring to widen his eyes in defiance. How could this be tolerated? The answer was clear, it could not. General, what are you doing? Even if you are concerned for concubine Lu, you must first attend to your own health. Eunuch Su has made it abundantly clear that your body is not solely yours. It is also the Emperor's. How can you repeatedly squander it and betray His Majesty's trust? As she feigned assistance, she seized the moment to viciously stamp down on his struggling hand, applying pressure with fervor. Watching Shen Kuo's face flush with pain as he let out a low growl brought her immense satisfaction. Yet, the words that escaped her lips were a melodious lament. General, I beg you, cherish your own health. Sob sob, whimper whimper. Vile woman, silence yourself. Get away. Had Shen Kuo previously harbored any feelings for Mu Wanyun, at this moment, he only wished for her demise. His fury was palpable, his eyes ablaze with wrath. A palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding him. The cries of concubine Lu being beaten echoed in his ears, each thud resonating painfully within him. Before him lay Shen Kuo, crawling on the ground like a wretched insect, as Mu Wanyun disregarded his fury, leaning slightly closer to whisper in his ear, General, you appear so pitiful in your current state. Shen Kuo furrowed his brow, a surge of anger flooding his mind. Seizing the opportunity while she was bent over, he grasped her neck with hands like iron claws. Though injured and poisoned, with little internal strength remaining, he exerted himself, making it difficult for her to breathe. Strangely, he found no trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, he discerned a hint of satisfaction in her cunning. A thought crossed his mind. And just as he hesitated to release her, a voice echoed in his ear, General Shen, what are you doing? Su Qing was outside overseeing the punishment. Concubine Lu, oblivious to the gravity of her situation, had provoked him. He had intended merely a minor reprimand, yet her insults and taunts had crossed a line he could not endure. He had commanded the palace guards to show no mercy. Her cries of agony were music to his ears. It was only when someone beside him alerted him to the commotion inside that he realized the gravity of the situation, entering to witness such a scene. In front of him, as a representative of the imperial family, such violence was intolerable. Had he not been present? How might they have forced the Mu family's legitimate daughter to her demise? What are you still doing? Hurry and lift General Shen. Su Qing's expression was cold as he commanded, his voice strained as he inquired whether Mu Wanyun was unharmed. Mu Wanyun feigned distress, clutching her neck and coughing lightly. Tears streaming down her face as she hurriedly employed a handkerchief to conceal her supposed fright. Madam Mu, rest assured, I will report every detail of today's events to His Majesty. As she spoke, she cast a fierce glare at Shen Kuo. After enduring 20 lashes, Lu Rushuang lay bedridden for over 20 days without stepping outside. Moreover, not only did the palace issue a decree publicly reprimanding Shen Kuo, but it also seized some of his military authority, taking the opportunity to allow the palace matron to slap Lu and teach her the proper decorum. The atmosphere in the front courtyard was far from pleasant, while Mu Wanyun's days grew increasingly delightful. Each day, she lounged in her small courtyard, listening to the sounds of the matron's scoldings and Lu Rushuang's cries for mercy from the front courtyard, an exquisite source of amusement. Simultaneously, under her subtle encouragement, the Jinhui Tower, co-founded by Lu Rushuang and Cui Yao, celebrated its grand opening. Its lavish decorations and first-rate chefs drew patrons away from the rival Yonghui Tower across the street. Cui Yao spent her days reveling in the success of Jinhui Tower, reportedly counting money until her hands grew weary. Although Lu Rushuang was confined within the estate to learn etiquette, she received daily reports, and witnessing the substantial revenues reflected in the ledgers brought her comfort amid her constraints. Mu Wanyun listened to reports of Lu Rushuang and Cui Yao's triumphs, as well as the accolades bestowed upon the Taifu and generals' residences, which were hailed as the foremost in the capital for civil and military affairs, respectively. Their collaborative efforts shone brightly, bringing an almost uncontrollable smile to her face. Particularly, Shen Kuo and Mu Lin not only failed to quell these rumors, but seemed to take pride in the capabilities of the woman they valued, the future daughter-in-law. Almost in disbelief, the Mu family even sent her a letter, ostensibly under the name of Madame Mu, yet the handwriting bore the unmistakable mark of Cui Yao. The content merely suggested that the Mu family had prudently chosen not to heed her withdrawal from the engagement. Mu Wanyun, amused by Cui Yao's self-praise in the guise of the matriarch, found herself indulging in several more bowls of rice. Foolish. She could not fathom how her father A trusted minister to the crown prince, who often prided himself on his intelligence, failed to offer guidance. Or was it that he believed the alliance between the generals and Taifu's residences could stand against imperial power? Such naivety. Initially, she had only anticipated retaliation from the second prince's faction, but now she feared that the one seated above would not remain indifferent. After all, the current ruler was inherently suspicious. Otherwise, he would not have forced the Taifu and generals' residences into an alliance. He desired to witness discord. Perhaps even a relentless rivalry, but certainly not a harmonious relationship between the two households. This, indeed, would provoke his ire. She had always assumed that Mu Lin's pursuit of a marriage alliance was for her, the daughter who had been cherished since childhood. But it had now become evident that the affections of youthful suitors were orchestrated with ulterior motives. Recently, she had dispatched someone to locate Lian Xiao. Contrary to rumors, Lian Xiao had not married off to a distant land, but had been poisoned into silence and sold away. After much searching, when her people finally found her, Lian Xiao was left with barely half a life. Perhaps the passage of time had not been kind. For Lian Xiao reminisced about the carefree days spent as a head maid under Mu Wanyun's care, feelings of regret and guilt beginning to surface. Upon learning that it was the eldest young lady who had sought her out, she wept bitterly in remorse. In her earlier years, Mu Wanyun, seeking to pass the time, taught the maidservants around her to write. Lian Xiao was the most diligent of her pupils. However, she wished to keep her literacy a secret, fearing that others from different courtyards would devise schemes to infiltrate her own. Consequently, those outsiders remained unaware of Lian Xiao's abilities. This secrecy, in turn, preserved Lian Xiao's hands. Otherwise, she might have lost them. Trembling, Lian Xiao penned the entire story. Despite Mu Wanyun having her own calculations, she was nonetheless pierced by the revelations. Lian Xiao's writings revealed that Mu Chun had seduced her, promising that if she helped tarnish Mu Wanyun's reputation, making it known that she coveted Shen Kuo and compelling her to marry him, she would be elevated to the status of a concubine. Lian Xiao believed him, and thus endeavored to extol Shen Kuo's virtues before Mu Wanyun, even goading her into publicly confessing her feelings. Suppressing her fury, Mu Wanyun burned the letter in the candlelight. Everything was a fabrication. She had long thought her infatuation with Shen Kuo was mere delusion, which had plunged her family into dire straits. It turned out that she had been manipulated. Her father, who prided himself on his integrity, appeared to have intricate schemes. Coming from humble beginnings, he had ascended to the position of Grand Tutor. Surely he understood the rigid and unforgiving nature of the emperor's court. Her brother, Mu Chun, was ineffectual, lacking both literary and martial prowess. Therefore, they had long plotted for her to ascend through marriage to Shen Kuo. They even warned her that a divorce would be seen as defiance against the emperor, leading to dire consequences. Thus, for the sake of her family, to atone, and for her unattainable love, she endured the torment of a predatory household in her previous life. In this light, it is not difficult to comprehend Cui Yao's actions. Initially, Cui Yao encouraged her to elope with the down-and-out scholar Chong Zhuqing, attempting to persuade her to flee her marriage. However, once she wed Shen Kuo, Cui Yao ceased her mentions of it. Particularly after Cui Yao married into the Mu family, she devised strategies for Mu Wanyun to win Shen Kuo's favor. Yet, covertly, she cultivated a friendship with Lu Ruxiang, even resorting to schemes against Mu Wanyun. It seems that the Mu family may have had a hand in this as well. With Mu Wanyun establishing ties with Shen Kuo while remaining in a position of neglect, they redirected their efforts to curry favor with the more favored Lu Ruxiang, thus maintaining their intertwined fates. Mu Wanyun's suffering could mask their true relationship, leading others to believe in discord. In this manner, they could deceive the world while simultaneously reaping benefits. In her previous life, her mother faced censure and her father was morose, perhaps justifiably so, as her brother and Cui Yao were discontent with being overshadowed. Ultimately, her hypocritical parents became mere pawns. Regrettably, when Shen Kuo rebelled, Mu Chun and Cui Yao chose to preserve their own safety. Mu Wanyun spent an entire night unraveling the tangled web of events. As dawn broke, Lu Qiao arrived with news that left her unmoved. "Miss Lian Xiao, she has hanged herself." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanyun felt little reaction. She had never intended to spare Lian Xiao, for she had once been her most trusted maidservant, and the betrayal by one she held dear could never be atoned for, even with regret. Thus, she merely lifted her eyelids with a hint of indifference and acknowledged with a soft reply, signifying her understanding. After speaking, she glanced at the serene and unruffled face of Lu Qiao, contemplated for a moment, and finally instructed gently to ensure a proper burial. In this manner, it could be deemed a fitting tribute to her final realization. After all, by taking matters into her own hands, she spared herself the burden of sullied hands. Chapter 54. The future mistress. The demise of Lin Xiao stirred not a single ripple, the only ones affected being Lu Qiao and Hong Yu, particularly the latter. In truth, Mu Chen did not initially fixate on Lin Xiao. Both Hong Yu and Lin Xiao, along with Lu Qiao, were of similar age and striking beauty, with the exception of Dongqing, who was sold due to her thievery. At that time, they were all quite useful. However, as Lin Xiao was the eldest and most charming, Mu Wanyun relied on her more for various matters. Initially, Mu Chen's choice was Dongqing, yet before any plans could materialize, Dongqing was discovered for her misdeeds and promptly dismissed by Mu Wanyun. Then came Hong Yu. The selection of Hong Yu was due to her youth and perceived innocence. But her naivety rendered her oblivious to romantic advances, and despite Mu Chen's repeated attempts to entice her, she remained unresponsive. Lu Qiao, possessing a clever visage, was the first to be excluded from consideration by Mu Chen. Ultimately, only Lin Xiao remained as an option. Yet her unwavering loyalty to Mu Wanyun and her favored status led Mu Chen to believe that he would encounter considerable resistance. Surprisingly, with just a slight manipulation, Lin Xiao fell for his schemes. For the sake of a man and a concubine's position, she sacrificed the bond of master and servant, a relationship that Mu Wanyun had once cherished deeply, even considering Lin Xiao as an elder sister and confidant. Thus, the betrayal incited her wrath and contributed to her inability to forgive Lin Xiao easily. After her rebirth, Mu Wanyun paid great attention to the cultivation of her subordinates, ensuring they not only possessed the capability to assist her but were also continually reminded of their place. One idle day, she revisited the incident of Lin Xiao's seduction by Mu Chen and uncovered that he had pursued more than one woman at that time. Hong Yu recalled a period when she frequently encountered the young master. Initially, he had dropped a jade pendant and requested her assistance in finding it. While she was bending down to help him, they would often collide unexpectedly, and on one occasion, he even touched her hand and waist. Subsequently, a servant of the young master would routinely deliver delicious pastries to her, insisting she keep it a secret, especially from the young ladies. However, as time passed, such encounters dwindled and the treats ceased to arrive. During that same period, Lin Xiao had become increasingly secretive, often tossing and turning at night. Sometimes, when instructed to visit the young master's courtyard, she would eagerly volunteer, remaining there for an extended duration, returning with a flushed face and disheveled hair. Lost in her memories, Hong Yu suddenly realized something significant. The young master had indeed sought to entice her. Hearing her words laced with a hint of regret, Mu Wanyun could not resist tossing a fruit pit at her, exclaiming, "What is it? Am I to plead on your behalf to arrange a concubine for you?" Startled, Hong Yu quickly shook her head, pleading, "Miss, Mu Chen is your sworn enemy. I would never go near him." The mention of sworn enemy genuinely astonished Mu Wanyun. Certainly, she had seen through them, yet she had never uttered any harsh or callous words in public. Even in the presence of her most trusted maid, she maintained the same demeanor. Perhaps it was the countless gazes directed at her that made Hong Yu stick out her tongue. Since her last return, the young lady seldom mentioned her parents, and it was evident to the maid that the master and mistress favored the young master far more. The young master's feigned kindness towards the young lady was primarily motivated by the silver she possessed. It was likely that the master and mistress shared the same self-serving disposition, akin to those ruthless parents who value profit over their daughter's humanity. As she spoke, she patted her chest, saying, "My lady, do not be disheartened. From now on, we shall be your family." However, her words were interrupted by a sharp glare from Lu Qiao. Realizing her momentary lapse in discretion, Hong Yu quickly lowered her head. Yet, the thought of her sister Lin Xiao's death compelled her to whisper, "If only I had been a bit more clever back then, Lin Xiao would not have perished." Her voice was barely audible, more like a soliloquy, yet Mu Wanyun still caught it, surprised by the implication of her words. Hong Yu hesitated, lifting her small face, torn between difficulty and sympathy, reflecting, had it been me who was seduced, it would not have been Lin Xiao who died. As her words hung in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, so thick one could hear a pin drop. Thus, one could say that whenever a man shows us even a modicum of kindness, we must fiercely rebuke him, for he likely intends to ensnare us and harm our young lady. As the saying goes, women are said to be the source of calamity. Yet I believe men are the true root of misfortune. The previously stifling atmosphere was revitalized by Hong Yu's words. Wanyun straightened her posture slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Hong Yu, correcting her, "Little girl, you possess quite a bit of understanding, yet you speak of calamity and roots. Have you been eavesdropping again?" Upon hearing this, Hong Yu's face flushed crimson, and she hastily shook her head. "My lady, I truly have not. It is just that they are so loud. And General often says the most peculiar things. I feared they might speak ill of you behind your back, so I sought the nurses for clarification." She could not finish her sentence, her face burning from her neck to her ears. Wanyun recognized the truth in her words. Shen Kuo, having spent too much time in the military camp, had adopted certain unsavory habits, often causing harm while uttering vulgarities, as if such behavior guaranteed his victories. How vulgar! He should have healed from his debauchery before rushing into anything. How could she have ever been enamored with such a wretched creature in her past life? The business at the Golden Radiance Pavilion thrived, yet Lu Rushuang was confined at home, learning the proper decorum. Coming from a humble background, she was ill-prepared, lacking even the most basic etiquette required of a matriarch. The task was assigned to the most stringent of matrons from the palace. Known for her rigorous training of talented young women, it was said that this matron was unyielding with those who might soar to greatness. And Lu Rushuang's meager skills would hardly suffice in her presence. It has been reported that Lu Rushuang rises before dawn each day, diligently practicing her speech and actions, with every expression and movement meticulously observed. Should she falter, the strict matron's ruler would show no mercy. Initially, Lu Rushuang believed that this matron would depart after a few days. Yet weeks have passed without any sign of her leaving, and Lu's progress remains negligible. In her desperation, she confided in Shen Kuo, but he too was powerless, for he dared not confront the matron of the palace. Moreover, the matron's oversight extended far and wide. She scrutinized Shen Kuo's nighttime visits with Lu Rushuang, reprimanding him if they lingered too long or if the noise was excessive. Now, not only Lu Rushuang, but Shen Kuo himself found the situation intolerable. He even ventured into the palace to plead with the emperor, but to no avail, as the emperor remained unmoved, regardless of Shen Kuo's supplications. Oddly enough, Shen Kuo felt a peculiar gaze from the emperor, one that seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Though he could not be certain, left with no choice, he resorted to feigning work at the office to escape the torment, leaving Lu Rushuang to suffer alone. One day, after much effort, she managed to gain a hint of insight from the matron's confidant. It was nothing of great value, merely a sign of camaraderie, for Lu Rushuang had treated her as a sister during her time at the residence. She resolutely offered a jade bracelet, which elicited a faint smile from the other party. "Thank you, Lady Lu. In truth, we too do not wish to linger here," said the palace maid, Xing, casting a disdainful glance at the dilapidated and cramped general's residence, causing Lu Rushuang's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She silently vowed to renovate the general's residence once she acquired sufficient funds, ensuring that her quarters would not fall short compared to that wretched woman, Wanyun. Yet outwardly, she maintained a facade of cordiality, appealing to the inconspicuous maid, Xing, "Dear sister, might you offer us a few kind words? This matron is truly, sigh." The matron, known for her stringent demeanor, trained even the most poised noble women upon their entry into the palace, let alone Lu Rushuang, whose lack of etiquette was almost negligible. Xing recalled Lu Rushuang's nearly non-existent manners and could not suppress her mockery. Lu Rushuang clenched her handkerchief, reminding herself to endure. For the matron's intentions were not malicious. It was merely her frail constitution, having been subjected to miscarriage-inducing concoctions and subsequent schemes, that rendered her incapable of withstanding such trials. At this rate, she feared for her very life. Xing eyed her with a semblance of understanding and nodded in agreement. Lu Rushuang seized the moment. "Rest assured, dear Xing. Just between us, please guide me on how I might persuade this formidable matron to depart." Observing Lu Rushuang's evident distress, Xing contemplated deeply, realizing that Lu had endured relentless training for several hours each day without any tangible improvement, and the impoverished general's residence offered little in means or comfort. Reluctantly, after much deliberation, she leaned closer to Lu Rushuang, imparting a piece of advice. However, upon hearing it, Lu's expression turned troubled. "Is there truly no other way? To speak frankly, Madame Yin typically holds herself in high esteem, having encountered countless noble figures. Only the etiquette standards of the noble daughter of the Grand Tutor, your current mistress, are worthy of her attention. As a concubine, It is hardly necessary for you to adhere strictly to such decorum. Rather, it is crucial for you to recognize your own status. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of darkness crossed Lu Ruoshuang's eyes. Unbeknownst to Xinger, she cast a deadly glare in her direction. Her heart was tumultuous with scorn. Yet, she grasped the crux of the matter, twisting her handkerchief in frustration, and inquired, "So, it is indeed my mistress who instructed Madame Yin? What are you thinking?" "It is, of course, His Majesty's decree." As Xinger regained her composure, Lu Ruoshuang realized she was being led into a trap. She shot her a fierce glare, silently regretting her earlier thoughts. Yet, glancing at the brilliant jade bracelet adorning her wrist, she hesitated to remove it. Ultimately, for the sake of the bracelet, she offered one last piece of advice. As a concubine, one must adhere to the rules. Do not be misled into thinking that because the master currently shows you affection, placing you on a pedestal, you can surpass the mistress. For individuals like us, status is an insurmountable chasm. Some things are simply predetermined from birth. With that, Xinger departed. Lu Ruoshuang watched her perform a rigid farewell, seething with indignation. Once she was a distance away, she could no longer suppress her disdain, muttering under her breath. That little minx, relying on her connections. So what if I am a concubine? I shall inevitably become the mistress of this household. Chapter 55. Understanding how to infuriate. Yet, regardless of her reluctance, the moment she beheld the stern-faced Granny Yin approaching with a ruler in hand, an instinctual shiver coursed through her limbs, and her lips quivered. After enduring several days of inhumane training, she gazed at her palm, bruised and raw from the beatings, and despite multiple attempts, she could not grasp the chopsticks. After a heartfelt lament, she finally resolved to take action. The following day, as Wanyun was engrossed in her melodies, caught in a moment of exuberance, an unwelcome announcement interrupted her reverie. "Miss, the General and Lady Lu have arrived, and they bring gifts." Initially indifferent, Wanyun was taken aback. Raising her hand to pause the performance, reclaiming her focus and inquiring, "Has the sun risen from the west?" After a brief pause, she added, "Visitors with no business seldom approach the Three Treasures Hall. It's akin to a weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken. Ill intentions are afoot." With that, she resolved to concoct some excuse to dismiss them. Ever since Shen Kuo had been injured in her courtyard, he had refrained from entering her space carelessly. She had harbored some concern that he might suspect the origin of her hidden guards. That day, she had even staged a performance, yet to her surprise, Shen Kuo never broached the topic afterward. It dawned on her that he likely deemed her unworthy of suspicion. So be it. It spared her the trouble of overthinking. She attempted to fathom his thoughts. If he believed her backing to be the emperor, what then? Shen Kuo would not dare offend the emperor, nor would he rashly speculate about his intentions, for the imperial heart is inscrutable. Thus, even if he harbored doubts, he would not dare to inquire recklessly. He may even have perceived that day's visit from eunuch Su as both a reprimand and a test. Currently, Shen Kuo's best course of action was to tread carefully, seeking not to garner merit, but merely to avoid transgression, for both storms and blessings are the emperor's grace. Now, the frontier was relatively peaceful, and although he held the title of general, he was far from the borders, and following the incidents involving the Dali Temple, a portion of his loyal subordinates had been dismissed. The notion that he had willingly sacrificed his subordinates to protect his concubine had, under the weight of imperial power, already reached the frontier. Shen Kuo possessed his own channels of communication. He could not be oblivious to these matters. Having infiltrated his study on multiple occasions, she had discovered letters from the frontier in the hidden cabinet, inquiries regarding the veracity of the rumors. Naturally, Shen Kuo would not divulge the truth, instead asserting that all was part of the emperor's scheme, while he endeavored to mediate for them, yet he remained a minor figure in the capital. Wanyun observed that Shen Kuo had sealed the letters with red wax, yet for reasons unknown, he had not dispatched them. In a bold move, she imitated his handwriting and pinned a replacement. In her letter, Shen Kuo vehemently reproached his subordinates for their reckless actions, which had resulted in calamity. As general, he had repeatedly cleaned up their messes, but now, he had reached his limit, urging them to act wisely. Of course, the original letter had been sent to the palace through an intermediary. Surely, the recipient in the palace would glean some insight upon reading it. Additionally, she learned from the minister of the Dali Temple that the emperor intended to dispatch a prince to oversee the border troops, though he had yet to decide which prince would be appointed. These matters are not of concern to Wanyun. She offered a faint smile and chose to remain silent. In truth, She had engaged in quite a few clandestine activities, and thus, when someone unexpectedly altered their demeanor and approached her, she experienced a fleeting moment of unease. However, it was but a moment, as she swiftly regained her composure. Curiosity piqued. She pondered the intentions of this weasel. How absurd. She was no mere chicken. Yet, Lu Ruoshuang was indeed a relative, or rather, a kin. With these thoughts, she couldn't help but chuckle. When her servant went to fetch them, she, feeling rather idle, seized the opportunity to peruse a script for today's performance. Indeed, the play she was to witness was derived from a script she particularly cherished. It must be said that the essence of the script, when rendered into song, truly gained an added charm. It was easy on the eyes and conducive to drowsiness. She had taken upon herself to sustain a theatrical troupe within her residence, orchestrating performances of any scripts she wished to see. To clarify, she had acquired the neighboring estate and connected it through a gate, allowing the troupe to reside next door. Were it not for her lingering ties to this dilapidated general's manor, she would have dearly wished to relocate. As she mused, her interest waned, and in a languid manner, she tossed the script onto the low table. The sound of approaching footsteps drew her attention, and she lifted her gaze to see a young maid leading Shen Kuo and Lu Ruoshuang towards her. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed that Shen Kuo was carrying a small box, igniting her curiosity about its contents. Given her understanding of their current financial state, it seemed unlikely they possessed anything of significant value. After all, while Jin Hui Tower was profitable, Lu Ruoshuang's confinement meant that funds and accounts could not be accessed, and the initial investments in Jin Hui Tower were substantial. Thus, they were far from recouping their losses. With this in mind, a smile tugged at her lips as she remarked, "How courteous of you, General and Aunt Lu, to visit." She then cast a glance at the scene and instructed Hong Yu to hurry and take it. Having served her mistress for some time, Hong Yu was well acquainted with her temperament. She swiftly seized the box from Shen Kuo and shook it vigorously. Indeed, she possessed considerable strength, as the box opened with a single shake. From within rolled out two slender and diminutive objects. Hong Yu pinched them between her fingers, examining them for a moment before she could not help but inquire, "What is this?" Shen Kuo and Lu Ruoshuang's expressions darkened, with Shen Kuo immediately balling his fists in a threatening manner, yet Hong Yu remained undeterred. Since learning of her mistress's connections to formidable individuals, she had become fearless, no longer intimidated even by the general, as she knew she could hold her own in a confrontation. "Is this ginseng? So small? Only 2 or 3 years old." Hong Yu's unabashed mockery further humiliated Shen Kuo and Lu Ruoshuang. Shen Kuo remained silent, while Lu Ruoshuang was left with no choice but to face the situation herself. Summoning all her effort, she finally managed to force a smile. "Sister, it has been a long time. You still look as..." Her gaze swept over Wanyun, noticing her seemingly improved complexion, which filled her with exasperation. She felt an overwhelming urge to take scissors and mar her face, wishing to diminish her pride and extinguish her laughter. Yet she dared only to contemplate her thoughts inwardly. The stark reality was that her entire being was engulfed in pain. Even the slightest sound of that stern matron's cough would send tremors coursing through her. Such fear was etched deep within her soul. As she pondered, she softened her demeanor, performing a courteous bow before timidly attempting to speak. However, she was met with a gentle smile from Mu Wanyun, who remarked that her younger sister had made significant progress in etiquette, proactively greeting her upon their encounter, indicating that the matron's teachings were indeed effective. Upon hearing the name of the stern matron, Lu Ruxiang's forced smile froze instantly, and she fell silent for a prolonged moment. Her once bright eyes were now filled solely with despair and desolation. Mu Wanyun recalled the matron's tormenting methods and felt a sense of delight bloom within her. She conceded that it was her intentional arrangement for the matron's visit. It was also her way of catering to the matron's preferences, assisting her niece in escaping a predatory household, thereby allowing the matron to properly instruct Lu Ruxiang in the ways of propriety. Yet, this knowledge remained confined to the heavens. The earth, Green Xiao, and herself, unbeknownst to others, observing Lu Ruxiang's demoralization, who had visibly shrunk in stature and bore dark circles under her eyes, resembling a frightened bird, Mu Wanyun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The mere mention of the matron's name sent shivers down Lu's spine, and this contentment was overwhelming. Indeed, it was exquisite. As a concubine, Lu Ruxiang's adherence to etiquette should have been the responsibility of the head matron. Why must an outsider bear the burden? Mu's family. Is this not a dereliction of duty? Are you even aware? Perhaps sensing Lu Ruxiang's distress stirred a protective instinct within Shen Kuo, whose face darkened as he spoke solemnly. The familiar tone, the well-known words. Mu Wanyun internally scoffed, feeling too lethargic to counter. Yet her silence was a misstep. Mu, why do you remain mute? Do you believe my words to be erroneous? Shen Kuo's demeanor seemed to soften slightly, as if lost in thought. Rolling her eyes dramatically, Mu Wanyun suppressed her irritation and patiently inquired, "What do you think?" Her question left Shen Kuo flushed with embarrassment. Once again, she presented her sharp tongue. Shen Kuo gazed at her, clearly captivated by her beauty, yet aware of the perilous nature of her words. Glancing at her crimson lips, he felt a familiar stir in his heart, only to suppress it once more, recalling past misfortunes. A femme fatale indeed. Yes, Mu Wanyun was the quintessential embodiment of allure, capable of ensnaring the heart while secretly revealing her fangs, ready to claim a life. With these thoughts, he bowed his head and quietly recited a few phrases to steady his mind. "Madam, the matron is truly too harsh. I cannot endure it any longer. I recognize my past missteps, and I have learned my lesson. Let us transform hostility into harmony. I implore you to overlook my transgressions and kindly speak with the matron regarding my etiquette. After all, this is fundamentally your responsibility." As she spoke, Lu Ruxiang seemed to muster tremendous resolve and continued, her tone tinged with a blend of resignation and flattery. "If you agree, I vow to conduct myself properly as a concubine, and my husband, the general, will treat you with the respect befitting a spouse." Mu Wanyun stood in a daze, gazing at the resolute Lu Ruxiang, then glanced at the inexplicably flushed Shen Kuo, suddenly feeling a wave of disgust, yet she persevered and asked, "What does it mean to honor the marital bond? Madam, why feign ignorance? You married the general, yet have never shared a chamber with him. For a woman, this is a profound humiliation. In the past, as a concubine, I lacked understanding, always desiring to be with the general for a lifetime. Now, I have come to terms with the fact that you are the general's legitimate wife. Henceforth, let us cease our hostilities and unite in assisting the general in stabilizing his household, so that outsiders may no longer mock us. The general possesses great talents, and our brighter days lie ahead." As she spoke, Lu Ruxiang silently mocked the situation. All falsehoods, mere pretenses, a temporary stratagem. Nevertheless, she tugged at Shen Kuo's sleeve. Shen Kuo appeared momentarily taken aback, yet continued to echo Lu Ruxiang's sentiments. "Indeed, what Ruxiang expresses aligns with my thoughts. Mu, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I do not imply that you are blameless. In any case, let us move past this and refrain from revisiting it in the future." Mu Wanyun could no longer endure and pressed her chest forcefully to suppress her rising emotions. Swiftly raising her other hand to silence him, she coldly interjected, "Do not speak further. You are making me ill, wasting this exquisite meal before me." As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at the cheap ginseng that had fallen to the ground, raising an eyebrow. "This lavish feast is worth thousands of inferior ginseng roots. If I were to regurgitate it, you would not be able to compensate me." Shen Kuo's face darkened in an instant. Damn it. Chapter 56. Shen Kuo kneels. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Even the foolish and shameless Lu Ruxiang understood that today was not her day. The pitiable expression she wore vanished completely, replaced by an intense glare of resentment that seemed almost ready to overflow from her eyes. In her view, were it not for Mu Wanyun, she would not have been tormented by that old hag. Unfortunately, that old woman was as cunning as she was aged, rendering Lu's self-proclaimed clever tactics utterly ineffective, and she found herself belittled at every turn. Fear had truly taken root within her, a deep-seated dread that consumed her. Recalling the harrowing methods employed by Yan Mama, the venom in her gaze dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of moisture that lent her an air of vulnerability as she looked towards Mu Wanyun, her tone laced with a barely perceptible plea. "Madam, what must I do to earn your assistance?" Indeed, she was not entirely oblivious. She was aware that there were individuals loyal to Mu Wanyun in her vicinity, possibly more than one. A nagging sensation told her that everything she did was under Mu Wanyun's scrutiny, even her visit today. However, it was evidently not the time for debate. As long as she could extricate herself from the clutches of that old witch, she would have the opportunity to settle the score later. At present, she needed to overcome this immediate hurdle. Mu Wanyun's reluctance to respond was merely a reflection of her own unspoken desires. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Ruxiang pondered what exactly Mu Wanyun sought. Previously, she had assumed that Mu Wanyun was vying for the general's favor, hence her stringent vigilance against Lu's approach. Yet, despite Lu's meticulous defenses, the general had still found a way to her side, even leading to her contracting a disease. Reflecting on this, Lu Rushuang felt a strange sense of gratitude. It was thanks to Mu Wanyun's injury to the general that the imperial physicians had timely discovered her affliction and treated it promptly. Of course, she understood that Mu Wanyun's intentions were far from benevolent. It could only be said that Lu Rushuang had enjoyed a stroke of luck. She had always been fortunate. Otherwise, how could a mere peasant girl, possessing nothing and typically assisting the village doctor in drying herbs for a few coins, have so fortuitously encountered the injured General Shen? Moreover, she had inadvertently overheard his identity in his dreams. She had even stumbled upon items from the enemy's state, deliberately deceiving the doctor into believing that Shen Kuo might be an enemy, a revelation that could lead to dire consequences if exposed, imprisonment, torture, or even execution. The doctor, timid as he was, wished to hand Shen Kuo over to the authorities, but she had intervened, leaving her with the daunting task of explaining her actions later. Ultimately, it was her idea to cast Shen Kuo over the cliff, a desperate move. The doctor, eager to rid himself of the burden, had even given her 5 taels of silver. With great care, she transported the still unconscious Shen Kuo to a secluded cave in the mountains, tending to him without pause. She had obtained the medicine capable of healing him from the doctor, and when he could not swallow, she fed him mouth to mouth. Even when he burned with fever, she immersed herself in icy water to cool him down. Her dedication stemmed from a revelation that came shortly after bringing Shen Kuo to the cave. He had awakened, though he feigned unconsciousness for reasons unknown. Since he chose to feign innocence, she decided to play along. After 3 days, Shen Kuo could no longer maintain his charade. Throughout this period, she portrayed herself as a naive, kind-hearted, and somewhat ignorant woman, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of medicine, who sacrificed her reputation to save others. Yet, this alone was insufficient to fully capture Shen Kuo's heart or compel him to take her along. Thus, she resorted to bribing the scoundrels of the village, spreading rumors of her indiscretions, claiming she had consorted with a man in a cave, and inciting the villagers to threaten her with death by fire. However, she did not foresee that Shen Kuo would not only rescue her from the flames, but would also set the village ablaze in the process. Nevertheless, she held no regrets, for she was not originally from this village, and with the physician deceased, Shen Kuo's life-saving grace would belong solely to her. Mu Wanyun believed that by revealing her limited medical knowledge, she would destabilize her standing in Shen Kuo's heart. Little did she know that in his eyes, she had always been the pitiful, helpless woman who eked out a living by foraging for herbs and, by sheer happenstance, managed to pull him back from the brink of death. Lu Rushuang, immersed in memories of her arduous journey, pondered what Mu Wanyun truly desired, as she had always assumed that Mu Wanyun was infatuated with Shen Kuo. Then, suddenly, Mu Wanyun's clear voice broke through, suggesting that assisting her would not be impossible. Lu Rushuang was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a turn of events, and felt a chill run down her spine as she recalled Mu Wanyun's recent behavior and her repeated mischief. Unable to restrain herself, she asked tightly, "Madam, surely you are not jesting with me, speaking of death as a condition?" Upon hearing this, Shen Kuo, who stood beside her, clenched his fists tightly. Supporting the pale and trembling Lu Rushuang, his teeth gritted as he glared at Mu Wanyun, exclaiming, "You wicked woman! If you are unwilling, then so be it." Mu Wanyun felt a surge of anger rise within her, for she had only wished to show a bit of kindness, believing the incessant cries in the courtyard were intolerable. To her surprise, her goodwill had been misconstrued. With a fierce glare, she tossed the pastry she held onto the ground, pointed toward the entrance, and shouted, "Leave." At her words, Shen Kuo's expression darkened further. He was already a volatile person, and with Mu Wanyun, he seemed to ignite like a firecracker, not only flaring up, but also exploding. Just as the tension was about to escalate, Lu Rushuang suddenly rolled her eyes, sensing something amiss. Gently tugging at Shen Kuo's sleeve to soothe him, she stepped forward, kneeling with hope and yearning in her eyes, and asked, "Madam, you are not jesting with me, are you? You truly wish to assist me?" "Indeed, I was willing initially, for I too wish to escape the constant wails that disrupt my rest. However, some people are like dogs biting Lu Dongbin, and thus my mood has soured." As she concluded, Mu Wanyun's expression turned cold, signaling that she wished to dismiss her guests. Lu Rushuang felt as if she had plummeted from paradise to hell, gritting her teeth and clinging to Shen Kuo. refusing to depart. In the end, she abruptly pulled Shen Kuo, causing him to stumble and kneel on the ground, bowing his head in humility. "Madam, it is I who am unworthy. I hope you, gracious lady, will not hold my faults against me." Initially, she intended to kneel alone, fearing that the general might inadvertently complicate matters, but unexpectedly, she ended up dragging Shen Kuo down with her. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Shen Kuo and Lady Lu were kneeling directly before Wanyun. Wanyun's pupils constricted, and she felt a surge of satisfaction. Though she was aware that Shen Kuo's condition was merely a result of his injuries, having not fully recuperated due to lingering toxins and adverse interactions from the medicine required to treat Lady Lu's ailment, which had temporarily depleted his inner strength, she chose to interpret his kneeling as a gesture of submission directed towards her. She even fancied that if he could bow a few more times, it would be even more delightful. While she entertained these thoughts, Lady Lu Ruoshuang suddenly exclaimed, "General, how can you kneel?" Realizing that she had inadvertently caused the general to fall, she was startled by his pale complexion and rushed to assist him. Yet, before she could fully help him up, she heard Wanyun, in a remarkably good mood, remark, "It seems the general is deeply concerned for Lady Lu, willing to lower himself for her sake." As she spoke, she lifted her teacup, delicately removing the lid and brushing away the froth. Savoring a sip that visibly improved her spirits, Lady Lu Ruoshuang furrowed her brows. Glancing at the only person who could drive away the old witch and rescue her from her plight, Wanyun, then at Shen Kuo, who appeared weak and sullen beside her, she understood that the general had yet to regain his strength. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily toppled by her gentle tug. Wanyun remained silent. Lady Lu quickly grasped her intent. Yet, how could a man of honor kneel? But had he not already done so? Regardless of acknowledgement, it appeared as though he had knelt. Moreover, she could no longer endure the situation. Her establishment, Golden Radiance Tower, earned a substantial profit daily. What if that traitor Cui Yao was cooking the books to deceive her? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lady Lu Ruoshuang's resolve to escape intensified. Gritting her teeth, she looked up at the seemingly unconcerned Wanyun and tentatively asked, "Madam, can you truly help me rid myself of the old witch? That old hag is impervious to reason. She cannot be bribed or intimidated, and all tactics fall flat in her presence. I cannot simply eliminate her. For doing so would jeopardize the general's future, perhaps even cost me my life." Wanyun leisurely sipped her tea before placing the cup down, a faint smirk playing on her lips as she raised an eyebrow, cryptically stating, "That depends on whether Lady Lu is clever enough." As she spoke, her elegantly curved fingers lightly tapped the table 3 times. Lady Lu nodded, steeling herself as she turned to the still recovering Shen Kuo, softly uttering, "General, you promised to assist me. Please do not hold my actions against me." She secretly added in her heart, "If blame is to be assigned, let it fall on Wanyun. She has forced my hand." Then, she lifted her leg and delivered a swift kick to Shen Kuo's knee. Still reeling from the near-kneeling incident with Wanyun, Shen Kuo felt a sharp pain in his leg and let out a muffled groan as he lurched forward. Lady Lu Ruoshuang's eyes darted to Wanyun, yet she exclaimed in surprise, "General, what is wrong with you?" As she spoke, she hastily seized Shen Kuo's sleeve. Shen Kuo was tall and imposing, his weight considerable. She exerted nearly all her strength. "General, you must rise. One might mistakenly believe you are kneeling before the lady in supplication." Though she uttered these words, she clung tightly to Shen Kuo, striking his back with force, compelling him to assume a posture of bowing. "Marvelous. Absolutely splendid." Wanyun clapped her hands in uncontrollable delight. She had never anticipated that Lu Ruoshuang would truly go to such lengths for her sake. In truth, regardless of Lu Ruoshuang's actions, she had resolved to assist her. She simply had not expected such a delightful surprise. The unforeseen joy was utterly captivating. After 3 strikes, Lu Ruoshuang quickly enveloped Shen Kuo in an embrace, feigning great effort in supporting him, while lamenting, "You wretched servant, why do you not come to aid?" Only then did she remember that Wanyun had permitted only her and Shen Kuo to enter the courtyard. This place was filled with Wanyun's people. They would certainly not offer assistance. With all her might, she endeavored to lift Shen Kuo. Yet, he bore a menacing countenance, his gaze dark and penetrating as he fixed it upon her in silence, sending a chill through her entire being. Seeing the discord between the two, Wanyun's spirit soared. The lady was so fervent in her efforts, and the general was equally cooperative. How delightful. "Rest assured, I shall speak with Granny Yin." With those words, Lu Ruoshuang exhaled a sigh of relief. However, recalling something, she hastily reached for Shen Kuo's hand, only to have it brushed away by him with a dismissive gesture. Chapter 57. jealousy and resentment observing the receding figures of the two departing individuals. Wanyun chuckled for quite a while before finally managing to compose herself. Beside her, Hongyu and the other maidservants were also grinning with delight, their eyes crinkled in mirth, while only Lu Qiao wore a look of perplexity tinged with sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Wanyun discerned the source of Lu Qiao's concern and, with a slight smile, inquired, "Are you puzzled?" Lu Qiao looked up, meeting her mistress's radiant gaze, and after a brief pause, nodded. "Mistress, if you find it too noisy, we could simply move next door. But why would you assist her?" At Lu Qiao's reminder, the other maidservants, led by Hongyu, began to recollect their earlier thoughts. Hongyu, stamping her foot, exclaimed, "Mistress, indeed. Why help that concubine Lu? She deserves to be chastised by old Madame Yin." Realizing her words may have been inappropriate, she quickly amended, "What I meant is, she deserves to be educated by old Madame Yin. Do you truly believe that old Madame Yin will remain in the residence indefinitely?" Wanyun, with clarity of thought and in good spirits, was inclined to elaborate further. Upon hearing her speak, Lu Qiao's heart suddenly stilled, and she grasped the implication. Regardless of whether assistance was rendered, old Madame Yin would eventually depart. Wanyun nodded, explaining, "The Emperor dispatched old Madame Yin here primarily to deliver a reprimand, not only for my benefit but also for the benefit of those outside. After all, our dynasty does not endorse the practice of favoring concubines over wives. Furthermore, I was personally betrothed to Shen Kuo by His Majesty, and Shen Kuo's mistreatment of me would be tantamount to slapping the Emperor's face." As she spoke, she surveyed the attentive faces around her and felt an urge to continue. Concubine Lu is merely a concubine, in essence, a plaything for a man's amusement. Whether she learns or not holds little significance. Moreover, my silence means that old Madame Yin lacks the basis to report her findings. Pausing briefly, she observed the maidservant's expressions of partial understanding and, with a slight smile, added, "Old Madame Yin is advanced in years and burdened with such foolishness. It would be unkind to further vex her at her age." After Wanyun's explanation, Lu Qiao comprehended the situation. As long as her mistress emerged unscathed, that was sufficient. What Wanyun did not voice was her understanding of Cui Yao. She suspected that during Lu Rushuang's absence, Cui Yao would take the opportunity to embezzle funds. The informant she had placed in Jinhui Tower had reported as much. Once Lu Rushuang returned, her people would find a way to reveal the truth to her. They were not true sisters, nor did they share a fortune. This was a matter of who would outmaneuver whom. It remained to be seen which was more cunning, the white lotus or the green tea. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Wanyun felt an undeniable sense of anticipation. Soon, Lu Qiao summoned old Madame Yin to Furong Court. Wanyun engaged in a private conversation with her for an hour. In truth, it was merely casual chit-chat over tea. Meanwhile, Lu Rushuang had been waiting anxiously. Finally, after an hour had passed, Wanyun personally escorted old Madame Yin out by the hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Rushuang was utterly astonished. Could it be that the notorious old Madame Yin was actually smiling? No, it was astonishing that she could smile at all. She gazed at Wanyun with a gentle kindness. In Lu Rushuang's mind, fleeting images collided. One moment she was absorbed in the present scene. The next she recalled the stern matron wielding a ruler as she punished her. A surge of thoughts rushed through her mind, the most tempestuous being her unwillingness to accept her fate. Just because Wanyun held the position of the legitimate wife, while she was merely a concubine. That old hag dared to treat her so disdainfully. Why should it be so? The rightful position of the main wife was originally hers, stolen by Wanyun. In an instant, Wanyun and the stern matron had arrived at the courtyard entrance. Their gazes simultaneously fixed on Lu Rushuang. Prompted by the reminder from her maid at her side, Lu Rushuang hurriedly regained her composure. The resentment and bitterness in her eyes barely concealed as she awkwardly performed her greetings to both Wanyun and the matron. She then heard the matron's harsh voice pierce through the air, chastising her for her mistakes. Mistake after mistake. I have instructed you for so long. Yet you cannot even remember the most basic of courtesies. I am but a servant. How could I deserve such grand gestures from you? The lady, as the head of this household, is your superior. Unable to endure it any longer, Lu Rushuang muttered under her breath. Immediately, the astute matron seized her ear, saying, Lu Yinyang, I have told you before that though I am advanced in age, I have spent most of my life within the palace, basking in the imperial favor. Thus, despite my years, my senses remain sharp. Alas, it seems I am unable to teach you. In all my years, I have encountered countless individuals. Yet I have never seen one as foolish as you. Since the lady wishes to instruct you personally, You shall come to her courtyard each day from the hour of Qin to the hour of Yu. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuang's eyes brightened momentarily with hope. However, before she could fully rejoice, the matron continued, I will linger for a few days to observe, lest some individuals, emboldened by their lord's favor, neglect the principles of respect and propriety. As she spoke, the matron's piercing gaze seemed to see through Lu Rushuang's very soul, casting several menacing glances at her. Lu Rushuang inwardly cursed the matron's ancestors, yet on the surface, she feigned obedience and meekness, responding, yes. Incorrect again. You should say, this servant understands, the matron sighed, exuding the exasperation of a teacher burdened with a troublesome pupil. Ultimately, she could not help but lament, I wonder what General Shen sees in you. Devoid of talent and beauty. This blatant disparagement nearly drove Lu Rushuang to the brink of madness. Yet, the matron turned to Wanyun, showering her with unreserved praises. Ah, the esteemed daughter of the Taifu mansion, the lady's etiquette is the most refined I have ever witnessed. Your kind words are too generous, but the hour is late, and the dew has become heavy. I will have Hong Yu escort you back. And please take this lingji with you. Consume it, and should you require more, send word, and I shall ensure it is delivered to you. Such kindness from the lady leaves me utterly speechless, the matron replied, though she was clearly touched by the compliment. Having served in the palace for a lifetime, she had encountered all sorts of people, yet even she felt a sense of comfort from the praise. She no longer resisted the gesture. Lu Rushuang gazed at the two individuals engaged in delightful conversation, a picture of harmony, and couldn't help but clench her teeth in frustration. Her gaze ultimately fell upon the brocade box held by Hong Yu, and she instinctively rolled her eyes. That old fool, rejecting my offering while eagerly accepting what Wanyun presents. Wait a moment. Could it be that he deems my gift as too trivial? How infuriating. That was indeed the finest I could offer. With this thought, she silently gritted her teeth, resolving that once Jin Wei Tower reaped substantial profits, she would outshine Wanyun in winning over hearts. Chapter 58. The act of reverence. On the following day, Lu Rushuang arrived early at Furong Courtyard. Wanyun, accustomed to her languid routine, did not rise early and slept until she naturally awoke, nearly at noon. After a leisurely wash and adornment, she was finally escorted to the dining hall by several suitably attired maids. Lu Rushuang, however, did not idle away her time due to Wanyun's late awakening. Wanyun had instructed that El Qiao be responsible for teaching Lu Rushuang the intricacies of etiquette. She was well aware of Lu Rushuang's impatient nature and her disdain for the elaborate customs expected of noblewomen. Lu Rushuang had sought Wanyun's assistance with the intention of using her influence to dismiss old Madame Yin from the residence. Yet, Wanyun had no intention of allowing her to succeed. It had been previously agreed that old Madame Yin would remain in the household for a few more days. Given the opportunity presented to her, Wanyun intended to rightfully instruct Lu Rushuang on the etiquette befitting a concubine and the respect owed to the matriarch. As Wanyun enjoyed her lunch, she listened attentively to El Qiao's report. Initially, Lu's family was displeased and considered summoning Wanyun. But upon the arrival of old Madame Yin, they fell silent, albeit unable to suppress their grumbling about how the young lady had promised to teach Lu Rushuang herself, only to delegate the task to a maid, thus dismissively deceiving old Madame Yin. The suggestion that she might teach Lu Rushuang personally was truly audacious. Wanyun picked up her chopsticks and savored a shrimp dumpling, urging El Qiao to continue her narrative. The maid mentioned that it was indeed the young lady's instruction to start from the most fundamental aspects of etiquette today, gradually demonstrating each one. Earning praise from old Madame Yin, rendering Lu's family speechless. Indeed, Wanyun nodded. El Qiao's knowledge of etiquette was originally imparted by old Madame Yin. Although old Madame Yin was a governess from the palace, her esteemed reputation often led her to be invited by various noble families to teach their daughters proper conduct. Those educated by palace matrons invariably held a higher status during marriage negotiations. Old Madame Yin's teachings were particularly esteemed, though the Mu family was not a prominent lineage. Mu Taifu held a position of significance as an educator to the princes, thus enjoying the favor of the imperial court. Wanyun recalled that in her early years, when Mu Lin had invited the governess to instruct her, there seemed to be an intention to send her to the palace, but that notion eventually dissipated for reasons unknown. Instead, the focus shifted to encouraging her to seek affection from Shen Kuo while simultaneously adopting a facade of virtue, insisting she must uphold the dignity expected of a noblewoman, lest she bring shame upon the Mu family's reputation. It was indeed a duplicitous stance. Wanyun could not help but smirk inwardly. Returning to the matter at hand, El Qiao's instruction had indeed garnered praise from old Madame Yin, and with her endorsement, she could naturally teach Lu Rushuang. What have you taught her? Has she truly refrained from causing trouble? Mu Wanyun inquired, her trust in El Qiao tempered by her understanding of Lu Rushuang. Although she had permitted El Qiao to act freely, her insight suggested that Lu Rushuang's challenges might surpass her expectations. Lu Rushuang, despite her claims of being a peasant girl who had endured hardships, could not be compared to the noble women. Yet, Mu Wanyun felt that Lu Rushuang's assertions might not be entirely truthful. Though her hands lacked delicacy, they were far from the calloused hands of a seasoned farm worker. Regrettably, in her previous life, she had sent someone to investigate Lu Rushuang, only to discover that her village had been completely consumed by a devastating fire in the past. The local county records indicated that it was a result of the enemy's rage after a defeat, leading to the massacre of the village. Furthermore, the rituals and etiquette were not as simple as others might think. Every gesture, every subtle movement, and expression had to be executed with utmost precision. Take bowing, for instance. The degree of bowing varied depending on the person addressed. Otherwise, it would be deemed disrespectful and lead to disdain and loss of face. Others perceived the daughters of noble families as living a life of ease, unaware that from birth they were required to learn numerous skills, preparing for marriage throughout their lives without ever daring to relax or step out of line. Contemplating this, Mu Wanyun felt an even deeper sorrow for women. As a daughter of a prominent family, although she did not have to worry about basic sustenance like the peasant girls, her freedom was still severely restricted. It was not as liberating as the life led by her stepbrother, a merchant. She had once heard her stepbrother mention that in merchant families, some women could conduct business and venture into the public eye. In her past life, she found this notion perplexing, but now she felt envious. She gazed up at the vast expanse enclosed by towering walls, wishing she could transform into a bird and soar out to behold the breathtaking and magnificent landscapes. In any case, she did not believe that Lu Rushuang would obediently comply. Lu Qiao smiled faintly and continued, explaining how she had instructed Lu Rushuang to begin with the bowing ceremony. However, Lu Rushuang could barely endure half an hour of kneeling before she began to complain incessantly and even berated Lu Qiao. Yet, upon hearing that Granny Yin was nearby, she promptly fell silent. Lu Qiao then remarked, adopting the tone she had used with Lu Rushuang, that if the concubine wished to see Granny Yin depart and escape her suffering, she must endure the current hardship. Otherwise, Granny Yin would continue her teachings. Mu Wanyun was already aware of Lu Qiao's cleverness and foresight, so she was not surprised, but she still offered her praise, commending her efforts. Lu Qiao modestly replied that it was due to the young lady's excellent guidance. Their playful banter brought smiles to both their faces. Beside them, Hongyu felt envious, perceiving her mistress's bias towards Lu Qiao, thinking how such a fine task was solely entrusted to her. Yet, it was true that only Lu Qiao could handle this responsibility. As they spoke, Mu Wanyun playfully pinched Hongyu's puffed-up face and mused, "What can I say? Your face lacks the intimidating presence of Lu Qiao." Hongyu feigned a deep demeanor, asserting that she could also act similarly. With that, she adopted a sullen expression, crossing her arms and furrowing her brow in a manner that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Provoked, Lu Qiao playfully poked her underarm, teasing, "You little imp. How dare you mock me?" Instantly, Hongyu's facade crumbled. After their midday meal, Mu Wanyun instructed for the soft couch to be carried into the courtyard. In the morning, Lu Qiao had taught Lu Rushuang the bowing ceremony. After 3 hours of kneeling, Lu Rushuang's knees had become bruised. Initially, she intended to take a break, but Mu Wanyun merely reminded her, "Is the concubine planning to undermine her efforts? If so, we shall inform Madame and Granny Yin." After lunch, Lu Rushuang was assisted back by her maids. Mu Wanyun reclined against the soft couch, enjoying the fresh fruits delivered from the village while delicately sipping tea brewed by Hongyu. Suddenly, it occurred to her that Lu Rushuang had not yet formally presented tea to her, so she gestured for Lu Qiao to teach her the etiquette of tea serving that afternoon. However, before that, it was essential to assess Lu Rushuang's morning practice of the kneeling ceremony. Remarkably, Lu Rushuang had improved significantly in her kneeling posture. Even old Madame Yin could not help but exclaim that perhaps her old eyes had dimmed, despite having instructed Lu Yinyang for so long without success. Now, after just a morning's guidance from the mistress, she had made considerable progress. Mu Wanyun smiled gently, engaging in a mutual exchange of modesty with the old madam. As it was customary for noble women to be humble, such reciprocity fostered harmony. She was also aware that old Madame Yin held the general's residence in disdain. Hence her eagerness to conclude the lesson and depart quickly. Lu Ruoshuang, lacking prior exposure, struggled to grasp the teachings, compounded by her deep-seated fear of old Madame Yan, which hindered her learning. After a morning dedicated to mastering the art of kneeling, she had been informed that mastering it quickly would allow her to placate old Madame Yan, leading her to approach the task with a lackadaisical attitude. Upon hearing Mu Wanyun's words, old Madame Yin felt quite satisfied. She had initially contemplated delaying the lesson for 2 or 3 days, but now believed it best to leave promptly. She also mentioned this to Mu Wanyun. Before Mu Wanyun could respond, Lu Ruoshuang's eyes nearly bulged out of her head, on the verge of interjecting despite having been previously admonished to focus and remain silent. However, when Mu Wanyun stated, "Madam, I was unwell before, and you were busy, so I did not have the opportunity to properly host you. Now that I am in good health and you have leisure, I must ensure you are well entertained." Lu Ruoshuang could no longer contain herself. "Madam, the esteemed lady has many responsibilities, you." Before she could finish, old Madame Yan's expression darkened, and she commanded sharply, "It seems I was mistaken in thinking the concubine had progressed under the mistress's instruction. How dare you interrupt when the mistress is speaking? Someone slap her." Without waiting for Lu Ruoshuang's reaction, the attendants accompanying the old madam struck her beautiful face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound of the slap coincided with her piercing scream and her frantic protests. "Ah, why are you hitting me? What have I done wrong? You said the mistress is speaking, yet you." Lu Ruoshuang's voice became high-pitched. In the past, when she erred, old Madame Yin would only strike her palms. But this slap to her face was an immense humiliation. Forgetting all decorum, she sprang to her feet, furious and screaming as if she had lost her mind. "Silence! Who do you think you are to criticize the old madam? Although she hails from the palace, she has served noble ladies for many years and cannot be insulted or disparaged by a lowly concubine like you. Slap her." As soon as Mu Wan had finished speaking, Lu Ruoshuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, Lu Qiao commanded 2 second-tier maidservants to restrain her and struck her face twice. Lu Ruoshuang was left dazed. Her cheeks burned with pain, and her hair fell wildly, stripping away any semblance of her usual composed demeanor. With reddened eyes and trembling limbs, it was evident that Lu Yinyang's grasp of etiquette remained woefully inadequate. "Old madam, you see, you cannot leave yet." Indeed, in the presence of the old servant, they dared to shout and bicker, yet, once the old servant departs, chaos shall surely ensue. Madame Yan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, ruthlessly slicing through Lu Ruoshuang. Lu Ruoshuang, utterly defenseless, erupted in a fit of rage, disregarding all notions of decorum, and fled in haste. Mu Wanan understood that this departure would inevitably lead to another complaint. An hour later, Shen Kuo returned from the court, storming into Furong Garden with a palpable air of menace. It would be inaccurate to claim he was truly fearsome, for he currently lacked inner strength, and his physique appeared rather frail. Nevertheless, his fiery gaze retained a semblance of intimidation, particularly towards the junior servants of the outer courtyard. However, Mu Wanyun and her companions remained utterly unperturbed. She had not anticipated that after Lu Ruoshuang had the audacity to make him kneel, he would forgive her so swiftly. She found herself almost applauding their romance. What a poignant tale. It is often said that beneath a man's knee lies gold, and for the beloved Lu concubine, Shen Kuo would kneel without hesitation. Such admirable qualities deserve to be celebrated widely, especially among his subordinates and comrades in arms. Chapter 59, Soon. As Mu Wanyun's thoughts wandered, Shen Kuo approached her, exuding a palpable aura of fury. His imposing figure loomed over her as she reclined on the soft couch, and when he spoke, spittle flew from his mouth onto her. Disgusted, she immediately covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, urging the maidservants beside her to shield her from him. Both Lu Qiao and Hong Yu, perceptive in their own right, swiftly stepped forward to interpose themselves between Shen Kuo and Mu Wanyun, even managing to push Shen Kuo back slightly due to the cramped space. Since suffering from poisoning and undergoing treatment for his venereal disease, he had lost strength. Prior to his arrival, he had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol at the yamen, and now, with the effects of intoxication weighing upon him, he struggled to maintain his balance. Yet, this did not diminish the intensity of his rage. "Mu Wanyun, you promised to teach Ruxiang. I thought you had come to your senses, but it seems you merely sought an opportunity to torment her. You are well aware of Ruxiang's frail condition due to your relentless harassment, yet you forced her to kneel for hours, leaving her knees bruised. How could you be so cruel? Do you take pleasure in Ruxiang's suffering?" Mu Wanyun remained unmoved by his tirade. Not only was she unfazed, but even Hong Yu and Lu Qiao showed no sign of disturbance. Shen Kuo fumed in silence for an extended period, feeling as though his words had landed upon cotton, rendering him frustrated and furious, yet with no response from her. When he finally ceased speaking, Wanyun smirked slightly and inquired softly, "Has the general finished speaking?" Shen Kuo's face paled. He opened his mouth but remained silent, his expression cold. Unperturbed, Wanyun lifted her teacup and took a sip before continuing. "Is the general going to question me further about why I had to discipline Aunt Lu so harshly?" She lifted her gaze to meet Shen Kuo's, and upon seeing a flicker of shadow in his eyes, she knew she had hit the mark. With a chilling voice, she asserted, "Then I shall tell the general, because she deserved it." Though she anticipated his disdainful response, Shen Kuo furrowed his brow, a glint of darkness flashing in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, his voice taut with deep discontent and veiled threat. "What did you say? How dare you utter such words? What has she done to deserve this? As the matriarch of the general's household, are you truly so devoid of compassion?" "I refuse to remind the general that I am not the matriarch of the general's household," Wanyun retorted coldly, her gaze slicing through Shen Kuo. She continued, "I struck her because she spoke indiscreetly and offended Mama Yin. If I had not taken action, Mama Yin would have inflicted far worse punishments upon her." She then cast a scornful glance at his slightly parted lips, sneering, "Are you suggesting that your Aunt Lu has always been obedient and could never have offended Mama Yin?" Shen Kuo fell silent, feeling as if he had been pricked by the derision in her eyes, a swell of anger rising within him. Yet he found no words to express it. It was as if he knew that if he spoke, she would immediately counter his words. "I see no reason to engage in idle chatter, nor do I wish to waste breath. Besides, even if I did speak, you might not believe me. Your beloved Aunt Lu, with one pout, renders you senseless." Being accused of lacking common sense to his face made Shen Kuo's complexion flush with anger. He longed to lash out, to retort, yet ultimately, he remained mute. In summary, if the general does not wish for me to continue, I would gladly find solace in that, sparing myself from enduring a day of exhausting toil, only to have some individuals come seeking trifles and causing trouble. As Wanyun spoke, she felt no inclination to continue the conversation. Hong Yu and Lu Qiao quickly summoned attendants to cater to their mistress's needs, kneading her legs, massaging her shoulders, and offering her refreshments. Meanwhile, Shen Kuo was left to languish in silence, as though he were invisible. This incited frustration within him, for he had much to express. After stifling his thoughts for some time, witnessing their indifference towards him, he finally faltered and spoke. "Schwanger did not communicate anything to me. She merely wept incessantly. It was only when I saw her knee injured and her cheeks swollen that I felt compelled to inquire." As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Wanyun, but upon noticing her disregard, he hesitated, contemplating whether to raise his voice. Just then, Wanyun mockingly interjected, "So, the general indiscriminately interrogates without discernment." Shen Kuo remained silent, acutely aware that acknowledging the truth of his predicament would render him vulnerable. Nevertheless, he resolved to inform the general of the actual events. Wanyun, with a subtle gesture, signaled to Lu Qiao, who cleared her throat and began narrating. She recounted how she had been tasked by the lady to instruct Lu Yinyang in the etiquette of kneeling, a laborious endeavor that had garnered praise from Granny Yin. In the afternoon, as she guided Lu Yinyang in serving tea, Granny Yin once again commended her efforts, subsequently suggesting that she could retire gracefully. Naturally, Our Lady was aware of Lu Yinyang's eagerness to extricate herself from Granny Yan's oversight. However, who among those from the palace was not astute? Lu Yinyang could request her dismissal, yet we could not exhibit any semblance of urgency to evict her, for that would breach decorum. Granny Yin had not truly wished to remain. Her modesty was merely a faade. Unexpectedly, at a critical juncture, Lu Yinyang erupted, shouting and disrespectfully dismissing Granny Yin's authority. In her words, there was no hint of respect whatsoever. Granny Yin, infuriated, ordered that Lu Yinyang be struck. And the strength of the palace servants was formidable. Our Lady, being kind-hearted, permitted Hong Yu to intervene, but only as a show of compliance to Granny Yin. Otherwise, the events of the day could be construed as a mistress allowing her concubine to insult an esteemed elder of the court. Granny Yin had served 2 generations of emperors and was acquainted with many influential figures within the palace. A single careless remark could reach the ears of those in power, resulting in dire consequences. After Lu Qiao finished her account, she did not await Shen Kuo's response, discreetly withdrawing to the side. Shen Kuo was utterly bewildered. Although a military general, he recognized that within the confines of imperial power, his accomplishments and abilities were but trifling. Otherwise, he would not have been confined to the capital. Unable to depart, He had always perceived Ru Shuang as gentle and understanding, believing that even Granny Yan's sternness was merely a formality. He had never fathomed that Ru Shuang would utter such audacious words. Had it not been for Mu Wanyun's intervention to elucidate matters to him, he might not have grasped the gravity of the situation. Observing his continued silence, Mu Wanyun could not restrain herself from asking, "I reiterate, General, perhaps you should seek a more capable advisor, or allow Granny Yan to persist." Upon hearing this, Shen Kuo's expression instantly transformed, revealing a deep sense of regret. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, one finally spoke, questioning why it was necessary for Ru Shuang to kneel, and for such an extended period. "General, the act of kneeling is fundamental. Aunt Lu, as a concubine, should kneel before the mistress. Is that not the bare minimum?" Hong Yu could no longer restrain herself. The merits could not be monopolized by Lu Qiao alone. Lu Qiao glanced at her, a smirk playing at her lips, and coldly added, "As the general's favored concubine, Aunt Lu not only seeks to showcase her establishment, but also aspires to gain recognition at banquets. However, one never knows whom they might encounter in the capital, where wealth and power abound. If she fails to grasp these essential etiquette rules, she risks ridicule, or worse." Lu Qiao's tone remained indifferent, yet her words left a significant impression on Shen Kuo. He recalled the last time Ru Shuang attended a banquet at the Duke of State's residence, where she faced derision. She had been determined to redeem herself, and she ought to attend again. He was aware that numerous invitations had been sent her way. If she were to encounter princesses or noble ladies and falter in her etiquette or offend someone with her words, it could lead to serious repercussions. Pondering this, he spoke again. "In that case, let the lady instruct Ru Shuang in the proper etiquette. Coming from humble origins, she has had little opportunity to learn these manners, and I trust the lady will show her some patience. Additionally, having grown up in the capital, the lady is well acquainted with the elite. I hope she will guide Ru Shuang in recognizing the noble women and young ladies of the capital. I entrust everything to you." As he spoke, Shen Kuo made a rare gesture of respect towards Mu Wanyun. Mu Wanyun found the situation rather strange. She was not someone to be swayed easily. She did not fancy being pleased or scorned on a whim. Moreover, there was no financial gain in teaching Ru Shuang. She wondered why she should take on such a task. Noticing Mu Wanyun's lack of response, Shen Kuo felt a wave of anxiety and was about to speak again when Mu Wanyun interjected, "If the general agrees, then in the future, should Aunt Lu complain to you, she will not unjustly question me. I can offer another opportunity. Admittedly, I acted rashly this time, causing Miss Mu to feel alarmed." Upon hearing him refer to her as Miss Mu, a flicker of something unusual crossed her mind, and she ultimately nodded in agreement. What Shen Kuo conveyed to Ru Shuang upon his return remained unknown. After a night's passage, Ru Shuang appeared with a swollen face, limping as she came forward. She proactively offered her apologies, even kneeling for an entire hour. Observing her earnest demeanor, Mu Wanyun felt a subtle sense of accomplishment. Over the next 3 days, she watched as Lu Qiao instructed Ru Shuang on various etiquettes, such as walking with a bowl full of water, what to say to whom, and how to serve dishes to the mistress. These were indeed the skills expected of a servant. On the 3rd day, Granny Yan departed. Claiming that having grown accustomed to the soft couches of the palace, she could not adjust to the hard beds of the general's residence. Before leaving, she was given many fine gifts. Once Granny Yan departed, Ru Shuang sighed in relief, feeling no need to pretend any longer. "I shan't trouble the lady further. I shall return now," she declared. Mu Wanyun could hardly be bothered to respond. She eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Moreover, in recent days, she had certainly exerted herself in dealing with Ru Shuang. It could be said that she had finally exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, Ru Shuang took it upon herself to engage a tutor to impart knowledge, likely believing that Mu Wanyun would not genuinely teach her anything of substance. However, the tutor she chose was known to Mu Wanyun, a sycophant skilled in flattering those in power, willing to utter any praise for the sake of monetary reward. Upon hearing this, Ru Shuang quickly became elated, convinced that she had been deceived by Mu Wanyun and Granny Yan, realizing that her understanding of etiquette was already commendable. She believed they had deliberately sought reasons to belittle her, reducing her to a state of worthlessness. To validate her newfound confidence, she even attended a banquet hosted by the wife of the Minister of Rights, where she flourished like a fish in water. She promptly agreed to reserve several tables for the minister at a half-price rate at Jinhui Tower. The minister's wife eagerly praised her with remarks about her possessing the grace of a matriarch, and in that moment, Ru Shuang basked in unparalleled glory. Mu Wanyun, upon hearing reports of this, calculated that the time was drawing near. Chapter 60, Mutual Scheming as Anticipated. after Lu Rushuang shone brilliantly at the banquet. Indulging in her moment of glory, she soon redirected her attention to Jinhui Tower, only to realize that the establishment was no longer under her control. Even when she sought to inspect the accounts, the accountant delicately indicated, "Madam Lu, I must first consult with Master Cui." Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuang's brows furrowed. Her pupils constricted, and her voice rose in pitch. "What do you mean? Both she and I are masters here, each holding an equal share. You tell me that in order to view the accounts, I must first seek her permission? Did Cui Yao instruct you to say this?" The accountant wore a look of helplessness. "Madam Lu, I am merely following orders. Please, do not make it difficult for me." Frustrated and furious, Lu Rushuang felt an increasing sense of suspicion. If there were no secrets, why deny her access? It was likely that Cui Yao was embezzling funds. She promptly approached Cui Yao, demanding the account books. Cui Yao generously handed them over, explaining, "Sister Lu, during your confinement at home, I have been managing the affairs of Jinhui Tower. I feared that the staff might be unreliable, which is why I restricted access to the account books. If someone were to misrepresent themselves as you to view them, it would be detrimental, especially since the records detail our financial transactions. I have heard that some knowledgeable individuals can discern much from such accounts." While speaking, Cui Yu scrutinized Lu Rushuang. In truth, she had always intended to maintain two sets of account books. Particularly because Jinhui Tower had proven exceptionally lucrative since its inception, one could say it was making a fortune daily. Watching the silver pour in, the thought of having to share half with Lu Rushuang left her feeling unbalanced. Although both had invested 50,000 taels, Cui Yao had personally overseen everything from leasing to renovations, even inviting numerous close friends to support the grand opening. During this period, it was she who had vigorously promoted Jinhui Tower among the aristocracy, thus elevating its reputation. Now, many esteemed guests from the capital were coming to dine, largely due to her influence. But what had Lu Rushuang contributed? For the past few months, she had hardly ventured outside her residence. Even when she did, she was of little assistance. Her status as a concubine and her embarrassing demeanor had tarnished the reputation of Jinhui Tower, prompting many to speculate whether it was truly run by a mere mistress. Cui Yao could only laugh bitterly and downplay Lu Rushuang's connection to the establishment. She deeply regretted partnering with Lu Rushuang, feeling that the latter diminished her own worth. Initially, she believed it was of no consequence that Lu Rushuang was kept confined. She could seize the opportunity to earn more silver and eventually give Lu Rushuang her 50,000 taels, severing their ties to Jinhui Tower. Why should she share profits equally? Offering her one-third was already a generous concession. Yet, she had not anticipated that Lu Rushuang would be astute enough to inquire about the accounts. With the accountant overwhelmed and unable to address the recent discrepancies in the books, Cui Yao's plans were becoming increasingly precarious. Contemplating, she dared not leave the account book in Lu Rushuang's hands for too long. Amidst their banter, she swiftly sought to reclaim it. Having finally liberated her sister from her tribulations, a celebration was in order. She declared, "I shall treat you today, dear sister. Let us indulge in a feast." Her enthusiasm was palpable. Yet, Lu Rushuang was not truly foolish. Sensing that Cui Yao was certainly concealing something from her, she feigned compliance. "Then, I shall oblige," she replied with a semblance of delight, but insisted on making a brief visit to the restroom. Once she was out of Cui Yao's sight, she hurriedly beckoned her trusted maid, Guire, to the side and instructed her to procure some sedative from the apothecary. Guire's expression shifted, and she shook her head, questioning it. "Aunt, what are you planning?" "Foolish girl, do not forget. I saved your life. It belongs to me. You shall do as I command," Lu Rushuang retorted, her displeasure evident. She handed Guire the purse and pushed her towards the exit, cautioning, "Be discreet. Do not reveal your identity. And should you dare to pocket any silver, do not blame me for my harshness." Guire nodded back, her face betraying her reluctance, but once outside Jinhui Tower, she swiftly hired a carriage to return to the courtyard adjacent to the general's mansion. Through a concealed entrance, she rejoined Wanyun and relayed the entire situation, inquiring, "Miss, what shall we do?" Wanyun responded, "Follow her instructions. It is merely a sedative. I possess some here. Take it with you." Her heart surged with excitement as she realized Lu Rushuang harbored suspicions about Cui Yao. Yet, the intent behind administering the sedative to Cui Yao eluded her. Surely, it could not bode well. Strangely, there lingered a hint of anticipation, a yearning to witness the unfolding events. Simultaneously, Cui Yao hurriedly instructed the accountant to prepare the account book for Lu Rushuang. Before long, the two women found themselves at the banquet, toasting and consuming the spiked wine. Lu Rushuang, watching as Cui Yao imbibed one cup after another, felt a surge of satisfaction. She had never trusted Cui Yao. From their very first encounter, she sensed the depths of her cunning. However, she needed financial assistance, and Cui Yao possessed connections. Having grown up amidst the affluent elite of the capital, she required someone to aid her in establishing her enterprise. Yet, she was not naive. How could she not be wary? Cui Yao's brazen act of seizing the account book today was merely a tactic to prevent her from discerning anything amiss. No. She perhaps underestimated Lu Rushuang's intellect, assuming her to be illiterate and incapable of comprehending the accounts. It was likely that Cui Yao, in addition to her desire to conspire against Wanyun, had initially approached her due to her lowly origins. But how elevated was Cui Yao's status? Merely a disregarded daughter of the Cui family, she had lived a life inferior to that of the favored maids before befriending Wanyun. Indeed, she had heard whispers that Cui Yao had already entangled herself with Mu Chun, feigning a bond with Wanyun to eliminate obstacles, fabricating a narrative of gratitude, all to ascend at Wanyun's expense. With these thoughts solidifying her resolve, Lu Rushuang understood that she must acquire leverage against Cui Yao, otherwise. She feared she would be perpetually manipulated by her. As she observed Cui Yao's flushed cheeks and the telltale signs of inebriation, her heart swelled with delight. The girl beside her, Guire, exchanged a knowing glance, her expression one of reluctance. Only after receiving a sharp glare did she reluctantly step outside. At that opportune moment, Lu Rushuang rose and said, "Sister, the younger sister has gone out to use the restroom. She will return shortly to keep you company." "Why does she keep going to the restroom today? Could it be that she has an upset stomach?" Cui Yao exclaimed, grasping Lu Rushuang's arm in a sudden panic. Unwilling to let her depart. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lu Rushuang's eyes, yet she could only soothe Cui Yao gently. "Sister, I truly must go. It is quite urgent. But I shall return momentarily." Having said this, she withdrew her hand and attempted to leave. The moment the door closed behind her, the once tipsy Cui Yao's expression abruptly turned cold. Chapter 61. Framed the enchantment in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a sharp clarity. After a slight cough, she summoned the maid who had been sent away. The maid gently closed the door behind her and approached Cui Yao, ready to bow in respect, but was abruptly interrupted by Cui Yao's icy voice. "What time is it? There is no need for such mundane formalities." The maid remained silent, understanding that her mistress had summoned her for a specific purpose. She quickly relayed the findings. "Miss, I've consulted the physician from Chuanha Hall, and it has been confirmed that it is a soporific drug." Cui Yao scoffed disdainfully. "I thought it might be something potent. It seems they have little courage." There was an unmistakable hint of derision in her tone. After a brief pause, she added, "Nevertheless, since she wishes to harm me, I cannot remain passive." As she spoke, her gaze roved over the maid, and she suddenly commanded, "Undress." "Miss?" The maid was taken aback, her face paling. Cui Yao's impatience grew as she urged, "What are you afraid of? That coward Wu Ti dare administer a genuine aphrodisiac. She surely has her reservations." Softening her tone, she continued, "Consider this. It may be an opportunity for you." Despite this, the maid hesitated. However, Cui Yao had lost her patience. "What? Am I putting you at a disadvantage by asking you to help me? Do not forget, your servitude contract is firmly in my grasp." With that, the maid's complexion drained of color. Indeed, for those of their station, life and death hinged upon the whims of their masters. In mere moments, she realized she had no choice but to acquiesce. Before long, they had exchanged garments, headdresses, and hairpins. The maid, accustomed to attending to Cui Yao's every need, adapted seamlessly to the situation. They were of similar stature, and without a clear view of their faces, one might struggle to discern between them. Once Cui Yao departed, the maid donned her mistress's attire and reclined upon the table. When Lu Rushuang returned, she peered through the crack of the door and beheld Cui Yao in a drunken stupor. She instructed her attendants to bring in the unconscious accountant, and with a sense of satisfaction, she tossed both individuals onto the bed. Her choice of the accountant was deliberate, for he had previously wielded his influence shamelessly, and she suspected he had been bribed by Cui Yao. As anticipated, she uncovered 2 ledgers among the accountant's belongings. Even she, not lacking in intelligence, recognized them as the shadow accounts, one for her perusal and the other the original ledger of the tavern. The swift discovery was undoubtedly aided by Wanyun's efforts, a fact unbeknownst to Lu Rushuang. As she racked her brains, hoping to find someone skilled in accounting to elucidate how much silver Cui Yao had illicitly pocketed, a young clerk, skilled in accounting, inadvertently stumbled into her private chamber. "Ah, I apologize, Miss Lu. I did not realize you were here." Lu Rushuang, already exasperated by her own manipulations, glared at the intruding clerk, irked by his lack of awareness. Where did you come from? Get out at once. Yet the clerk was not offended. A casual glance at the ledger in Lu Rushuang's hands elicited a gasp of surprise. Oh, isn't this the ledger of the accountant? Old Chui? He typically forbids us from approaching while he records the accounts, and we often speculate that he is likely cooking the books. The young lad chuckled, but mid-sentence. Perhaps sensing he had spoken too freely and fearing he might incur his master's displeasure, he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, apologizing as he retreated. Yet, his gaze couldn't help but linger on Lu Rushuang and the ledger she held, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Lu Rushuang, in a state of vexation, noticed his apparent reluctance to speak and snapped, "What do you wish to say?" I have nothing to say," the lad stammered, clearly contradicting himself. The more he protested, the more Lu Rushuang felt he was concealing something. Her expression darkened slightly, half threatening, half coaxing. "If you remain silent and I discover it, you must consider the consequences." Upon hearing this, the young lad was immediately gripped by fear, his legs trembling as he knelt on the ground, his forehead touching the floor as he pleaded for mercy. "Speak," Lu Rushuang urged impatiently, for she was eager to witness the unfolding drama next door. I will speak, but Lu Dongjia must not disclose this to anyone. Especially not to the accountant or old Chui," the lad said, causing Lu Rushuang's heart to leap with surprise as she scrutinized him closely. The young man appeared to be around 17 or 18, with rosy lips and pearly white teeth, his countenance resembling that of a jade crown. A peculiar sensation stirred within her, as if they were acquainted from ages past. While Lu Rushuang was momentarily lost in thought, the young lad, Yin inadvertently revealed that he overheard Chui Yao instructing the accountant, old Chui, to deceive Lu Rushuang regarding the accounts. He added, "We believe that Chui Dongjia's actions are entirely inappropriate. Although you have been away for over a month, you had always kept a watchful eye before. Moreover, you may not be aware, but whenever someone inquires if you are the owner of this tavern, Chui Dongjia speaks ill of you, asserting that you are not." Lu Rushuang could no longer contain herself. Her body trembled, and her molars ground together audibly. "Ah, Chui Yao, I have shown you mercy, intending no harm. Yet you secretly misappropriate my funds and seek to drive me away. Do you think Lu Rushuang is easily intimidated?" The young lad, sensing her displeasure, attempted to withdraw. But Lu Rushuang called him back. Perhaps due to Yan Yu's earlier display of loyalty, she regarded him with unexpected warmth, pondering for a moment before gently inquiring, "How old are you? Are you married?" Upon hearing this, Yan Yu's face flushed with a hint of shyness. As he lowered his gaze, his slightly blushing, peach blossom-like eyes furtively glanced at Lu Rushuang, only to quickly avert, as though he had committed some transgression and feared being discovered. Lu Rushuang, being seasoned in such matters, was acutely aware of the underlying currents. Recently, due to Shen Kuo's frail condition, she had not been intimate with a man for quite some time, leaving her feeling somewhat restless. The attention of such a young and handsome lad brought her a sense of profound satisfaction, albeit fleeting. Unable to resist, she stole a few more glances at Yin Yu, increasingly convinced that having him as a mere servant was a waste of such youthful beauty. She playfully beckoned him to come closer with a slight curl of her finger. Yin Yu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Lu Rushuang, who not only showed no aversion to his proximity, but seemed to encourage it, igniting a fervent yearning within him. He quickly leaned forward, his head inching closer, his eyes reflecting a dazed fascination. However, as his face approached, Lu Rushuang deftly tapped his chin with her finger, pushing him away. In a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, she articulated deliberately, "Today, I am in a good mood and shall assist you in finding a worthy bride. But do not forget my role in this." With that, she opened the door to the adjacent room, leaving Yin Yu entranced. To his astonishment, he beheld two figures entwined on the bed, Chui Dongjia and the elder Chui. This cannot be," he gasped, bewildered. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Go help them with their clothes, then cover them with a blanket," Lu Rushuang commanded, a flicker of malevolence passing through her eyes. This was not the course of action she had wished to take, yet Chui Yao's audacity had pushed her to this brink. She intended to render Chui Yao a complete laughingstock, as she instructed someone to summon Mu Chun, the eldest son of the Mu family, and Wu Shi, the wife of the accountant Chui. Yin Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, this isn't." His astonishment grew as he recognized the woman awakening on the bed. At that moment, Chui Yao, accompanied by Mu Chun and Wu Shi, stood just outside the door. Chapter 62. A sudden blow. It is said that at that time, the Golden Radiance Pavilion was bustling with guests, a veritable hive of activity, particularly with several noble families in attendance, including Lady Liang. the wife of the vice minister of rights, known far and wide in the capital for her sharp tongue. Soon, the tale of the two proprietors of the Golden Radiance Pavilion, embroiled in a dispute over monetary distributions, plotting against one another, and ultimately resorting to violence, became common knowledge. All thanks to Lady Liang's vivid recounting. I was conversing with a few close friends on the same floor when suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, followed by a woman's anguished cries and the unmistakable sound of slapping. We rushed over to investigate. You won't believe what we found. Lady Liang, animated and relishing the moment, paused to build anticipation, only resuming her tale when the eager crowd could no longer contain their curiosity. Before us was a slender woman being physically assaulted by a burly middle-aged lady, roughly in her 30s. While striking her, the assailant hurled insults, accusing the slender woman of daring to seduce her husband and associating him with her own niece. What? The ladies who had come to inquire at the vice minister's residence were now wide-eyed, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. With a nonchalant sip of tea, Lady Liang continued, revealing that the victim was none other than the favored concubine of the northern general, known as Lu Yinyang. The assailant was Mrs. Wu, wife of the secondary branch of the Chui family, and also the bookkeeper's spouse at the Golden Radiance Pavilion. It seemed Lu was unaware of the connection between the bookkeeper and Miss Chui, mistakenly believing she could orchestrate a scandal involving Miss Chui and the bookkeeper, only to be outmaneuvered when Miss Chui turned the tables, dressing a maid in her clothes to feign fainting. Upon hearing Lady Liang's explanation, the crowd expressed their astonishment, deeming Lu woefully foolish for not discerning the relationships at play. Some could not help but spit in contempt, asserting that a concubine was inherently unworthy, recalling how this same concubine had previously embarrassed herself at the banquet for the marriage of the Duke of Jinghua. Those who had come to inquire were known for their keen perception and gossip, being the well-informed members of their respective families, naturally privy to such matters. Lady Liang continued to weave her narrative before returning to the incident at the Golden Radiance Pavilion. Caught red-handed, Lu adamantly denied any wrongdoing, insisting that Miss Chui had plotted against her. How despicable! Such a wretched creature, unable to harm others, only to bring ruin upon herself. She deserved it. But how had they, once partners in business and seemingly on good terms, descended into such chaos? Curiosity mounted among the onlookers. It was all about money, as Lu claimed that while she was away, Chui Yu had forged accounts to deceive her. Upon discovering this, Lu, in her indignation, had sought to intimidate Chui Yu, perhaps with no genuine intent to escalate matters, but rather to threaten her reputation, unaware that she was being outmaneuvered in turn. A collective sigh swept through the crowd. Initially, they had felt sympathy for Chui Yu, but now remained silent. Clearly, none of them were virtuous. It was simply a case of dogs biting dogs. Indeed, it is uncommon for well-bred young ladies to venture into the public sphere to engage in commerce. Each of us possesses a dowry, and our family estates and shops are the very foundation of our existence, entrusted to reliable hands for management. Unlike them, who flaunt themselves in public, eager for the entire capital to recognize their prowess and notoriety. A chorus of nods echoed among the gathered ladies. One was a legitimate daughter, the other a concubine, both deemed unworthy of distinction. How true. Others echoed the sentiment. Previously, I considered the opulence of Jin Hui Lu and its admirable cuisine, even suggesting to my husband that he host gatherings of friends there. Now, however, I believe it prudent to refrain from such indulgence, lest we attract unwelcome attention. Who could argue otherwise? Speaking of which, I recall that the General of the North and the esteemed Master Mu are related by marriage. This scandal will surely reflect poorly on both families. It is indeed peculiar, is it not? How can one overlook that the legitimate daughter of the Mu family has faced relentless hostility from the Lu family since her marriage into the general's household? The general, blind to reason, lavishes affection upon his concubine, neglecting his wife to an extraordinary degree, a rarity in the capital. Given this situation, one would expect the Mu family, as her maternal kin, to unite against such adversity, yet they remain inexplicably close to the concubine. Miss Chui, the future sister-in-law, chooses to bypass her future sister-in-law and associate with the concubine, while no one from the Mu family steps forth to defend her. This truly is disheartening. In light of this, the assembly recalled the unfortunate plight of the Mu family's legitimate daughter, who was scorned by her husband and abandoned by her kin, only to become a target should misfortune strike. This contemplation only deepened their concern for Mu Wanyun. Yet, Mu Wanyun herself lives in blissful ease, untouched by deceit or hardship, enjoying her life to the fullest. As the two engaged in a public exchange of barbs, their confrontation soon became the talk of the town, with tales embellished and illustrated circulating among the populace. The incident of Lu Rushuang's humiliation, Cui Yao spectating, and the subsequent verbal skirmish between Lu Rushuang and Cui Yao was vividly depicted, complete with monologues and dialogues. Wanyun even made a point to procure a copy for herself, relishing the narrative. Following the censure by the censors, a significant uproar ensued within the court. The discussion surrounding the involvement of official families in commerce and the indictment of Shen Kuo's favoritism towards his concubine grew increasingly prevalent. Shen Kuo himself faced public rebuke from His Majesty, who cast a mountain of indictment papers directly upon him. Just as His Majesty hesitated over whether to order the closure of Jin Hui Lu, a poisoning incident emerged. During a banquet hosted by the Minister of Rites, a servant succumbed to poisoning while tasting dishes, later found to be caused by improperly prepared fugu. The banquet was attended by noble women, intended to showcase a suitable match for the minister's now-grown son, but this incident dashed any hopes of a promising alliance. The minister's wife, incensed, promptly reported the matter to the authorities. It was soon uncovered that Jin Hui Lu had resorted to using near-spoiled pork to cut costs, serving it to families of officials not within the court. Previously, those who dined at Jin Hui building and subsequently experienced physical discomfort reported the incident to the authorities. As the establishment is owned by the family of an official in the imperial court, the Jing's Hoyan took the precaution of informing Shen Kuo, Minister Cui, and Master Mu prior to any arrests. Master Mu, known for his integrity, found himself entangled in this situation and promptly sought out Shen Kuo, urging him to keep his family in check. Shen Kuo, unfazed, replied, "My dear father-in-law, if I am not mistaken, the women of my household have not frequented Jin Hui building in the past few months." Master Mu, infuriated yet powerless, returned home and commanded Mu Chun to sever ties with the second daughter of the Cui family, only to be met with a shocking rebuttal that nearly knocked him off his feet. Chapter 63. Not biological. Cui Yao financed the Golden Radiance Pavilion not only with the betrothal gifts from the Mu family but also by utilizing the family's resources. In fact, Mu Chun borrowed 10,000 taels from a money shop under the Mu family's name, which allowed him to gather a total of 50,000 taels. Upon hearing this, the esteemed Master Mu was so enraged that he nearly asphyxiated on the spot. The usually sympathetic Madame Mu was equally frustrated, lamenting, "Chen Earth, you are the legitimate eldest son of the Mu family. Your status is of immense value. Countless refined and accomplished daughters from wealthy families are at your disposal. Yet you have chosen a mere concubine. You even deceived us and plotted against your sister for her sake, forcing us to turn our hearts away from her. Now, we have become a laughingstock, your father's lifelong reputation tarnished. Shinner, are you trying to drive us to despair?" Tears streamed down Madame Mu's face. She had but one son and one daughter, both dearly cherished. However, a daughter must eventually marry, while a son is her support in later life. Thus, despite her deep affection for her daughter, her son took precedence, especially since her daughter had always excelled, while her son was rather unremarkable, leading to a growing resentment towards his sister. This prompted the parents, who had been immersed in their daughter's brilliance, to reflect critically on the situation. Yet, talent is ultimately determined by fate. Despite their wishes for their son to shine, it was beyond their control. They could only remind him that his sister's excellence would secure her a good marriage, which would also benefit him. Surprisingly, the son took this to heart and later informed them that he had found a suitable suitor for his sister, none other than the illustrious General Shen Kuo of the North. Initially, they opposed this choice, believing the Mu family, being civil servants, should seek a match among scholars. However, Mu Chen insisted, claiming Shen Kuo was extraordinary, having achieved remarkable feats at a young age, with the prospect of nobility within reach. The Mu family lacked substantial heritage, with Mu Lin, despite being a revered tutor, not enjoying much favor at court and lacking close allies. Should he retire, the Mu family would indeed decline, though they held the title of the foremost civil servants. It was largely due to the renown of the tutor, rather than any substantial legacy. It was not easy for their daughter to secure a worthy match. Moreover, Mu Lin had always portrayed an indifferent attitude towards power and ambition. Ultimately, it was Mu Chen's idea for Mu Wanyun to fall in love with Shen Kuo. Subsequently, those around her began extolling Shen Kuo's virtues and achievements. They genuinely hoped their daughter would marry well. Although Shen Kuo was somewhat arrogant, he was pleasing in appearance and held power, which they found favorable. Unexpectedly, before the imperial edict of their marriage, they learned that Shen Kuo had a close confidant and intended to seek her hand in marriage through his military accomplishments. Initially, they were disheartened, but Mu Qin threatened to take drastic measures. As events unfolded, Mu Lin sought the emperor's decree for the marriage, only for their daughter to be abandoned on her wedding day. Reflecting on past events, particularly the last confrontation with her daughter, where she threatened to sever their mother-daughter bond, Madame Mu was filled with regret. What? Do the parents now regret their decisions? Mu Qin looked at his discontented parents with a cold smirk. Reflecting on the past when Jin Huilu was flourishing, and Yao showered them with extravagant gifts, earning their praises to the heavens. Now, in times of trouble, their demeanor had shifted entirely. Lady Mu raised her sleeve to wipe away her tears without uttering a word, while the esteemed Mu Taifu wore a sullen expression, attempting to raise his hand but feeling uneasy under Mu Qin's gaze, ultimately letting it fall in despair. It was too late. With red-rimmed eyes, Mu Qin gazed at the disappointment etched on his parents' faces, and he too felt a profound sense of disillusionment towards them. A bitter resentment brewed within him. He wished fervently that he were their biological son. Had he shared their blood, he would not have been beset by such insecurities. Nor would he harbor such animosity towards Mu Wanyun. From a young age, Mu Wanyun had excelled, embodying their finest traits, and he was often brought forth as a point of comparison, akin to a torturous crucifixion. In those moments, he cursed fate for its unfairness, lamenting that he had not inherited their virtues. It was only when he was found by his biological parents that he uncovered the truth of his lineage, finally grasping why he bore no resemblance to them, and why he fell short compared to Mu Wanyun. From that moment, the beast within him awakened, and he could no longer suppress the malevolence that festered within. He harbored thoughts of eliminating Mu Wanyun, believing that only in her demise could he become their sole child, the one who would finally capture their attention. Even if his true identity were to be revealed one day, he doubted they would cast him aside. Yet, he not only failed to vanquish Mu Wanyun, but he also watched as she returned, armed with skills and determination, revitalizing the once crumbling Mu family. Anxiety gnawed at him. Her brilliance only magnified his own inadequacies, as he feared that his mediocrity would be exposed as a mere fade. Eventually, he encountered Cui Yao during the Lantern Festival, witnessing her being humiliated by her legitimate sister. Seizing the moment, she pushed her sister into the throng of people, leaving her to be trampled. In that instant, Mu Qin felt a kinship with her. He later learned that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Cui family, overlooked and dismissed by others as weak and inept. Yet he alone understood that they were kindred spirits, both striving to conceal their true selves from the world. In that moment, he resolved to marry her. To him, Cui Yao represented himself, and he embodied her. How could he ever abandon her now? What did you say? Lady Mu seemed not to have fully grasped his words, her voice trembling as she inquired once more. With a cold laugh, Mu Qin, brimming with arrogance, fixed his gaze upon Lady Mu and Mu Taifu, enunciating each word deliberately. I said it is too late. Do you truly believe Mu Wanyun still regards you as her parents? I assure you, she has long been disillusioned with you. From now on, I am your only son, your sole reliance. If you neglect Yao, I shall no longer call you father and mother. How dare you utter such words? Mu Taifu appeared as though he no longer recognized his son, his hand raised yet ultimately falling back down. Mu Qin touched his flushed face, a maddened look in his eyes. Go ahead, strike me. After all, I borrowed that money using father's seal. Does he wish to tarnish his reputation? Mu Lin's complexion suddenly turned pale, and he stumbled to the ground. Beside him, Madame Mu was already weeping. How could you? Have we not treated you well enough? You? And Wanyun? My child. Now, she remembered her daughter, but when she allowed me to scheme against her and throw her into the den of wolves, there was no hesitation from her. Mu Qin scoffed coldly. He left behind a final remark. Dear father, I hope you will take care not to tarnish your reputation. I shall take my leave. Behind him, Madame Mu suppressed her sobs. After several days of investigation and evidence gathering, the Jingzhou presented the final compiled evidence to the current Xuande Emperor. The Xuande Emperor glanced through it briefly, then waved his hand dismissively. Close it. At the same time, he ordered the two owners of Jinhui Tower to compensate the relevant parties a total of 10,000 taels. Naturally, this amount was excessive. The surplus would rightfully go to the national treasury. Initially, Jinhui Tower was to be included in the treasury's assets, but fortunately, someone reminded that it did not belong to the Lu or Cui families. Furthermore, the Xuande Emperor decreed that henceforth, the practice of favoring concubines over wives would be strictly prohibited, and even concubines would not be allowed to publicly manage businesses. Even the main wife must prioritize the inner chambers. This decree incited hatred among those officials whose families enjoyed running businesses, directed towards Lu Ruoshuang and Cui Yao. Of course, the affairs of the inner chambers were closely intertwined with the previous dynasty. Recently, Shen Kuo had faced increasing exclusion in the court, to the extent that for every word he uttered, countless individuals were poised to find fault and rebut him. Similarly, Lord Chui was in a precarious position. With his low official rank, he remained nearly invisible in the court, and lacking any notable talents, he had intended to drift along. However, with his illegitimate daughter betrothed to the Taifu's eldest legitimate son, and the Taifu's legitimate daughter marrying the immensely powerful Shen Kuo, his spirits were lifted. Little did he expect that before he could bask in any glory, rumors of discord between Shen Kuo and the Taifu's family surfaced. Soon after, his illegitimate daughter Chui Yao was seen managing a business alongside Shen Kuo's concubine, garnering much attention. In a flash, he became the target of social invitations and alliances. But before he could revel in it, misfortune struck, and he became a laughingstock. Lord Chui desperately sought to diminish his presence, yet he was still brought up, reminded not to forget the repayment of 5,000 taels. Chui Shu was terrified, and on his way down from court, he awaited Taifu Mu. Taifu, my daughter is already betrothed to your family. I never expected her to marry into a good family. You sought her hand. My family does not favor concubines over wives, and my illegitimate daughter has always adhered to propriety. It is only after her betrothal to your family that such outrageous matters have arisen. You must take full responsibility. Numerous officials were present as they left court, and since Chui Shu did not deliberately lower his voice, many overheard him. Mu Lin sat in the sedan chair, wishing to slap himself for his impulsiveness. In a moment of folly, driven by Mu Chen's desperate plea, he had agreed to betroth Chui Yao to him. A truly inescapable predicament. Seeing that the Taifu was silent, Chui Shu attempted to lift the sedan curtain, but was coldly interrupted by Taifu Mu. Leave. Chapter 64. The Tiger Tally. Without receiving the approval of Master Mu, Chui Shu felt a tumult of urgency and agitation within him. Ignoring the disdainful glances of the surrounding officials, he brazenly pursued the matter, insisting on a clear response. Master Mu, my Chui family possesses little wealth. With scant salaries and numerous wives, I truly cannot produce such a vast sum of silver. Master Mu, seated within his soft sedan chair, wore a countenance as dark as coal, nearly racked with regret. Throughout his life, he had prided himself on his integrity and moral rectitude, never anticipating that in his twilight years he would tarnish his reputation, entangled with such shameless relatives by marriage, who audaciously demanded silver from him in front of court officials. As Chui Shu chased after him, he received no answer and almost stumbled. Infuriated, he vented his anger at the retreating sedan chair, asserting that his family could not afford such a sum. If the matriarch at home were to learn that the Chui family was to bear a hefty expense due to Chui Yao, a mere concubine's daughter, he feared for his very ears. Colleagues passing by, witnessing Chui Shu's disgraceful pursuit of silver, could not resist lifting the curtain to mock him. Chui Darren, just days ago you boasted to us about how Jin Hui Lu was opened by your daughter. Yet here you are, so desperate. Chui Shu, infuriated by the jibe, was about to retort when he noticed that the speaker was adorned in a higher-ranking official's attire. He merely feigned displeasure, maintaining a stoic silence. As his servant approached with the sedan, he hastily entered, lifting the curtain. On the way, he pondered deeply. He must have a serious talk with Chui Yao. In any case, the Chui family would not bear this financial burden. If the matter escalated, reaching the ears of the emperor, not only would they lose Jin Hui Lu, but they would also incur compensation for the damages. Ultimately, both the general's mansion and Chui Yao would be required to contribute 5,000 taels each, not to mention the outstanding debts for supplies. When the news of Jin Hui Lu's closure spread, merchants of vegetables and meat, along with the establishment's managers and servants, gathered at the general's mansion, the Chui residence, and Master Mu's estate, demanding their due silver. Additionally, moneylenders to whom Chui Yao had previously borrowed were also pressing for repayment, as were former colleagues of Shen Kuo. Fearing that these two factions might turn their attention towards her, Mu Wanyun barricaded her courtyard under the pretense of illness, allowing wave upon wave of supplicants to lament and plead outside, merely instructing the theater troupe to amplify their performances. After 3 days of this tumult, the commotion outside finally subsided. Mu Wanyun received word that the Chui family, like her, had claimed illness, sending Chui Yao overnight to the Mu residence. Ultimately, the Mu family emptied their coffers to pay the 5,000 taels, settling debts with the moneylenders, as well as the merchants supplying Jin Hui Lu. According to her knowledge, during its brief operation, Jin Huilu had indeed generated some profit, at least 2 or 3,000 taels, yet Cui Yao insisted there had been no earnings, claiming that not a single coin had been made. However, this was of no concern to her. If the Mu family was willing to cover expenses for their future daughter-in-law, what could she possibly say? It was merely that these funds likely depleted the Mu elders' savings for their funerary arrangements. As they were willing to make sacrifices for their son and daughter-in-law, she found herself with no objections. Yet, she resolutely refused to be dragged into their troubles, becoming their vessel for blood and coin, gaining nothing in return and instead being perceived as having taken advantage of their generosity. And so, the situation at the general's mansion unfolded. Lu Rushuang's 500 taels for the Golden Radiance Tower was, in essence, a sum he had shamelessly solicited from his former subordinates. Although these funds were originally rewards for victories, generously dispensed by Shen Kuo to win the hearts of the people, once given, they belonged to others. Since he had borrowed this amount, a reciprocal return was expected. Upon hearing the news of the Golden Radiance Tower sealing, the subordinates sent their families to the capital to demand repayment. Their families, being astute, refrained from entering the residence and instead lingered at the gates of the general's mansion each day. Concurrently, individuals from the palace were pressing Shen Kuo to remit the 5,000 taels in compensation so that they could report back to the emperor. They further insisted, claiming that the Grand Tutor's residents had already settled their dues, casting disdainful glances at Shen Kuo. Unable to bear such treatment, Shen Kuo was further reminded by a courtier that the emperor had decreed that should he fail to pay, the Lu family would face dire consequences. In these days of anxiety, Lu Rushuang cowered within the confines of her estate, her previous arrogance replaced with fear and regret. She had sought to voice her grievances, emphasizing that she had not been involved in the dealings, attributing all to Cui Yao. Yet who would believe her now? Even if they did, who would intervene? The truth was, the onlookers relished the misfortunes of others. Her earlier haughty demeanor had offended many, and now they eagerly awaited her downfall. The borrowed sum of 50,000 taels, coupled with the 5,000 taels in compensation, alongside the debts owed for the Golden Radiance Tower and the fees due to the steward, amounted to a staggering 58,000 taels. This overwhelming burden left Shen Kuo in a state of utter disarray. In recent days, he had approached numerous individuals, yet none were willing to lend him assistance. Even the moneylenders, wary of his lack of collateral, refused to extend credit. Observing the tearful Lu Rushuang, he was inexplicably engulfed by a sense of powerlessness. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself wandering towards the Furong courtyard, feeling an odd inclination that the woman within ought to assist him. Several days prior, he had dreamt a curious dream in which he had married Mu Wanyun, who in the dream treated him with utmost kindness, attending to all his needs, even facilitating his affairs in the court. Yet, he had never held any affection for her. One evening, after consuming wine laced with a drug, he hastily returned home, only to find Lu Rushuang unwell, and by some strange twist of fate, he ended up at Mu Wanyun's side, gazing at her peacefully sleeping form. He recalled that she was indeed his wife. In retrospect, he felt regret, having promised Lu Rushuang he would never lay a hand on Mu Wanyun. Yet, seeing Lu Rushuang in despair, ignoring him completely, he was filled with both remorse and fury. Eventually, someone reported that a maidservant close to Mu Wanyun had been acting suspiciously, ultimately revealing that Mu Wanyun had drugged him. Deep down, he was aware that he had already succumbed to the drug before returning home. Yet he placed the blame squarely on Mu Wanyun. Matters only escalated when Mu Wanyun became pregnant, prompting Lu Rushuang to contemplate leaving him in a fit of rage. He then vowed never to lay eyes on Mu Wanyun and her child again. The dream lingered for days, fragmented yet persistent. Ultimately, the child born to Mu Wanyun fell gravely ill, suffering from a high fever. Shen Kuo, however, believed it to be merely a ploy for attention on Mu Wanyun's part, and his aversion to cunning tactics led him to neglect seeking a physician. Later, he encountered troubles in the official realm, rendering him devoid of any inclination to engage with her. Yet, she persistently intruded upon him during this tumultuous period, prompting him to order the sealing of their courtyard. Subsequently, that child perished, and Mu Wanyun, dragging herself through half a life, with eyes aflame with rage, sought to annihilate Lu Rushuang and their offspring, only to be accidentally slain by him. The dream paused abruptly at this juncture. He never dreamt of it again. This dream, he had never confided to anyone, convincing himself that it was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, at times, he couldn't help but ponder whether Mu Wanyun's aberrant behavior was a consequence of this dream. How absurd. In truth, had she simply complied and refrained from troubling Rushuang? he would have permitted her to live out her days peacefully in the general's residence. Contemplating this, Shen Kuo instructed those stationed outside to inform Wanyun that he had pressing matters to discuss with her. "The general may return," came the reply. "Our young lady has stated that she will not meet with you. She has no surplus funds, and even if she did, she would not allocate them to unrelated parties." Shen Kuo's forehead throbbed in exasperation. He was tempted to storm in, yet he recognized that entering Furong Courtyard was no longer within his purview. Although Wanyun was reluctant to see him, she did not hesitate to direct him towards a potential solution. As expected, with his mind as vacant as ever, Shen Kuo shamelessly ventured into the palace to seek an advance on his salary from the emperor. However, astute as the sovereign was, he would not grant such a request without compensation. It was rumored that Shen Kuo subsequently secured an advance on 20 years of salary, totaling 40,000 taels, but ultimately, the emperor only lent him 20,000 taels to alleviate his immediate crisis, the price being the surrender of half of his tiger talisman. Shen Kuo pondered outside the imperial study for half an hour before acquiescing. Wanyun was aware that he believed that even without the tiger talisman, as long as his loyal subordinates remained, command over the military would still rest with him. However, preoccupied with managing his ostentatious yet inept concubine's affairs, Shen Kuo had completely forgotten how long it had been since he last received correspondence from those subordinates. Meanwhile, Wanyun scrutinized the confidential letter delivered by the Minister of Justice, discovering that most of Shen Kuo's subordinates had already faced military justice. With only a few remaining who had committed no grave offenses, unable to stir up any significant trouble, she picked up a pair of scissors and snipped the candlewick, watching as the previously dim flame blazed anew, allowing her to finally exhale in relief. That night, Shen Kuo was abruptly awakened from a nightmare, his nightclothes drenched in cold sweat. Beside him, Lu Rushuang hastily lit an oil lamp and inquired, "General, are you all right?" Regaining his composure, Shen Kuo gazed at Lu Rushuang and recalled the dream in which Wanyun met a tragic end, cursing him and Lu Rushuang to an ill fate, declaring that should there be a next life, she would ensure their suffering. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. He dressed, grasped the oil lamp, and proceeded to the study, unlocking the secret chamber. Seeing his collection intact, he sighed in relief. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had not received correspondence from his subordinates in quite some time. He had previously instructed them to report every fortnight. Why had this communication suddenly ceased? With this thought, he hastily penned a letter, determined to dispatch it at first light. Wanyun had heard that Shen Kuo had been plagued by nightmares recently, often calling out her name in his sleep. She felt as though she had swallowed a fly, caught in her throat, a sensation so unbearable it was akin to living in torment. The thought of their intimate moments in her previous life only heightened her sense of violation. Yet, had it not been for that encounter, how would she have welcomed Huier into her life? She found herself yearning for Huier, though she knew her beloved child would never return to her in this lifetime. On this particular day, the weather was splendid, and she recalled that it had been some time since she had burned paper offerings for Huier. Thus, she instructed the carriage driver to take them, herself, her 3 servants, a few maidservants, and some hidden guards, to the great Xiangwu temple to pay their respects. After her rebirth, she had erected an unnamed tombstone for Huier on the temple's rear mountain, hoping that the temple's Zen sounds and offerings would guide her child to a good family in the next life. This time, she had decided to stay at the temple for several days. During her absence from the capital, the Mu family had spread rumors that Madame Mu was ill, though she was nowhere to be found. The Mu family seemed to believe this was merely a pretext. In recent days, Mu Chen had taken to cursing her at the Imperial Academy, insinuating her ingratitude and emotional coldness. He claimed that the discord within the family stemmed from her unhappy marriage. They had advised her against her choices, but she had refused to listen, stubbornly insisting on her path, even threatening to take her own life, which had brought her father, who had always been proud, to the emperor, tears streaming down his face, pleading for his beloved daughter to find happiness with the man she desired. As Mu Chen spoke, his eyes were red with emotion. Many believed his words, unable to suppress their disdain for Wanyun. On her journey back to the capital from the great Xiangwu temple, she overheard numerous ladies discussing this very matter while making their offerings. Chapter 65. Under scrutiny. Hong Yu is a person who cannot tolerate idle gossip, especially when the culprits are so brazen as to speak openly. Seemingly eager for the world to hear, she declared her inability to endure such affronts and immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront them. However, she was halted by Wanyun and Lu Qiao. Unable to challenge her own mistress, she directed her ire toward Lu Qiao, exclaiming, Why are you stopping me? Can't you hear what they are saying? It is utterly outrageous. This is not the truth. By the end of her outburst, her voice had grown hoarse, tinged with an almost sobbing quality. A warm current flowed through Wanyun's heart. Despite being burdened by the memories of her past life and feeling disheartened by the true nature of her kin upon her return, the loyalty of a servant who treated her like a sister brought her solace. She beckoned Hongyu closer and offered her a handkerchief to dry her tear-stained eyes, jesting, "No matter how formidable your voice may be, it cannot silence the multitude." Wanyun was acutely aware that even in such a remote location, rumors persisted. Clearly, someone was manipulating events from the shadows. It was not difficult to deduce who that might be, nor their intent. The Mu family had long depended on her business acumen to maintain their facade of respectability. Previously, when Shui Yao opened the Jinhui building and made a fortune, Mu Chen had reveled in his success, completely disregarding his estranged daughter. After repeatedly ignoring their overtures, their anger had turned to shame, and they now aimed to pressure her with the weight of filial piety. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, she was still a Mu by blood, and the lineage coursed through her veins, an immutable fact. This realization brought a pang of sorrow to Wanyun's heart. With Shen Kuo, she could strike without hesitation, employing every means at her disposal to drag him into the mire. Yet, with her family, who had once treated her decently but later plotted against her, viewing her as a discarded pawn, her feelings were conflicted. "But I cannot allow them to tarnish your reputation, mistress. Why must your fate be so wretched? Marrying the wrong man." Hongyu lamented, her emotions spilling forth. Realizing she had overstepped, she was swiftly silenced by Lu Qiao's warning glance, filled with regret. "Mistress, I didn't mean to. It is of no consequence," Wanyun replied nonchalantly, her tone contemplative. "In truth, you speak with some accuracy. It is a case of marrying the wrong man." Hearing her mistress affirm this, Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief but could not restrain herself from disparaging Shen Kuo, criticizing his blindness and his penchant for seeking fame without merit, declaring that he bore little semblance to a true warrior. As she vented, she added, "The tales spun about him are fantastical. I suspect he has merely claimed the merits of others." Wanyun had initially smiled, but at these words, her expression abruptly turned icy. Grasping Hongyu's hand with a force that caused her to gasp, she seemed to be searching for something elusive. Believing she had offended her mistress, Hongyu quickly pleaded, "Mistress, I was wrong." "No, not that," Wanyun interjected, her face a mask of urgency as she held Hongyu's hand tightly, as if trying to capture a fleeting thought that danced just beyond her grasp. She felt as though something significant had slipped through her fingers, something of great importance. Ingi was perplexed, unable to comprehend her own thoughts as she stared intently at M.W. New York N, leaving her even more bewildered. It was Chio, standing nearby, who discerned the hint and carefully replayed Ingi's insincere ramblings in her mind. Tentatively, she inquired, "Miss, are you perhaps referring to General Shen Kuo's military achievements?" "Yes, precisely that." The utterance jolted M.W. New York N into a state of excitement. Ingi instinctively withdrew her hand, which had been pinched to the point of pain. Yet, she remained oblivious to the considerable significance of her unintentional contribution. M.W. New York N began to strive to recall what she knew. She was aware that Shen Kuo was a formidable warrior who had achieved countless victories, with tales of his triumphs even being chronicled in popular literature. She immediately instructed someone to take a detour to the city's bookshop. However, she never anticipated encountering MCHN and CUYO at the entrance of the bookshop. After months apart, they both appeared somewhat haggard, particularly CUYO, whose eyes bore a faint grayish hue, suggesting she had not been resting well lately. MCHN, upon seeing her, wore an expression so dark it seemed as though he wished to devour her. To claim that this did not chill her heart would be a falsehood. She could no longer recall when it had begun, but MCHN always regarded her with disdain, as if he wished her harm. In her childhood, she had once confided in her mother, "Mother, why does my brother not like me?" Her mother had replied that because she was the only child at first, all the treats were meant solely for him. However, with her arrival as a gluttonous little sister, the treats had to be shared. In her innocence, she believed it was indeed her fault for taking half of her brother's treats, so she endeavored not to compete with him. Whenever he glanced her way, she would willingly declare her disinterest. She thought that by doing so, her brother would come to like her. She always assumed that all brothers were like this, and thus never sensed anything amiss. She would even reach out to hold her brother's hand, yearning for his affection. On one occasion, she sweetly grasped his hand and proclaimed, Brother, from now on, everything of mine is yours. Please do not dislike me. Yet, MCHN had shoved her to the ground. That day, her knee was scraped, and though the maid wished to inform her mother, she stopped her. In that moment of pain and indignation, she repeatedly asked those around her if there was anything she could do to earn her brother's affection. The maid gently stroked her head, assuring her that once she grew a little older, her brother would understand, and everything would improve. She believed wholeheartedly in this promise. Waiting patiently for her brother to mature and become more considerate. Eventually, her brother did seem to treat her better. He would bring her delightful things like other brothers did. However, he never showed her the same fondness as others, and one day, she boldly asked him to pat her soft hair like the other brothers did. She would never forget the fleeting look of disdain in his eyes. Yes, her brother despised her. Panic surged within her. But she quickly reassured herself that she must have misinterpreted his expression. She treated Cuyo with kindness, considering her the best of friends. Even as she sensed MCHN's affection for Cuyo, prompting her to seek his approval. Memories flitted through Mu Wanyun's heart, leaving it increasingly cold. Before she could respond, Mu Chun urged Chui Yao to leave. However, Chui Yao gazed at her, speaking softly yet clearly. Yuner, it's been so difficult for us to meet. My mother has been yearning for you so much that she has fallen ill. Let us earnestly plead with her. She added, if she truly cared, she would have returned long ago. Some individuals are heartless. Now that she has married into a prestigious family and has a capable brother-in-law, we should refrain from being a nuisance. After saying this, Mu Chun shot her a fierce glare and pulled Chui Yao away. Chui Yao hesitated several times, her words unspoken, ultimately transforming into a deep sigh. The bookstore was the largest in the capital, situated on the grandest street, frequented by numerous noble families. Many had already begun to gossip and point at Mu Wanyun. Although she had long anticipated their behavior, it still pained her heart. Lost in thought, she soon found herself the target of a taunt. Beside her, Hong Yu and Lu Qiao stood protectively, shielding her from the slander. Yet as mere servants, they elicited no fear. At a critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Where did this fly come from, blocking the entrance? How is it that you are so filial, yet do not tether yourselves to your parents' belts and wander about? The crowd was momentarily stirred to debate, but upon realizing the identity of the speaker, they fell silent. As the crowd dispersed, Song Xie cast a sidelong glance at Mu Wanyun, unable to suppress her scornful remark. You used to be quite the talkative one. What happened? Has marriage rendered you mute, or has the favored concubine of the northern general beaten all the spirit out of you? Song Xie's words remained as sharp and spiteful as ever. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Mu Wanyun did not retaliate. Instead, she smiled and curtsied, saying, Greetings, Princess Consort of the Third Prince. Song Xie paused, her expression momentarily faltering, before dismissively waving her hand, feigning disdain. Oh, so you, Mu Wanyun, have a day to salute me? Mu Wanyun chuckled softly, replying, In my youth, I was foolish and unwittingly offended the esteemed Princess Consort. I hope you will forgive my ignorance and not hold it against a commoner. Perhaps her excessive politeness bored Song Xie. She waved her hand again and entered the bookstore without further comment. The bookstore was vast, encompassing a wide array of literature. Not only the official histories and classical texts, but also many miscellaneous volumes. Mu Wanyun had come specifically to seek out the biography of Shen Kuo, having previously encountered it. This dynasty had dedicated scholars to document the achievements of renowned officials, especially military leaders, so that their contributions could be recognized and praised. Just as she located the desired text, Song Xie's mocking voice echoed from behind. Mu Wanyun, you truly bring pride to our women. Shen Kuo has discarded you like a worn shoe, turning you into a laughingstock throughout the capital, and yet you cling to him? Tell me, are you not shameless? Song Xie had always been at odds with Mu Wanyun, and they frequently clashed in their youth. Had it been in her past life, Mu Wanyun would likely have engaged in a spirited argument with her. However, she was no longer the Mu Wanyun of her previous life. In that life, she had witnessed Song Xie weeping with red-rimmed eyes upon learning of her demise, even desiring to confront the circumstances surrounding her death. Though she had passed on, the shock lingered within her, for she had always perceived Song Xie as her adversary. It was only when Song Xie secretly burned paper money for her, weeping as she did so and pouring out her heart, that Mu Wanyun realized that Song Xie had longed to be her close friend. On one occasion, when Song Xie faced adversity, it was Mu Wanyun who inadvertently came to her aid. Alas, Song Xie's sharp tongue often twisted goodwill into misunderstanding. Reflecting upon this, Mu Wanyun scrutinized the elegantly adorned woman before her. Despite her ungracious words, there was no trace of malice in her eyes. With a gracious smile, she responded, "Who says I have not moved on? If not, why would I peruse his writings?" Song Xie was evidently skeptical. Mu Wanyun chuckled softly. "Perhaps I merely wish to ascertain whether he truly lives up to his reputation, to see if I was once blinded and deceived." Chapter 66. Fear of Retribution? The words of Mu Wanyun left Song Xie speechless with astonishment. After a long moment, she regained her composure, suppressing her excitement, and tentatively inquired, "You wouldn't be contemplating a separation from that scoundrel, would you?" Despite knowing her boldness in speech, Mu Wanyun was still taken aback. Song Xie seemed to realize she had overstepped and quickly retracted her statement, adopting a serious demeanor. "What I meant was, have you finally regained your sight?" Mu Wanyun was amused by her comical expression, but the difficulty of the situation left her with little energy to respond. Without receiving a definitive answer, Song Xie felt a pang of disappointment, her expression falling instantly, which did not go unnoticed by Mu Wanyun. Recalling her previous life when she floated in the air, nearly transparent from hunger, drawn by the scent of incense to an unfamiliar residence, she had witnessed a richly adorned woman, her eyes reddened from weeping, muttering and cursing her misfortune. "Mu Wanyun, you foolish girl, you deserve it for being so blind to those around you. Look at the wolves and tigers by your side. I, out of kindness, warned you, yet you fail to recognize a good heart. If it weren't for my benevolence, considering your past act of saving me, you would likely starve even in death." At that time, Mu Wanyun was absorbing the incense and had begun to regain some strength when she heard the curses, causing an involuntary shiver to run through her. A cold breeze swept by, and Song Xie felt a chill that made her pale. In a flurry, she hurried to burn the remaining joss paper, muttering as she ran, "Every grievance has its source. Mu Wanyun, do not frighten me, and certainly do not invade my dreams. You see, I merely enjoy our banter because you never seem to notice me." Mu Wanyun recalled that after her death, she had only experienced incense once, which was burned by Song Xie, who always teased her whenever they crossed paths. Reflecting on the events of her past life, Mu Wanyun smiled slightly and suddenly asked, "Princess of the Third Prince, it is getting late. Will you return to the manor for lunch?" "Huh." Song Xie was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of displeasure. "See, Mu Wanyun is still blind." A wave of disappointment washed over her. She sensed that Mu Wanyun today seemed less averse to her, even believing she might have had a change of heart, but still foolish. As Song Xie contemplated this, she was about to wave it off when Mu Wanyun's voice chimed in again. "If the princess of the third prince does not mind, this humble girl would be honored to host you for lunch." The invitation caught her completely off guard. Song Xie stood frozen, bewildered. "What?" Before she could respond, Mu Wanyun raised an eyebrow. "Well, I had originally agreed to dine with the third prince, but with so many concubines accompanying him, my absence would hardly matter. I find you to be quite pitiable after your heart was wounded by a man, and out of kindness, I shall join you for lunch, hoping to offer some comfort." Song Xie adopted a haughty demeanor, as if to say she was fortunate to be invited. Yet, Mu Wanyun could clearly see the excitement in her eyes, which were tinged with a slight blush. When silence fell, Song Xie muttered to herself, "Oh my, she invited me. Am I hearing this correctly? I must pinch myself." She did so, wincing at the pain. It was indeed real. Mu Wanyun had exceptional hearing, allowing her to perceive everything clearly, yet she could only feign ignorance. The two arrived at Yong'an Tower, where as soon as Song Xie entered, she summoned the manager and reserved the largest private room, ordering a plethora of dishes. Only after placing the orders did she remember to inquire, "What would you like to eat, Wanyun?" Mu Wanyun smiled and shook her head, replying, "Whatever the third prince's consort orders, I shall relish." Song Xie nodded, secretly delighted, for she was well aware of Wanyun's preferences. When Mu Wanyun met her gaze, Song Xie unexpectedly blushed and averted her eyes. Curiosity piqued within Mu Wanyun, despite Song Xie having expressed gratitude in her previous life for saving her and desiring a friendship. She retained no memory of her actions that warranted such treatment. What had she done to elicit such affection from Song Xie? As the food and wine were served, the serving girls began to arrange the dishes, but Song Xie interrupted, exclaiming, "Enough of this fuss. It's just a meal, let it be. This Yong'an Tower is akin to home." She halted a girl who was about to test for poison, remembering a recent poisoning incident at the now-sealed Jinhui Tower. What nonsense! Can Jinhui Tower even compare to Yong'an Tower? This place is like family. Mid-sentence, she was reminded by a maid of her slip and hastily diverted the conversation. Wanyun chose not to expose her, recalling her past ambition to open an establishment at Jinhui Tower, where Song Xie had treated her with disdain. It dawned on her that Yong'an Tower was backed by the maternal families of the second and third princes, a fact she had never considered in her previous life. Now she realized how much Song Xie had truly done for her. Song Xie, with her exuberant nature, poured herself drink after drink, quickly becoming inebriated. Grasping Wanyun's hand, she lamented, "Sister Yun, why don't you remember me? I've returned with great difficulty, yet you seem oblivious. It pains me, Sister Yun. You still associate with that Chui Yao, who speaks ill of you behind your back. I must tell you, you scold me and glare at me. It truly hurts my heart." She continued, "And that scoundrel Yun Lan, marrying me and taking so many concubines. I curse him to never father a son. He claims to extend the royal lineage. What nonsense. There are plenty more capable than him among his father and brothers." As Song Xie rambled on, her maids and older women were horrified, quickly covering her mouth and warning Wanyun, "Madam, our consort has had too much to drink. She considers you family. But royal secrets are not to be shared. Do not worry, I understand," Wanyun assured, observing Song Xie cling tightly to her waist. With a hint of exasperation, she prepared to comfort her, hoping to coax her into letting go. A cough from the matron nearby broke the silence, and she remarked that the third prince had once again spent the night with his concubine. Infuriated, Song Xie, who had been inebriated moments before, suddenly sprang to her feet. The matron quickly instructed two maidservants to support her. Song Xie let out a belch, chuckling softly as she said, "Sister Yun, let me tell you, no man is worth a dime. Sister Yun, why don't we both consider divorce and live our lives together?" The matron, feeling overwhelmed, hastily bowed to Wanyun and led Song Xie away. Wanyun's mind was preoccupied with Song Xie's words, and she hardly touched her meal. After forcing down a few bites, she returned home. Within a couple of days, she was met with shocking news. Lu Rushuang was pregnant again. This revelation was astonishing because, since entering the general's household, she had secretly administered sterility medicine to Shen Kuo. Logically, after such a prolonged period, it should have rendered him incapable of fatherhood. Surely, Lu Rushuang could not conceive a child on her own. The origins of this child were thus intriguing. Unable to contain her curiosity, she accompanied Hong Yu and Lv Kiao, along with concealed guards, to the rear garden, where Lu Rushuang and Shen Kuo were. From a distance, she spotted the couple nestled together in a pavilion. Lu Rushuang beamed with a smile, gazing down at her abdomen, while Shen Kuo rested his head against her belly. To an outsider, it would seem as though the child were his. Perhaps he genuinely believed it to be so. A thought crossed her mind. Allowing this child to live might serve as a greater form of revenge against Shen Kuo. Initially, she deemed a man with such a heartless disposition unworthy of fatherhood. However, raising another's child was an entirely different matter. The couple appeared deeply affectionate, engaged in whispered conversation that elicited giggles from Lu Rushuang, until she suddenly looked up and spotted Wanyun approaching with her entourage. In an instant, the smile vanished from Lu Rushuang's face, her eyes glistening with tears as she trembled, seemingly overcome with fear. Shen Kuo, sensing Lu Rushuang's distress, lifted his head and followed her gaze, his expression darkening upon seeing Wanyun. Wanyun smiled and was about to greet them, assuring them that she would not harm the child. Yet, Lu Rushuang, like a startled bird, sprang to her feet, trembling as she prepared to kneel. "Madam, it is my fault. I never imagined I would conceive so easily again. This is my second child with the general. Perhaps the only child I will bear in this lifetime. After my last miscarriage, the doctor warned me that I might never conceive again, yet here I am. Blessed by heaven. Madam, I implore you to allow me to carry this child to term. He is merely a concubine's son and will not contest with you. If you find him displeasing, once he is born, I will take him away to spare you any distress." As she spoke, Lu Rushuang's voice trembled with sorrow as she prepared to bow and plead with Wanyun for leniency, hoping to secure the life of her unborn child. Wanyun felt somewhat helpless. She had yet to utter a single word. Could it be that the previous abortion had left a shadow on Lu Rushuang? As she hesitated over whether to clarify the situation, she heard Shen Kuo's voice, imbued with both pain and fury. "Shuang, arise. Do not plead with her. This child must be born. It is the child of this general, and it is not for others to dictate." As he spoke the last sentence, Shen Kuo lifted his gaze, fixing his intense stare upon her. She rolled her eyes, silently scoffing, not for others to dictate? Wasn't he the last time also met with indifference? She opened her mouth, still contemplating her response, when Shen Kuo interjected, Wanyun, I advise you to show some kindness. Are you not afraid of retribution? Despite knowing well that his words were devoid of sincerity, Wanyun still felt repulsed. Overwhelmed by disgust, she opened her mouth, intending to offer an explanation, only to hear Lu Rushuang weeping softly, General, please do not let the madam suffer on my account. It is all my fault. I did not foresee. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Rushuang had already fainted in Shen Kuo's embrace. Wanyun rolled her eyes exaggeratedly. The same old routine again. How tiresome. Chapter 67. Stung by bees, Shen Kuo tightly embraced Lu Rushuang, his voice hoarse with fury. Everyone is dead, and yet you still hesitate to come. Soon, a flurry of people emerged around the back garden, encircling them. Yet not a single soul had the discernment to assist in carrying the general. Wanyun struggled to contain her laughter, repeatedly on the verge of offering a reminder, only to swallow her words at the last moment. However, observing Shen Kuo's laborious effort to hold Lu Rushuang, she noted several times that Lu Rushuang seemed frightened, her eyelids fluttering as if she wished to open her eyes, her drooping arms slightly rising as though she sought to grasp something. Was she afraid that Shen Kuo might not be able to carry her? Indeed, Shen Kuo's internal strength had yet to recover, and his current physique barely matched that of an ordinary man. With every step he took, his legs wobbled, revealing his frailty. Moreover, Lu Rushuang had grown increasingly plump, having gained no less than 20 pounds since before. Yet Shen Kuo's gaze remained fixed on Lu Rushuang. He would have gladly gouged out the eyes of anyone who dared to look at her longer than necessary, let alone hold her closely. The serving maids were either unattractive, young girls, or elderly matrons who, even if they possessed the strength, were likely too worn down to intervene. They all feigned ignorance, as their master had not spoken. Shen Kuo evidently recognized that no one could assist him. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself forward, calculating the distance from the back garden to the front courtyard. To his dismay, it was insufferably far. He couldn't bear to blame Lu Rushuang, who had endured great hardship to bear his child. Nor did he wish to reproach the oblivious servants. In the end, all his resentment coalesced into a singular grudge against Wanyun, whom he held responsible for Lu Rushuang's current predicament. Had it not been for her, Lu Rushuang would have been comfortably residing in the Farong courtyard, which boasted its own expansive garden and resting pavilions, thus sparing him the trouble of escorting her around the general's residence to this back garden. As he contemplated this, Shen Kuo's ire towards Wanyun deepened. Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down his forehead, perilously entering his eyes, causing a stinging pain. Alongside his fatigue, he felt as if he might collapse at any moment while still holding Lu Rushuang. Lifting his gaze, he realized they had barely made it out of the garden. The sun beat down upon him, making him sway slightly, as dizziness threatened to overwhelm him. Suddenly, a light-hearted taunt rang in his ears, Sister Lu. Have you given it some thought? If you continue this charade, the general may exhaust himself and drop you, which would endanger the child within you. At these words, Lu Rushuang, nestled in Shen Kuo's embrace, furrowed her brows. She had initially planned to feign awakening naturally, for she sensed that Shen Kuo might genuinely drop her. However, Wanyun's remark complicated matters. Despite her deep resentment towards Wanyun, she had no choice but to persist in her act. Mentally cursing Wanyun's ancestors while silently praying for divine intervention, hoping Shen Kuo would hold on. She certainly did not wish to be dropped. Yet, she could still perceive Shen Kuo swaying as he held her, sending her heart into a frantic scream, yearning to grasp something for support, but ultimately having to stifle her impulse. She couldn't help but inwardly curse Shen Kuo for his incompetence, unable to even hold onto his own woman. Upon hearing Wanyun's voice, an unnameable fury surged within Shen Kuo. He raised his head and, gritting his teeth, unleashed a torrent of invective towards Wanyun. Accusing her of being a venomous woman, it was she who had rendered Rushuang faint, yet she continued to slander her and deliver caustic remarks. How could one be so malicious? Indeed, I am malicious. Hence, your Rushuang's condition is surely not feigned. Wanyun advanced, extending her hand to viciously pinch the soft flesh on Lu Rushuang's body, inflicting pain that nearly caused Lu Rushuang to reveal herself. Though she ultimately managed to endure, Shen Kuo's forehead pulsed with veins, and he contemplated striking Wanyun, but as he withdrew his hand, he almost lost his grip on Lu Rushuang, hastily tightening his embrace around her once more. Wanyun observed the unfolding scene with delight, her smile radiant. Oh! It appears she is truly faint, and quite deeply so, She shall not awaken any time soon. As she spoke, her gaze shifted from Lu Rushuang's face to Shen Kuo, who was struggling to maintain composure. Why does the general's countenance appear so grim? Is he unwell? I have heard whispers suggesting that the general has been rather frail of late. Could it be true? Wanyun was well aware of Shen Kuo's prideful nature as a martial general. Although his loss of internal strength was not a closely guarded secret, he would not permit anyone to mention it, especially not her. Moreover, he had personally assured the court that despite his diminished prowess, he could still valiantly serve the emperor in battle. How could he possibly admit to any weakness? In a bid to project an image of unwavering strength, he feigned an air of nonchalance. Yet, his trembling legs and uncontrollable shaking arms betrayed his facade. Nevertheless, he was thick-skinned enough to believe that if he did not acknowledge it, others' words would bear no weight. Trembling? No, that was merely anger. Yes, anger directed at Wanyun. In an effort to mask his distress, his face darkened with fury. Cease your slander, Wanyun. Not only are you malicious, but you are also a gossipy woman, full of lies. If you do not step aside, should anything happen to Rushuang, I shall not spare you. Wanyun, witnessing Shen Kuo's escalating agitation, understood that he was nearing his limit. She intended to extricate herself swiftly, allowing Lu Rushuang to be taken away. However, how could she grant him this satisfaction? A mischievous smile graced her lips as she edged closer, adopting an expression of profound grievance. General, we must discuss this matter. What do you mean by saying I caused her to faint? It seems I have not uttered a word this entire time. Could it be that my mere presence wields such formidable power? Or perhaps certain individuals harbor guilty consciences and are scheming against others? As she spoke, she cast a glance at Lu Rushuang, who was still nestled in Shen Kuo's embrace. Remarkably, a few buzzing bees had taken to hovering around Lu Rushuang's head, causing her to frown incessantly, her delicate lashes quivering like gossamer. Wanyun could hardly contain her amusement, realizing that the vibrant red peony adorning Lu Rushuang's hair and the fragrant ointment on her face had attracted the bees lingering in the garden. If this continues, I fear she may be mistaken for nectar. How amusing. Shen Kuo felt dizzy, as if he might collapse at any moment. He was currently sustained only by a surge of anger, yet he knew he could not endure much longer. He truly wished to cease this quarrel with Wanyun. Thus, he opened his mouth and said, "You are doing this deliberately, aren't you? Knowing full well that Rushuang is with child, you intentionally delay. Contemplating what you might do to her? Step aside quickly. Once Rushuang is safe, I shall settle the score with you." With that, he attempted to brush past her and stride away. What? If Lu Yinyang is unharmed, the general will still hold me accountable? If anything were to happen to her, would the general not seek my life? Shen Kuo's vision darkened, his expression grew more severe, and his teeth ground together. Wanyun, step aside. He had lost all patience. No, he could no longer hold on. Where is everyone? Damn it. Do they not realize that he has lost his inner strength and is far from his former self? In that moment, Shen Kuo entirely forgot the daily attentions of the guards and servants that had only served to deepen his resentment, making him feel utterly useless. He had previously punished several of them. Wanyun initially intended to prolong the encounter, relishing the sight of his distress. However, a buzzing sound reached her ears, and she sensed something amiss, losing her previous enjoyment. She bowed and said, "I shall await the general," before hastily departing with Hongyu and Lu Qiao. Unaware of the circumstances, Hongyu felt it a pity that Wanyun so easily relinquished a valuable opportunity. However, Wanyun had no desire to explain. She urged them out of the back garden, and upon stopping, they heard a series of anguished cries from that direction. Before long, a throng of frenzied bees followed. Hongyu and Lu Qiao were frightened, readying to flee when Wanyun pulled them close, dousing them with a bit of nectar, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. "What is this?" Hongyu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the bees circled around them, both surprised and delighted. Wanyun explained, "This is nectar. However, the bees do not favor it, which is why I apply it whenever I visit the back garden." In truth, she had long been prepared. In her previous life, Lu Rushuang had once used bees to harm her beloved Hui'er. Little did she expect to exact revenge so swiftly. But upon seeing Lu Rushuang, draped in Shen Kuo's outer garment, scrambling out while Shen Kuo trailed behind with a battered appearance, she could not help but laugh heartily. The fragrant powder on Lu Rushuang had been given to her by Wanyun, who had also orchestrated for Guo to encourage Lu Rushuang to take advantage of the pleasant weather to stroll about, to admire the flowers and plants, thus uplifting her spirits. Previously, Lu Rushuang had suffered a significant financial loss due to the closure of Jin Hui Lu, becoming the subject of ridicule in the capital, which had left her quite despondent. Coupled with her pregnancy, it was the perfect opportunity to take a walk, to ease her mind and dispel her gloom. Guo had casually mentioned how splendid the flowers in the back garden were, even noting that the madam visited several times a day. Recently, with her pregnancy and rekindled relationship with Shen Kuo, Lu Rushuang found herself in an even sweeter disposition than before. She had been longing for an opportunity to show Wanyun, and thus readily agreed to go. With Shen Kuo free today, she arranged for someone to summon him back. Once again, someone spread the rumor outside Furong Courtyard that she was with child, luring Wanyun to come forth. Little did they anticipate that the outcome would be so disheveled. Lu Rushuang and Shen Kuo had finally managed to drive away the bees and escape with their lives. Yet before they could catch their breath, they spotted Wanyun in the distance, her face adorned with a smile as she beheld their disarray. Lu Rushuang, having forcibly removed Shen Kuo's outer robe to shield herself, feared that he might harbor resentment towards her. In a moment of inspiration, she pointed at Wanyun and declared, "I have realized that it is the madam who cannot bear to see me bear a child for the general." She deliberately summoned the bees. "You wish to harm my child and bring ruin upon the general. How can you harbor such venomous hatred?" Shen Kuo, his face swollen from bee stings and consumed by rage, upon hearing Lu Rushuang's words, felt a surge of anger that overshadowed his pain, and he stormed towards Wanyun, hand raised in fury. Chapter 68. A chilling reflection. Before Shen Kuo could reach Wanyun, he was suddenly struck by a flying dart. The dart grazed his cheek, severing a strand of his hair. Shen Kuo stood in stunned silence for a moment. Then, as if awakening from a dream, he focused on the fallen hair, raising a hand to touch his face. The pain made him gasp sharply, yet he also breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the hurt, there was no blood on his hand. This meant he had not been struck. Wanyun glanced at him, seemingly sensing his unease. Unable to restrain herself, she offered a reassuring reminder, "Do not worry, it is not poisoned." However, Shen Kuo felt no gratitude in response. Instead, a volatile fury surged within him, akin to a cornered beast ready to lash out. He roared at her, "Wanyun, do you think the rear courtyard of my general's residence is a playground? You have harmed me, and yet you remain unrepentant. Now, you wish to endanger both me and Rushuang's child. A woman as cunning and malicious as you deserves the disdain of your own family. You truly disgust me." Wanyun stood frozen. Though she understood that he would never speak kindly, Shen Kuo's words still struck a painful chord within her. She could dismiss his vile insults and unfounded accusations. Yet deep down, she yearned for familial affection. Although she had long accepted the possibility of her tenuous familial ties and had ceased to covet them. Hearing Shen Kuo's barbed words pierced her heart, igniting an uncontrollable anger. Her complexion turned pale, her naturally fair skin now devoid of color. Shen Kuo, after his outburst, felt little relief. His own expression was a grimace of pain. The ache was one thing, but the thought of being confined to the residence for an extended period vexed him even more. Lu Rushuang observed Wanyun, whose face had turned ghostly white, with a keen interest. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Wanyun had a vulnerability, her family. Lu Rushuang had mistakenly believed her to be invulnerable. With this newfound understanding, she felt compelled to strike at Wanyun's wound. "General, how can you speak to the lady so harshly? She has been abandoned by her family and is already pitiable. Now, she has no home." Lu Rushuang feigned empathy, eager to escalate the situation. But just then, she noticed Wanyun approaching with a cold demeanor. Instinctively, Lu Rushuang wanted to retreat, yet before she could react, a sharp pain coursed through her face. As she screamed, she touched her cheek, finding her hand smeared with blood. Wanyun's eyes gleamed with malicious delight as she gripped a gold hairpin, aiming it at the other side of Lu Rushuang's face. "You lunatic! You've ruined my face. I will not let this go." Lu Rushuang, already in disarray from her earlier flight from bees, now appeared utterly deranged. Shen Kuo, drawn by the commotion, looked up to see Wanyun in a frenzied state, and Lu Rushuang, horrified and bloodied, screaming in terror. His head spun from the chaos, yet instinctively, he shielded Lu Rushuang behind him, glaring fiercely at Wanyun. "What on earth are you doing? What is happening?" Wanyun first let out a sinister laugh, then raised her head, casting a cold gaze upon the two before her. With deliberate articulation, she declared, "If you accuse me of being malicious and harming others, then I shall not bear such a slanderous reputation in vain." "What slander? It is evident that you envy my pregnancy and wish me harm." Lu Rushuang, hiding behind Shen Kuo, peeked out to fan the flames of conflict. Upon receiving a fierce glare from Wanyun, she recoiled in fright, her face paling, while she touched her stinging cheek, filled with venomous hatred, wishing to mar Wanyun's visage. No, she would employ poison to render her unrecognizable. Silence. Before she could devise a plan, Mu Wanyun's sharp reprimand cut through the air. Never before had she been so enraged. Her glass-like eyes were now consumed by a tempest of fury, tinged with a hint of crimson. Even Shen Kuo, who was already fuming, found himself momentarily taken aback. His voice involuntarily softened. You initiated harm first, yet you act so arrogantly. Mu Wanyun, do you truly believe you can act with impunity within my general's residence? As he uttered the words, act with impunity, Shen Kuo nearly ground his teeth in fury, a testament to his formidable presence. Lu Rushuang, emboldened by Shen Kuo's demeanor, leaned out further, eager to witness Mu Wanyun's downfall. However, when met with Mu Wanyun's predatory stare, she instinctively shrank back. Harm others? Shen Kuo, do you possess any sense? What do you know? You accuse me of harm. Was it I who applied the fragrant powder upon her face? Did I adorn her head with flowers adored by bees? Mu Wanyun ground her silver teeth, her voice sharp and resolute. Lu Rushuang and Shen Kuo both changed countenance, clearly realizing the implications of her words. A maidservant attending to Lu Rushuang suddenly gasped in realization. No wonder the bees sting us, but only target the concubine. The concubine applied powder and nestled in the general's embrace. Thus the bees were drawn to her. She used half a box today. And even the flowers that attract the bees were personally placed in her hair by the general. Silence. One more word, and I shall sever your tongue. The revelation left Lu Rushuang in a fit of rage. Mu Wanyun laughed coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade, mocking the two who were now in disarray. So, from whence comes your audacity to claim I am the one who harms? That I am cruel? Are you not merely reaping the consequences of your own actions? She mercilessly exposed their folly and then turned her ire towards Lu Rushuang. Had you not pretended to faint and clung to certain individuals, perhaps things would not have turned so dire. As she spoke, her gaze chilled as it fell upon Shen Kuo, her voice imbued with an icy disdain. And had certain individuals not been so reckless and blind, had they departed the garden sooner, the hive would not have been disturbed, sparing the innocent from harm. Upon hearing this, many who had been stung began to feel that the situation had little to do with the lady. However, having learned from past experiences, they dared not voice their thoughts. Wait, why have you left? Why have you not? I understand now. You knew all along, didn't you? You deliberately prevented the general from carrying me away, waiting for the beast to arrive. Lu Rushuang suddenly seemed to grasp the situation. Thus, you concede that you were fully aware at the time, knowing well that the general's internal energy had not been restored and his body was frail, yet you feigned unconsciousness. Lu Rushuang, you truly are devoted to the general. As she spoke, her gaze intentionally lingered on the garments Lu Rushuang had dropped on the ground. It was evident that Shen Kuo had also realized this. His eyes gleamed with sharpness, and his countenance darkened. Lu Rushuang felt a surge of panic within, her complexion paling further. She no longer had the heart to continue framing others, merely yearning to appease. General, it is not as you think. I had no knowledge that the fragrant powder would attract bees. I did it all for the child. General, her voice trembled with the onset of tears. Shen Kuo's expression was somber as he glanced at the icy visage of Mu Wanyun before turning to the delicate, tear-streaked Lu Rushuang, taking a deep breath and still embracing her. As Mu Wanyun departed, she caught sight of Lu Rushuang nestled in Shen Kuo's arms, presenting a defiant smile as if she were a victorious general. How absurd. Did she believe everyone admired that blind and hypocritical man? Yet, Hong Yu could not help but voice her grievances. Miss, does General Shen have a problem with his intellect? Why does he always place the blame upon you without seeking the truth? After speaking, she shot a glance at her mistress and, struck by a thought, added with a smile, fortunately, Miss, you do not harbor feelings for him. Otherwise, how painful it would be. Mu Wanyun remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at Hong Yu, the outspoken girl, who spoke without restraint and quickly forgot her words. Little did she know that her clear-minded mistress had once been blind to her heart, nearly driven mad by self-pity for someone unworthy. Thankfully, that was all in the past. It was said that Shen Kuo had sustained significant injuries, and the following day, his face had swollen even more. He had requested a sick leave and remained at home. However, due to the previous incident, the palace had dispatched a royal physician to attend to him, and he could no longer conceal his condition. Soon enough, while accompanying his concubine in the garden, he was stung by a bee, becoming the subject of ridicule. Some even composed verses to mock him, and others remarked that although General Shen was a warrior of renown, he was utterly helpless against a mere bee. Furthermore, some recounted Shen Kuo's recent exploits, suggesting that he was a hero in decline. perilously close to being undone by the comforts of soft embraces. Wanyun, upon hearing this, merely found it amusing. She had recently been engrossed in reading books purchased from the bookstore regarding Shen Kuo. In her previous life, she had read them numerous times, but her focus had been solely on Shen Kuo's gallant demeanor. This time, however, she was captivated by his military strategies, which were described in the texts. As she perused accounts of Shen Kuo's ingenious tactics that repelled enemy forces, she felt both astonished and bewildered. Was Shen Kuo truly this formidable? How could such a remarkable individual appear so foolish in her presence? Had the allure of feminine charms rendered him senseless? Or was there a deeper secret? Wanyun could not shake the feeling that she had overlooked something significant. She pored over the text repeatedly, even sneaking into the study under the cloak of night. Yet the vast room contained not a single book on military strategy, and the secret chamber was similarly bare, filled only with evidence of his subordinates' transgressions and the misconduct of court officials. Upon returning to her study, she once again picked up the book. As she read about his most renowned battle, where 10,000 troops besieged an enemy force of 50,000, an unsettling feeling arose within her. The text proclaimed that Shen Kuo was divinely favored, a blessing bestowed upon the celestial empire. Suddenly, the enemy succumbed to a plague? A plague? Wanyun seemed to grasp the implications, and she reopened the book to read anew. Indeed, in several of Shen Kuo's victorious campaigns, the enemy had unexpectedly fallen ill, or encountered other calamities. Was this merely a coincidence? Additionally, in her previous life, in her effort to converse with Shen Kuo, she had diligently studied military texts, hoping that such knowledge would foster more dialogue between them once they were wed. Yet, each time, Shen Kuo displayed profound impatience. At that time, she believed his aversion stemmed from a dislike for her, causing his reticence. However, reflecting upon it now sent chills down her spine. Perhaps he did not refrain from speaking to her out of disdain, but rather to conceal something. Once this realization crystallized, Wanyun could not help but let out a cold laugh in the stillness of the night. Meanwhile, Shen Kuo found himself ensnared in dreams. In his slumber, he returned to the frontier, where his family had been punished for their misdeeds, their estate confiscated and exiled. Having left home at an early age, he narrowly escaped the fate, yet soon he too was discovered and sent to the borderlands. At that time, he was merely 12 years old, forced to train before dawn, burdened with endless tasks and bullied by seasoned veterans. His existence was stifling, and he yearned to rise above his circumstances. Chapter 69. The origin of merit to rise above others is not as simple as merely uttering a few words. From the age of 12 to 17, a span of 5 years, he accomplished nothing of note. Later, he fell victim to an enemy trap and faced severe punishment. Fortunately, during his convalescence, he assisted the military doctor in treating wounded soldiers, earning the doctor's favor. Subsequently, he remained under the doctor's care, who treated him with great kindness, almost as if he were family. One day, a plague swept through the camp, and the once invincible soldiers fell ill en masse overnight. He aided the doctor in treating those afflicted by the disease, yet found himself powerless. It was only through the doctor's self-experimentation that a remedy was discovered. Tragically, the doctor passed before he could relay the cure to the general, leaving him infected as well. Using the doctor's method, he managed to save himself. Originally intending to present the remedy to the general, he learned that the general and several commanders had also succumbed to the illness. Hesitation clouded his mind. He understood that in the absence of strong leadership, the army would falter, and the court's orders would take time to arrive. This was his opportunity. He deliberately delayed until the general, several commanders, and the various sergeants perished, and then he infected the remaining officers with the disease through contaminated clothing. When he emerged, claiming to have discovered a method that saved countless lives, chaos reigned in the camp. As the barbarian forces approached, the soldiers were leaderless. He utilized gold and silver treasures stolen from the general to bribe a few minor soldiers, garnering their support alongside the gratitude for his earlier life-saving actions. While he directed the infected garments towards the enemy, he valiantly led the charge, and fortune favored him as he successfully repelled the barbarians. It was at this moment that envoys from the court arrived. With all the military leaders deceased, they were free to speak as they wished. He adopted an alias, and through his trusted confidants, he was portrayed as a sergeant promoted by the general himself, who had achieved remarkable feats through valor in battle. He was credited with discovering the cure for the plague and leading the soldiers to victory against the invaders. The envoy, being somewhat gullible, was soon persuaded to commend him to the court. In the following days, he leveraged a few remaining pieces of clothing contaminated by the plague to replicate his previous victories, often achieving triumphs without losing a single soldier. The details of his methods remained known only to a few, as those who assisted him were subsequently silenced. His reputation soared as he led assaults and set cities ablaze, shrouding his true tactics in mystery. Eventually, he devised a more reliable approach using poison, thus avoiding the risk of infecting his own soldiers. Of course, there were those who questioned his methods, and he would discreetly poison them, fabricating tales of their own infection and arranging for their cremation. After all, the terror of the plague was enough to instill fear in anyone who spoke of it. It is not that there are no doubts regarding his military acumen. Over the years, he has perused various military treatises and even enlisted numerous advisors. Yet, he appears to possess little inherent talent. After experiencing several moderate defeats while commanding his troops, he chose not to overexert himself, instead seeking out a remarkably skilled individual. However, he harbored concerns about this person's extensive knowledge, leading him to silence him early on, sever a leg, and detain his beloved woman. After all, a voiceless and immobile individual poses no future threat. Before each battle, he would summon a mute servant to attend to him while he practiced on a sand table, devising strategies to vanquish his foes. The following day, he would feign a rehearsal with his subordinates, who, having been coddled and indulged, held an unwavering faith in him without a hint of doubt. Eventually, his true identity was revealed. Fortunately, he had previously disseminated tales of his illustrious deeds, earning him immense respect among the populace. He understood that those in power invariably despised the notion of considering public sentiment. Through a series of fortunate events, he became an invincible war deity. Alas, one fateful night, his soldiers, intoxicated, violated a young maiden, which led the advisor, upon learning of this tragedy, to lose all will to live and eventually perish of starvation. Since then, he has not encountered a strategist of such caliber. However, having participated in countless battles, he became adept at dealing with enemy forces, thus maintaining his prior renown for the time being. In the midst of these reflections, Shen Kuo awoke with a start from his dream. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the dim candlelight illuminating Lu Rushuang, who regarded him with a peculiar gaze. "Why do you look at me so?" he wondered. Shen Kuo applied ointment to his shoulder, yet the pain persisted, causing him to wince as he spoke, which only exacerbated his discomfort. "General, did you have a nightmare?" Lu Rushuang struggled to maintain her composure, determined not to appear suspicious, yet unable to suppress her curiosity. After all, the matters he had spoken of in his dream were far from trivial. She harbored feelings for Shen Kuo, his noble stature and commanding presence, coupled with his illustrious military achievements, made him an object of admiration for many women. However, tonight, she felt as if she had unearthed a monumental revelation that could shatter her entire perception of him. At that moment, Shen Kuo had forgotten the specifics of his dream, though his mood remained unsettled. Noticing her odd gaze, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter and simply embraced her, acknowledging his recent restlessness without concern. Lu Rushuang forced a smile, opting for silence. Fear gripped her. She had long leveraged the debt of gratitude from years past to secure Shen Kuo's unwavering devotion. Yet, she was acutely aware of his ruthless nature. Years ago, he had mercilessly slaughtered an entire village due to mere rumors. Initially, she felt terror, but later rationalized his actions as protective, feeling a mix of gratitude and pride. Now, however, she realized that the Shen Kuo she thought she understood might not be the true Shen Kuo at all. A wave of unsettling emotions surged within her, and she struggled to quell her thoughts. Ultimately, he was a general, and she was cradled in his embrace. With those thoughts in mind, she succumbed to a deep slumber in his arms. After several days of contemplation, Wanyun found herself at an impasse, unable to investigate despite her extensive connections. She had no qualms about seeking external assistance, and the first person who came to mind was Lu Feng. After a prolonged separation, she dispatched a secret letter to Lu Feng, arranging to meet at the Rui Tea House. As the Minister of Justice, Lu Feng had always maintained a reputation for propriety, refraining from private interactions with women. Yet, time and again, he found himself compromising his principles to meet with this distinguished daughter of the Mu family, who was now the wife of the General of the North. The reason was clear. He anticipated that she would divulge evidence regarding the misdeeds of Shen Kuo's subordinates, information he had been diligently pursuing, though he remained perplexed as to why she would betray her husband. He speculated that Shen Kuo's lack of affection might be a contributing factor. After all, a woman's heart could be truly unforgiving when pushed to its limits. Thus, he constantly reminded himself to avoid offending women, especially those close to him. After exchanging pleasantries, he promptly addressed the purpose of their meeting, extending his hand towards her. "What surprise do you have for me this time, Miss Mu?" Previously, he had cooperated with her, leading to Shen Kuo reluctantly providing evidence of his subordinates' heinous crimes, resulting in their dismissal from military service and subsequent transport back to the capital. Later, further investigations unveiled additional transgressions, culminating in sentences of execution, a most gratifying outcome. Not long ago, thanks to her timely warning, he had assisted the emperor in confiscating Shen Kuo's imperial seals, ensuring that Shen remained in the capital under watchful eyes. The emperor, pleased with the outcome, rewarded him with a death exemption token, an invaluable safeguard in the perilous realm of justice where enemies lurked. Reflecting on these matters, Lu Feng felt a profound respect for the radiant woman before him, even preparing tea for her with utmost reverence. Wanyun, aware that he had his own motives, chose not to cater to his expectations this time. Lu Feng, momentarily taken aback, did not express anger. Instead, he smiled softly, observing the thoughtful expression on her face. It was clear to him that Miss Mu was not merely reminiscing with him, as everyone knew he was not a man of virtue, nor was he particularly engaging. Her demeanor suggested she harbored more significant concerns, having risen through the ranks of the Ministry of Justice. Lu Feng's ascent to the position of minister was not solely attributed to familial connections. His capabilities and keen observational skills were equally undeniable. Thus, he was convinced that whatever burden weighed upon Wanyun was of utmost importance, more so than before. He sensed the tension in the air, an electric anticipation coursing through him. Wanyun had already formulated her approach. With others, she might have needed to drop subtle hints to guide the conversation. But with Lu Feng, she felt no such necessity. Moreover, she possessed no tangible evidence. Everything was merely conjecture. While her instincts were sharp, further investigation was imperative, a task that was evidently daunting and beyond her current capabilities. After contemplating her thoughts, she raised her gaze to meet his eager eyes and slowly began to speak. I was once unfamiliar with Shen Kuo, and thus I genuinely admired him. After all, who does not appreciate a young general renowned for his heroic exploits and extraordinary prowess? As she continued, she noticed a flicker of barely concealed disdain in Lu Feng's eyes, which made her smile inwardly before proceeding. However, as I interacted with him more, I discovered that he was nothing like I had imagined. While he possesses intelligence and wisdom, he seems to lack any semblance of restraint, often behaving recklessly. His martial skills are adequate, yet, in summary, I truly fail to perceive any of the qualities befitting a commander in him. It baffles me how he manages to defeat the enemy forces. It appears he merely resorts to underhanded tactics that are unworthy of respect. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng comprehended the purpose of Wanyun's visit. Others might be unaware, but he understood that a significant portion of Shen Kuo's current standing was attributed to the plague. Although this matter was not widely known in the court, it was subtly alluded to in the folk narratives that extolled his virtues. They even referred to him as a divinely favored warrior bestowed upon the empire. Consequently, he had always held Shen Kuo in disdain. Nonetheless, the emperor had chosen not to elaborate, and Lu Feng turned a blind eye, for the plague did not afflict the citizens of their own nation and, in fact, had somewhat mitigated their losses. Yet such methods were, indeed, beneath the dignity of men of virtue like themselves. Did you know? Wanyun inquired, somewhat astonished that what she had painstakingly uncovered was not, in fact, a secret. I've pursued this matter for years. It does not surprise me. But he likely believes his actions remain concealed from all. It was precisely because he was aware that Shen Kuo would eventually face retribution that Lu Feng had refrained from taking action against him, provided, of course, that he did not cross paths with him. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to summon him to the dungeons of the Dali Temple. Upon hearing this, Wanyun grasped that the higher authority was also aware of the situation. The reason for their silence lay in the fact that it had not harmed the interests of the dynasty. Feeling a mix of resignation and sudden inspiration, she pondered whether he had employed similar tactics against the people of their own empire. With this thought in mind, she turned to Lu Feng. I have examined the folk records concerning him. Although penned by commoners, many of the accounts likely draw from genuine events. Years ago, during his meteoric rise in battle, it was said that the plague had struck, and the generals within the army were. Are you suggesting that he was responsible for that as well? Hearing this, Lu Feng finally acknowledged the gravity of the situation, sitting upright with an acute, serious gaze. Chapter 70. A Fate Deserving of Death. Noticing that he did not directly refute her, Wanyun felt a slight sense of comfort, realizing she had indeed found the right person. Shen Kuo's reputation was at its zenith. In recent years, due to numerous victorious battles, he not only earned the title of God of War but was also revered by countless people in the realm. It was said that in many border areas, common folk even erected temples in his honor. because of his overwhelming fame. Even when it was later revealed that he was a descendant of the Shen family, there was little opposition in the court, with even the emperor entrusting him with significant responsibilities, at least on the surface. However, she understood well that a sovereign would never permit the existence of someone whose renown was excessively great, one who posed a threat to the imperial authority. Thus, in her previous life, she had subtly cautioned him against being too arrogant in his actions, only to be met with his scornful disregard. Reflecting on this, a cold smile played at the corners of Wanyun's lips as she met his contemplative gaze and continued speaking. If my conjecture is correct, the emperor has long harbored dissatisfaction towards Shen Kuo, but has been constrained by his countless achievements and overwhelming popularity among the people, which has prevented him from directly seizing his military authority. She spoke slowly, observing Lu Feng's reactions as she did. She knew that although Lu Feng appeared reckless and lacked the emperor's trust, and was often reprimanded, he was, in fact, someone of great significance to the emperor. It was precisely because of a blunt character like Lu Feng, unafraid of authority, that the emperor felt at ease. Otherwise, with the myriad of nobles and relatives in the capital who would cover for one another when they erred or seek the emperor's pardon, how could he not be exasperated? With a simple phrase from Lu Feng, "Alas, I am powerless," he could spare himself much trouble. A few superficial rebukes about being too reckless would suffice. After several encounters, Wanyun increasingly felt that Lu Feng was perhaps even more important in the emperor's eyes than she had initially perceived. It was highly likely that many cases Lu Feng investigated were subtly guided by the emperor's indications. Coming from the Grand Tutor's household, where Mu Lin served as the imperial educator, imparting wisdom to the princes in the principles of governance, she had been influenced and was aware of many matters. She had reason to suspect whether many cases were treated leniently or whether there was a deliberate intent to pursue justice, all orchestrated by the emperor. Numerous individuals within the court, if scrutinized closely, would likely reveal that few were entirely untainted, whether directly or through their extended families or servants. Ultimately, whether cases were treated lightly or rigorously pursued, it all hinged on a single decree. It was this understanding that led her to choose to collaborate with Lu Feng. After all, collaborating with Lu Feng meant collaborating with the emperor. If she wished to safeguard her own interests, it was only natural to pledge her loyalty. Observing that Lu Feng remained silent yet did not interrupt her, with a hint of encouragement in his gaze, she knew she had guessed correctly once again. His Majesty is aware that he has triumphed in battle through the insidious means of poisoning. His silence on the matter stems from two reasons. Firstly, the harm has befallen a foreign adversary rather than his own nation. Secondly, he wishes to await a time when the borders are devoid of conflict before seeking retribution. However, he did not anticipate that Shen Kuo would elevate himself to such heights, aware that this would incite caution from His Majesty and the royal family. Yet, he also understands that only by doing so can he ensure that they dare not act against him. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng tightened his grip on the teacup, his long, slender fingers revealing a hint of pallor. Nevertheless, he was inherently restrained, and his emotions seldom betrayed him. Thus, even Wanyun failed to perceive any change in him. This time, she disregarded his reaction and continued to speak, resolute in her choice of Lu Feng. Determined not to succumb to regret, she resolved to speak freely as long as he did not interrupt her. Moreover, His Majesty must have discerned the unwavering loyalty of Shen Kuo's subordinates, which was beyond his control. Hence, he entrusted you with the investigation into their cases, allowing you to facilitate the removal of these individuals. Such matters are no longer secrets. Wanyun surmised that Lu Feng was unsurprised by her revelations. Additionally, His Majesty had initially intended to settle accounts once the turmoil subsided, yet he could not have anticipated Shen Kuo's audacity. Out of 10 battles, 8 were won through poison, and the rampant plague led to several cities of Jingwu becoming desolate, inciting great resentment towards Shen Kuo and the current dynasty. Consequently, His Majesty could not condemn Shen Kuo without risking the wrath of Jingwu, which could prove perilous for our dynasty. Thus, he must resort to feigning that these incidents were mere accidents. Wanyun's words were audacious, and she felt a twinge of anxiety as she concluded. Holding her breath and observing Lu Feng intently. Lu Feng, indeed, displayed considerable emotional turmoil, yet he maintained his composure, waiting for her to finish before responding with an air of indifference. What you have articulated is merely an analysis. I am more interested in the evidence you possess. Wanyun exhaled in relief, though a flicker of helplessness ignited in her gaze. To speak candidly, I possess no evidence, none at all. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with irritation as he lifted his gaze, his tone growing markedly grave. Wanyun's heart tightened, and she quickly steadied herself against the table, her voice becoming rapid yet steady. However, I am well acquainted? As far as I know. You have been wed to Shen Kuo for several months without consummation, and your encounters have been infrequent. Thus, Miss Mu, from where does this confidence in your understanding derive? Lu Feng had never been so serious and incisive before her, and at that moment, a chill enveloped her heart, accompanied by an oppressive aura. After all, he was a close confidant of the emperor, wielding significant power while investigating major cases. It seemed he had previously extended her a measure of courtesy. Wanyun took a deep breath, suppressing the worries in her heart and striving to relax. She gazed at the young man before her, whose hostility was palpable, and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, what you say is not without merit. However, I must assert that my understanding of Shen Kuo does not align with the notion of him possessing medical expertise. How could he fortuitously acquire the remedy for the plague and also save those soldiers? It truly seems like divine favor. As she concluded her thoughts, Wanyun could not help but let out a scoff, evidently recalling the descriptions found in Shen Kuo's biography. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly, revealing his discomfort. It was clear that he also scoffed at the idea that Shen Kuo, or perhaps the public, had inflated his reputation. However, rather than continuing along the path suggested by Wanyun, he merely raised an eyebrow and stated, "It is said that he apprenticed under a military doctor." Wanyun laughed outright, unable to contain herself. Do you believe that? The military doctor could not devise a solution, yet he did. After only a few days of study, he managed to create a remedy? Perhaps the military doctor had already developed a preliminary idea, and he merely experimented boldly with the medicine. Lu Feng stared blankly at Wanyun, a sense of incredulity washing over him. You already seem to have an inkling. Why then do you engage in this charade with me? Wanyun found Lu Feng difficult to read. Logically, once he caught a whiff of suspicion, he should have pursued it relentlessly. Yet, she sensed that he appeared to be defending Shen Kuo. Her sarcasm and confusion caused Lu Feng to pause, gripping the teacup tightly. After a long moment, he finally looked up at the scornful woman across from him and softly uttered, "Are you suggesting that he is taking credit for others' achievements?" Wanyun's laughter faded as her expression grew serious, her voice more resolute. "I suspect that not only is he claiming undue credit, but he may also be deliberately stalling, watching as all the commanders perish, or perhaps he has employed some method to intentionally infect those in military positions." With a sharp crack, the teacup in Lu Feng's hand shattered. Wanyun was startled, momentarily taken aback, before realizing that this seemingly frail minister of justice was, in fact, a formidable martial artist, much stronger than Shen Kuo. Continue. Though shocked, Lu Feng quickly regained his composure, though his face had turned pale, and the sharpness in his gaze intensified. His hand trembled slightly as he poured the tea, spilling some in his feigned calmness, revealing the turmoil and perhaps anger within. Wanyun understood that if this matter were true, then all of Shen Kuo's accolades would be rendered meaningless. His merits would not absolve his crimes. A fate deserving of the gravest punishment. Due to that battle, out of 200,000 troops, only 20,000 survived. For years, the Celestial Empire struggled to recover, and several nations seized the opportunity to invade, leaving them unable to resist. They were forced to cede territory, pay reparations, and offer tributes, enduring humiliation for many years before finally recovering. Subsequently, Shen Kuo, having achieved merit, was promoted to a general, thus beginning his illustrious career as a war deity. Although this is merely my conjecture, I firmly believe that with Lord Lu's capabilities, he will undoubtedly uncover sufficient evidence. After a brief pause, as if struck by a sudden thought, Wanyun gazed at Lu Feng and remarked, "Perhaps in that battle from years ago, there were fish that slipped through the net. If we could locate that individual, the truth may finally come to light." Chapter 71. Never give up. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, acutely aware that Wanyun's words were not spoken lightly. Just as he was about to inquire further, he observed her smilingly lift her teacup, deftly using the lid to skim off the froth, and remarked, "I am merely speculating. After all, with so many people, a total of 200,000, is it not possible for one or two to escape?" Wanyun understood Lu Feng's skepticism, yet she too held uncertainties, thus she hesitated to elaborate. After all, should her judgment prove erroneous, it would serve her no benefit. Initially, she had no intention of mentioning it, but she feared that Lu Feng might refrain from investigation due to a lack of leads, which was not the outcome she desired. However, she had come across information in her previous life that Shen Kuo had been in search of a certain individual, reportedly a young apprentice of a military doctor, who at that time was around 12 or 13 years old, and should now be approximately 22 or 23. Suddenly, She wondered if there could be a connection between the two. As for whether there truly was a link, Lu Feng, as the Minister of Justice, was not an inept individual. If he wished to seek, he could undoubtedly find the truth, even if it were akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. By withholding too much information, she was not only safeguarding herself but also testing his capabilities. Lu Feng perceptively sensed that Mu Wanyun was concealing something. When she mentioned the figure of 200,000, her tone bore hints of both sarcasm and sorrow, prompting him to recall a past calamity. Not long after he had joined the Ministry of Justice, he had merely been a junior officer, navigating through life due to familial circumstances. Then, one day, a palpable atmosphere of grief enveloped the capital. Even the usual establishments he frequented shuttered their doors. His household was draped in white mourning cloth overnight. His mother and sister forbade him from going out, and every face was marred by tears. Even the servants displayed swollen eyes and dazed expressions. At that time, he was oblivious to the events unfolding, and despite his attempts to inquire with several passers-by, each one hesitated to speak, their eyes brimming with tears before they could utter a word. His growing frustration led him to lose interest. Eventually, he scaled the wall to escape the estate under the cover of night, only to be reported by the household servants to his mother, who ordered him to be taken to the ancestral hall. That was the first time his mother physically reprimanded him, weeping as she struck him, imploring, "Do you not know that you are the only son left in the Lu family?" At that moment, he found it incredulous, though his parents had 5 sons in total. He was merely a concubine's child, born of an illicit affair, and had never been favored. His mother, originally a courtesan, had been purchased from a brothel by his father, the Duke of Lu, who, despite being nearly 30, was strikingly handsome. The concubine's heart began to stir, though it is uncertain when this transformation occurred. Perhaps she was never truly content. One day, a quarrel erupted between my mother and father over trivial matters. Their relationship had always been harmonious, with disagreements being a rarity. Thus, the ferocity of this argument was unprecedented, leading to an extended silence between them. Both felt remorseful, yet their stubbornness prevented either from conceding. According to the household servants, my father would often gaze longingly at my mother's window, lost in thought and sighs upon returning from his duties. It was during this vulnerable time that the concubine approached my father under the guise of my mother, presenting him with a sweet soup purportedly sent by her, which contained an aphrodisiac purchased from a brothel. This led to an evening of indulgence. Awakening in fury the following morning, my father initially sought to end the concubine's life. However, she pleaded desperately for mercy, and my mother, being kind-hearted, intervened. Though it was intended for her to be sold off, the concubine claimed she might be with child, asserting confidently that she had consulted a physician who indicated that this was a propitious time for conception. My father, enraged, prepared to administer a bowl of medicinal herbs to terminate the pregnancy. Yet, my mother, a devout Buddhist, restrained him, suggesting they wait a month to ascertain the truth before taking any action. A month later, it was confirmed that the concubine was indeed pregnant. In a fit of rage, my father once again threatened her life, but she clung to my mother's leg, beseeching her to consider the past when she had aided my mother and my elder sister, asking for permission to bear the child, promising that she would then depart. This was, of course, a mere pretense. She harbored ambitions of leveraging the child's birth to elevate her status within the Duke's household. Unfortunately for her, her plans would ultimately come to naught. My father had never held any genuine affection for her. The leniency he had previously shown was merely due to her association with my mother, as well as the slight favors she had rendered. Now, having been outmaneuvered, any remnants of goodwill had vanished entirely. Furthermore, the disdain from my father's legitimate son only solidified her isolation. For even when my mother later acknowledged her as a concubine, she was never permitted into my mother's courtyard. Lu Feng vividly recalls his childhood memories of his biological mother, who frequently chastised him, resenting him for not measuring up to his older siblings, which led my father to overlook them. In a more extreme act of cruelty, she forced him to endure cold baths during winter, all in a bid to elicit sympathy from my father and to find an opportunity to implicate the legitimate wife in their suffering. In his youth, he was misled into believing that it was indeed his mother who was unjust, preventing his father from visiting them, which resulted in him facing the concubine's wrath. He even resorted to various vengeful acts against his mother and siblings, such as scattering marbles along the garden path where his mother would walk, spitting into the meals prepared in her name, or tearing apart assignments that his father had assigned to his brothers, thereby ensuring they would be punished. The most egregious incident occurred when he frightened his pregnant sister-in-law with a dog, nearly causing her to miscarry. He believed himself clever, convinced that no one was aware of his misdeeds. However, upon learning of his actions, he was swiftly discovered and faced his father's wrath. In a fit of rage, his father sought to strike him down, but it was his mother who intervened, though he still received 10 lashes. She had left behind some medicine for him, which the concubine disdainfully discarded, urging him to remember that it was his mother who had caused him harm. In that moment, he felt intense pain, for without the medication, he endured a night of suffering, culminating in a high fever. In moments of confusion, it was his mother who sought a physician for him and tended to him with nourishing soup and medicine. He vaguely recalled his mother rebuking his concubine, admonishing her for having employed all manner of means to secure his birth, and now, how dare she corrupt him? How could there exist a mother as selfish and self-serving as you? The concubine, weak in front of others, would remain silent before his mother, but once she departed, she would reveal her true nature, hurling insults and sarcasm. How insincere, putting on such a fade for whom? Was it not a deliberate act to feign the virtues of a dutiful wife? At that time, he was perhaps somewhat swayed. Yet, the concubine was, after all, his biological mother. Children, by nature, tend to gravitate towards their own mothers. But soon, it was New Year's Eve. The family gathered together. His father, disdainful of the concubine, forbade her from entering the main courtyard but made no mention of him. The concubine, furious, unleashed her wrath upon the servants, punishing them to kneel in the courtyard. She forbade him from joining the family meal, telling him that if he went, no one would regard him. Ultimately, after consuming several more cups of wine, she seemed to think the servant's punishment was insufficient and, in a fit of tears, compelled him to kneel outside his parents' quarters. When he refused, she threatened to harm herself. He remembered that day vividly. The snow fell heavily, enveloping his small frame. By the time his parents discovered him, he had already lost consciousness. The household summoned a physician in haste. His mother personally ordered the servants to boil water, cradling him in her arms and weeping, pleading for him to be safe. Outside, his father scolded the concubine, who defended herself by claiming he had wished to see his father, asserting that it was not her fault, and even insinuating that had his mother allowed him to partake in the reunion feast, he would not have been in such a predicament. It was the first time he heard his father lash out at the concubine, declaring he had never intended to be with her, accusing her of manipulation, and lamenting that she should have been sold off long ago. Although he was in a state of unconsciousness, his mind remained alert, absorbing every word. For the first time, he comprehended the ignoble manner of his arrival into this world. Despite having always felt unloved, he had still been educated at home, learning the principles of propriety from his tutor. That day, he wept, realizing he had fainted from the cold, nearly losing his life. The concubine had not shown a shred of concern. Instead, it was his mother, whom he had believed to be the villain, who wept for him, expressing remorse upon seeing his injuries, apologizing and saying, "It is my fault. I should not have neglected you because of past grievances. Call me mother, and you shall be my child. You have suffered." He cried then, initially only sobbing softly, but eventually he collapsed into his mother's embrace, wailing uncontrollably. Later, the concubine sought him out again, but his mother sent her away. The concubine cried and protested, claiming that his mother had stolen her man and now sought to take her child, even asking him if he truly did not want her. "I raised you, endured countless hardships for you. Do you truly wish to be unfilial?" At that moment, he was filled with fear, knowing that the unfilial were to be scorned. Yet he genuinely did not wish to return. Previously, he had been unaware that there existed mothers who smiled upon their children, who comforted them in times of distress, allowing their offspring to weep freely in their embrace without disdain. But now that he had come to know such love, he could not bear to part with it. The mother bestowed upon the concubine a substantial sum of money and arranged for her a respectable position, marrying her off to a minor official of the 7th rank. Satisfied, the concubine departed, not once recalling him, until the mother insisted he accompany her for the farewell, stating that they were bound by blood. Reluctantly, he complied. Upon seeing him, the concubine was momentarily taken aback, then waved at him, imparting that you are a son of the concubine you must strive to achieve. Your father is a military commander, and your brothers are destined for the battlefield. Perhaps one day they may perish there, and the title of the Duke's estate will rightfully belong to you, my son. I shall await your assent." He could never forget the avaricious expression upon her face. For a considerable time thereafter, he felt a deep sense of shame for having such a mother and for the misdeeds he had been led to commit against his mother and elder siblings. Perhaps out of a desire to thwart her ambitions, he mingled with the debauched youth of the capital for quite some time. Although his mother expressed her dissatisfaction and urged him to strive for progress, her reproach was never excessively harsh. Yet, the prophecy proved to be true. In the year of his 17th birthday, calamity befell the Duke's household. His father, 5 brothers, and several uncles were all sent to the battlefield, only to succumb not to war, but to a devastating plague. The sisters-in-law and their children perished as well, leaving only 20,000 survivors from a total of 200,000. That night, his mother's hair turned white in an instant. He transformed from a prodigal youth into a mature man overnight. Initially, he intended to enlist in the military to uphold the glory of the Duke's estate. Yet, his mother vehemently opposed this, pleading incessantly, and he could not bear to leave her alone in her solitude. He dedicated himself to advancement, rising from a minor position in the Dali Temple to become its minister, ultimately becoming an indispensable aid to His Majesty, driven by a quest for justice rather than power. Nevertheless, a mystery lingered in his heart. How could a plague so fierce claim the lives of 180,000 people in merely half a month? Why did not a single member of his family survive, leaving dozens of them perished? For years, he pursued the truth. However, Shen Kuo shone too brightly. He achieved countless feats, earning the esteem of both the emperor and the common folk, revered as a god of war. Eventually, his fame grew to such proportions that even the emperor felt apprehensive, a sentiment that he unwittingly fostered. He could not act against a general favored by the emperor. Yet he understood the emperor well. At last, the emperor hinted that it was time to take action against Shen Kuo. He recognized the arrival of an opportunity. However, a decade had passed, and the events of that year had faded from memory. His pursuit had yielded no leads. The sole revelation was that Shen Kuo was not a man of military talent, but rather a cunning opportunist who ascended through the spread of the plague and the appropriation of military accolades. Yet, he was a remarkably astute scoundrel. Over the years, whether by design of the court or his own machinations, he had become a deity in the eyes of both the dynasty and the populace. Should his true nature be unveiled, the faith of the people would shatter, and the enemy nation would lose all trepidation. This was not something the emperor wished to witness. Furthermore, Shen Kuo was adept at winning hearts. His subordinates remained loyally devoted to him. It was only through collaboration with Wanyun that Shen Kuo ultimately undermined his own fortress, willingly providing incriminating evidence against his own subordinates for the sake of that concubine. Wanyun sipped her tea thrice. Yet she found herself waiting in vain for Lu Feng to speak. A sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Just as she hesitated, she caught sight of him slowly raising his head, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of helplessness. Shen Kuo must not be extinguished, otherwise. With the enemy nation lurking like a tiger, it was imperative that this remained so at least until the emergence of a new war god. These were the emperor's exact words. Wanyun's hand trembled as she held her teacup, her heart suddenly tightening. She lifted her gaze to fixate on Lu Feng, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Lu Feng, however, seemed unfazed by her reaction, for he had undergone this cycle countless times, filled with hope, then sinking into despair, ultimately reaching a state of near apathy. Yet, each time, he would muster the strength to straighten his back. As long as one lives, hope persists. Since the onset of his doubts, he had been investigating relentlessly, often leveraging his standing before the emperor to seek permission for his inquiries, only to be met with disappointment on each occasion. The accumulation of repeated setbacks had left him numb, yet he never surrendered. Through the years spent in the political arena, he had become much more astute and worldly, understanding that sometimes the outcome bears more significance than the journey itself. Once he had set his mind upon a course, the specific charges were of little consequence. Nevertheless, he would continue his investigations, for it was his obligation to the entire Lu family, to the countless lives lost, to his ailing mother whose condition remained precarious, and ultimately, to himself. Chapter 72. The betrayer's Wanyun gazed intently at the teacup in her hands for an extended period, until the tea had grown completely cold. Only then did she come to her senses, unable to suppress a mournful smile. Indeed, war god, what a resounding title. Whether true or false, it had become unassailable. Once the idol crumbled, it would not only be he who became the subject of ridicule. Those who had elevated him would also share in the mockery, and even the nation that revered him would be a laughingstock. Conflicts between nations over interests were to be expected, yet should it be revealed that the legendary battles were accomplished through the base act of poisoning, it was likely that the enemy nation would be incensed, perhaps even uniting in vengeance. She refrained from continuing, yet her boldness had already surfaced. Even Lu Feng's expression shifted, and he solemnly cautioned, "Miss Mu, tread carefully." Wanyun let out a cold laugh, lifting her gaze to glare at him. She noted the sorrow on his face and the pain reflected in his eyes, which mirrored her own torment. Suddenly, she recalled the rumors surrounding Lu Feng. Remembering the ruthlessness with which he had lashed Shen Kuo's corpse under the sun in her previous life. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising fury. Once her emotions had settled, she eventually uttered, "I apologize for my outburst." Lu Feng remained silent, his gaze sweeping over her now tranquil visage, and the tension he had been holding within gradually dissipated. Before today, he had not felt such a loss of control in a long time. Indeed, he had been overwhelmed. He had almost allowed her emotions to stir the beast that lay dormant within him, but fortunately, he managed to rein it in. His admonition to exercise caution was as much a reprimand as it was a moment of self-reflection. However, he found Wanyun's animosity towards Shen Kuo perplexing. While he harbored a personal vendetta against Shen Kuo, having lost many lives to him, what was her grievance? Years of navigating the political arena had taught him that some queries could yield no truthful answers, and he trusted his own painstaking unraveling of the truth. Nonetheless, he wished to hear her thoughts. Thus, after gesturing that it was permissible to continue, he inquired, "Miss Mu, if I may speak candidly, though you have been disregarded by him." He struggled to find an alternative phrase, ultimately resorting to disregard it. After all, it was common knowledge that Shen Kuo held no affection for her. Their engagement had been sought by Mu Taifu for the sake of his daughter. In this light, Shen Kuo could hardly be deemed ungrateful or heartless. The moment Lu Feng began to speak, Wanyun anticipated his question. Taking a deep breath, her expression grew solemn. "Do you wish to hear the truth, or?" "Of course, the truth," Lu Feng interjected, frowning and interrupting her before she could finish. Wanyun's countenance faltered, her thoughts instantly returning to the horrific scene of Huio's tragic demise in her previous life. In an instant, all emotions surged forth, akin to a colossal beast straining against a closing gate. Wrath enveloped her entirely. Lu Feng evidently sensed her distress. He was all too familiar with this feeling, having experienced it himself and witnessed it in his mother and others within the household. He had investigated numerous cases during his tenure at the Dali Temple, and many victims recalled those who had wronged them. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of Shen Kuo's heinous deeds that had incited such ire, particularly from Wanyun, a young woman barely past her coming-of-age ceremony, he had witnessed enough of the sordid affairs of the inner quarters over the years. He had no desire to pry into others' private lives or to scrutinize their suffering. With this thought in mind, he raised his hand to interrupt, stating that if Miss Mu was unwilling to speak, he would not press her. Wanyun had made considerable progress in recent days, yet she had momentarily lost her composure. She also found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the events of her previous life to anyone directly. Nevertheless, she needed to continue leveraging Lu Feng's influence. Since they were to collaborate, trust was essential. However, Lu Feng was no ordinary individual, and she feared that a lack of subtlety in her words might create a rift between them. After much contemplation, she finally spoke, "Lord Lu, I am indeed unable to share the truth with you at present. However, if you trust me, you might seek a young man around 22 or 23 years of age, who should possess some knowledge of pharmacology. Approximately a decade ago, he was on the northwestern battlefield, having gone there either under the guise of conscription or as an apprentice to a military physician. Of course, he may have long since assumed a false identity or may no longer be alive." Wanyun regarded him, uncertain whether Lu Feng would pursue this lead, as he had mentioned that Shen Kuo's reputation as a war god was untarnishable. Yet, she was unwilling to relent. "Very well, I have taken note of that," Lu Feng said as he rose and offered her a respectful bow. Wanyun was taken aback but felt a surge of joy and quickly returned the gesture. She was no fool and soon realized that Lu Feng, having spent years in governance, likely understood the impossibility of convicting Shen Kuo through legitimate means, which would expose him. Yet, being a member of the Lu family, he would undoubtedly investigate for the sake of justice and righteousness. His earlier bow was a reflection of his own sentiments. Having come to this understanding, though still somewhat conflicted, she felt a degree of relief. Watching that man descend into hell and mire required no elaborate schemes or justifications. With this thought, she smiled at Lu Feng and remarked, "I have heard that even generals cannot slaughter soldiers without cause." As she spoke, she glanced towards the sky outside and felt the oppressive gloom in her heart dissipate slightly. Following her gaze, Lu Feng moved to the window and cast a glance outside, only to quickly withdraw his eyes upon spotting someone he wished to avoid. Just as he contemplated warning Wanyun, it was already too late. Shen Kuo had come to host a banquet for the officials of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. His return to the capital was ostensibly for a performance review. However, due to an unexpected marriage decree and various ensuing troubles, he had lost some of his military authority, surrendering the tiger talisman to the emperor. Yet, he had not abandoned his plans to return to the barracks. Recently, he had been plagued by unease, especially after sending 3 confidential letters to his trusted subordinates, urging them to instigate conflict between the two nations. He believed that should war erupt, even if the emperor was reluctant to relinquish power, he would have no choice but to return the tiger talisman to him, enabling his return to the front lines. Yet, his efforts had yielded no responses, as if his messages had vanished into a void. He now begins to harbor doubts as to whether his own people have been secretly executed. However, his trusted aides, whom he has cultivated over the years, remain steadfastly loyal and occupy significant positions within the military. Today, despite the swelling and pain still evident on his face, he resolutely drags the Minister of War along to the banquet, hoping to subtly inquire about matters, as the appointments and dismissals of soldiers must surely be recorded by the Ministry of War. He also brings along the Minister of Revenue, partly for companionship, but also to secure some benefits for the border regions. Having commanded troops for over a decade, he possesses a fair grasp of the psychology of his subordinates and soldiers. To ensure their loyalty, he believes in a dual approach of both benevolence and authority. He collects evidence of their misdeeds as a means of control while striving to provide them with good provisions and living conditions as an act of kindness. Moreover, with winter approaching and the border regions facing harsh cold, if he can return with ample supplies, it would undoubtedly solidify their unwavering loyalty. Yet, after much strategizing, he encounters 2 individuals impervious to reason. They shower him with flattery, but when pressed for substance, they only laugh it off, igniting a simmering fury within him. Ultimately, he finds it difficult to maintain even the most basic decorum and civility. Just as he descends the stairs, he catches sight of a familiar figure across the tea house. Though it is merely a distant glance, the individual swiftly ducks away, yet he is certain he cannot be mistaken. It is indeed his legally wedded wife, Wanyun, bestowed upon him by imperial decree, accompanied by a young man who appears to be a member of a prominent family from the capital. Dressed extravagantly and exhibiting an utter lack of shame in broad daylight. Such disgraceful behavior. The pent-up rage within